Even if you knew, she began. Miss Sylvia, he cried, I love you. Don't you understand how I love you? Yes, but if I didn't love you, I would take what you could give me. I love you so much, nothing would matter. I believe that you would come to love me. If you would only give me a chance, Miss Sylvia. But suppose, she protested. Suppose you found that I never did. Suppose. But he was in no mood for troublesome suppositions. Any way would do, he said. He began stammering out his happiness. He fell upon his knees before her and caught her hand, and sought to kiss it. At first she made a move to withdraw it, but then, with an inward effort, she let him have it, and sat staring before her, a mantle of scarlet stealing over her throat and cheeks and forehead. His hands were hot and moist, and quite horrible to her. Once she looked at him, and an image of him was stamped upon her mind indelibly. It was an image quite different from his ordinary rigid and sober mask. It was the face of the man who had always got everything he wanted. Sylvia did not formulate to herself just what it was that frightened her so, except for one phrase. She said it seemed to her that he licked his lips. He could hardly believe that the long siege was ended, that the guerdon of victory was his. She had to tell him several times that she would marry him, that she was serious about it, that would give him her word and would not take it back. And then she had to prove it to him. He was not content to clasp her hand, but sought to embrace her, and when she found that she could not stand it, she had to plead that it was not the Southern custom. You must give me a little time to get used to the idea. I only made up my mind today. But you will change your mind, he exclaimed. No, no, I won't do that. That would be wicked of me. I've decided what is right, and I mean to do it. But you must be patient with me at the beginning. When will you marry me? He asked, evidently none too confident in her resolution. I don't know. It ought to be soon. I must talk with my parents about it. And where will it be? That's something I meant to speak of. It can't be here. She hesitated. I must tell you the truth. There would be too much to remind me. I couldn't endure it. This may seem sentimental to you, but I'm quite determined. But I'll have a hard time persuading my people, for you see, they're proud, and they'll say the world would expect you to marry me here. You must stand by me in this. Very well, he said. I will urge them to have the wedding in New York. There was a pause, then Sylvia added, another thing, you must not breathe a word to anyone of what I've told you about the state of my feelings, my reasons for deciding. He smiled. I'd hardly boast about that. No, but I mean you mustn't tell your dearest friend, not Aunt Nanny, not Mrs. Winthrop. You see, I have to make my people believe that I'm quite sure of my own mind. If my father had any idea that I was thinking of him, then he'd surely forbid it. If he ever found out afterwards, he'd be wretched, and I'd have failed in what I tried to do. I understand, said Vancouver, humbly. It's not going to be easy for me, she added. I shall have to make everybody think I'm happy. You must sympathize with me and help me, and not mind if I seem unreasonable and full of whims. He said again that he understood, and would do his best. He took her hand, very gently, and held it in his. He started to kiss it, but when he saw that she had no pleasure in the ceremony, he released it, parting from her with a formal little speech of thanks. And such was the manner of Sylvia's second betrothal. 20. The engagement was announced at once, the wedding to take place 6 weeks later in New York. Just as Sylvia had anticipated, the family made a great to-do over the place of the ceremony, but finding that both she and Vancouver were immovable, they cast about for some pretext to make a New York wedding seem plausible to a suspicious world. They bethought themselves of an almost forgotten relative of the family, a stepsister of Lady D's, who had lived in haughty poverty for half a century in the metropolis, and was now discovered in a boarding house in Harlem, and transported to a suite of apartments in the Palace Hotel, to become responsible for Sylvia's desertion of Castleman County. She had nothing to do but be the hostess of her dear niece, since Mrs. Harold Cliveden had kindly offered to see to the practical details of the ceremonial. The thrilling news of the betrothal spread, quite literally with the speed of lightning. The next day all America read of the romance. Since the story of Vancouver's infatuation, his treason to the Gold Coast and his forsaking of college, has been the gossip of New York and Boston clubs for months, there was a delightful story for the Yellows, of which they did not fail to make use. Of course there was nothing of that kind in the Southern papers, but they had their own way of responding to the general excitement, of gratifying the general curiosity. Sylvia was really startled by the furore she had raised. She was as if caught up and whirled away by a hurricane. Such floods of congratulations as poured in. So many letters, from people whose names she could barely remember. Was there a single person in the county who had a right to call, who did not call to wish her joy? Even Celeste wrote from Miss Abercrombie's a letter which brought the tears to her sister's eyes. Through all these events Sylvia played her role. She played it day and night. Not even in the presence of her Negro maid did she lay it aside. The role of the blushing bride-to-be, the 10 times over happy heroine of a romance in high life. She must be smiling, radiant with animation decorously repressed. She must go about with the lucky bridegroom-to-be, and receive the congratulations of those she knew, and be unaware yet not ungraciously unaware of the interest and the stares of those she did not know. More difficult yet, she had to look the Major in the eyes, and say to him that she had come to realize that she was fond of Mr. Vancouver, and that she honestly believed she would be happy with him. Since her mother and Aunt Varina were dear sentimental Southern ladies, incapable of taking a cold-blooded look at a fact, she had to pretend even to them that she was cradled in bliss. At first Vancouver was with her all the time, pouring out the torrents of his happiness and gratitude. But Aunt Nanny soon came to the rescue here. Sylvia must not have the inconveniences of matrimony until the knot had actually been tied. Vancouver was ordered off to New York, until Sylvia should come for the buying of her wedding trousseau. The dear old Major had suspected nothing when his friend, the president of the bank, had suddenly discovered that he could carry the troublesome notes. So now he was completely free from care, and his daughter had a week of bliss in his company. She read history to him, and drove with him, and tended his flowers in the conservatory, and was hardly apart from him an hour in the day. Sylvia had set out some months ago at the task of democratizing Vancouver. Even in becoming engaged she had kept some lingering hope of accomplishing this. But alas, how quickly the idea vanished before the reality of her situation. She remembered with a smile how glibly she had advised the young millionaire to step away from his shadow, and how he had labored to make plain to her that he could not help being a king. Now suddenly she found that she could sympathize with him, she who was about to be a queen. There were 1,000 little ways in which she felt the difference. Even the manner of her friends was changed. She could not go anywhere that she was not conscious of people staring at her. It was found necessary to appoint a Negro to guard the grounds, because of the number of strangers who came in the hope of getting a glimpse of her. Her mail became suddenly a flood, letters from inventors who wished to make her another fortune, letters from distressed women who implored her to save them, letters from convicts languishing in prison for crimes of which they were innocent, letters from poets with immortal, unrecognized blank verse dramas, letters from lonely farmers' wives who thrilled over her romance, and poured out their souls in ill-spelled blessings, letters from prophets of the class war who frightened her with warnings of the wrath to come. On the second day after the engagement was announced, Sylvia went out, all unsuspecting, for a horseback ride, and had hardly mounted when a man with a black box stepped from behind a tree, and proceeded calmly to snapshot the fair equestrienne. Sylvia cried out in indignation, and springing from the horse, rushed in to tell the Major what had happened, whereupon the Major sallied out with a cane, and there was a cross-country gallop after the intruder, ending in a violent collision between the camera and the cane. The funniest part of the matter was that the photographer spent the better part of a day trying to get a warrant for his assailant, imagining that it was possible to arrest a Castleman in Castleman County. By way of revenge he telegraphed the story to New York, where it appeared, duly worked up with the old photograph of the reigning beauty of the New South, in place of the one which had died in the camera. 21. Sylvia came up to New York in due course, and by the time that she had been there one day, she was able to understand the fondness of the great for traveling incognito. She was snapped when she descended from the train, and this time there was no one to assault the photographer. Coming out of her hotel with Vancouver, she found a battery of cameras waiting, and being ungracious enough to put up her hand before her face, she beheld her picture the next morning with the hand held up, and beside it the reigning beauty picture with the caption, "What is behind the hand?" Vancouver was of course known in all the places which were patronized by the people of his sort, and Sylvia had but to be seen with him once in order to be equally known. Thereafter, when she passed through a hotel lobby, or into a tea room, she would become aware of a sudden hush, and would know that every eye was following her. Needless to say, she could count upon the attention of all the buttons who caught sight of her. She lived with a vague consciousness of swarms of blue uniformed gnomes with constantly changing faces, who flitted about her, all but falling over one another in their zeal, and making her least action, such as sitting in a chair or passing through a doorway, into a ceremonial observance. The most curious thing of all was to go shopping. She simply dared not order anything sent home. There would be the clerk, with pad and poised pencil, "Name, please." She would say, "Miss Sylvia Castleman," and the pencil would begin to write mechanically and then stop, struck with a sudden paralysis. She would see the fingers trembling, she would be aware of a swift, wonder-stricken glance. Sometimes she would pretend to be unconscious, and the business would go on Palace Hotel. "To be delivered this afternoon." "Yes, certainly, Miss Castleman." But sometimes human feeling would break through all routine. A young soul, hungry for life, for beauty, and confronting suddenly the greatest moment of its whole existence, touching the hem of the star-sewn garment of romance. A young girl, possibly even a man, flushing scarlet, trembling, stammering, "Oh why?" Once or twice Sylvia read in the face before her something so pitiful that she was moved to put her hand upon that of her devotee, and if you are learned in the lore of ancient times, you know what miracles are wrought by the touch of royalty. What attitude was she to take to this new power of hers? It was impossible to pretend to be unaware of it. She had too keen a sense of humor. But was she to spend her whole life in shrinking, and feeling shame for other people's folly? Or should she learn somehow to accept the homage as her due? She saw that the latter was what Vancouver expected. He had chosen her among millions because she was the one supremely fitted to go through life at his side, and if she kept her promise and tried to be a faithful wife to him, she would have to take her role seriously, and learn to enjoy the performances. Meantime, you ask, what of her soul? She was trying her best to forget it in excitements and distractions, in meeting new people, going to new places, buying thousands of dollars worth of new costumes. She would stay late at dances and supper parties, trying to get weary enough to sleep, but then she would have nightmares, and would waken moaning and sobbing. Always her dream was one thing, in 1,000 forms, she was somewhere in captivity, and some person or creature was telling her that she could not escape, that it was forever, forever, forever. Her room had been made into a bower of roses, but she had to send them away, because one horrible night when she got up and walked about, they made her think of the gardens at home, and the pacing back and forth in her nightgown, and the thorns and gravel in her feet. As a child Sylvia had read a story of a circus clown, who had played his part when ill and almost dying, because of his wife and child at home. Always thereafter a circus clown had been to her the symbol of the irony of human life. But now she knew another figure, equally tragic, equally terrible, to be the heroine of a state romance. To be photographed and written about, to see people staring at you, to have to smile and look like one hearing celestial music, and all the while to have a breaking heart. 22. Sylvia fought long battles with herself. "Oh, I can't do it," she would cry. "I can't do it." "And then you promised to do it," she would say to herself. And every day she spent more money, and met more of Vancouver's friends, and read more articles about her romance. Then one morning came a hallboy with a card. She looked at it, and had a painful start. Tubby Bates. He came in, cheerful, jolly, reminding her of so many things, such happy things. She had had a bad night, and now she simply could not talk, her words choked her, and she sat staring at him, her eyes suddenly filling with tears. "Why, Miss Castleman," he exclaimed, and saw such a look upon that lovely face that his voice died away to a whisper, "You aren't happy?" Still for a while she could not answer. He asked her what was the matter, and then, again, in greater distress, "Why did you do it?" She responded, in a faint voice, "I did it on my father's account." There was a long silence. Then with sudden energy she began, "Mr. Bates, there is something I want to talk to you about. It's something difficult, almost impossible for me to speak of. And yet I seem to get more and more desperate about it. I can never be happy in my life until I've talked to someone about it." "What is it, Miss Castleman?" "It's about Frank Shirley." "Oh," he said, in surprise. "You know that I was engaged to him, Mr. Bates?" "Yes, I was told that." "And you can guess, perhaps, how I have suffered." "I know only what the newspapers printed, nothing more." "And now you are a man, and you were at Harvard, you must know. Is it true that Frank, that he did something that would make it wrong for me ever to see him again?" The blood had pressed into Sylvia's face, but still she did not lower her eyes. She was gazing intensely at her friend. She must know the truth. The whole truth. He considered, and then said, gravely, "No, Miss Castleman, I don't think he did that." There was a pause. But it was a place she could go no further. "I know," he said. "But you see, Shirley had a roommate, Jack Colton. And he was always trying to help him, to keep him out of trouble and get him home sober." "Oh, then that was it?" The words came in a tone that frightened Bates by their burden of anguish. "Yes, Miss Castleman," he said. "And as to the rose, Shirley saw a woman mistreated, and he interfered, and knocked a man down. I know the man, and he's the sort one has to knock down. The only trouble was that he hit his head as he fell." "I see," whispered Sylvia. "But even so, there wouldn't have been any publicity, except that some of the Auburn Street crowd were there. They saw their chance to put the candidate of the yard out of the running, and they did it. It was a rotten shame, because everybody knew that Frank Shirley was not that kind of man." Bates stopped again. He could not bear the look he saw on Sylvia's face. She bowed her head in her arms, and silent sobbing shook her. Then she got up and began to pace back and forth distractedly. He knew very well what was going on in her thoughts. Suddenly she turned upon him. "Mr. Bates," she exclaimed, "you must help me. You must stay here and help me." "Certainly, Miss Castleman. What can I do?" "In the first place, you must not breathe a word of this to anyone. You understand?" "Of course." "Have you any idea where Frank Shirley is?" "I heard that he had gone out to Wyoming with Jack Colton." "Then you must telegraph to Mr. Colton, and also you must telegraph to Frank Shirley's home. You must say that Frank is to come to you in New York at once. He mustn't lose an hour, you understand. My father will be here next week. Then, too, Frank will have heard of my engagement, and you can't tell what he might do." Bates stared at her. "Do you know what you are doing, Miss Castleman?" he asked. "I do," she answered. "Very well, then," he said, "I will do what you ask." "Go, do it now," she cried, and he went, carrying with him for the rest of his life the memory of her face of agony. He sent the telegrams, and in due course received replies which he did not dare to bring to Sylvia himself, but sent by messenger. The first, from Frank's home, was to the effect that his whereabouts were unknown, and the second, from Jack Colton, was to the effect that Frank had gone away a couple of weeks before, saying that he would never return. 23. Sylvia wrestled this problem out with her own soul. The only person who ever knew about it was Aunt Varina, and she knew only because she happened to awaken in the small hours of the morning and hear signs of a fit of hysteria which the girl was trying to repress. She went into Sylvia's room and found her huddled upon the bed. When she asked what was the matter, the other sobbed without lifting her face. "Oh, I can't marry him. I can't marry him." Mrs. Toohey stared at her in consternation. "Why, Sylvia," she gasped. "Oh, Aunt Varina," moaned Sylvia, "I'm so unhappy. It's so horrible." "But, my child, you are out of your senses. What has happened?" "I've come to realize the mistake I've made. I'd rather die than do it." Poor Aunt Varina was dumb with dismay. Sylvia had played her part so well that no one had had a suspicion. Now, between her bursts of weeping, she stammered out what she had learned. Frank was innocent. He had gone away forever, perhaps he had killed himself. At any rate, his life was ruined, and Sylvia had done it. "But, my child," protested the other, "you couldn't help it. How could you know? I should have found out. I should have trusted Frank, I should have known that he could not do what they accused him of. I have been faithless to him, faithless to our love. And now what will become of him?" Aunt Varina sat gazing at her, tears of sympathy running down her cheeks. "Sylvia," she whispered, "what will you do?" "Oh, I love Frank surely," moaned the girl. "I never loved anybody else, I never will love anybody else. And I know what I didn't know at first, that it's wicked, wicked to marry without love." "But what will you do?" repeated the other, who was dazed with horror. For a long time there was no sound but Sylvia's weeping. "Sylvia dear," began Aunt Varina, at last, "you must control yourself. You must not let these thoughts get possession of you. You will destroy yourself if you do." "I can't marry him," sobbed the girl. "I can't let you go on talking that way," exclaimed the other, wildly. "Do you realize what you are saying? Look at me, child, look at me." Sylvia looked at her, wondering a little, for never had she seen such vehemence exhibited by this gentle and submissive poor relation. "Listen." Mrs. Toohey rushed on. "How can you know that what you have heard is true? You say that Frank was innocent, but your cousin Harley investigated, and he declared he was guilty. Mrs. Winthrop told you the same, she said everybody knew. And yet you take the word of one man. And you told me at Harvard that Mr. Bates was distressed at the idea of your marrying Mr. Vancouver. You told me he warned you against him. Isn't that so, Sylvia?" "Yes, Aunt Varina, but he does not like Mr. Vancouver, and he comes here at a time like this, and puts such ideas into your thoughts. Don't you see that was not an honorable thing to do when you were on the verge of being married and couldn't get out of it? When you know that your father would be utterly ruined, that your whole family would be wrecked by it? Surely it can't be so bad, Aunt Varina. Think how your father has gone into debt on your account. All the clothes you have bought, the bills at this hotel, the expenses of the wedding. Thousands and thousands of dollars." "Oh, I didn't want all that," wailed Sylvia. "But you did. You insisted on coming here to New York, where a wedding would cost several times as much as at home. You have come out before all the world as Mr. Vancouver's fiancé, and think of the scandal and the disgrace, if you were to break it off. And poor Mr. Vancouver, what a figure he'd cut? And when he loves you so." Sylvia's sobbing had ceased during this outburst. When she spoke again, her voice was hard. "He does not love me," she said. "Why, what in the world do you mean by that?" "I mean just what I say. He doesn't love me, not as Frank loves me. He isn't capable of it. But then why, for what other reason should he be marrying you? I'm beautiful, and he wants me. But it's mainly because I offended his vanity, yes, just that. I turned him down, I ridiculed him and insulted him. I was something he couldn't get, and the more he couldn't get me, the more the thought of me rankled in his mind." "Sylvia, How can you be so cynical? I'm not cynical at all. I just won't gild things over, as other women do. I won't make pretenses, I won't cover myself and my whole life with a cloak of shams. I know right now that I'm being sold, just as much as if I were led out to an auction block with chains about my ankles. I'm being sold to a man, and I was meant to be sold to a man from the very beginning of my life. There was a silence, for Aunt Varina was paralyzed by these amazing words. She had never heard such an utterance in her life before. "Sylvia," she cried. "What do you mean? Who is driving you?" "I don't know. But something is." "How can you say it? Can you imagine that your good, kind parents—" "Oh, no," interrupted Sylvia, passionately. "At least they don't know it?" Mrs. Toohey sat dumbfounded. "Sylvia," she quavered, at last, "let me implore you to get yourself together before your father arrives in New York. If he should hear what you have said to me tonight, he would never get over it. Truly, it would kill him." 24. An event to which Sylvia looked forward with considerable interest was a meeting with Mrs. Beauregard Dabney, who was coming to New York for a visit. Harriet, as her letters showed, was not unappreciative of the glory which had descended upon her friend, and would enjoy having some of it reflected upon herself. Thus Sylvia might be shown what emotions she ought to be feeling, possibly she might even be made to feel some of them. At any rate, she knew that Harriet would help to keep her courage screwed up. But Sylvia's pleasure in the visit was marred by a peculiar circumstance, which she had failed to prepare for, in spite of warnings duly given. "You must not be surprised when you see me," Harriet wrote. "I have been ill, and I'm terribly changed." Her reason for coming north, it appeared, was to consult specialists about a mysterious ailment which had baffled the doctors at home. Sylvia was quite horrified when she saw her friend. Never could she have imagined such a change in anyone in 6 months' time. Harriet lifted her veil, and there was an old woman with wrinkled, yellow skin. "Why, Harriet," gasped Sylvia, unable to control herself. "I know, Sonny," said the other. "Isn't it dreadful? But for heaven's sake, what is the matter?" "That's what I've come to find out. Nobody knows." "Why, I never heard of such a thing!" Sylvia exclaimed. "What are you doing?" "I'm having all sorts of things done. The doctors give me medicine, but nothing seems to do any good. I'm really in despair about myself." "How did it begin, Harriet?" "I don't really know. There were so many things, and I didn't put them together. I began having headaches a great deal, and then pains that the doctors called neuralgia. I had a bad sore throat over in Europe. I thought the climate disagreed with me, but I've had it again at home. And now eruptions break out. The doctors treat them with things, and they go away, but then they come back. All my hair is falling out, and I've got to wear a wig." "Why, how perfectly horrible!" cried Sylvia. She started to embrace her friend, but was repelled. "I mustn't kiss anyone," said Harriet. "You see, it might be contagious, one can't be sure." "But what are you going to do, Harriet?" "I've almost given up hoping. I haven't really cared so much, since the doctors told me I can never have another baby. You know, Sonny, it's curious, I never cared about children. I thought they were nuisances. But when mine came, I cared, oh, so horribly. I wanted to have a real one." "A real one," echoed Sylvia. "Yes. I didn't write you about it, and perhaps I oughtn't to tell you just at this time. But you know, Sonny, he didn't seem like a human being at all. He was a little gray mummy." "Harriet." "Just like that, a regular skeleton, his skin all loose, so that you could lift it up in folds. He was a kind of earthy color, and had no hair, and no fingernails." Sylvia broke out with a cry of horror, and her friend stopped. "I haven't talked to anyone about it," she said. "I guess I oughtn't to, even to you." "How long did he live?" About 6 weeks. Nobody knew what he died of, he just seemed to fade away. You can't imagine it, perhaps, but, Sonny, I wanted him to stay, even him. He was all I could ever have, and it seemed so cruel. Suddenly the girl hid her face in her hands and began to sob, the first time that Sylvia had ever seen her do it in all her life. So it was not the cheering visit that Sylvia had anticipated. It left her with much to think about, and to talk about with other people. Later on, speaking to Aunt Varina, she happened to mention something that Van Tuver had said about the matter, whereupon her aunt exclaimed, "You didn't talk about it with Mr. Van Tuver." "But why not, Auntie? You mustn't do that, dear. You can't tell." "Can't tell what?" "I mean, dear, that Harriet might have some disease that you oughtn't to talk to Mr. Van Tuver about." Aunt Varina hesitated, then added, in a whisper, "Some bad disease." Whereat Sylvia started in sudden dismay. So that was it? A bad disease? You must understand how it happened that Sylvia had ideas on this subject. There was a foreign writer of plays, whose name she had heard. She had never seen his books, and would not have opened one, upon peril of her soul, but once, in a magazine picked up in a train, she had read a casual reference to an Ibsen play, which dealt with a nameless and dreadful malady. From the context it was made clear that this malady was a price men paid for evil living, and a price which was often collected from their innocent wives and children. Now and then the women of Sylvia's family spoke in awe-stricken whispers of this mysterious taint, using the phrase "a bad disease." Now, apparently, she was beholding the horror before her eyes. 25. The problem occupied Sylvia's mind for several days, to the exclusion of everything else. It lent a new dread to the thought of marriage. How could a woman be safe from such a thing? Beauregard Dabney was not the most perfect specimen of manhood that one could have selected, but there was nothing especial the matter with him that could be observed. Yet see what had happened to his wife and child. Harriet came again, and this time her husband was with her. He was just as much in love with her as ever. In fact, Sylvia thought that she noted a new and pathetic clinging on his part. They had been to see a great specialist, and still there was nothing definite to be learned about the malady. The doctor, hearing that the couple had journeyed up the Nile, suggested that possibly it might be an African fever, and promised to look up the mysterious symptoms in his books. "Wasn't it extraordinary?" exclaimed Harriet, but Sylvia, who could not be deceived for very long, noticed that Beauregard was not so much excited about the African theory as his wife. Suddenly the thought came to her, could it be that the doctors really knew what the disease was, and would not tell Harriet? Could it be that Beauregard knew, and was helping in the deception? Then, horror of horrors, could it be that he had known all along, and had upon his conscience the crime of having brought the woman he loved into the state? Sylvia's relentless mind, once having got hold of this problem, clung to it like a bulldog to the throat of an enemy. Of course such a disease was a loathsome thing, a woman could not very well ask questions about it, yet, what was she to do? Apparently she was dependent upon the man's honor, and could it be that a man's notion of honor permitted him, when he was desperately in love, to take such chances with a woman's life? Sylvia remembered suddenly that Beauregard had made love to her. More than once she had actually permitted him to hold and fondle her hand. The mere thought made her shrink with horror. And then came another idea. Men got this disease by evil living. Then Beauregard must have done the sort of thing that Frank Shirley had been accused of doing. Also Jack Colton had done the same. Also had not Bates said that there were some of the Auburn Street crowd in that place? Clubmen, gentlemen, the aristocracy of Harvard? There came back to her the phrase from Harley's letter, one of the 2 or 3 high-class houses of prostitution which are especially frequented by college men. How much Sylvia knew about this forbidden subject, when she came to put her mind to it? More, apparently, than her own parents, for had they not shown themselves willing for her to fall in love with Beauregard Dabney? More, also, then Mrs. Winthrop, for had not that lady implied that it was only low and obscure men who permitted themselves such baseness? As you may believe, it was not long before Sylvia's thoughts came to her own intended husband. What had been his life? What might be the chances of her being brought to such a fate as Harriet's? Apparently nobody had any thought about it. They had been quick to avail themselves of the appearance of evil on the part of Frank Shirley, but what had they done to make sure that Vancouver had been any better? For 3 days Sylvia debated this problem, and then her mind was made up she would do something about it. She would talk to someone. But to whom? She began with her faithful chaperone, mentioning the African fever theory, and so bringing up the subject of bad diseases. Just how much did Aunt Varina know about these diseases? Not very much, it appeared. Was there any way to find out about them? There was no way that Aunt Varina could conceive it was not a subject concerning which a young girl ought to inquire. But, protested Sylvia, a girl has to marry. And think of taking such chances. Suppose, for instance, that Mr. Vancouver SSH. Aunt Varina almost leaped at her niece in her access of horror. Sylvia, how can you suggest such a thing? But, Auntie, how can I be sure? You surely know that the man to whom you have given your heart is a gentleman. Yes, Auntie, but then I knew that Beauregard Dabney was a gentleman, and so did you. And see what has happened. But, Sylvia dear, you don't know that it's that. I very nearly know it. And if Beauregard was willing to marry when he... But he may not have known it, Sylvia. Well, don't you see, Aunt Varina? That makes it all the more serious. If Mr. Vancouver himself can be ignorant, how can I feel safe? But, Sylvia, what could you do? Why, I should think he ought to go to someone who knows, a doctor, and make sure. The poor old lady was almost speechless with horror. What was the world coming to? How can you say such a thing, she exclaimed. You, a pure girl. Who could suggest such a thing to Mr. Vancouver? Couldn't Papa do it? And pray, who is to suggest it to your father? Surely you couldn't. Why no, said Sylvia, perhaps not. But couldn't Mama? Your mother would die first. And Sylvia, remembering her talk with Miss Margaret, had to admit that this was probably true. But still she could not give up her idea that something ought to be done. She took a couple of days more to think, and then made up her mind to write to her Uncle Basil. The family had sent him to talk with her about Frank's misconduct, thus apparently indicating him as her proper adviser in delicate matters. So she wrote, at some length, using most carefully veiled language, and tearing up many pages which contained words she could not endure seeing on paper. But she made her meaning clear, that she thought someone should approach her future husband on the subject. Sylvia waited the necessary period for the bishop's reply, and read it with trembling fingers and flaming cheeks, although its language was even more carefully veiled than her own. The substance of it was that Vancouver was a Christian gentleman, and this must be Sylvia's guarantee that he would not bring any harm to the woman he so deeply revered. Surely, if Sylvia respected him enough to marry him, she could trust him in a matter like this. To approach him upon it would be to offer him a deadly insult. Whereupon Sylvia took several days more to worry and wonder. She was not satisfied at all, and finally summoned her courage and wrote to the bishop again. It was not merely a question of honor. If that were true, she would have to say that Beauregard Dabney was a scoundrel, and she did not believe that. Might it not possibly be knowledge that was lacking? She begged her uncle to do her the favor of his life by writing to Vancouver, and she intimated further that if he would not do it, she would have to put the matter before her father. So there was another wait, and then came a letter from the bishop, saying that he was writing as requested. Then, after a third wait, a letter with Vancouver's reply. He had taken the inquiry very magnanimously. He could understand, he said, how Sylvia had been upset by the sight of her friend's illness. As to her own case, she might rest assured that there could be no such possibility. And so at last Sylvia's fears were allayed, and she was free to be unhappy about other matters. 26. You must not imagine that Sylvia was spending these days in moping. All her thinking had to be done in the odd moments of a strenuous career. Day and night she had to meet new people, and new people were always an irresistible stimulus to her curiosity. Not all of them were hallboys and shop clerks, falling instant victims to her charms. On the contrary, they were Knickerbocker society people not infrequently as wealthy as her future husband, and having an equally great notion of their own importance. The tidings that Douglas Vancouver had picked up a country girl had not thrilled them with sympathetic emotions. The details of the newspaper romance inspired them only with contempt. There had to be many a flash of Sylvia's rapier wit, and many a flash of Sylvia's red-brown eyes, before these patrician plutocrats had been brought to acknowledge her an equal. A few of these acquaintances were kindly people, whom she could imagine making into friends, if only there had been time. But she wondered how anybody ever found time for friendship in this restless and expensive and highly ornamental life. Such a whirl of dinner parties and supper parties, dances and luncheons and teas. Such august and imposing splendor, such dignified and even somber dissipation. The Major had provided abundant credit for this last splurge, and Vancouver's aunt was also on hand, conspiring with her nephew to smother Sylvia under loads of gifts. The girl wondered sometimes, was it that Vancouver had suspicions of her wavering, and sought to bind her by forcing these luxuries upon her? Or would she be expected always to live this kind of Arabian Nights existence? There came old friends, to bask in the sunlight of her success. Miss Abercrombie came, effulgent with delight, assured of a lifetime's prosperity by this demonstration of her system. With her came Celeste, playing her difficult part with bitter pride. Harley Chilton ran down from Boston, bringing the tidings that he had made the dickey and saw his way clear to the top of the Harvard pyramid. Last of all, 2 or 3 days before the wedding came Queen Isabella, distributing her largesse of blessings to all concerned. First she met Miss Margaret and the Major, and addressed them with such mystical eloquence that the agitated pair had not a dry eye between them. After which she sought the prospective bride and bridegroom, and not even the most reverend millionaire bishop who was to perform the ceremony could have been more pontifical and impressive than our great lady in this solemn hour. We live in a cynical world, which affords but poor soil for the nurture of the finer flowers of the spirit. But Mrs. Winthrop was one really capable of experiencing the more exalted emotions, and of giving them ungrudging utterance. She was thrilled now by the vistas which she saw unfolding. Not since the day of her espousal of the celebrated railroad builder had the wings of the seraphim rustled so loudly about her head. She might have been compared to a creative artist who labors for long in solitude, and who at last, when he reveals his masterpiece, is startled by the clamor of the world's applause. "Sylvia," she said, and put both her hands upon the girl. "Sylvia, you have before you a great career, a career of service. You will be happy, I know you must be happy, dear, when once you have come to realize what an inspiration you are to others. Such fortune as yours falls but rarely to a woman, but you will be worthy of it. I believe you will be worthy of everything that has come to you." "I hope so, Mrs. Winthrop," answered Sylvia, humbly. And then, as Vancouver discreetly moved away, the other went on, in a low and deeply moved voice, "Don't imagine, dear girl, that I fail to realize all your doubts and perplexities. I know just how you feel, for I had to go through with it myself. Every woman does, but believe me, such tremors are as nothing compared to all the rest of one's life. We learn to subordinate our personal feelings, our personal preferences. That is one of the duties of those who have greatness as their lot, who have to live what one might call public lives." Now, Sylvia might have her doubts as to the soundness of this doctrine, but she had none as to the genuineness of the speaker's feelings, so she was a trifle shocked when Mrs. Winthrop went away, and she discovered that her future husband was laughing. "What is it?" she asked. "Nothing," he said, "it's all right, only when you are Mrs. Douglas Vancouver, you will receive Isabella's ecstasies with a trifle more reserve." you will realize that she has her own axes to grind. Axes? What do you mean? Social axes. You'll understand my world by and by, Sylvia. Isabella's trying to make an impression beyond her income, and she's seeking alliances. What you must remember is that the need is on her side. There was a pause, while Sylvia sat thinking. Tell me, she said, at last, why did Mrs. Winthrop change so suddenly, and begin urging me to marry you? It's the same thing, he answered. She couldn't afford to displease me. When she found that I was determined to have my way, she tried to make it seem her work. Naturally, she'd want as much of the prestige of this wedding as she could get. Again Sylvia pondered. Hasn't Mrs. Winthrop's husband enough money? She asked. He has enough, but he won't spend it. The tragedy of Isabella's life is that her husband is really interested in railroads. But I thought he adored her. Sylvia remembered a pathetic stout gentleman she had seen wandering about on the outskirts of a throng of the great lady's admirers. Oh, yes, replied Vancouver, with laughter. I never saw a woman who had a man more completely bluffed. But the trouble is that he offers himself, and what she wants is his money. There followed a long silence. Vancouver had pleasant things to meditate upon, but suddenly he chanced to look at Sylvia, and exclaimed, Why, what's the matter? Nothing, she said, and turned away her head to conceal the tears she had failed to repress. But what is it? He demanded, not without a touch of annoyance. There's no use talking about it, was Sylvia's reply. It's just that you promised you would try not to think so much about money. Sometimes I can't help being frightened, when I realize that you don't ever believe in people but only in money. She saw the old worried look come back to his face. You know that I believe in you, he exclaimed. You told me, she answered, that the only way I was able to make an impression upon you was by refusing to marry you. And now I have given up that prestige, so aren't you afraid that you may come to feel about me as you do about Mrs. Winthrop? 27. Major and M.R.S. Castleman arrived next morning, and after that there were busy times for Sylvia. There was the wedding gown to be shown, and the trousseau and the presents, there were plans for the future to be told of, and many blessings to be received. Miss Margaret was in a state most of the time, tears of joy and tears of sorrow pursuing each other down her generous cheeks. Sylvia, she exclaimed, in one breath, I know you will be happy. And then, in the next breath, Sylvia, I hope you will be happy. And then, in a third breath, Sylvia, how will we ever get on without you? Who will dare to spank the baby? It was with her father that she had the really trying ordeal. Her father took her into a room alone, and held her hands in his and tried to read her soul. Tell me, my child, are you going to be happy? I think so, Papa, she answered, and had to make herself look into his eyes. I want you to understand me, dear Sylvia, even now, at this last hour. Don't take the step unless you believe with your best judgment that you will be happy. There was a moment of madness, when she had the impulse to fling herself into his arms and cry, I love Frank Shirley. But instead of that she hurried on, I believe he loves me deeply, Papa, said the Major, in a trembling voice. There is no more solemn moment in a father's life than when he sees his dearly loved daughter taking this irrevocable step. I want you to know, my darling, that I have prayed earnestly, I have done my best to judge what is right for you. Yes, Papa, she said, I know that. I want you to know that if ever I have seemed to be stern, it has been because I believed my daughter's welfare required it. Yes, Papa, she said, again. I am sure, this man loves you, Sylvia, and I believe he's a good man. He ought to make you happy. But I want you to know that if by any chance my prayers are denied, if you find that you are not happy, then your father's home will always be open to you, his arms will always be stretched wide to clasp you. Dear old daddy, whispered the girl. She felt the arms about her now, and she began to sob softly, with a mixture of emotions. Oh, If only she might stay for the balance of her life in the shelter of those arms, that were so strong and so dependable. If only there were not the dreadful thing called marriage which drove her out into another pair of arms, from which she shrunk with such unconquerable aversion. This was the heart of her difficulty, her inability to conquer her physical shrinking from the man to whom she was betrothed. Here she was, upon the very eve of her wedding, and she had made no progress whatever. Mentally and spiritually she had probed him, and felt that she knew him intimately, but physically he was still an utter stranger to her, as much so as any man she might have met upon the street. She would sit talking with him, trying to forget herself and her fears for a while, and gradually she would be conscious of his gaze upon her, his eyes traveling over her form, devouring her in thought, longing for her. Then she would go almost beside herself, she would have to spring up and break the chain of his thoughts. It seemed to her that she was like the prey of some wild beast, or a beast that was just tame enough to wait patiently, knowing that at a certain time the prey would be in its grasp. On the evening before the wedding, Van Tuver was to attend a stag dinner with his friends, but he called in to see her for a few minutes, and the family discreetly left them alone. In a sudden access of longing, he clasped her in his arms, and she forced herself to submit. Then he began to kiss her, to press passionate kisses upon her cheek and throat. His breath was hot, and utterly horrible to her. She could not endure it, and cried out to him to stop, and struggled and pushed him away. Still holding her, and gazing at her with desire blazing in his eyes, he whispered, "Not yet." "Oh, how could you?" she cried. "Is it not time you were beginning to learn?" he demanded, and then, wholly beside himself, "Sylvia, how much longer am I to endure this? Can't you understand what you make me suffer? I love you to distraction, and I get nothing from you, nothing. I dare not even tell you that I love you." The passion in his voice made her shudder, and yet, too, she pitied him. She was ashamed of herself for the way she treated him. "What can I do?" she cried. "I can't help it, as God is my witness. I can't control my feelings. I ask myself, ought I to marry you so?" "It seems to me it's rather late to bring up that question," he responded. I know. I have nothing to say for myself except that I didn't know, I couldn't realize. It's something I must tell you, how I have come to feel that I ought not to marry you, that you ought not to want me to marry you, while things are like this. You must know this, so that if I marry you, the responsibility will be yours." "And you think that is fair of you?" he demanded, his voice grown suddenly hard. He meant to rebuke her, and she felt that he had a right to rebuke her, but the wave of emotion which swept her along was not to be controlled by her reason. "Oh, you are going to be angry about it," she cried. "How horrible of you!" He exclaimed, "Sylvia, can you expect me not to be hurt? I told you that I couldn't help it. I told you in the very beginning that you would have to take me as I was, and be satisfied if I did my best. I told you that again and again, that I loved another man, that I love him still." She stopped. A spasm of pain crossed his face, followed by a look of fear. He hesitated, and then, his voice low and trembling, he began, "Sylvia, forgive me. I know that you are right, that you are trying to do your best. I will be patient. You must be patient with me also." She stood, her head bowed, ashamed of what she had said. Yet she felt that he ought to have heard it. "I hate to seem unfair," she whispered, her voice almost breaking. "I don't want to give you pain, but I can't help these feelings, and I know it's my duty to tell you of them. I don't see how you can go on. I should think you would be afraid to marry me." For answer he caught her hands, exclaiming, "I will take my chances. I love you, and I will never rest until you love me." 28. So far I have put together the story from the memories of Sylvia and Frank Shirley. But now I have come to the point where you may watch the events through my own eyes. I will take a paragraph or two to give you an idea of the quality of these eyes, and then proceed without further delay. Mary Abbott, the teller of this tale, was at the age of 40 a crude farmer's wife upon a lonely pioneer homestead in Manitoba. In winter in that part of the world it begins to grow dark at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and it is not fully light until 9 o'clock in the morning. We were a mile from the nearest neighbor, and had often 3 feet of snow upon the ground, with 50 degrees below zero and a sweeping wind. I had a husband whom I feared and despised, and for whom I cooked and washed and sewed, whether I was well or ill. Under these circumstances I had raised 3 children to maturity. I had moved to town and seen them through high school, and now, the girl being married, and the 2 boys in college, I found myself suddenly free to see the world. You must not think of me as altogether ignorant. I had fought desperately for books, and had grown up with my children. Discovering in the town the perpetual miracle of a circulating library, I had read wildly, acquiring a strange assortment of new ideas. But that, I am ashamed to say, made very little difference when I reached the East. It is one thing to read up in the theory of socialism, and say that you have freed yourself from bourgeois ideals. It is quite another to come from a raw pioneer community, and be suddenly hit between the eyes by all the marvels of the great New Nineveh. I forgot my principles, I wandered about, breathless with excitement. Everything that I had ever read about, in Sunday supplements and cheap magazines, here it was before my eyes. I got myself a hall room in a Greenwich Village boarding house, and for days I went, thrusting my inquisitive country face into everything that was cheap enough. The huge shops with their amazing treasures of silks and jewels, the great hotels with their gold and stucco splendors, the dizzy, tower-like office buildings, the newspaper offices with their whirling presses, the theaters, the museums, the parks, the Brooklyn Bridge and the Statue of Liberty, Grant's Tomb and the Bowery. I was the very soul of that thing which the New Yorker derisively calls the rubberneck wagon. I took my place in one of these moving grandstands, and listened to all that came out of the megaphone. Here was the home of the Steel King, which had cost $3 millions. Here was the home where a $50,000 chef was employed. Here was the old Vancouver mansion, where the millionaire baby had been brought up. Here was the Palace Hotel, where Miss Sylvia Castleman was staying. It was the day before the wedding, and I, like all the rest of the city, was thrilling over the romance, knowing more about the preparations than the bride herself. I had read all the papers, morning papers and afternoon papers. I had read descriptions of the wedding gown, the trousseau, the rooms full of gift treasures with detectives on guard. I had stared at the outside of the church, and imagined the inside. Last of all, I had wandered up to the Palace Hotel and peered about in the lobby, amusing myself by imagining that each gorgeous female creature who floated by and disappeared into a motor car might possibly be the princess herself. At the boarding house we discussed the possibility of seeing the wedding cortege, and everybody said that I could not come within a block of the church. "I'll fight my way," I declared, to which the reply was that I would find out something about New York policemen that would cure me of my fighting impulses. The result of the discussion was that I set out immediately after breakfast, fired with the spirit of the discoverers of Pikes Peak. I must get at least a glimpse, I told myself. What a tale to be able to tell at the women's club receptions at home. To say, "I saw her. She was the loveliest thing. And oh, her dress. It was cream white satin, with 4 graduated flounces of exquisite point lace." Of course I could have got all that from the newspapers, but I wanted to be able to say it truly. The wedding hour was noon, but at 9 there was already a respectable crowd. I established myself upon the steps of a nearby house, with a newspaper to sit on and a pair of borrowed opera glasses in my handbag. In the meantime I entertained myself talking with the other watchers, who were a new type to me, well-dressed women, kept in luxury, whether legal or otherwise, who fed their empty minds upon fashion sheets and society notes, and had no idea in the world beyond the decking of their persons and the playing of their little part in the great game of splurge. We talked about the Vancouver family, its history and its present status. We talked with awe about the bride. We talked about the presents, the decorations, the costumes. There was so much to talk about. Shortly after 10 o'clock a calamity befell us. The police began to clear the steps, driving the crowd far back from the church entrance. What agonies, what expostulations! How outrageous when we had waited there an hour already! Sometimes the steps were our own steps, sometimes they were the steps of friends, but even that made no difference. "I'm sorry, lady, the orders are to clear everything." They were as gentle about it as they could be, but that was none too gentle. We had the butt ends of clubs, pressing into our stomachs, and back we went, arguing, scolding, threatening, sometimes weeping, or fainting. I was tremendously disappointed. To have to go back to the boarding house, and admit defeat to the milliner's assistant who sat next to me at meals. To hear "I told you so" from the floor walker who sat across the way. "I won't do it," I said to myself. And then suddenly came my chance. Behind me there was a commotion. Angry protests. "Officer, let us through here. We have cards." Cards! How our souls thrilled as we heard the word. Here, right close to us, were some of the chosen ones. Let us see them, at least a bit of royalty at second hand. They pushed their way through 3 women and 2 men. As they neared me, I saw the engraved invitations in their hands, and it flashed over me that in my handbag was a milliner's advertisement of nearly the same size and shape. I dived in, and fished it out with trembling fingers, and fell in behind the party, and pushed through the crowd past the line of police. There before me was the open space in front of the church. I had acted on impulse, with no idea what to do next. I could scarcely hope to get into the wedding on a milliner's card. But fortunately my problem solved itself, for there were always the guests pushing into the entrance, and everybody was perfectly willing to push ahead of me. All I had to do was to mark time, and I was free to stay, inhaling delicious perfumes and feasting my ears upon scraps of the conversation of the elite. I foresaw that the banner of the Great Northwest would wave triumphantly in Greenwich Village that night. 29. I will not stop to detail the separate thrills of this adventure. Carriage after carriage, motor after motor drew up, and released new revelations of grace and elegance. The time for the ceremony drew near, and from the stir in the throng about me I knew that the guests from the wedding breakfast were passing. How I longed to talk to someone, to ask who was this and that and the other one. Then I might have been able to tell you how Miss Margaret wept, and how Aunt Varina trembled, and what Queen Isabella was wearing. But the only persons I could be sure of were the 5 lovely bridesmaids, and the bride, leaning upon the arm of a stately old white-haired gentleman. How we craned our necks, and what rapture transported us! We heard the thunder of the organ and the orchestra within, and it corresponded to the state of our souls. There was still quite a throng at either side of the entrance: newspaper reporters, people who had come out of houses nearby, people who, like myself, had got by the police lines upon one pretext or another. Down the street we could see a solid line of bluecoats, and behind them people crowded upon steps, leaning out of windows, clinging to railings and lamp posts. We were in fear lest at any time we might be ordered to join this throng, so we stayed silent and very decorous, careful not to crowd or to make ourselves conspicuous. You might have expected, perhaps, that when all the protagonists of the drama had entered the church, the crowd would have dispersed, but not a soul went. We stood, listening to the faint music, and imagining the glories that were hid from our eyes. We pictured the procession up the aisle, with the guests standing on the seats in order to get a glimpse of it. We pictured the sacred ceremony. We pictured the bride, kneeling upon a white silk cushion embroidered with gold, receiving the blessings of the millionaire bishop. We heard the wild burst of chimes which told us that the two were made one, and our pulses leaped with excitement. All this took perhaps half an hour, and I think that about half that time had passed when I first noticed Claire. I never knew how she got there, but fate, or providence, or what you will, had set her next to me, and that strange intuition which sometimes comes to me, and puts me inside the soul of another person in less time than it takes for my eye to look them over, gave me the warning of danger from her presence. She was a tall and striking woman, beautifully gowned, with high color and bold black eyes, a woman you would have noticed in any gathering. You would have thought at once that she was a foreigner, but you might have been puzzled as to her country, for she had none of the characteristic French traits, and her English was quite perfect. I glanced at her once, and thereafter I forgot everything else, the crowd, the ceremony, all. What was the matter with this woman? What first made me turn was a quick motion, as of a nervous spasm. Then I saw that her hands were clenched tightly, and drawn up in front of her as if she were struggling with someone. Her lips were moving, yet I heard no sound. She was staring in front of her fixedly, but at nothing. I must explain that it did not occur to me that she had been drinking. My country imagination was not equal to that flight. To be sure, since my arrival I had learned that the women of the New Nineveh did drink. I had peered into the orange room, and the palm room, and several other strange rooms, and had seen gorgeous peacock creatures with little glasses of highly colored liquids before them. But I had not got so far as to imagine any consequences. I had never thought of connecting the high color in women's cheeks, the sparkle in women's eyes, the animation of women's chatter with the little glasses of highly colored liquids. They had so many other reasons for being animated, these fortunate, victorious ones. No, I only knew that this woman was excited, and I began forthwith to imagine most desperate and romantic things. You must remember what I said when I was first telling about Sylvia, that my ideas of the Grand Monde had been derived from cheap fiction in farm and home and fireside publications. You all know the old story of the beautiful heroine who marries the dissolute duke, how the duke's cast-off mistress attends the wedding, and does something melodramatic and thrilling, perhaps shoots at the duke, perhaps throws vitriol at the bride, perhaps hands her a letter which is worse than vitriol to her innocent young soul. I smile when I think how instantly I understood the situation, and with what desperate seriousness I made ready to play my part, watching the woman like a cat, ready to spring and seize her at the first hostile move. And yet, after all, it was no joke, for Claire was really quite capable of a murderous impulse when she was in her present condition. Other people had begun to notice her peculiar behavior. I saw one or two women edging away from her, but I stayed all the closer. The time came when we heard the music of the Mendelssohn March, and the excitement in the crowd told us what was coming. Suddenly the doors of the church swung open, and there, in her radiant loveliness, the bride. Her veil was thrown back, but her eyes were cast down, and she clung to the arm of her husband. Oh, what a vision she was, and what a thrill went about. For myself, however, I scarcely saw her. My eyes were on the strange woman. She looked like a mad creature, quivering in every nerve, her fingers twisting and untwisting themselves like writhing snakes. She had crouched, as if ready to spring, and I had my hands within a foot of hers, ready to stop her. The procession moved through the passage kept clear by the police, and I literally held my breath while they passed, held it until the bride had stepped into a limousine, and the bridegroom had followed, and the door had slammed. Then suddenly the strange woman drew herself up and turned upon me, her face glaring into mine. I saw her wild eyes, and also I got a whiff of her breath. She laughed, a hysterical, hateful laugh, and muttered, "She'll pay for what she gets." I whispered, "Hush." But the woman cried again, so that several people heard her, "She'll pay for everything she gets from him." She added a phrase in French, the meaning and import of which I learned to understand long afterwards: "Elle cadeau de nos que la maîtresse les dans la corbeille de la jeune fille." Then suddenly I saw her sway, and I caught her and steadied her, as I know how to steady people with my big strong arms. And that, reader, was the strange way of my coming into the life of Sylvia Castleman. Sylvia's marriage. Contents. Book I, Sylvia as wife. Book 2. Sylvia as mother. Book 3. Sylvia as rebel. Book I, Sylvia as wife. 1. I am telling the story of Sylvia Castleman. I should prefer to tell it without mention of myself, but it was written in the book of fate that I should be a decisive factor in her life, and so her story presupposes mine. I imagine the impatience of a reader, who is promised a heroine out of a romantic and picturesque society world, and finds himself beginning with the autobiography of a farmer's wife on a solitary homestead in Manitoba. But then I remember that Sylvia found me interesting. Putting myself in her place, remembering her eager questions and her exclamations, I am able to see myself as a heroine of fiction. I was to Sylvia a new and miraculous thing, a self-made woman. I must have been the first common person she had ever known intimately. She had seen us afar off, and wondered vaguely about us, consoling herself with the reflection that we probably did not know enough to be unhappy over our sad lot in life. But here I was, actually a soul like herself, and it happened that I knew more than she did, and of things she desperately needed to know. So all the luxury, power, and prestige that had been given to Sylvia Castleman seemed as nothing beside Mary Abbott, with her modern attitude and her common sense. My girlhood was spent upon a farm in Iowa. My father had 8 children, and he drank. Sometimes he struck me, and so it came about that at the age of 17 I ran away with a boy of 20 who worked upon a neighbor's farm. I wanted a home of my own, and Tom had some money saved up. We journeyed to Manitoba, and took out a homestead, where I spent the next 20 years of my life in a hand-to-hand struggle with nature which seemed simply incredible to Sylvia when I told her of it. The man I married turned out to be a petty tyrant. In the first 5 years of our life he succeeded in killing the love I had for him, but meantime I had borne him 3 children, and there was nothing to do but make the best of my bargain. I became to outward view a beaten drudge, yet it was the truth that never for an hour did I give up. When I lost what would have been my 4th child, and the doctor told me that I could never have another, I took this for my charter of freedom, and made up my mind to my course. I would raise the children I had, and grow up with them, and move out into life when they did. This was when I was working 18 hours a day, more than half of it by lamplight, in the darkness of our northern winters. When the accident came, I had been doing the cooking for half a dozen men, who were getting in the wheat upon which our future depended. I fell in my tracks, and lost my child, yet I sat still and white while the men ate supper, and afterwards I washed up the dishes. Such was my life in those days, and I can see before me the face of horror with which Sylvia listened to the story. But these things are common in the experience of women who live upon pioneer farms, and toil as the slave woman has toiled since civilization began. We won out, and my husband made money. I centered my energies upon getting school time for my children, and because I had resolved that they should not grow ahead of me, I sat up at night, and studied their books. When the oldest boy was ready for high school, we moved to a town, where my husband had bought a granary business. By that time I had become a physical wreck, with a list of ailments too painful to describe. But I still had my craving for knowledge, and my illness was my salvation. In a way it got me a hired girl, and time to patronize the free library. I had never had any sort of superstition or prejudice, and when I got into the world of books, I began quickly to find my way. I traveled into bypaths. Of course, I got Christian Science badly, and New Thought in a mild attack. I still have in my mind what the sober reader would doubtless consider queer kinks. For instance, I still practice mental healing, in a form, and I don't always tell my secret thoughts about theosophy and spiritualism. But almost at once I worked myself out of the religion I had been taught, and away from my husband's politics, and the drugs of my doctors. One of the first subjects I read about was health. I came upon a book on fasting, and went away upon a visit and tried it, and came back home a new woman, with a new life before me. In all of these matters my husband fought me at every step. He wished to rule, not merely my body, but my mind, and it seemed as if every new thing that I learned was an additional affront to him. I don't think I was rendered disagreeable by my culture. My only obstinacy was in maintaining the right of the children to do their own thinking. But during this time my husband was making money, and filling his life with that. He remained in his every idea the money man, an active and bitter leader of the forces of greed in our community, and when my studies took me to the inevitable end, and I joined the local of the Socialist Party in our town, it was to him like a blow in the face. He never got over it, and I think that if the children had not been on my side, he would have claimed the Englishman's privilege of beating me with a stick not thicker than his thumb. As it was, he retired into a sullen hypochondria, which was so pitiful that in the end I came to regard him as not responsible. I went to a college town with my 3 children, and when they were graduated, having meantime made sure that I could never do anything but torment my husband, I set about getting a divorce. I had helped to lay the foundation of his fortune, cementing it with my blood, I might say, and I could fairly have laid claim to half what he had brought from the farm, but my horror of the parasitic woman had come to be such that rather than even seem to be one, I gave up everything, and went out into the world at the age of 45 to earn my own living. My children soon married, and I would not be a burden to them, so I came east for a while, and settled down quite unexpectedly into a place as a field worker for a child labor committee. You may think that a woman so situated would not have been apt to meet Mrs. Douglas Van Tuver, née Castleman, and to be chosen for her bosom friend, but that would only be because you do not know the modern world. We have managed to get upon the consciences of the rich, and they invite us to attend their tea parties and disturb their peace of mind. And then, too, I had a peculiar hold upon Sylvia. When I met her I possessed the key to the great mystery of her life. How that had come about is a story in itself, the thing I have next to tell. 2. It happened that my arrival in New York from the far west coincided with Sylvia's from the far south, and that both fell at a time when there were no wars or earthquakes or football games to compete for the front page of the newspapers. So everybody was talking about the prospective wedding. The fact that the Southern Belle had caught the biggest prize among the city's young millionaires was enough to establish precedence with the city's subservient newspapers, which had proceeded to robe the grave and punctilious figure of the bridegroom in the garments of King Cophetua. The fact that the bride's father was the richest man in his own section did not interfere with this, for how could metropolitan editors be expected to have heard of the glories of Castleman Hall, or to imagine that there existed a section of America so self-absorbed that its local favorite would not feel herself exalted in becoming Mrs. Douglas Van Tuver? What the editors knew about Castleman Hall was that they wired for pictures, and a man was sent from the nearest city to snap this unknown beauty, whereupon her father chased the presumptuous photographer and smashed his camera with a cane. So, of course, when Sylvia stepped out of the train in New York, there was a whole battery of cameras awaiting her, and all the city beheld her image the next day. The beginning of my interest in this belle from far south was when I picked up the paper at my breakfast table, and found her gazing at me, with the wide open, innocent eyes of a child who had come from some fairer, more gracious world, and brought the memory of it with her, trailing her clouds of glory. She had stepped from the train into the confusion of the roaring city, and she stood, startled and frightened, yet, I thought, having no more real idea of its wickedness and horror than a babe in arms. I read her soul in that heavenly countenance, and sat looking at it, enraptured, dumb. There must have been thousands, even in that metropolis of Mammon, who loved her from that picture, and whispered a prayer for her happiness. I can hear her laugh as I write this. For she would have it that I was only one more of her infatuated lovers, and that her clouds of glory were purely stage illusion. She knew exactly what she was doing with those wide open, innocent eyes. Had not old Lady D, most cynical of worldlings, taught her how to use them when she was a child in pigtails? To be sure, she had been scared when she stepped off the train, and strange men had shoved cameras under her nose. It was almost as bad as being assassinated. But as to her heavenly soul, alas, for the blindness of men, and of sentimental old women, who could believe in a modern society girl. I had supposed that I was an emancipated woman when I came to New York. But one who has renounced the world, the flesh, and the devil, knowing them only from pictures in magazines and Sunday supplements, such a one may find that he has still some need of fasting and praying. The particular temptation which overcame me was this picture of the bride-to-be. I wanted to see her, and I went and stood for hours in a crowd of curious women, and saw the wedding party enter the great Fifth Avenue church, and discovered that my Sylvia's hair was golden, and her eyes a strange and wonderful red-brown. And this was the moment that fate had chosen to throw Claire Lepage into my arms, and give me the key to the future of Sylvia's life. 3. I am uncertain how much I should tell about Claire Lepage. It is a story which is popular in a certain sort of novel, but I have no wish for that easy success. Towards Claire herself I had no trace of the conventional attitude, whether of contempt or of curiosity. She was to me the product of a social system, of the great new Nineveh which I was investigating. And later on, when I knew her, she was a weak sister whom I tried to help. It happened that I knew much more about such matters than the average woman owing to a tragedy in my life. When I was about 25 years old, my brother-in-law had moved his family to our part of the world, and one of his boys had become very dear to me. This boy later on had got into trouble, and rather than tell anyone about it, had shot himself. So my eyes had been opened to things that are usually hidden from my sex. For the sake of my own sons, I had set out to study the underground ways of the male creature. I developed the curious custom of digging out every man I met, and making him lay bare his inmost life to me, so you may understand that it was no ordinary pair of woman's arms into which Claire Lepage was thrown. At first I attributed her vices to her environment, but soon I realized that this was a mistake. The women of her world do not as a rule go to pieces. Many of them I met were free and independent women, one or two of them intellectual and worth knowing. For the most part such women marry well, in the worldly sense, and live as contented lives as the average lady who secures her life contract at the outset. If you had met Claire at an earlier period of her career, and if she had been concerned to impress you, you might have thought her a charming hostess. She had come of good family, and been educated in a convent, much better educated than many society girls in America. She spoke English as well as she did French, and she had read some poetry, and could use the language of idealism whenever necessary. She had even a certain religious streak, and could voice the most generous sentiments, and really believe that she believed them. So it might have been some time before you discovered the springs of her weakness. In the beginning I blamed Vancouver, but in the end I concluded that for most of her troubles she had herself to thank, or perhaps the ancestors who had begotten her. She could talk more nobly and act more abjectly than any other woman I have ever known. She wanted pleasant sensations, and she expected life to furnish them continuously. Instinctively she studied the psychology of the person she was dealing with, and chose a reason which would impress that person. At this time, you understand, I knew nothing about Sylvia Castleman or her fiancé, except what the public knew. But now I got an inside view, and what a view! I had read some reference to Douglas Vancouver's Harvard career, how he had met the peerless Southern beauty, and had given up college and pursued her to her home. I had pictured the wooing in the rosy lights of romance, with all the glamour of worldly greatness. But now, suddenly, what a glimpse into the soul of the princely lover! He had a good scare, let me tell you, said Claire. He never knew what I was going to do from one minute to the next. Did he see you in the crowd before the church door? I inquired. No, she replied, but he thought of me, I can promise you. He knew you were coming. She answered, I told him I had got an admission card, just to make sure he'd keep me in mind. For I did not have to hear much more of Claire's story before making up my mind that the wealthiest and most fashionable of New York's young bachelors was a rather self-centered person. He had fallen desperately in love with the peerless Southern beauty, and when she had refused to have anything to do with him, he had come back to the other woman for consolation, and had compelled her to pretend to sympathize with his agonies of soul. And this when he knew that she loved him with the intensity of a jealous nature. Claire had her own view of Sylvia Castleman, a view for which I naturally made due reservations. Sylvia was a schemer, who had known from the first what she wanted, and had played her part with masterly skill. As for Claire, she had striven to match her moves, plotting in the darkness against her, and fighting desperately with such weak weapons as she possessed. It was characteristic that she did not blame herself for her failure, it was the baseness of Vancouver, his inability to appreciate sincere devotion, his unworthiness of her love. And this, just after she had been naively telling me of her efforts to poison his mind against Sylvia while pretending to admire her. But I made allowances for Claire at this moment, realizing that the situation had been one to overstrain any woman's altruism. She had failed in her subtleties, and there had followed scenes of bitter strife between the two. Sylvia, the cunning huntress, having pretended to relent, Vancouver had gone south to his wooing again, while Claire had stayed at home and read a book about the poisoners of the Italian Renaissance. And then had come the announcement of the engagement, after which the royal conqueror had come back in a panic, and sent embassies of his male friends to plead with Claire, alternately promising her wealth and threatening her with destitution, appealing to her fear, her cupidity, and even to her love. To all of which I listened, thinking of the wide-open, innocent eyes of the picture, and shedding tears within my soul. So must the gods feel as they look down upon the affairs of mortals, seeing how they destroy themselves by ignorance and folly, seeing how they walk into the future as a blind man into a yawning abyss. I gave, of course, due weight to the sneers of Claire. Perhaps the innocent one really had set a trap, had picked Vancouver out and married him for his money. But even so, I could hope that she had not known what she was doing. Surely it had never occurred to her that through all the days of her triumph she would have to eat and sleep with the shade of another woman at her side. Claire said to me, not once, but a dozen times, "He'll come back to me. She'll never be able to make him happy." And so I pictured Sylvia upon her honeymoon, followed by an invisible ghost whose voice she would never hear, whose name she would never know. All that Vancouver had learned from Claire, the sensuality, the enon, the contempt for woman, it would rise to torment and terrify his bride, and turn her life to bitterness. And then beyond this, deeps upon deeps, to which my imagination did not go and of which the French woman, with all her freedom of tongue, gave me no more than a hint which I could not comprehend. 5. Claire Lepage at this time was desperately lonely and unhappy. Having made the discovery that my arms were sturdy, used to doing a man's work, she clung to them. She begged me to go home with her, to visit her, finally to come and live with her. Until recently an elderly companion had posed as her aunt, and kept her respectable while she was upon Vancouver's yacht, and at his castle in Scotland. But this companion had died, and now Claire had no one with whom to discuss her soul states. She occupied a beautiful house on the west side, not far from Riverside Drive, and in addition to the use of this she had an income of $8,000 a year, which was not enough to make possible a chauffeur, nor even to dress decently, but only enough to keep in debt upon. Such as the income was, however, she was willing to share it with me. So there opened before me a new profession and a new insight into the complications of parasitism. I went to see her frequently at first, partly because I was interested in her and her associates, and partly because I really thought I could help her. But I soon came to realize that influencing Claire was like molding water, it flowed back round your hands, even while you worked. I would argue with her about the physiological effects of alcohol, and when I had convinced her, she would promise caution, but soon I would discover that my arguments had gone over her head. I was at this time feeling my way towards my work in the East. I tried to interest her in such things as social reform, but realized that they had no meaning for her. She was living the life of the pleasure-seeking idlers of the great metropolis, and every time I met her it seemed to me that her character and her appearance had deteriorated. Meantime I picked up scraps of information concerning the Vancouvers. There were occasional items in the papers: their yacht, the Triton, had reached the Azores, it had run into a tender in the harbour of Gibraltar, Mr. and Mrs. Vancouver had received the honour of presentation at the Vatican, they were spending the season in London, and had been presented at court, they had been royal guests at the German army manoeuvres. The million-wage slaves of the metropolis, packed morning and night into the roaring subways and whirled to and from their tasks, read items such as these and were thrilled by the triumphs of their fellow countrymen. At Claire's house I learned to be interested in society news. From a weekly paper of gossip about the rich and great she would read paragraphs, explaining subtle allusions and laying bare veiled scandals. Some of the men she knew well, referring to them for my benefit as Bertie and Reggie and Vivi and Algie. She also knew not a little about the women of that superworld, information sometimes of an intimate nature, which these ladies would have been startled to hear was going the rounds. This insight I got into Claire's world I found useful, needless to say, in my occasional forays as a soapbox orator of socialism. I would go from the superheated luxury of her home to visit tenement dens where little children made paper flowers 12 and 14 hours a day for a trifle over 1 cent an hour. I would spend the afternoon floating about in the park in the automobile of one of her expensive friends, and then take the subway and visit one of the settlements, to hear a discussion of conditions which doomed a certain number of working girls to be burned alive every year in factory fires. As time went on, I became savage concerning such contrasts, and the speeches I was making for the party began to attract attention. During the summer, I recollect, I had begun to feel hostile even towards the lovely image of Sylvia, which I had framed in my room. While she was being presented at St. James's, I was studying the glass factories in South Jersey, where I found little boys of 10 working in front of glowing furnaces until they dropped of exhaustion and sometimes had their eyes burned out. While she and her husband were guests of the German emperor, I was playing the part of a Polish working woman, penetrating the carefully guarded secrets of the Sugar Trust's domain in Brooklyn, where human lives are snuffed out almost every day in noxious fumes. And then in the early fall Sylvia came home, her honeymoon over. She came in one of the costly suites in the newest of the deluxe steamers, and the next morning I saw a new picture of her, and read a few words her husband had condescended to say to a fellow traveler about the courtesy of Europe to visiting Americans. Then for a couple of months I heard no more of them. I was busy with my child labor work, and I doubt if a thought of Sylvia crossed my mind, until that never-to-be-forgotten afternoon at Mrs. Allison's when she came up to me and took my hand in hers. Mrs. Roland Allison was one of the comfortable in body who had begun to feel uncomfortable in mind. I had happened to meet her at the settlement, and tell her what I had seen in the glass factories, whereupon she made up her mind that everybody she knew must hear me talk, and to that end gave a reception at her Madison Avenue home. I don't remember much of what I said, but if I may take the evidence of Sylvia, who remembered everything, I spoke effectively. I told them, for one thing, the story of little Angelo Patri. Little Angelo was of that indeterminate Italian age where he helped to support a drunken father without regard to the child labor laws of the state of New Jersey. His people were tenants upon a fruit farm a couple of miles from the glass factory, and little Angelo walked to and from his work along the railroad track. It is a peculiarity of the glass factory that it has to eat its children both by day and by night, and after working 6 hours before midnight and 6 more after midnight, little Angelo was tired. He had no eye for the birds and flowers on a beautiful spring morning, but as he was walking home, he dropped in his tracks and fell asleep. The driver of the first morning train on that branch line saw what he took to be an old coat lying on the track ahead, and did not stop to investigate. All this had been narrated to me by the child's mother, who had worked as a packer of beers, and who had loved little Angelo. As I repeated her broken words about the little mangled body, I saw some of my auditors wipe away a surreptitious tear. After I had stopped, several women came up to talk with me at the last. When most of the company was departing, there came one more, who had waited her turn. The first thing I saw was her loveliness, the thing about her that dazzled and stunned people, and then came the strange sense of familiarity. Where had I met this girl before? She said what everybody always says, she had been so much interested, she had never dreamed that such conditions existed in the world. I, applying the acid test, responded, so many people have said that to me that I have begun to believe it. It is so in my case, she replied, quickly. You see, I have lived all my life in the South, and we have no such conditions there. Are you sure? I asked. Our Negroes at least can steal enough to eat, she said. I smiled. Then since one has but a moment or two to get in one's work in these social affairs, and so has to learn to thrust quickly, you have timber workers in Louisiana, steel workers in Alabama. You have tobacco factories, canning factories, cotton mills. Have you been to any of them to see how the people live? All this I said automatically, it being the routine of the agitator. But meantime in my mind was an excitement, spreading like a flame. The loveliness of this young girl, the eagerness, the intensity of feeling written upon her countenance, and above all, the strange sense of familiarity. Surely, if I had met her before, I should never have forgotten her, surely it could not be, not possibly. My hostess came, and ended my bewilderment. "You ought to get Mrs. Van Tuver on your child labor committee," she said. A kind of panic seized me. I wanted to say, "Oh, it is Sylvia Castleman." But then, how could I explain? I couldn't say, "I have your picture in my room, cut out of a newspaper." Still less could I say, "I know a friend of your husband." Fortunately Sylvia did not heed my excitement. "Please don't misunderstand me," she was saying. "I really don't know about these things. And I would do something to help if I could." As she said this she looked with the red-brown eyes straight into mine, a gaze so clear and frank and honest, it was as if an angel had come suddenly to earth, and learned of the horrible tangle into which we mortals have got our affairs. "Be careful what you're saying," put in our hostess, with a laugh. "You're in dangerous hands." But Sylvia would not be warned. "I want to know more about it," she said. "You must tell me what I can do." "Take her at her word," said Mrs. Allison, to me. "Strike while the iron is hot." I detected a note of triumph in her voice. If she could say that she had got Mrs. Van Tuver to take up child labor, that indeed would be a feather to wear. "I will tell you all I can," I said. "That's my work in the world." "Take Mrs. Abbott away with you," said the energetic hostess to Sylvia, and before I quite understood what was happening, I had received and accepted an invitation to drive in the park with Mrs. Douglas Van Tuver. In her role of Dea ex machina the hostess extricated me from the other guests, and soon I was established in a big new motor, gliding up Madison Avenue as swiftly and silently as a cloud shadow over the fields. As I write the words there lies upon my table a socialist paper with one of Will Dyson's vivid cartoons, representing two ladies of the great world at a reception. Says the first, "These social movements are becoming quite worthwhile." "Yes, indeed," says the other. "One meets such good society." 7. Sylvia's part in this adventure was a nobler one than mine. Seated as I was in a regal motor car, and in company with one favored of all the gods in the world, I must have had an intense conviction of my own saintliness not to distrust my excitement. But Sylvia, for her part, had nothing to get from me but pain. I talked of the factory fires and the horrors of the sugar refineries, and I saw shadow after shadow of suffering cross her face. You may say it was cruel of me to tear the veil from those lovely eyes, but in such a matter I felt myself the angel of the Lord and his vengeance. "I didn't know about these things," she cried again. And I found it was true. It would have been hard for me to imagine anyone so ignorant of the realities of modern life. The men and women she had met she understood quite miraculously, but they were only two kinds, the best people and their Negro servants. There had been a whole regiment of relatives on guard to keep her from knowing anybody else, or anything else, and if by chance a dangerous fact broke into the family stockade, they had formulas ready with which to kill it. "But now," Sylvia went on, "I've got some money, and I can help, so I dare not be ignorant any longer. You must show me the way, and my husband too. I'm sure he doesn't know what can be done." I said that I would do anything in my power. Her help would be invaluable, not merely because of the money she might give, but because of the influence of her name, the attention she could draw to any cause she chose. I explained to her the aims and the methods of our child labor committee. We lobbied to get new legislation, we watched officials to compel them to enforce the laws already existing, above all, we worked for publicity, to make people realize what it meant that the new generation was growing up without education, and stunted by premature toil. And that was where she could help us most if she would go and see the conditions with her own eyes, and then appear before the Legislative Committee this winter, in favor of our new bill. She turned her startled eyes upon me at this. Her ideas of doing good in the world were the old-fashioned ones of visiting and almsgiving. She had no more conception of modern remedies than she had of modern diseases. "Oh, I couldn't possibly make a speech," she exclaimed. "Why not?" I asked. "I never thought of such a thing. I don't know enough." "But you can learn." "I know, but that kind of work ought to be done by men. We've given men a chance, and they have made the evils. Whose business is it to protect the children if not the women's?" She hesitated a moment, and then said, "I suppose you'll laugh at me." "No, no," I promised, then as I looked at her I guessed. "Are you going to tell me that woman's place is the home?" "That is what we think in Castleman County," she said, smiling in spite of herself. "The children have got out of the home," I replied. "If they are ever to get back, we women must go and fetch them." Suddenly she laughed that merry laugh that was the April sunshine of my life for many years. "Somebody made a suffrage speech in our state a couple of years ago, and I wish you could have seen the horror of my people. My Aunt Nanny, she's Bishop Chilton's wife, thought it was the most dreadful thing that had happened since Jefferson Davis was put in irons. She talked about it for days, and at last she went upstairs and shut herself in the attic. The younger children came home from school, and wanted to know where Mama was. Nobody knew. By and by, the cook came. "Moss Basil, what we gwine have for dinner?" "I done been up to Miss Nanny, and she say gee way and not pester her, she busy." Company came, and there was dreadful confusion. Nobody knew what to do about anything, and still Aunt Nanny was locked in. At last came dinner time, and everybody else came. At last up went the butler, and came down with the message that they were to eat whatever they had, and take care of the company somehow, and go to prayer meeting, and let her alone. She was writing a letter to the Castleman County Register on the subject of the duty of woman as a homemaker. 8. This was the beginning of my introduction to Castleman County. It was a long time before I went there, but I learned to know its inhabitants from Sylvia's stories of them. Funny stories, tragic stories, wild and incredible stories out of a half-barbaric age. She would tell them and we would laugh together, but then a wistful look would come into her eyes, and a silence would fall. So very soon I made the discovery that my Sylvia was homesick. In all the years that I knew her she never ceased to speak of Castleman Hall as home. All her standards came from there, her new ideas were referred there. We talked of suffrage for a while, and I spoke about the lives of women on lonely farms, how they give their youth and health to their husband's struggle, yet have no money partnership which they can enforce in case of necessity. "But surely," cried Sylvia, "you don't want to make divorce more easy." "I want to make the conditions of it fair to women," I said. "But then more women will get it. And there are so many divorced women now. Papa says that divorce is a greater menace than socialism." She spoke of suffrage in England, where women were just beginning to make public disturbances. Surely I did not approve of their leaving their homes for such purposes as that. As tactfully as I could, I suggested that conditions in England were peculiar. There was, for example, the quaint old law which permitted a husband to beat his wife subject to certain restrictions. Would an American woman submit to such a law? There was the law which made it impossible for a woman to divorce her husband for infidelity, unless accompanied by desertion or cruelty. Surely not even her father would consider that a decent arrangement. I mentioned a recent decision of the highest court in the land, that a man who brought his mistress to live in his home, and compelled his wife to wait upon her, was not committing cruelty within the meaning of the English law. I heard Sylvia's exclamation of horror, and met her stare of incredulity, and then suddenly I thought of Claire, and a little chill ran over me. It was a difficult hour, in more ways than one, that of my first talk with Mrs. Douglas Van Tuver. I soon made the discovery that, childish as her ignorance was, there was no prejudice in it. If you brought her a fact, she did not say that it was too terrible to be true, or that the Bible said otherwise, or that it was indecent to know about it. Nor, when you met her next, did you discover that she had forgotten it. On the contrary, you discovered that she had followed it to its remote consequences, and was ready with a score of questions as to these. I remember saying to myself, that first automobile ride, if this girl goes on thinking, she will get into trouble. She will have to stop, for the sake of others. You must meet my husband sometime, she said, and added, I'll have to see my engagement book. I have so much to do, I never know when I have a moment free. You must find it interesting, I ventured. I did, for a while, but I've begun to get tired of so much going about. For the most part I meet the same people, and I've found out what they have to say. I laughed. You have caught the society complaint already, ennui. I had it years ago, at home. It's true I never would have gone out at all if it hadn't been for the sake of my family. That's why I envy a woman like you. I could not help laughing. It was too funny, Mrs. Douglas Van Tuver envying me. What's the matter, she asked. Just the irony of life. Do you know, I cut you out of the newspaper, and put you in a little frame on my bureau. I thought, here is the loveliest face I've ever seen, and here is the most to be envied of women. She smiled, but quickly became serious. I learned very early in life that I was beautiful, and I suppose if I were suddenly to cease being beautiful, I'd miss it, yet I often think it's a nuisance. It makes one dependent on externals. Most of the beautiful women I've known make a sort of profession of it. They live to shine and be looked at. And you don't enjoy that? I asked. It restricts one's life. Men expect it of you, they resent your having any other interest. So, I responded, gravely, with all your beauty and wealth, you aren't perfectly happy. Oh, yes, she cried, not having meant to confess so much. I told myself I would be happy, because I would be able to do so much good in the world. There must be some way to do good with money. But now I'm not sure, there seem to be so many things in the way. Just when you have your mind made up that you have a way to help, someone comes and points out to you that you may be really doing harm. She hesitated again, and I said, that means you have been looking into the matter of charity. She gave me a bright glance. How you understand things, she exclaimed. It is possible, I replied, to know modern society so well that when you meet certain causes you know what results to look for. I wish you'd explain to me why charity doesn't do any good. It would mean a lecture on the competitive wage system. I laughed, too serious a matter for a drive. This may have seemed shirking on my part. But here I was, wrapped in luxurious furs, rolling gloriously through the park at twilight on a brilliant autumn evening, and the confiscation of property seems so much more startling a proposition when you are in immediate contact with it. This principle, which explains the opportunism of socialist cabinet ministers and Labour M.P.S, may be used to account for the sudden resolve which I had taken, that for this afternoon at least Mrs. Douglas Van Tuver should not discover that I was either a divorced woman, or a soapbox orator of the revolution. 9. Sylvia, in that first conversation, told me much about herself that she did not know she was telling. I became fairly certain, for instance, that she had not married Mr. Douglas Van Tuver for love. The young girl who has so married does not suffer from ennui in the first year, nor does she find her happiness depending upon her ability to solve the problem of charity in connection with her husband's wealth. She would have written and talked longer, she said, but for a dinner engagement. She asked me to call on her, and I promised to come some morning, as soon as she set a day. When the car drew up before the door of her home, I thought of my first ride about the city in the rubberneck wagon, and how I had stared when the lecturer pointed out this mansion. We, the passengers, had thrilled as one soul, imagining the wonderful life which must go on behind those massive portals, the treasures outshining the wealth of Ormus and of Ind, which required those thick, bronze bars for their protection. And here was the mistress of all the splendor, inviting me to come and see it from within. She wanted to send me home in the car, but I would not have that. On account of the pushcart men and the babies in my street, I got out and walked, my heart beating fast, my blood leaping with exultation. I reached home, and there on the bureau was the picture, but behold, how changed! It was become a miracle of the art of color photography. Its hair was golden, its eyes a wonderful red-brown, its cheeks aglow with the radiance of youth. And yet more amazing, the picture spoke. It spoke with the most delicious of southern drawls, referring to the repartee of my child labor committee, shivering at the cold and bidding me pull the fools up round me. And when I told funny stories about the Italians and the Hebrews of my tenement neighborhood, it broke into silvery laughter, and cried, "Oh, Dami! How chaotic!" Little had I dreamed, when I left that picture in the morning, what a miracle was to be wrought upon it. I knew, of course, what was the matter with me. The symptoms were unmistakable. After having made up my mind that I was an old woman, and that there was nothing more in life for me save labor, here the little archer had come, and with the sharpest of his golden arrows, had shot me through. I had all the thrills, the raptures and delicious agonies of first love. I lived no longer in myself, but in the thought of another person. 20 times a day I looked at my picture, and cried aloud, "Oh, beautiful, beautiful!" I do not know how much of her I have been able to give. I have told of our first talk, but words are so cold and dead. I stop and ask, what there is, in all nature, that has given me the same feeling? I remember how I watched the dragonfly emerging from its chrysalis. It is soft and green and tender, it clings to a branch and dries its wings in the sun, and when the miracle is completed, there for a brief space it poises, shimmering with 1,000 hues, quivering with its newborn ecstasy. And just so was Sylvia, a creature from some other world than ours, as yet unsoiled by the dust and heat of reality. It came to me with a positive shock, as a terrifying thing, that there should be in this world of strife and wickedness any young thing that took life with such intensity, that was so palpitating with eagerness, with hope, with sympathy. Such was the impression that one got of her, even when her words most denied it. She might be saying world-weary and cynical things, out of the maxims of Lady D, but there was still the eagerness, the sympathy, surging beneath and lifting her words. The crown of her loveliness was her unconsciousness of self. Even though she might be talking of herself, frankly admitting her beauty, she was really thinking of other people, how she could get to them to help them. This I must emphasize, because, apart from jesting, I would not have it thought that I had fallen under the spell of a beautiful countenance, combined with a motor car and a patrician name. There were things about Sylvia that were aristocratic, that could be nothing else, but she could be her same lovely self in a cottage, as I shall prove to you before I finish with the story of her life. I was in love. At that time I was teaching myself German, and I sat one day puzzling out 2 lines of Goethe. Odin and Thor, these two thou knowest, Freya, the heavenly, knowest thou not? And I remember how I cried aloud in sudden delight, I know her. For a long time that was one of my pet names, Freya Dishimlisk. I only heard of one other that I preferred when in course of time she told me about Frank Shirley, and how she had loved him, and how their hopes had been wrecked. He had called her Lady Sunshine, he had been wont to call it over and over in his happiness, and as Sylvia repeated it to me, Lady Sunshine. Lady Sunshine. I could imagine that I caught an echo of the very tones of Frank Shirley's voice. For several days I waited upon the postman, and when the summons came I dodged a committee meeting, and ascended the marble stairs with trepidation, and underwent the doubting scrutiny of an English lackey, sufficiently grave in deportment and habiliments to have waited upon a bishop in his own land. I have a vague memory of an entrance hall with panelled paintings and a double staircase with a snow-white carpet, about which I had read in the newspapers that it was woven in one piece, and had cost an incredible sum. One did not have to profane it with his feet, as there was an elevator provided. I was shown to Sylvia's morning room, which had been done in pink and white and gold by some decorator who had known her colors. It was large enough to have held half a dozen of my own quarters, and the sun was allowed to flood it. Through a door at one side came Sylvia, holding out her hands to me. She was really glad to see me. She began to apologize at once for the time she had taken to write. It was because she had so much to do. She had married into a world that took itself seriously, the idle rich, who worked like slaves. You know, she said, while we sat on a pink satin couch, and a footman brought us coffee, you read that Mrs. So-and-so is a social queen, and you think it's a newspaper phrase, but it isn't. She really feels that she's a queen, and other people feel it, and she goes through her ceremonies as solemnly as the Lord's anointed. She went on to tell me some of her adventures. She had a keen sense of fun, and was evidently suffering for an outlet for it. She saw through the follies and pretenses of people in a flash, but they were all such august and important people that, out of regard for her husband, she dared not let them suspect her clairvoyant power. She referred to her experiences abroad. She had not liked Europe, being quite frankly a provincial person. To Castleman County a foreigner was a strange, dark person who mixed up his consonants, and was under suspicion of being a fiddler or an opera singer. The people she had met under her husband's charge had been socially indubitable, but still, they were foreigners, and Sylvia could never really be sure what they meant. There was, for instance, the young son of a German steel king, a person of amazing savoir-faire, who had made bold to write books and exhibit pictures, and had traveled so widely that he had even heard of Castleman County. He had taken Sylvia to show her the sights of Berlin, and had rolled her down the Sieges Allee, making outrageous fun of his Kaiser's taste in art, and coming at last to a great marble column, with a female figure representing victory upon the top. You will observe, said the cultured young plutocrat, that the Grecian lady stands 100 meters in the air, and has no stairway. There is a popular saying about her which is delightful, that she is the only chaste woman in Berlin. I had been through the culture-seeking stage, and knew my Henry James, so I could read between the lines of Sylvia's experiences. I figured her as a person walking on volcanic ground, not knowing her peril, but vaguely disquieted by a smell of sulfur in the air. And once in a while a crack would open in the ground. There was the Duke of something in Rome, for example, a melancholy young man, with whom she had coquetted, as she did, in her merry fashion, with every man she met. Being married, she had taken it for granted that she might be as winsome as she chose, but the young Italian had misunderstood the game, and had whispered words of serious import, which had so horrified Sylvia that she flew to her husband and told him the story, begging him incidentally not to horsewhip the fellow. In reply it had to be explained to her she had laid herself liable to the misadventure. The ladies of the Italian aristocracy were severe and formal, and Sylvia had no right to expect an ardent young duke to understand her native wildness. 11 Something of that sort was always happening, something in each country to bewilder her afresh, and to make it necessary for her husband to remind her of the proprieties. In France, a cousin of Van Tuver's had married a marquis, and they had visited the chateau. The family was Catholic, of the very oldest and strictest, and the brother-in-law, a prelate of high degree, had invited the guests to be shown through his cathedral. Imagine my bewilderment, said Sylvia. I thought I was going to meet a church dignitary, grave and reverent, but here was a wit, a man of the world. Such speeches you never heard. I was ravished by the grandeur of the building, and I said, if I had seen this, I would have come to you to be married. Madam is an American, he replied. Come the next time. When I objected that I was not a Catholic, he said, your beauty is its own religion. When I protested that he would be doing me too great an honor, Madam, said he, the honor would be all to the church. And because I was shocked at all this, I was considered to be a provincial person. Then they had come to London, a dismal, damp city where you never saw the sun, and when you did see it it looked like a poached egg, where you had to learn to eat fish with the help of a knife, and where you might speak of bitches, but must never on any account speak of your stomach. They went for a week-end to Hazelhurst, the home of the Dowager Duchess of Danbury, whose son Vancouver had entertained in America, and who, in the son's absence, claimed the right to repay the debt. The old lady sat at table with two fat poodle dogs in infants' chairs, one on each side of her, feeding out of golden trays. There was a visiting curate, a frightened little man at the other side of one poodle. In an effort to be at ease he offered the wheezing creature a bit of bread. "Don't feed my dogs," snapped the old lady. "I don't allow anybody to feed my dogs." And then there was the Honorable Reginald Annersley, the youngest son of the family, home from Eton on vacation. The Honorable Reginald was 12 years of age, undersized and ill-nourished. "Honestly," said Sylvia, "he was the queerest little mannequin like the tiny waiter's assistants you see in hotels on the continent. He wore his Eton suit, you understand, grown-up evening clothes minus the coat tails, and a top hat. He sat at tea and chatted with the mincing graces of a cotillion leader. You expected to find some of his hair gone when he took off his hat. He spoke of his brother, the Duke, who had gone off shooting seals somewhere. The jolly rotter has nothing to do but spend his money, but we younger sons have to work like dogs when we grow up. I asked what he'd do, and he said, I suppose there's nothing but the church. It's a beastly bore, but you do get a living out of it." "That was too much for me," said Sylvia. "I proceeded to tell the poor, blasé infant about my childhood, how my sister Celeste and I had caught half-tamed horses and galloped about the pasture on them, when we were so small that our little fat legs stuck out horizontally, how we had given ourselves convulsions in the green apple orchard, and had to be spanked every day before we had our hair combed. I told how we heard a war story about a train of gunpowder, and proceeded to lay such a train about the attic of Castleman Hall, and set fire to it. I might have spent the afternoon teaching the future churchman how to be a boy, if I hadn't suddenly caught a glimpse of my husband's face. 12 I did not hear these stories all at once. I have put them together here because they make a little picture of her honeymoon, and also because they show how, without meaning it, she was giving me an account of her husband. There had been even fewer adventures in the life of young Douglas Vancouver than in the life of the Honorable Reginald Annersley. When one heard the details of the upbringing of this millionaire baby, one was able to forgive him for being self-centered. He had grown into a man who lived to fulfill his social duties, and he had taken to wife a girl who was reckless, high-spirited, with a streak of almost savage pride in her. Sylvia's was the true aristocratic attitude towards the rest of the world. It could never have occurred to her to imagine that anywhere upon the whole earth there were people superior to the Castlemans of Castleman County. If you had been ignorant enough to suggest such an idea, you would have seen her eyes flash and her nostrils quiver, you would have been enveloped in a net of bewilderment and transfixed with a trident of mockery and scorn. That was what she had done in her husband hunt. The trouble was that Vancouver was not clever enough to realize this, and to trust her prowess against other beasts in the social jungle. Strange to me were such inside glimpses into the life of these two favorites of the gods. I never grew weary of speculating about them, and the mystery of their alliance. How had Sylvia come to make this marriage? She was not happy with him, keen psychologist that she was, she must have foreseen that she would not be happy with him. Had she deliberately sacrificed herself, because of the good she imagined she could do to her family? I was beginning to believe this. Irritated as she was by the solemn snobberies of Vancouver's world, it was none the less true that she believed in money. She believed in it with a faith which appalled me as I came to realize it. Everybody had to have money, the social graces, the aristocratic virtues were impossible without it. The rich needed it, even the poor needed it. Could it be that the proud Castlemans of Castleman County had needed it also? If that guess at her inmost soul was correct, then what a drama was her meeting with me. A person who despised money, who had proven it by grim deeds, and this a person of her own money-worshipping sex. What was the meaning of this phenomenon, this new religion that was challenging the priesthood of Mammon? So some Roman consul's daughter might have sat in her father's palace, and questioned in wonder a Christian slave woman, destined ere long to face the lions in the arena. The exactness of the simile was not altered by the fact that in this case the slave woman was an agnostic, while the patrician girl had been brought up in the creed of Christ. Sylvia had long since begun to question the formulas of a church whose very pews were rented, and whose existence, she declared, had to be justified by charity to the poor. As we sat and talked, she knew this one thing quite definitely, that I had a religion, and she had none. That was the reason for the excitement which possessed her. Nor was that fact ever out of my own mind for a moment. As she sat there in her sun-flooded morning room, clad in an exquisite embroidered robe of pink Japanese silk, she was such a lovely thing that I was ready to cry out for joy of her, and yet there was something within me, grim and relentless, that sat on guard, warning me that she was of a different faith from mine, and that between those two faiths there could be no compromise. Some day she must find out what I thought of her husband's wealth, and the work it was doing in the world. Some day she must hear my real opinion of the religion of motor cars and hand-woven carpets. 13 Nor was the day so very far off. She sat opposite me, leaning forward in her eagerness, declaring, "You must help to educate me. I shall never rest until I'm of some real use in the world." "What have you thought of doing?" I inquired. "I don't know yet. My husband has an aunt who's interested in a day nursery for the children of working women. I thought I might help this, but my husband says it does no good whatever, it only makes paupers of the poor." "Do you think so?" "I think more than that," I replied. "It sets women free to compete with men, and beat down men's wages." "Oh, what a puzzle," she exclaimed, and then, "Is there any way of helping the poor that wouldn't be open to the same objection?" That brought us once more to the subject I had put aside at our last meeting. She had not forgotten it, and asked again for an explanation. What did I mean by the competitive wage system? My purpose in this writing is to tell the story of Sylvia Castleman's life, to show, not merely what she was, but what she became. I have to make real to you a process of growth in her soul, and at this moment the important event is her discovery of the class struggle and her reaction to it. You may say, perhaps, that you are not interested in the class struggle, but you cannot alter the fact that you live in an age when millions of people are having the course of their lives changed by the discovery of it. Here, for instance, is a girl who has been taught to keep her promises, and has promised to love, honor and obey a man. She is to find the task more difficult, because she comes to understand the competitive wage system while he does not understand it and does not wish to. If that seems to you strange material out of which to make a domestic drama, I can only tell you that you have missed some of the vital facts of your own time. I gave her a little lesson in elementary economics. I showed her how, when a capitalist needed labor, he bought it in the open market, like any other commodity. He did not think about the human side of it. He paid the market price, which came to be what the laborer had to have in order to live. No laborer could get more, because others would take less. If that be true, I continued, one of the things that follows is the futility of charity. Whatever you do for the wage worker on a general scale comes sooner or later out of his wages. If you take care of his children all day or part of the day, he can work for less, if he doesn't discover that someone else does, and underbids him and takes his place. If you feed his children at school, if you bury him free, if you insure his life, or even give him a dinner on Christmas Day, you simply enable his landlord to charge him more, or his employer to pay him less. Sylvia sat for a while in thought, and then asked, "What can be done about such a fact?" "The first thing to be done is to make sure that you understand it. 9/10 of the people who concern themselves with social questions don't, and so they waste their time in futilities. For instance, I read the other day an article by a benevolent old gentleman who believed that the social problem could be solved by teaching the poor to chew their food better, so that they would eat less. You may laugh at that, but it's not a bit more absurd than the idea of our men of affairs, that the thing to do is to increase the efficiency of the workers, and so produce more goods. You mean the working man doesn't get more, even when he produces more? Take the case of the glass factories. Men used to get $8 a day there, but someone invented a machine that did the work of a dozen men, and that machine is run by a boy for 50 cents a day. A little pucker of thought came between her eyes. Might there not be a law forbidding the employer to reduce wages? A minimum wage law. But that would raise the cost of the product, and drive the trade to another state. She suggested a national law, and when I pointed out that the trade would go to other countries, she fell back on the tariff. I felt like an embryologist watching the individual repeating the history of the race. Protection and prosperity. I said, with a smile. Don't you see the increase in the cost of living? The working man gets more money in his pay envelope, but he can't buy more with it because prices go up. And even supposing you could pass a minimum wage law, and stop competition in wages, you'd only change it to competition in efficiency. You'd throw the old and the feeble and the untrained into pauperism. You make the world seem a hard place to live in, protested Sylvia. I'm simply telling you the elementary facts of business. You can forbid the employer to pay less than a standard wage, but you can't compel him to employ people who aren't able to earn that wage. The businessman doesn't employ for fun, he does it for the profit there is in it. If that is true, said Sylvia, quickly, then the way of employing people is cruel. But what other way could you have? She considered. They could be employed so that no one would make a profit. Then surely they could be paid enough to live decently. But whose interest would it be to employ them without profit? The state should do it, if no one else will. I had been playing a game with Sylvia, as no doubt you have perceived. Surely, I said, you wouldn't approve anything like that. But why not? Because, it would be socialism. She looked at me startled. Is that socialism? Of course it is. It's the essence of socialism. But then what's the harm in it? I laughed. I thought you said that socialism was a menace, like divorce. I had my moment of triumph, but then I discovered how fond was the person who imagined that he could play with Sylvia. I suspect you are something of a socialist yourself, she remarked. She told me a long time afterwards what had been her emotions during these early talks. It was the first time in her life that she had ever listened to ideas that were hostile to her order, and she did so with tremblings and hesitations, combating at every step an impulse to flee to the shelter of conventionality. She was more shocked by my last revelation than she let me suspect. It counted for little that I had succeeded in trapping her in proposing for herself the economic program of socialism, for what terrifies her class is not our economic program, it is our threat of slave rebellion. I had been brought up in a part of the world where democracy is a tradition, a word to conjure with, and I supposed that this would be the case with any American, that I would only have to prove that socialism was democracy applied to industry. How could I have imagined the kind of democracy which had been taught to Sylvia by her uncle Mandeville, the politician of the family, who believed that America was soon to have a king, to keep the foreign riffraff in its place? 14 At this time I was living in a 3-roomed apartment in one of the new model tenements on the east side. I had a saying about the place, that it was built for the proletariat and occupied by cranks. What an example for Sylvia of the futility of charity, the effort on the part of benevolent capitalists to civilize the poor by putting bathtubs in their homes, and the discovery that the graceless creatures were using them for the storage of coals. Having heard these strange stories, Sylvia was anxious to visit me, and I was, of course, glad to invite her. I purchased a fancy brand of tea, and some implements for the serving of it, and she came, and went into raptures over my 3 rooms and bath, no one of which would have made more than a closet in her own apartments. I suspected that this was her southern noblesse oblige, but I knew also that in my living room there were some rows of books, which would have meant more to Sylvia Van Tuver just then than the contents of several clothes closets. I was pleased to discover that my efforts had not been wasted. She had been thinking, and she had even found time, in the midst of her distractions, to read part of a book. In the course of our talks I had mentioned Veblen, and she had been reading snatches of his work on the leisure class, and I was surprised, and not a little amused, to observe her reaction to it. When I talked about wages and hours of labor, I was dealing with things that were remote from her, and difficult to make real, but Veblen's theme, the idle rich, and the arts and graces whereby they demonstrate their power, was the stuff of which her life was made. The subtleties of social ostentation, the minute distinctions between the newly rich and the anciently rich, the solemn certainties of the latter and the quivering anxieties of the former, all those were things which Sylvia knew as a bird knows the way of the wind. To see the details of them analyzed in learned, scientific fashion, explained with great mouthfuls of words which one had to look up in the dictionary, that was surely a new discovery in the book world. Conspicuous leisure. Vicarious consumption of goods. Oh, Dami, how chaotic! Exclaimed Sylvia. And what a flood of anecdotes it let loose! A flood that bore us straight back to Castleman Hall, and to all the scenes of her young ladyhood. If only Lady D could have revised this book of Veblen's, how many points she could have given to him! No details had been too minute for the technique of Sylvia's great aunt, the difference between the swish of the right kind of silk petticoats and the wrong kind, and yet her technique had been broad enough to take in a landscape. Every girl should have a background, had been one of her maxims, and Sylvia had to have a special phaeton to drive, a special horse to ride, special roses which no one else was allowed to wear. Conspicuous expenditure of time, wrote Veblen. It was curious, said Sylvia, but nobody was free from this kind of vanity. There was dear old Uncle Basil, a more godly bishop never lived, and yet he had a foible for carving. In his opinion the one certain test of a gentleman was the ease with which he found the joints of all kinds of meat, and he was in arms against the modern tendency to turn such accomplishments over to butlers. He would hold forth on the subject, illustrating his theories with an elegant knife, and Sylvia remembered how her father and the Chilton boys had wired up the joints of a duck for the bishop to work on. In the struggle the bishop had preserved his dignity, but lost the duck, and the bishop's wife, being also high-born, and with a long line of traditions behind her, had calmly continued the conversation, while the butler removed the smoking duck from her lap. Such was the way of things at Castleman Hall. The wild, carefree people like half-grown children, romping their way through life. There was really nothing too crazy for them to do, if the whim struck them. Once a visiting cousin had ventured the remark that she saw no reason why people should not eat rats. A barn rat was clean in its person, and far choicer in its food than a pig. Thereupon Miss Margaret had secretly ordered the yard man to secure a barn rat. She had had it broiled, and served in a dish of squirrels, and had sat by and watched the young lady enjoy it. And this, mind you, was Mrs. Castleman of Castleman Hall, mother of 5 children, and as stately a dame as ever led the grand march at the governor's inaugural ball. Major Castleman, she would say to her husband, you may take me into my bedroom, and when you have locked the door securely, you may spit upon me, if you wish, but don't you dare even to imagine anything undignified about me in public. 15 In course of time Sylvia and I became very good friends. Proud as she was lonely, and in need of someone to open her eager mind to. Who was there safer to trust than this plain Western woman, who lived so far, both in reality and in ideas, from the great world of fashion? Before we parted she considered it necessary to mention my relationship to this world. She had a most acute social conscience. She knew exactly what formalities she owed to everyone, just when she ought to call, and how long she ought to stay, and what she ought to ask the other person to do in return. She assumed that the other knew it all exactly as well, and would suffer if she failed in the slightest degree. So now she had to throw herself upon my mercy. You see, she explained, my husband wouldn't understand. I may be able to change him gradually, but if I shock him all at once. My dear Mrs. Van Tugger, I smiled. You can't really imagine, she persisted. You see, he takes his social position so seriously. And when you are conspicuous when everybody's talking about what you do, when everything that's the least bit unusual is magnified. My dear girl. I broke in again. Stop a moment and let me talk. But I hate to have to think. Don't worry about my thoughts. They are most happy ones. You must understand that a socialist cannot feel about such things as you do. We work out our economic interpretation of them, and after that they are simply so much data to us. I might meet one of your great friends, and she might snub me, but I would never think she had snubbed me. It would be my Western accent, and my 40-cent hat, and things like that which had put me in a class in her mind. My real self nobody can snub, certainly not until they've got at it. Ah, said Sylvia, with shining eyes. You have your own kind of aristocracy, I see. What I want, I said, is you. I'm an old hen whose chickens have grown up and left her, and I want something to mother. Your wonderful social world is just a bother to me, because it keeps me from gathering you into my arms as I'd like to. So what you do is to think of some role for me to play, so that I can come to see you. Let me be advising you about your proposed day nursery, or let me be a tutor of something, or a nice, respectable sewing woman who darns the toes of your silk stockings. She laughed. If you suppose that I'm allowed to wear my stockings until they have holes in them, you don't understand the perquisites of maids. She thought a moment, and then added, you might come to trim hats for me. By that I knew that we were really friends. If it does not seem to you a bold thing for Sylvia to have made a joke about my hat, it is only because you do not yet know her. I have referred to her money consciousness and her social consciousness. I would be idealizing her if I did not refer to another aspect of her which appalled me when I came to realize it: her clothes consciousness. She knew every variety of fabric and every shade of color and every style of design that ever had been delivered of the frenzied sartorial imagination. She had been trained in all the infinite minutiae which distinguished the right from the almost right. She would sweep a human being at one glance, and stick him in a pigeonhole of her mind forever because of his clothes. When later on she had come to be conscious of this clothes consciousness, she told me that 99 times out of 100 she had found this method of appraisal adequate for the purposes of society life. What a curious comment upon our civilization that all that people had to ask of one another, all they had to give to one another, should be expressible in terms of clothes. 16 I had set out to educate Mrs. Douglas Van Tuver in the things I thought she needed to know. A part of my program was to find some people of modern sympathies whom she might meet without offense to her old prejudices. The first person I thought of was Mrs. Jessie Frothingham, who was the head of a fashionable girls' school, just around the corner from Miss Abercrombie's, where Sylvia herself had received the finishing touch. Mrs. Frothingham's was as exclusive and expensive a school as the most proper person could demand, and great was Sylvia's consternation when I told her that its principal was a member of the Socialist Party, and made no bones about speaking in public for us. How in the world did she manage it? For one thing, I answered, she ran a good school. Nobody had ever been heard to deny that. For another, she was an irresistibly serene and healthy person, who would look one of her millionaire papas in the eye and tell him what was what with so much decision. It would suddenly occur to the great man that if his daughter could be made into so capable a woman, he would not care what ticket she might vote. Then too, it was testimony to the headway we are making that we are ceasing to be dangerous, and getting to be picturesque. In these days of strenuous social competition, when mamas are almost at their wits' end for some new device, when it costs incredible sums to make no impression at all, here was offered a new and inexpensive way of being unique. There could be no question that men were getting to like serious women. The most amazing subjects were coming up at dinner parties, and you might hear the best people speak disrespectfully of their own money, which means that the new revolution will have not merely its Egalite Orleans, but also some of the ladies of his family. I telephoned from Sylvia's house to Mrs. Frothingham, who answered, "Wouldn't you like Mrs. Van Tuver to hear a speech? I am to speak next week at the noonday Wall Street meeting." I passed the question on, and Sylvia answered with an exclamation of delight, "Would a small boy like to attend a circus?" It was arranged that Sylvia was to take us in her car. You may picture me with my grand friends, an old speckled hen in the company of 2 golden pheasants. I kept very quiet and let them get acquainted, knowing that my cause was safe in the hands of one so perfectly tailored as Mrs. Frothingham. Sylvia expressed her delight at the idea of hearing a socialist speech, and her amazement that the head of Mrs. Frothingham's should be so courageous, and meantime we threaded our way through the tangle of trucks and surface cars on Broadway, and came to the corner of Wall Street. Here Mrs. Frothingham said she would get out and walk. It was quite likely that someone might recognize Mrs. Douglas Vancouver, and she ought not to be seen arriving with the speaker. Sylvia, who would not willingly have committed a breach of etiquette towards a bomb-throwing anarchist, protested at this, but Mrs. Frothingham laughed good-naturedly, saying that it would be time enough for Mrs. Vancouver to commit herself when she knew what she believed. The speaking was to be from the steps of the Sub-Treasury. We made a detour, and came up Broad Street, stopping a little way from the corner. These meetings had been held all through the summer and fall, so that people had learned to expect them. Although it lacked some minutes of noon, there was already a crowd gathered. A group of men stood upon the broad steps, one with a red banner and several others with armfuls of pamphlets and books. With them was our friend, who looked at us and smiled, but gave no other sign of recognition. Sylvia pushed back the collar of her sable coat, and sat erect in her shining blue velvet, her eyes and her golden hair shining beneath the small brim of a soft velvet hat. As she gazed eagerly at the busy throngs of men hurrying about this busy corner, she whispered to me, "I haven't been so excited since my debut party." The crowd increased until it was difficult to get through Wall Street. The bell of Old Trinity was tolling the hour of noon, and the meeting was about to begin, when suddenly I heard an exclamation from Sylvia, and turning, saw a well-dressed man pushing his way from the office of Morgan & Company towards us. Sylvia clutched my hand where it lay on the seat of the car, and half gasped, "My husband." 17. Of course I had been anxious to see Douglas Vancouver. I had heard Claire Lepage's account of him, and Sylvia's. Also I had seen pictures of him in the newspapers, and had studied them with some care, trying to imagine what sort of personage he might be. I knew that he was 24, but the man who came towards us I would have taken to be 40. His face was somber, with large features and strongly marked lines about the mouth. He was tall and thin, and moved with decision, betraying no emotion even in this moment of surprise. "What are you doing here?" were his first words. For my part, I was badly rattled. I knew by the clutch of Sylvia's hand that she was too. But here I got a lesson in the nature of social training. Some of the bright color had faded from her face, but she spoke with the utmost coolness, the words coming naturally and simply, "We can't get through the crowd." And at the same time she looked about her, as much as to say, "You can see for yourself." Sylvia's husband looked about, saying, "Why don't you call an officer?" He started to follow his own suggestion, and I thought then that my friend would miss her meeting. But she had more nerve than I imagined. "No," she said. "Please don't." "Why not?" Still there was no emotion in the cold, gray eyes. "Because I think there's something going on." "What of that?" "I'm not in a hurry, and I'd like to see." He stood for a moment looking at the crowd. Mrs. Frothingham had come forward, evidently intending to speak. "What is this, Ferris?" he demanded of the chauffeur. "I'm not sure, sir," said the man. "I think it's a socialist meeting." "A socialist meeting," said Vancouver, then, to his wife, "You don't want to stay for that?" Again Sylvia astonished me. "I'd like to very much," she answered simply. He made no reply. I saw him stare at her, and then I saw his glance take me in. I sat in a corner as inconspicuous as I could make myself. I wondered whether I was a sempstress or a tutor, and whether either of these functionaries were introduced, and whether they shook hands or not. Mrs. Frothingham had taken her stand at the base of Washington's statue. Had she by any chance identified the tall and immaculate gentleman who stood beside the automobile? Before she had said 3 sentences I made sure that she had done so, and I was appalled at her audacity. "Fellow citizens," she began, "fellow buccaneers of Wall Street." And when the mild laughter had subsided, "What I have to say is going to be addressed to one individual among you, the American millionaire. I assume there is one present, if no actual millionaire, then surely several who are destined to be, and not less than 1,000 who aspire to be. So hear me, Mr. Millionaire," this with a smile, which gave you a sense of a reserve fund of energy and good humor. She had the crowd with her from the start, all but one. I stole a glance at the millionaire, and saw that he was not smiling. "Won't you get in?" asked his wife, and he answered coldly, "No, I'll wait till you've had enough." "Last summer I had a curious experience," said the speaker. "I was a guest at a tennis match, played upon the grounds of a state insane asylum, the players being the doctors of the institution. Here, on a beautiful sunshiny afternoon, were ladies and gentlemen clad in festive white, enjoying a holiday, while in the background stood a frowning building with iron-barred gates and windows, from which one heard now and then the howlings of the maniacs. Some of the less fortunate of these victims of fate had been let loose, and while we played tennis, they chased the balls. All afternoon, while I sipped tea and chatted and watched the games, I said to myself, here is the most perfect simile of our civilization that has ever come to me. Some people wear white and play tennis all day, while other people chase the balls, or howl in dungeons in the background. And that is the problem I wish to put before my American millionaire, the problem of what I will call our lunatic asylum stage of civilization. Mind you, this condition is all very well so long as we can say that the lunatics are incurable, that there is nothing we can do but shut our ears to their howling, and go ahead with our tennis. But suppose the idea were to dawn upon us that it is only because we played tennis all day that the lunatic asylum is crowded, then might not the howls grow unendurable to us, and the game lose its charm? Stealing glances about me, I saw that several people were watching the 40 or 50 times over millionaire. They had evidently recognized him, and were enjoying the joke. "Haven't you had enough of this?" he suddenly demanded of his wife, and she answered, guilelessly, "No, let's wait. I'm interested." "Now, listen to me, Mr. American Millionaire," the speaker was continuing. "You are the one who plays tennis, and we, who chase the balls for you, we are the lunatics. And my purpose today is to prove to you that it is only because you play tennis all day that we have to chase balls all the day, and to tell you that sometime soon we are going to cease to be lunatics, and that then you will have to chase your own balls. And don't, in your amusement over this illustration, lose sight of the serious nature of what I am talking about, the horrible economic lunacy which is known as poverty, and which is responsible for most of the evils we have in this world today, for crime and prostitution, suicide, insanity, and war. My purpose is to show you, not by any guess of mine, or any appeals to your faith, but by cold business facts which can be understood in Wall Street, that this economic lunacy is one which can be cured, that we have the remedy in our hands, and lack nothing but the intelligence to apply it. 18. I do not want to bore you with a socialist speech. I only want to give you an idea of the trap into which Mr. Douglas Van Tuver had been drawn. He stood there, rigidly aloof, while the speaker went on to explain the basic facts of wealth production in modern society. She quoted from Kropotkin, "Fields, factories, and workshops, on sale at this meeting for a quarter," showing how by modern intensive farming, no matter of theory, but methods which were in commercial use in hundreds of places, it would be possible to feed the entire population of the globe from the soil of the British Isles alone. She showed by the bulletins of the United States government how the machine process had increased the productive power of the individual laborer 10, 20, 100-fold. So vast was man's power of producing wealth today, and yet the laborer lived in dire want, just as in the days of crude hand industry. So she came back to her millionaire, upon whom this evil rested. He was the master of the machine for whose profit the laborer had to produce. He could only employ the laborer to produce what could be sold at a profit, and so the stream of prosperity was choked at its source. It is you, Mr. Millionaire, who are to blame for poverty, it is because so many millions of dollars must be paid to you in profits that so many millions of men must live in want. In other words, precisely as I declared at the outset, it is your playing tennis which is responsible for the lunatics chasing the balls. I wish that I might give some sense of the speaker's mastery of this situation, the extent to which she had communicated her good humor to the crowd. You heard ripple after ripple of laughter, you saw everywhere about you eager faces, following every turn of the argument. No one could resist the contagion of interest save only the American millionaire. He stood impassive, never once smiling, never once betraying a trace of feeling. Venturing to watch him more closely, however, I could see the stern lines deepening about his mouth, and his long, lean face growing more set. The speaker had outlined the remedy: a change from the system of production for profit to one of production for use. She went on to explain how the change was coming. The lunatic classes were beginning to doubt the divine nature of the rules of the asylum, and they were preparing to mutiny, and take possession of the place. And here I saw that Sylvia's husband had reached his limit. He turned to her. "Haven't you had enough of this?" "Why, no," she began. "If you don't mind." "I do mind very much," he said, abruptly. "I think you are committing a breach of taste to stay here, and I would be greatly obliged if you would leave." And without really waiting for Sylvia's reply, he directed, "Back out of here, Ferris." The chauffeur cranked up, and sounded his horn, which naturally had the effect of disturbing the meeting. People supposed we were going to try to get through the crowd ahead, and there was no place where anyone could move. But Van Tuver went to the rear of the car, saying, in a voice of quiet authority, "A little room here, please." And so, foot by foot, we backed away from the meeting, and when we had got clear of the throng, the master of the car stepped in, and we turned and made our way down Broad Street. And now I was to get a lesson in the aristocratic ideal. Of course Van Tuver was angry. I believe he even suspected his wife of having known of the meeting. I supposed he would ask some questions. I supposed that at least he would express his opinion of the speech, his disgust that a woman of education should make such a spectacle of herself. Such husbands as I had been familiar with had never hesitated to vent their feelings under such circumstances. But from Douglas Van Tuver there came not a word. He sat, perfectly straight, staring before him, like a sphinx, and Sylvia, after one or two swift glances at him, began to gossip cheerfully about her plans for the day nursery for working women. So for a few blocks, until suddenly she leaned forward. "Stop here, Ferris." And then, turning to me, "Here is the American Trust Company." "The American Trust Company?" I echoed, in my dumb stupidity. "Yes, that is where the check is payable," said Sylvia, and gave me a pinch. And so I comprehended, and gathered up my belongings and got out. She shook my hand warmly, and her husband raised his hat in a very formal salute, after which the car sped on up the street. I stood staring after it, in somewhat the state of mind of any humble rustic who may have been present when Elijah was borne into the heavens by the chariot of fire. 19 Sylvia had been something less than polite to me, and so I had not been home more than an hour before there came a messenger boy with a note. By way of reassuring her, I promised to come to see her the next morning, and when I did, and saw her lovely face so full of concern, I forgot entirely her worldly greatness, and did what I had longed to do from the beginning: put my arms about her and kissed her. "My dear girl," I protested, "I don't want to be a burden in your life, I want to help you." "But," she exclaimed, "what must you have thought? I thought I had made a lucky escape." I laughed. She was proud as an Indian. It was hard for her to make admissions about her husband. But then we were like two errant schoolgirls, who had been caught in an escapade. "I don't know what I'm going to do about him," she said, with a wry smile. "He really won't listen. I can't make any impression on him." "Did he guess that you'd come there on purpose?" I asked. "I told him," she answered. "You told him?" I'd meant to keep it secret. I wouldn't have minded telling him a fib about a little thing. But he made it so very serious. I could understand that it must have been serious after the telling. I waited for her to add what news she chose. It seems, she said, that my husband has a cousin, a pupil of Mrs. Frothingham's. You can imagine. I can imagine Mrs. Frothingham may lose a pupil. No, my husband says his uncle Archibald always was a fool. But how can anyone be so narrow? He seemed to take Mrs. Frothingham as a personal affront. This was the most definite bit of vexation against her husband that she had ever let me see. I decided to turn it into a jest. Mrs. Frothingham will be glad to know she was understood, I said. But seriously, why can't men have open minds about politics and money? She went on in a worried voice. I knew he was like this when I met him at Harvard. He was living in his own house, aloof from the poorer men, the men who were most worthwhile, it seemed to me. And when I told him of the bad effect he was having on these men and on his own character as well, he said he would do whatever I asked. He even gave up his house and went to live in a dormitory. So I thought I had some influence on him. But now, here is the same thing again, only I find that one can't take a stand against one's husband. At least, he doesn't admit the right. She hesitated. It doesn't seem loyal to talk about it. My dear girl, I said with an impulse of candor, there isn't much you can tell me about that problem. My own marriage went to pieces on that rock. I saw a look of surprise upon her face. I haven't told you my story yet, I said. Some day I will, when you feel you know me well enough for us to exchange confidences. There was more than a hint of invitation in this. After a silence, she said, one's instinct is to hide one's troubles. Sylvia, I answered, let me tell you about us. You must realize that you've been a wonderful person to me. You belong to a world I never had anything to do with, and never expected to get a glimpse of. It's the wickedness of our class civilization that human beings can't be just human beings to each other. A king can hardly have a friend. Even after I've overcome the impulse I have to be awed by your luxury and your grandness, I'm conscious of the fact that everybody else is awed by them. If I so much as mention that I've met you, I see people start and stare at me instantly. I become a personage. It makes me angry, because I want to know you. She was gazing at me, not saying a word. I went on, I'd never have thought it possible for anyone to be in your position and be real and straight and human, but I realize that you have managed to work that miracle. So I want to love you and help you, in every way I know how. But you must understand, I can't ask for your confidence, as I could for any other woman's. There is too much vulgar curiosity about the rich and great, and I can't pretend to be unaware of that hatefulness. I can't help shrinking from it. So all I can say is, if you need me, if you ever need a real friend, why, here I am. You may be sure I understand, and won't tell your secrets to anyone else. With a little mist of tears in her eyes, Sylvia put out her hand and touched mine. And so we went into a chamber alone together, and shut the cold and suspicious world outside. We knew each other well enough now to discuss the topic which has been the favorite of women since we sat in the doorways of caves and pounded wild grain in stone mortars, the question of our lords, who had gone hunting, and who might be pleased to beat us on their return. I learned all that Sylvia had been taught on the subject of the male animal. I opened that amazing unwritten volume of woman traditions, the Maxims of Lady de Lisle. Sylvia's maternal great-aunt had been a great lady out of a great age, and incidentally a grim and grizzled veteran of the sex war. Her philosophy started from a recognition of the physical and economic inferiority of woman, as complete as any window-smashing suffragette could have formulated, but her remedy for it was a purely individualist one, the leisure-class woman's skill in trading upon her sex. Lady D did not use that word. Of course she would as soon have talked of her esophagus. Her formula was charm, and she had taught Sylvia that the preservation of charm was the end of woman's existence, the thing by which she remained a lady, and without which she was more contemptible than the beasts. She had taught this, not merely by example and casual anecdote, but by precepts as solemnly expounded as Bible texts. Remember, my dear, a woman with a husband is like a lion tamer with a whip. And the old lady would explain what a hard and dangerous life was lived by lion tamers, how their safety depended upon lifelong distrustfulness of the creatures over whom they ruled. She would tell stories of the rending and maiming of luckless ones, who had forgotten for a brief moment the nature of the male animal. Yes, my dear, she would say, believe in love, but let the man believe first. Her maxims never sinned by verbosity. The end of all this was not merely food and shelter, a home and children, it was the supremacy of a sex, its ability to shape life to its whim. By means of this magic charm, a sort of perpetual individual sex strike, a woman turned her handicaps into advantages and her chains into ornaments. She made herself a rare and wonderful creature, up to whom men gazed in awe. It was romantic love, but preserved throughout life, instead of ceasing with courtship. All the Castleman women understood these arts, and employed them. There was Aunt Nanny. When she cracked her whip, the dear old Bishop Lion would jump as if he had been shot. Did not the whole state know the story of how once he had been called upon at a banquet and had risen and remarked, "Ladies and gentlemen, I had intended to make a speech to you this evening, but I see that my wife is present, so I must beg you to excuse me." The audience roared, and Aunt Nanny was furious, but poor dear Bishop Chilton had spoken but the literal truth, that he could not spread the wings of his eloquence in the presence of his better half. And with Major Castleman, though it seemed different, it was really the same. Sylvia's mother had let herself get stout, which seemed a dangerous mark of confidence in the male animal. But the Major was 15 years older than his wife, and she had a weak heart with which to intimidate him. Now and then the willfulness of Castleman Lysel would become unendurable in the house, and his father would seize him and turn him over his knee. His screams would bring Miss Margaret flying to the rescue. "Major Castleman, how dare you spank one of my children?" And she would seize the boy and march off in terrible haughtiness, and lock herself and her child in her room, and for hours afterwards the poor Major would wander about the house, suffering the lone lines of the guilty soul. You would hear him tapping gently at his lady's door. "Honey! Honey! Are you mad with me?" "Major Castleman," the stately answer would come, "will you oblige me by leaving one room in this house to which I may retire?" 21. I would give you a wrong idea of Sylvia if I did not make clear that along with this sophistication as to the play aspects of sex, there went the most incredible ignorance as to its practical realities. In my arguments I had thought to appeal to her by referring to that feature of wage slavery which more than even child labor stirs the moral sense of women, but to my utter consternation I discovered that here was a woman nearly a year married who did not know what prostitution was. A suspicion had begun to dawn upon her, and she asked me, timidly, could it be possible that that intimacy which was given in marriage could become a thing of barter in the marketplace? When I told her the truth, I found her horror so great that it was impossible to go on talking economics. How could I say that women were driven to such things by poverty? Surely a woman who was not bad at heart would starve, before she would sell her body to a man. Perhaps I should have been more patient with her, but I am bitter on these subjects. "My dear Mrs. Van Tuver," I said, "there is a lot of nonsense talked about this matter. There is very little sex life for women without a money price made clear in advance." "I don't understand," she said. "I don't know about your case," I replied, "but when I married, it was because I was unhappy and wanted a home of my own. And if the truth were told, that is why most women marry." "But what has that to do with it?" she cried. She really did not see. What is the difference except that such women stand out for a maintenance, while the prostitute takes cash? I saw that I had shocked her, and I said, "You must be humble about these things, because you have never been poor, and you cannot judge those who have been. But surely you must have known worldly women who married rich men for their money. And surely you admit that that is prostitution." She fell suddenly silent, and I saw what I had done, and, no doubt, you will say I should have been ashamed of myself. But when one has seen as much of misery and injustice as I have, one cannot be so patient with the fine artificial delicacies and sentimentalities of the idle rich. I went ahead to tell her some stories, showing her what poverty actually meant to women. Then, as she remained silent, I asked her how she had managed to remain so ignorant. Surely she must have met with the word prostitution in books, she must have heard allusions to the demi-monde. Of course, she said, I used to see conspicuous-looking women at the racetrack in New Orleans, I've sat near them in restaurants, I've known by my mother's looks and her agitation that they must be bad women. But you see, I didn't know what it meant. I had nothing but a vague feeling of something dreadful. I smiled. Then Lady D did not tell you everything about the possibilities of her system of charm. No, said Sylvia. Evidently she didn't. She sat staring at me, trying to get up the courage to go on with this plain speaking. And at last the courage came. I think it is wrong, she exclaimed. Girls ought not to be kept so ignorant. They ought to know what such things mean. Why, I didn't even know what marriage meant. Can that be true? I asked. All my life I had thought of marriage, in a way, I had been trained to think of it with every eligible man I met, but to me it meant a home, a place of my own to entertain people in. I pictured myself going driving with my husband, giving dinner parties to his friends. I knew I'd have to let him kiss me, but beyond that I had a vague idea of something, but I didn't think. I had been deliberately trained not to let myself think, to run away from every image that came to me. And I went on dreaming of what I'd wear, and how I'd greet my husband when he came home in the evening. Didn't you think about children? Yes, but I thought of the children. I thought what they'd look like, and how they'd talk, and how I'd love them. I don't know if many young girls shut their minds up like that. She was speaking with agitation, and I was gazing into her eyes, reading more than she knew I was reading. I was nearer to solving the problem that had been baffling me. And I wanted to take her hands in mine, and say, you would never have married him if you'd understood. 22 Sylvia thought she ought to have been taught, but when she came to think of it she was unable to suggest who could have done the teaching. Your mother? I asked, and she had to laugh, in spite of the seriousness of her mood. Poor dear Mama. When they sent me up here to boarding school, she took me off and tried to tell me not to listen to vulgar talk from the girls. She managed to make it clear that I mustn't listen to something, and I managed not to listen. I'm sure that even now she would rather have her tongue cut out than talk to me about such things. I talked to my children, I assured her. And you didn't feel embarrassed? I did in the beginning. I had the same shrinkings to overcome. But I had a tragedy behind me to push me on. I told her the story of my nephew, a shy and sensitive lad, who used to come to me for consolation, and became as dear to me as my own children. When he was 17 he grew moody and despondent, he ran away from home for 6 months and more, and then returned and was forgiven, but that seemed to make no difference. One night he came to see me, and I tried hard to get him to tell me what was wrong. He wouldn't, but went away, and several hours later I found a letter he had shoved under the tablecloth. I read it, and rushed out and hitched up a horse and drove like mad to my brother-in-law's, but I got there too late. The poor boy had taken a shotgun to his room, and put the muzzle into his mouth, and set off the trigger with his foot. In the letter he told me what was the matter. He had got into trouble with a woman of the town, and had caught syphilis. He had gone away and tried to get cured, but had fallen into the hands of a quack, who had taken all his money and left his health worse than ever, so in despair and shame the poor boy had shot his head off. I paused, uncertain if Sylvia would understand the story. Do you know what syphilis is? I asked. I suppose I have heard of what we call a bad disease, she said. It's a very bad disease. But if the words convey to you that it's a disease that bad people get, I should tell you that most men take the chance of getting it, yet they are cruel enough to despise those upon whom the ill luck falls. My poor nephew had been utterly ignorant. I found out that from his father, too late. An instinct had awakened in him of which he knew absolutely nothing, his companions had taught him what it meant, and he had followed their lead. And then had come the horror and the shame and some vile, ignorant wretch to trade upon it, and cast the boy off when he was penniless. So he had come home again, with his gnawing secret. I pictured him wandering about, trying to make up his mind to confide in me, wavering between that and the horrible deed he did. I stopped, because even to this day I cannot tell the story without tears. I cannot keep a picture of the boy in my room, because of the self-reproaches that haunt me. You can understand, I said to Sylvia, I never could forget such a lesson. I swore a vow over the poor lad's body, that I would never let a boy or girl that I could reach go out in ignorance into the world. I read up on the subject, and for a while I was a sort of fanatic. I made people talk, young people and old people. I broke down the taboos wherever I went, and while I shocked a good many, I knew that I helped a good many more. All that was, of course, inconceivable to Sylvia. How curious was the contrast of her one experience in the matter of venereal disease. She told me how she had been instrumental in making a match between her friend, Harriet Atkinson, and a young scion of an ancient and haughty family of Charleston, and how after the marriage her friend's health had begun to give way, until now she was an utter wreck, living alone in a dilapidated antebellum mansion, seeing no one but Negro servants, and praying for death to relieve her of her misery. Of course, I don't really know, said Sylvia. Perhaps it was this disease that you speak of. None of my people would tell me. I doubt if they really know themselves. It was just before my own wedding, so you can understand it had a painful effect upon me. It happened that I read something in a magazine, and I thought that possibly my fiancé, that someone ought to ask him, you understand. She stopped, and the blood was crimson in her cheeks, with the memory of her old excitement, and some fresh excitement added to it. There are diseases of the mind as well as of the body, and one of them is called prudery. I can understand, I said. It was certainly your right to be reassured on such a point. Well, I tried to talk to my Aunt Varina about it, then I wrote to Uncle Basil, and asked him to write to Douglas. At first he refused. He only consented to do it when I threatened to go to my father. What came of it in the end? Why, my uncle wrote, and Douglas answered very kindly that he understood, and that it was all right. I had nothing to fear. I never expected to mention the incident to anyone again. Lots of people have mentioned such things to me, I responded, to reassure her. Then after a pause, tell me, how was it, if you didn't know the meaning of marriage, how could you connect the disease with it? She answered, gazing with the wide-open, innocent eyes, I had no idea how people gave it to each other. I thought maybe they got it by kissing. I thought to myself again, the horror of the superstition of prudery. Can one think of anything more destructive to life than the placing of a taboo upon such matters? Here is the whole of the future at stake, the health, the sanity, the very existence of the race. And what fiend has been able to contrive it that we feel like criminals when we mention the subject? 23. Our intimacy progressed, and the time came when Sylvia told me about her marriage. She had accepted Douglas Van Tuver because she had lost Frank Shirley, and her heart was broken. She could never imagine herself loving any other man, and not knowing exactly what marriage meant, it had been easier for her to think of her family, and to follow their guidance. They had told her that love would come. Douglas had implored her to give him a chance to teach her to love him. She had considered what she could do with his money, both for her home people and for those she spoke of vaguely as the poor. But now she was making the discovery that she could not do very much for these poor. It isn't that my husband is mean, she said. On the contrary, the slightest hint will bring me any worldly thing I want. I have homes in half a dozen parts of America. I have carte blanche to open accounts in 2 hemispheres. If any of my people need money I can get it, but if I want it for myself, he asks me what I'm doing with it, and so I run into the stone wall of his ideas. At first the colliding with this wall had merely pained and bewildered her. But now the combination of Veblen and myself had helped her to realize what it meant. Douglas Van Tuver spent his money upon a definite system, whatever went to the maintaining of his social position, whatever added to the glory, prestige and power of the Van Tuver name, that money was well spent, while money spent to any other end was money wasted, and this included all ideas and causes. And when the master of the house knew that his money was being wasted, it troubled him. "It wasn't until after I married him that I realized how idle his life is," she remarked. "At home all the men have something to do, running their plantations, or getting elected to some office. But Douglas never does anything that I can possibly think is useful. His fortune was invested in New York City real estate," she went on to explain. "There was an office, with a small army of clerks and agents to attend to it, a machine which had been built up and handed on to him by his ancestors. It sufficed if he dropped in for an hour or two once a week when he was in the city, and signed a batch of documents now and then when he was away. His life was spent in the company of people whom the social system had similarly deprived of duties, and they had, by generations of experiment, built up for themselves a new set of duties, a life which was wholly without relationship to reality. Into this unreal existence Sylvia had married, and it was like a current sweeping her in its course. So long as she went with it, all was well, but let her try to catch hold of something and stop, and it would tear her loose and almost strangle her. As time went on, she gave me strange glimpses into this world. Her husband did not seem really to enjoy its life. As Sylvia put it, he takes it for granted that he has to do all the proper things that the proper people do. He hates to be conspicuous, he says. I point out to him that the proper things are nearly always conspicuous, but he replies that to fail to do them would be even more conspicuous. It took me a long time to get really acquainted with Sylvia, because of the extent to which this world was clamoring for her. I used to drop in when she phoned me. She had half an hour. I would find her dressing for something, and she would send her maid away, and we would talk until she would be late for some function, and that might be a serious matter, because somebody would feel slighted. She was always on pins and needles over such questions of precedent. It seemed as if everybody in her world must be watching everybody else. There was a whole elaborate science of how to treat the people you met, so that they would not feel slighted or so that they would feel slighted, according to circumstances. To the enjoyment of such a life it was essential that the person should believe in it. Douglas Van Tuver did believe in it. It was his religion, the only one he had. He was proud of Sylvia, and apparently satisfied when he could take her at his side, and Sylvia went, because she was his wife, and that was what wives were for. She had tried her best to be happy. She had told herself that she was happy, yet all the time realizing that a woman who is really happy does not have to tell herself. Earlier in life she had quaffed and enjoyed the wine of applause. I recollect vividly her telling me of the lure her beauty had been to her, the most terrible temptation that could come to a woman. I walk into a brilliant room, and I feel the thrill of admiration that goes through the crowd. I have a sudden sense of my own physical perfection aglow all over me. I draw a deep breath. I feel a surge of exaltation. I say, I am victorious. I can command. I have this supreme crown of womanly grace. I am all-powerful with it. The world is mine. As she spoke, the rapture was in her voice, and I looked at her, and yes, she was beautiful. The supreme crown was hers. I see other beautiful women, she went on, and swift anger came into her voice. I see what they are doing with this power. Gratifying their vanity, turning men into slaves of their whim. Squandering money upon empty pleasures, and with the dreadful plague of poverty spreading in the world. I used to go to my father, "Oh, Papa, why must there be so many poor people? Why should we have servants? Why should they have to wait on me, and I do nothing for them?" He would try to explain to me that it was the way of nature. Mama would tell me it was the will of the Lord. The poor ye have always with you servants, obey your masters, and so on. But in spite of the Bible texts, I felt guilty. And now I come to Douglas with the same plea, and it only makes him angry. He has been to college and has a lot of scientific phrases. He tells me it's the struggle for existence, the elimination of the unfit, and so on. I say to him, first we make people unfit, and then we have to eliminate them. He cannot see why I do not accept what learned people tell me, why I persist in questioning and suffering. She paused, and then added, it's as if he were afraid I might find out something he doesn't want me to. He's made me give him a promise that I won't see Mrs. Frothingham again. And she laughed. I haven't told him about you. I answered, needless to say, that I hoped she would keep the secret. 24 All this time I was busy with my child labor work. We had an important bill before the legislature that session, and I was doing what I could to work up sentiment for it. I talked at every gathering where I could get a hearing, I wrote letters to newspapers, I sent literature to lists of names. I racked my mind for new schemes, and naturally, at such times, I could not help thinking of Sylvia. How much she could do, if only she would. I spared no one, least of all myself, and so it was not easy to spare her. The fact that I had met her was the gossip of the office, and everybody was waiting for something to happen. How about Mrs. Vancouver, my chief would ask, at intervals. If she would only go on our press committee, my stenographer would sigh. The time came when our bill was in committee, a place of peril for bills. I went to Albany to see what could be done. I met 100 legislators, of whom perhaps half a dozen had some human interest in my subject, the rest, well, it was discouraging. Where was the force that would stir them, make them forget their own particular little grafts, and serve the public welfare in defiance to hostile interests? Where was it? I came back to New York to look for it, and after a blue luncheon with the members of our committee, I came away with my mind made up I would sacrifice my Sylvia to this desperate emergency. I knew just what I had to do. So far she had heard speeches about social wrongs, or read books about them, she had never been face to face with the reality of them. Now I persuaded her to take a morning off, and see some of the sights of the underworld of toil. We forswore the royal car, and likewise the royal furs and velvets. She garbed herself in plain appearing dark blue and went downtown in the subway like common mortals, visiting paper box factories and flour factories, tenement homes where whole families sat pasting toys and gimcracks for 14 or 16 hours a day, and still could not buy enough food to make full-sized men and women of them. She was Dante, and I was Virgil. Our inferno was an endless procession of tortured faces, faces of women, haggard and mournful, faces of little children, starved and stunted, dulled and dumb. Several times we stopped to talk with these people. One little Jewess girl I knew whose 3 tiny sisters had been roasted alive in a sweatshop fire. This child had jumped from a 4th-story window, and been miraculously caught by a fireman. She said that some man had started the fire, and been caught, but the police had let him get away. So I had to explain to Sylvia that curious byproduct of the profit system known as the arson trust. Authorities estimated that incendiarism was responsible for the destruction of $250 million worth of property in America every year. So, of course, the business of starting fires was a paying one, and the firebug, like the cadet and the dive keeper, was a part of the system. So it was quite a possible thing that the man who had burned up this little girl's 3 sisters might have been allowed to escape. I happened to say this in the little girl's hearing, and I saw her pitiful strained eyes fixed upon Sylvia. Perhaps this lovely, soft-voiced lady was a fairy godmother, come to free her sisters from an evil spell and to punish the wicked criminal. I saw Sylvia turn her head away, and search for her handkerchief. As we groped our way down the dark stairs, she caught my hand, whispering, "Oh, my God, my God." It had even more effect than I had intended. Not only did she say that she would do anything that would be of use, but she told me as we rode back home that her mind was made up to stop the squandering of her husband's money. He had been planning a costume ball for a couple of months later, an event which would keep the Vancouver name in condition, and would mean that he and other people would spend many hundreds of thousands of dollars. As we rode home in the roaring subway, Sylvia sat beside me, erect and tense, saying that if the ball were given, it would be without the presence of the hostess. I struck while the iron was hot, and got her permission to put her name upon our committee list. She said, moreover, that she would get some free time, and be more than a mere name to us. What were the duties of a member of our committee? First, I said, to know the facts about child labor, as you have seen them today, and second, to help other people to know. And how is that to be done? Well, for instance, there is that hearing before the Legislative Committee. You remember I suggested that you appear. Yes, she said in a low voice. I could almost hear the words that were in her mind. What would he say? 25 Sylvia's name went upon our letterheads and other literature, and almost at once things began to happen. In a day or two there came a reporter, saying he had noticed her name. Was it true that she had become interested in our work? Would I please give him some particulars, as the public would naturally want to know? I admitted that Mrs. Van Tuver had joined the committee, she approved of our work and desired to further it. That was all. He asked, would she give an interview? And I answered that I was sure she would not. Then would I tell something about how she had come to be interested in the work? It was a chance to assist our propaganda, added the reporter, diplomatically. I retired to another room, and got Sylvia upon the phone. The time has come for you to take the plunge, I said. Oh, but I don't want to be in the papers, she cried. Surely, you wouldn't advise it? I don't see how you can avoid having something appear. Your name is given out, and if the man can't get anything else, he'll take our literature, and write up your doings out of his imagination. And they'll print my picture with it, she exclaimed. I could not help laughing. It's quite possible. Oh, what will my husband do? He'll say I told you so. It is a hard thing to have one's husband say that, as I knew by bitter experience. But I did not think that reason enough for giving up. Let me have time to think it over, said Sylvia. Get him to wait till tomorrow, and meantime I can see you. So it was arranged. I think I told Sylvia the truth when I said that I had never before heard of a committee member who was unwilling to have his purposes discussed in the newspapers. To influence newspapers was one of the main purposes of committees, and I did not see how she could expect either editors or readers to take any other view. Let me tell the man about your trip downtown, I suggested, then I can go on to discuss the bill and how it bears on the evils you saw. Such a statement can't possibly do you harm. She consented, but with the understanding that she was not to be quoted directly. And don't let them make me picturesque, she exclaimed. That's what my husband seems most to dread. I wondered if he didn't think she was picturesque, when she sat in a splendid, shining coach, and took part in a public parade through Central Park. But I did not say this. I went off, and swore my reporter to abstain from the human touch, and he promised and kept his word. There appeared next morning a dignified write-up of Mrs. Douglas Van Tuver's interest in child labor reform. Quoting me, it described some of the places she had visited, and some of the sights which had shocked her. It went on to tell about our committee and its work, the status of our bill in the legislature, the need of activity on the part of our friends if the measure was to be forced through at this session. It was a splendid boost for our work, and everyone in the office was in raptures over it. The social revolution was at hand, thought my young stenographer. But the trouble with this business of publicity is that, however carefully you control your interviewer, you cannot control the others who use his material. The afternoon man came round for more details, and they made it clear that it was personal details they wanted. And when I sidestepped their questions, they went off and made up answers to suit themselves, and printed Sylvia's pictures, together with photographs of child workers taken from our pamphlets. I called Sylvia up while she was dressing for dinner, to explain that I was not responsible for any of this picturesqueness. Oh, perhaps I am to blame myself, she exclaimed. I think I interviewed a reporter. How do you mean? A woman sent up her card. She told the footman she was a friend of mine. And I thought I couldn't be sure if I'd met her, so I went and saw her. She said she'd met me at Mrs. Harold Cliveden's, and she began to talk to me about child labor, and this and that plan she had, and what did I think of them, and suddenly it flashed over me, maybe this is a reporter playing a trick on me. I hurried out before breakfast next morning and got all the papers, to see what this enterprising lady had done. There was nothing, so I reflected that probably she had been a Sunday lady. But then, when I reached my office, the phone rang, and I heard the voice of Sylvia. "Mary, something perfectly dreadful has happened." "What?" I cried. "I can't tell you over the phone, but a certain person is furiously angry. Can I see you if I come down right away?" 26 such terrors as these were unguised by me in the days of my obscurity. Uneasy lies the head that wears a crown, uneasy also lies the wife of that head, and the best friend of the wife. I dismissed my stenographer, and spent 10 or 15 restless minutes until Sylvia appeared. Her story was quickly told. A couple of hours ago the acting manager of Mr. Vancouver's office had telephoned to ask if he might call upon a matter of importance. He had come. Naturally, he had the most extreme reluctance to say anything which might seem to criticize the activities of Mr. Vancouver's wife, but there was something in the account in the newspapers which should be brought to her husband's attention. The articles gave the names and locations of a number of firms in whose factories it was alleged that Mrs. Vancouver had found unsatisfactory conditions, and it happened that 2 of these firms were located in premises which belonged to the Vancouver estates. A story coming very close to melodrama, I perceived. I sat dismayed at what I had done. "Of course, dear girl," I said, at last, "you understand that I had no idea who owned these buildings." "Oh, don't say that," exclaimed Sylvia. "I am the one who should have known." Then for a long time I sat still and let her suffer. Tenement sweatshops. Little children in factories. I heard her whisper. At last I put my hand on hers. "I tried to put it off for a while," I said. "But I knew it would have to come." "Think of me," she exclaimed, "going about scolding other people for the way they make their money. When I thought of my own, I had visions of palatial hotels and office buildings, everything splendid and clean." "Well, my dear, you've learned now, and you will be able to do something." She turned upon me suddenly, and for the first time I saw in her face the passions of tragedy. "Do you believe I will be able to do anything?" "No. Don't have any such idea." I was struck dumb. She got up and began to pace the room. "Oh, don't make any mistake, I've paid for my great marriage in the last hour or 2. To think that he cares about nothing save the possibility of being found out and made ridiculous. All his friends have been muckraked, as he calls it, and he has sat aloft and smiled over their plight. He was the landed gentleman, the true aristocrat, whom the worries of traders and money changers didn't concern. Now perhaps he's caught, and his name is to be dragged in the mire, and it's my flightiness, my lack of common sense that has done it." "I shouldn't let that trouble me," I said. "You could not know." "Oh, it's not that. It's that I hadn't a single courageous word to say to him, not a hint that he ought to refuse to wring blood money from sweatshops. I came away without having done it, because I couldn't face his anger, because it would have meant a quarrel." "My dear," I said gently, "it is possible to survive a quarrel." "No, you don't understand. We should never make it up again." I know I saw it in his words, in his face. "He will never change to please me, no, not even a simple thing like the business methods of the Vancouver estates." I could not help smiling. "My dear Sylvia. A simple thing." She came and sat beside me. "That's what I want to talk about. It is time I was growing up. It is time that I knew about these things. Tell me about them." "What, my dear?" "About the methods of the Vancouver estates, that can't be changed to please me. I made out one thing. We had recently paid a fine for some infraction of the law in one of those buildings, and my husband said it was because we had refused to pay more money to a tenement house inspector. I asked him, why should we pay any money at all to a tenement house inspector? Isn't it bribery? He answered, it's a custom the same as you give a tip to a hotel waiter. Is that true? I could not help smiling. Your husband ought to know, my dear, I said. I saw her compress her lips. What is the tip for? I suppose it is to keep out of trouble with him. But why can't we keep out of trouble by obeying the law? My dear, sometimes the law is inconvenient, and sometimes it is complicated and obscure. It might be that you are violating it without knowing the fact. It might be uncertain whether you are violating it or not, so that to settle the question would mean a lot of expense and publicity. It might even be that the law is impossible to obey, that it was not intended to be obeyed. What do you mean by that? I mean, maybe it was passed to put you at the mercy of the politicians. But, she protested, that would be blackmail. The phrase, I replied, is strike legislation. But at least, that wouldn't be our fault. No, not unless you had begun it. It generally happens that the landlord discovers it's a good thing to have politicians who will work with him. Maybe he wants his assessments lowered, maybe he wants to know where new car lines are to go, so that he can buy intelligently, maybe he wants the city to improve his neighborhood, maybe he wants influence at court when he has some heavy damage suit. So we bribe everyone. Not necessarily. You may simply wait until campaign time, and then make your contribution to the machine. That is the basis of the system. The system. A semi-criminal police force, and everything that pays tribute to it, the saloon and the dive, the gambling hell, the white slave market, and the arson trust. I saw a wild look in her eyes. Tell me, do you know that all these things are true? Or are you only guessing about them? My dear Sylvia, I answered, you said it was time you grew up. For the present I will tell you this, several months before I met you, I made a speech in which I named some of the organized forces of evil in the city. One was Tammany Hall, and another was the Traction Trust, and another was the Trinity Church Corporation, and yet another was the Vancouver Estates. 27 The following Sunday there appeared a magazine story of an interview with the infinitely beautiful young wife of the infinitely rich Mr. Douglas Vancouver, in which the views of the wife on the subject of child labor were liberally interlarded with descriptions of her reception room and her morning gown. But mere picturesqueness by that time had been pretty well discounted in our minds. So long as the article did not say anything about the ownership of child labor tenements. I did not see Sylvia for several weeks after that. I took it for granted that she would want some time to get herself together and make up her mind about the future. I did not feel anxious, the seed had sprouted, and I felt sure it would continue to grow. Then one day she called me up, asking if I could come to see her. I suggested that afternoon, and she said she was having tea with some people at the Palace Hotel, and could I come there just after tea time? I remember the place and the hour, because of the curious adventure into which I got myself. One hears the saying, when unexpected encounters take place, how small the world is. But I thought the world was growing really too small when I went into a hotel tea room to wait for Sylvia, and found myself face to face with Claire Lepage. The place appointed had been the Orange Room. I stood in the doorway, sweeping the place with my eyes, and I saw Mrs. Vancouver at the same moment that she saw me. She was sitting at a table with several other people and she nodded, and I took a seat to wait. From my position I could watch her, in animated conversation, and she could send me a smile now and then. So I was decidedly startled when I heard a voice, "Why, how do you do?" and looked up and saw Claire holding out her hand to me. "Well, for heaven's sake!" I exclaimed. "You don't come to see me any more," she said. "Why, no, I've been busy of late." So much I managed to ejaculate, in spite of my confusion. "You seem surprised to see me," she remarked, observant as usual, and sensitive to other people's attitude to her. "Why, naturally," I said. And then, recollecting that it was not in the least natural since she spent a good deal of her time in such places, I added, I was looking for someone else. May I do in the meantime? She inquired, taking a seat beside me. What are you so busy about? My child labor work, I answered. Then, in an instant, I was sorry for the words, thinking she must have read about Sylvia's activities. I did not want her to know that I had met Sylvia, for it would mean a flood of questions, which I did not want to answer nor yet to refuse to answer. But my fear was needless. I've been out of town, she said. Whereabouts? I asked, making conversation. A little trip to Bermuda. My mind was busy with the problem of getting rid of her. It would be intolerable to have Sylvia come up to us, it was intolerable to know that they were in sight of each other. Even as the thought came to me, however, I saw Claire start. Look, she exclaimed. What is it? That woman there in the green velvet. The fourth table. I see her. Do you know who she is? Who? Sylvia Castleman, whispered Claire. Are you sure? I asked in order to say something. I've seen her a score of times. I seem to be always running into her. That's Freddie Atkins she's talking to. Indeed, said I. I know most of the men I see her with. But I have to walk by as if I'd never seen them. A queer world we live in, isn't it? I could assent cordially to that proposition. Listen, I broke in, quickly. Have you got anything to do? If not, come down to the Royalty and have tea with me. Why not have it here? I've been waiting for someone from there, and I have to leave a message. Then I'll be free. She rose, to my vast relief, and we walked out. I could feel Sylvia's eyes following me, but I dared not try to send her a message. I would have to make up some explanation afterwards. Who was your well-dressed friend? I could imagine her asking, but my mind was more concerned with the vision of what would happen if, in full sight of her companion, Mr. Freddie Atkins, she were to rise and walk over to Claire and myself. 28 Seated in the palm room of the other hotel, I sipped a cup of tea which I felt I had earned, while Claire had a little glass of the fancy-colored liquids which the ladies in these places affect. The room was an aviary, with tropical plants and splashing fountains and birds of many gorgeous hues. I gazed from one to another of the splendid creatures, wondering how many of them were paying for their plumage in the same way as my present companion. It would have taken a more practiced eye than mine to say which, for if I had been asked, I would have taken Claire for a diplomat's wife. She had not less than $1,000 worth of raiment upon her, and its style made clear to all the world the fact that it had not been saved over from a previous season of prosperity. She was a fine creature, who could carry any amount of sail. With her bold, black eyes she looked thoroughly competent, and it was hard to believe in the fundamental softness of her character. I sat, looking about me, annoyed at having missed Sylvia, and only half listening to Claire. But suddenly she brought me to attention. Well, she said, I've met him. Met whom? Douglas. I stared at her. Douglas Van Tuver. She nodded, and I suppressed a cry. I told you he'd come back, she added, with a laugh. You mean he came to see you? I could not hide my concern. But there was no need to, for it flattered Claire's vanity. No, not yet, but he will. I met him at Jack Taylor's at a supper party. Did he know you were to be there? No. But he didn't leave when he saw me. There was a pause. I could not trust myself to say anything. But Claire had no intention of leaving me curious. I don't think he's happy with her, she remarked. What makes you say that? Oh, several things. I know him, you know. He wouldn't say he was. Perhaps he didn't want to discuss it with you. Oh, no, not that. He isn't reserved with me. I should think it was dangerous to discuss one's wife under such circumstances. I laughed. Claire laughed also. You should have heard what Jack had to say about his wife. She's down at Palm Beach. She'd better come home, I ventured. He was telling what a dance she leads him. She raises Cain if a woman looks at him, and she damns every woman he meets before the woman has a chance to look. Jack said marriage was hell, just hell. Reggie Channing thought it was like a pair of old slippers that you got used to. Jack laughed and answered, "You're at the stage where you think you can solve the marriage problem by deceiving your wife." I made no comment. Claire sat for a while, busy with her thoughts, then she repeated, "He wouldn't say he was happy. And he misses me, too." When he was going, I held his hand, and said, "Well, Douglas, how goes it?" "And then?" I asked, but she would not say any more. I waited a while, and then began, "Claire, let him alone. Give them a chance to be happy." "Why should I?" she demanded, in a voice of hostility. "She never harmed you," I said. I knew I was being foolish, but I would do what I could. "She took him away from me, didn't she?" And Claire's eyes were suddenly alight with the hatred of her outcast class. "Why did she get him? Why is she Mrs. Vancouver, and I nobody?" "Because her father was rich, because she had power and position, while I had to scratch for myself in the world." Is that true, or isn't it? I could not deny that it might be part of the truth. "But they're married now," I said, "and he loves her. He loves me, too. And I love him still, in spite of the way he's treated me. He's the only man I ever really loved. Do you think I'm going off and hide in a hole, while she spends his money and plays the princess up and down the avenue? Not much." I fell silent. Should I set out upon another effort at molding water? Should I give Claire one more scolding, tell her, perhaps, how her very features were becoming hard and ugly, as a result of the feelings she was harboring? Should I recall the pretenses of generosity and dignity she had made when we first met? I might have attempted this, but something held me back. After all, the one person who could decide this issue was Douglas Vancouver. I rose. "Well, I have to be going. But I'll drop round now and then, and see what success you have." She became suddenly important. "Maybe I won't tell." To which I answered, indifferently, "All right, it's your secret." But I went off without much worry over that part of it. Claire must have someone to whom to recount her troubles or her triumphs, as the case might be. 29 I had my talk with Sylvia a day or two later, and made my excuse a friend from the West who had been going out of town in a few hours later. The seed had been growing, I found. Ever since we had last met, her life had consisted of arguments over the costume ball on which her husband had set his heart, and at which she had refused to play the hostess. "Of course, he's right about one thing," she remarked. "We can't stay in New York unless we give some big affair. Everyone expects it, and there is no explanation except one he could not offer." "I've made a big breach in your life, Sylvia," I said. "It wasn't all you. This unhappiness has been in me, it's been like a boil, and you've been the poultice." "Boils," I remarked, "are disfiguring, when they come to a head." There was a pause. "How is your child labor bill?" she asked, abruptly. "Why, it's all right. Didn't I see a letter in the paper saying it had been referred to a subcommittee, some trick to suppress it for this session?" I could not answer. I had been hoping she had not seen that letter. "If I were to come forward now," she said, "I could possibly block that move, couldn't I?" Still I said nothing. "If I were to take a bold stand, I mean if I were to speak at a public meeting, and denounce the move." "I suppose you could," I had to admit. For a long time she sat with her head bowed. "The children will have to wait," she said, at last, half to herself. "My dear," I answered, "the children have waited a long time. I hate to turn back to have you say I'm a coward." "I won't say that, Sylvia. You will be too kind, no doubt, but that will be the truth." I tried to reassure her. But the acids I had used intended for tougher skins than hers had burned into the very bone, and now it was not possible to stop their action. I must make you understand, she said, how serious a thing it seems to me for a wife to stand out against her husband. I've been brought up to feel that it was the most terrible thing a woman could do. She stopped, and when she went on again her face was set like one enduring pain. So this is the decision to which I have come. If I do anything of a public nature now, I drive my husband from me. On the other hand, if I take a little time, I may be able to save the situation. I need to educate myself, and I'm hoping I may be able to educate him at the same time. If I can get him to read something, if it's only a few paragraphs every day, I may gradually change his point of view, so that he will tolerate what I believe. At any rate, I ought to try. I am sure that is the wise and kind and fair thing to do. What will you do about the ball? I asked. I am going to take him away, out of this rush and distraction, this dressing and undressing, hurrying about meeting people and chattering about nothing. He is willing. Yes, in fact, he suggested it himself. He thinks my mind is turned, with all the things I've been reading, and with Mrs. Frothingham, and Mrs. Allison, and the rest. He hopes that if I go away, I may quiet down and come to my senses. We have a good excuse. I have to think of my health just now. She stopped, and looked away from my eyes. I saw the color spreading in a slow wave over her cheeks. It was like those tints of early dawn that are so ravishing to the souls of poets. In 4 or 5 months from now, and she stopped again. I put my big hand gently over her small one. I have 3 children of my own, I said. So, she went on, it won't seem so unreasonable. Some people know, and the rest will guess, and there won't be any talk, I mean, such as there would be if it was rumored that Mrs. Douglas Van Tuver had got interested in socialism, and refused to spend her husband's money. I understand, I replied. It's quite the most sensible thing, and I'm glad you've found a way out. I shall miss you, of course, but we can write each other long letters. Where are you going? I'm not absolutely sure. Douglas suggests a cruise in the West Indies, but I think I should rather be settled in one place. He has a lovely house in the mountains of North Carolina, and wants me to go there, but it's a show place, with rich homes all round, and I know I'd soon be in a social whirl. I thought of the camp in the Adirondacks. It would be glorious to see the real woods in winter, but I lose my nerve when I think of the cold. I was brought up in a warm place. A camp sounds rather primitive for one in your condition, I suggested. That's because you haven't been there. In reality it's a big house, with 25 rooms, and steam heat and electric lights, and half a dozen men to take care of it when it's empty, as it has been for several years. I smiled, for I could read her thought. Are you going to be unhappy because you can't occupy all your husband's homes? There's one other I prefer, she continued, unwilling to be made to smile. They call it a fishing lodge, and it's down in the Florida Keys. They're putting a railroad through there, but meantime you can only get to it by a launch. From the pictures, it's the most heavenly spot imaginable. Fancy running about those wonderful green waters in a motorboat. It sounds quite alluring, I replied. But isn't it remote for you? We're not so very far from Key West, and my husband means to have a physician with us in any case. The advantage of being in a small place is that we couldn't entertain if we wanted to. I can have my Aunt Varina come to stay with me, a dear, sweet soul who loves me devotedly, and then if I find I have to have some new ideas, perhaps you can come. I don't think your husband would favor that, I said. She put her hand out to me in a quick gesture. I don't mean to give up our friendship. I want you to understand, I intend to go on studying and growing. I am doing what he asked me. It's right that I should think of his wishes, and of the health of my child. But the child will be growing up, and sooner or later my husband must grant me the right to think, to have a life of my own. You must stand by me and help me, whatever happens. I gave her my hand on that, and so we parted for some time, as it proved. I went up to Albany once more, in a last futile effort to save our precious Bill, and while I was there I got a note from her, saying that she was leaving for the Florida Keys. Book 2. Sylvia as Mother. For 3 months after this I had nothing but letters from Sylvia. She proved to be an excellent letter writer, full of verve and color. I would not say that she poured out her soul to me, but she gave me glimpses of her states of mind, and the progress of her domestic drama. First, she described the place to which she had come, a ravishing spot, where any woman ought to be happy. It was a little island, fringed with a border of coconut palms, which rustled and whispered day and night in the breeze. It was covered with tropical foliage, and there was a long, rambling bungalow, with screened galleries, and a beach of hard white sand in front. The water was blue, dazzling with sunshine, and dotted with distant green islands. All of it, air, water, and islands, were warm. "I don't realize till I get here," she said, "I am never really happy in the north. I wrap myself against the assaults of a cruel enemy. But here I am at home, I cast off my furs, I stretch out my arms, I bloom. I believe I shall quite cease to think for a while. I shall forget all storms and troubles, and bask on the sand like a lizard. And the water? Mary, you cannot imagine such water. Why should it be blue on top, and green when you look down into it? I have a little skiff of my own in which I drift, and I have been happy for hours, studying the bottom. You see every color of the rainbow, and all as clear as in an aquarium. I have been fishing, too, and have caught a tarpon. That is supposed to be a great adventure, and it really is quite thrilling to feel the monstrous creature struggling with you, though, of course, my arm soon gave out, and I had to turn him over to my husband. This is one of the famous fishing grounds of the world, and I am glad of that, because it will keep the men happy while I enjoy the sunshine. I have discovered a fascinating diversion," she wrote, in a second letter. "I make them take me in the launch to one of the loneliest of the keys. They go off to fish, and I have the whole day to myself, and am as happy as a child on a picnic. I roam the beach, I take off my shoes and stockings. There are no newspaper reporters snapping pictures. I dare not go far in, for there are huge black creatures with dangerous stinging tails. They rush away in a cloud of sand when I approach, but the thought of stepping upon one by accident is terrifying. However, I let the little wavelets wash round my toes, and I try to grab little fish, and I pick up lovely shells, and then I go on, and I see a huge turtle waddling to the water, and I dash up, and would stop him if I dared, and then I find his eggs such an adventure. I am the prey of strange appetites and cravings. I have a delicious luncheon with me, but suddenly the one thing in the world I want to eat is turtle eggs. I have no matches with me, and I do not know how to build a fire like the Indians, so I have to hide the eggs back in the sand until tomorrow. I hope the turtle does not move them and that I have not lost my craving in the meantime. Then I go exploring inland. These islands were once the haunts of pirates, so I may imagine all sorts of romantic things. What I find are lemon trees. I do not know if they are wild, or if the key was once cultivated. The lemons are huge in size, and nearly all skin, but the flavor is delicious. Turtle eggs with wild lemon juice. And then I go on and come to a mangrove swamp, dark and forbidding, a grisly place. You imagine the trees are in torment, with limbs and roots tangled like writhing serpents. I tiptoe in a little way, and then get frightened, and run back to the beach. I see on the sand a mysterious little yellow creature, running like the wind. I make a dash, and get between him and his hole, and so he stands, crouching on guard, staring at me, and I at him. He is some sort of crab, but he stands on 2 legs like a caricature of a man. He has 2 big weapons upraised for battle, and staring black eyes stuck out on long tubes. He is an uncanny thing to look at, but then suddenly the idea comes, how do I seem to him? I realize that he is alive, a tiny mite of hunger for life, of fear and resolution. I think, how lonely he must be. And I want to tell him that I love him, and would not hurt him for the world, but I have no way to make him understand me, and all I can do is to go away and leave him. I go, thinking what a strange place the world is, with so many living things, each shut away apart by himself, unable to understand the others or make the others understand him. This is what is called philosophy, is it not? Tell me some books where these things are explained. I am reading all you sent me. When I grew tired of exploring the quay, I lay down in the shade of a palm tree, and read guess what? Number 5 John Street. So all this loveliness vanished, and I was back in the world's nightmare. An extraordinary book. I decided that it would be good for my husband, so I read him a few paragraphs, but I found that it only irritated him. He wants me to rest. He says he can't see why I've come away to the Florida Keys to read about the slums of London. My hope of gradually influencing his mind has led to a rather appalling discovery that he has the same intention as regards me. He too has brought a selection of books, and reads to me a few pages every day, and explains what they mean. He calls this resting. I am no match for him. Of course I never realized more keenly the worthlessness of my education. But I see in a general way where his arguments tend that life is something that has grown, and is not in the power of men to change, but even if he could convince me of this, I should not find it a source of joy. I have a feeling always that if you were here, you would know something to answer. The truth is that I am so pained by the conflict between us that I cannot argue at all. I find myself wondering what our marriage would have been like if we had discovered that we had the same ideas and interests. There are days and nights at a time when I tell myself that I ought to believe what my husband believes, that I ought never have allowed myself to think of anything else. But that really won't do as a life program. I tried it years ago with my dear mother and father. Did I ever tell you that my mother is firmly convinced in her heart that I am to suffer eternally in a real hell of fire because I do not believe certain things about the Bible? She still has visions of it, though not so bad since she turned me over to a husband. Now it is my husband who is worried about my ideas. He is reading a book by Burke, a well-known old writer. The book deals with English history, which I don't know much about, but I see that it resents modern changes, and the whole spirit of change. And Mary, why can't I feel that way? I really ought to love those old and stately things. I ought to be reverent to the past. I was brought up that way. Sometimes I tremble when I realize how very flippant and cynical I am. I seem to see the wrong side of everything, so that I couldn't believe in it if I wanted to. Her letters were full of the wonders of nature about her. There was a snow-white egret who made his home upon her island. She watched his fishing operations, and meant to find his nest, so as to watch his young. The men made a trip into the Everglades, and brought back wonder tales of flocks of flamingos making scarlet clouds in the sky, huge colonies of birds' nests crowded like a city. They had brought home a young one, which screamed all day to be stuffed with fish. A cousin of Sylvia's, Harley Chilton, had come to visit her. He had taken Vancouver on hunting trips during the latter's courtship days, and now was a good fishing companion. He was not allowed to discover the state of affairs between Sylvia and her husband, but he saw his cousin reading serious books, and his contribution to the problem was to tell her that she would get wrinkles in her face, and that even her feet would grow big, like those of the ladies in New England. Also, there was the young physician who kept watch over Sylvia's health, a dapper little man with pink and white complexion, and a brown mustache from which he could not keep his fingers. He had a bungalow to himself, but sometimes he went along on the launch trips, and Sylvia thought she observed wrinkles of amusement round his eyes whenever she differed from her husband on the subject of Burke. She suspected this young man of not telling all his ideas to his multimillionaire patients, and she was entertained by the prospect of probing him. Then came Mrs. Varina Tuis, who since the tragic cutting of her own domestic knot, had given her life to the service of the happier members of the Castleman line. She was now to be companion and counselor to Sylvia, and on the very day of her arrival she discovered the chasm that was yawning in her niece's life. It's wonderful, wrote Sylvia, the intuition of the Castleman women. We were in the launch, passing one of the viaducts of the new railroad, and Aunt Varina exclaimed, "What a wonderful piece of work." "Yes," put in my husband, "but don't let Sylvia hear you say it." "Why not?" she asked, and he replied, "She'll tell you how many hours a day the poor Dagos have to work." That was all, but I saw Aunt Varina give a quick glance at me, and I saw that she was not fooled by my efforts to make conversation. It was rather horrid of Douglas, for he knows that I love these old people, and do not want them to know about my trouble. But it is characteristic of him when he is annoyed he seldom tries to spare others. As soon as we were alone, Aunt Varina began, "Sylvia, my dear, what does it mean? What have you done to worry your husband? You would be entertained if I could remember the conversation." I tried to dodge the trouble by answering offhand, Douglas had eaten too many turtle eggs for luncheon, this being a manlike thing, that any dear old lady would understand. But she was too shrewd. I had to explain to her that I was learning to think, and this sent her into a perfect panic. "You actually mean, my child, that you are thinking about subjects to which your husband objects, and you refuse to stop when he asks you to? Surely you must know that he has some good reason for objecting." "I suppose so," I said, "but he has not made that reason clear to me, and certainly I have a right." She would not hear any more than that. "Right, Sylvia. Right? Are you claiming the right to drive your husband from you? But surely I can't regulate all my thinking by the fear of driving my husband from me. Sylvia, you take my breath away. Where did you get such ideas? But answer me, Aunt Varina, can I? What thinking is as important to a woman as thinking how to please a good, kind husband? What would become of her family if she no longer tried to do this?" So you see, we opened up a large subject. I know you consider me a backward person, and you may be interested to learn that there are some to whom I seem a terrifying rebel. Picture poor Aunt Varina, her old face full of concern, repeating over and over, my child, I hope I have come in time." Don't scorn the advice of a woman who has paid bitterly for her mistakes. You have a good husband, a man who loves you devotedly. You are one of the most fortunate of women now. Do not throw your happiness away. "Aunt Varina," I said, "Aunt Varina, do you really believe that every man is so anxious to get away from his wife that it must take her whole stock of energy, her skill in diplomacy, to keep him?" "Sylvia," she answered, "you put things so strangely, you use such horribly crude language, I don't know how to talk to you. I can only tell you this, that the wife who permits herself to think about other things than her duty to her husband and her children is taking a frightful risk. She is playing with fire, Sylvia. She will realize too late what it means to set aside the wisdom of her sex, the experience of other women for ages and ages. So there you are, Mary. I am studying another unwritten book, the Maxims of Aunt Varina. She has found the remedy for my troubles, the cure for my disease of thought I am to sow. I tell her that I have more clothes than I can wear in a dozen seasons, and she answers, in an awesome voice, there is the little stranger. When I point out that the little stranger will be expected to have a layette costing many thousands of dollars, she replies, they will surely permit him to wear some of the things his mother's hands have made. So, behold me, seated on the gallery, learning fancy stitches and with Koski on the social revolution hidden away in the bottom of my sewing bag. The weeks passed. The legislature at Albany adjourned, without regard to our wishes, and so, like the patient spider whose web is destroyed, we set to work upon a new one. So much money must be raised, so many articles must be written, so many speeches delivered, so many people seized upon and harried and wrought to a state of mind where they were dangerous to the future career of legislators. Such is the process of social reform under the private property regime, a process which the pure and simple reformers imagine we shall tolerate forever. God save us. Sylvia asked me for the news, and I told it to her how we had failed, and what we had to do next. So pretty soon there came by registered mail a little box, in which I found a diamond ring. I cannot ask him for money just now, she explained, but here is something that has been mine from girlhood. It cost about $400, this for your guidance in selling it. Not a day passes that I do not see many times that much wasted, so take it for the cause. Queen Isabella and her jewels. In this letter she told me of a talk she had had with her husband on the woman problem. She had thought at first that it was going to prove a helpful talk. He had been in a fairer mood than she was usually able to induce. He evaded some of my questions, she explained, but I don't think it was deliberate, it is simply the evasive attitude of mind which the whole world takes. He says he does not think that women are inferior to men, only that they are different. The mistake is for them to try to become like men. It is the old proposition of charm, you see. I put that to him, and he admitted that he did like to be charmed. I said, you wouldn't, if you knew as much about the process as I do. Why not? He asked. Because, it's not an honest process. It's not a straight way for one sex to deal with the other. He asked what I meant by that, but then, remembering the cautions of my great aunt, I laughed. If you are going to compel me to use the process, you can hardly expect me to tell you the secret of it. Then there's no use trying to talk, he said. Ah, but there is. I exclaimed. You admit that I have charmed. Dozens of other men admitted it. And so it ought to count for something if I declare that I know it's not an honest thing, that it depends upon trickery, and appeals to the worst qualities in a man. For instance, his vanity. Flatter him, Lady D used to say. He'll swallow it. And he will. I never knew a man to refuse a compliment in my life. His love of domination. If you want anything, make him think that he wants it. His egotism. She had a bitter saying. I can hear the very tones of her voice. When in doubt, talk about him. That is what is called charm. I don't seem to feel it, he said. No, because now you are behind the scenes. But when you were in front, you felt it, you can't deny. And you would feel it again, any time I chose to use it. But I want to know if there is not some honest way a woman can interest a man. The question really comes to this: can a man love a woman for what she really is? I should say, he said, that it depends upon the woman. I admitted this was a plausible answer. But you loved me, when I made myself a mystery to you. But now that I am honest with you, you have made it clear that you don't like it, that you won't have it. And that is the problem that women have to face. It is a fact that the women of our family have always ruled the men, but they've done it by indirection. Nobody ever thought seriously of women's rights in Castleman County. But you see, women have rights, and somehow or other they will fool the men, or else the men must give up the idea that they are the superior sex, and have the right, or the ability, to rule women. Then I saw how little he had followed me. There has to be a head to the family, he said. I answered, there have been cases in history of a king and queen ruling together, and getting along very well. Why not the same thing in a family? That's all right, so far as the things of the family are concerned. But such affairs as business and politics are in the sphere of men, and women cannot meddle in them without losing their best qualities as women. And so there we were. I won't repeat his arguments, for doubtless you have read enough anti-suffrage literature. The thing I noticed was that if I was very tactful and patient, I could apparently carry him along with me, but when the matter came up again, I would discover that he was back where he had been before. A woman must accept the guidance of a man, she must take the man's word for the things that he understands. But suppose the man is wrong? I said, and there we stop. There we shall stop always, I begin to fear. I agree with him that woman should obey man so long as man is right. For her letters did not all deal with this problem. In spite of the sewing, she found time to read a number of books, and we argued about these. Then, too, she had been probing her young doctor, and had made interesting discoveries about him. For one thing, he was full of awe and admiration for her, and her awakening mind found material for speculation in this. Here is this young man, he thinks he is a scientist, he rather prides himself upon being cold-blooded, yet a cunning woman could twist him round her finger. He had an unhappy love affair when he was young, so he confided to me, and now, in his need and loneliness, a beautiful woman is transformed into something supernatural in his imagination. She is like a shimmering soap bubble, that he blows with his own breath. I know that I could never get him to see the real truth about me. I might tell him that I have let myself be tied up in a golden net, but he would only marvel at my spirituality. Oh, the women I have seen trading upon the credulity of men. And when I think how I did this myself. If men were wise, they would give us the vote, and a share in the world's work, anything that would bring us out into the light of day, and break the spell of mystery that hangs round us. By the way, she wrote in another letter, there will be trouble if you come down here. I was telling Dr. Perrin about you, and your ideas about fasting, and mental healing, and the rest of your fads. He got very much excited. It seems that he takes his diploma seriously, and he's not willing to be taught by amateur experiments. He wanted me to take some pills, and I refused, and I think now he blames you for it. He has found a bond of sympathy with my husband, who proves his respect for authority by taking whatever he is told to take. Dr. Perrin got his medical training here in the South, and I imagine he's 10 or 20 years behind the rest of the medical world. Douglas picked him out because he'd met him socially. It makes no difference to me because I don't mean to have any doctoring done to me. Then, on top of these things, would come a cry from her soul. Mary, what will you do if someday you get a letter from me confessing that I am not happy? I dare not say a word to my own people. I am supposed to be at the apex of human triumph, and I have to play that role to keep from hurting them. I know that if my dear old father got an inkling of the truth, it would kill him. My one real solid consolation is that I have helped him, that I have lifted a money burden from his life. I have done that, I tell myself, over and over, but then I wonder, have I done anything but put the reckoning off? I have given all his other children a new excuse for extravagance, an impulse towards worldliness which they did not need. There is my sister Celeste, for example. I don't think I have told you about her. She made her debut last fall, and was coming up to New York to stay with me this winter. She had it all arranged in her mind to make a rich marriage. I was to give her the entree, and now I have been selfish, and thought of my own desires, and gone away. Can I say to her, be warned by me, I have made a great match, and it has not brought me happiness? She would not understand. She would say I was foolish. She would say, if I had your luck, I would be happy. And the worst of it is, it would be true. You see the position I am in with the rest of the children. I cannot say, you are spending too much of Papa's money, it is wrong for you to sign checks and trust to his carelessness. I have had my share of the money, I have lined my own nest. All I can do is to buy dresses and hats for Celeste, and know that she will use these to fill her girlfriends with envy, and make scores of other families live beyond their means. 5. Sylvia's pregnancy was moving to its appointed end. She wrote me beautifully about it, much more frankly and simply than she could have brought herself to talk. She recalled to me my own raptures, and also, my own heartbreak. Mary. Mary. I felt the child today. Such a sensation, I could not have credited it if anyone had told me. I almost fainted. There is something in me that wants to turn back, that is afraid to go on with such experiences. I do not wish to be seized in spite of myself, and made to feel things beyond my control. I wander off down the beach, and hide myself, and cry and cry. I think I could almost pray again. And then again, I am in ecstasy, because I am to bear a child of my own. Oh, wonderful, wonderful. But suddenly my ecstasy is shot through with terror, because the father of this child is a man I do not love. There is no use trying to deceive myself nor you. I must have one human soul with whom I can talk about it as it really is. I do not love him, I never did love him, I never shall love him. Oh, how could they have all been so mistaken? Here is Aunt Varina, one of those who helped to persuade me into this marriage. She told me that love would come. It seemed to be her idea. My mother had it too, that you had only to submit yourself to a man, to follow and obey him, and love would take possession of your heart. I tried credulously, and it did not happen as they promised. And now, I am to bear him a child, and that will bind us together forever. Oh, the despair of it! I do not love the father of my child. I say, the child will be partly his, perhaps more his than mine. It will be like him, it will have this quality and that, the very qualities, perhaps, that are a source of distress to me in the father. So I shall have these things before me day and night, all the rest of my life. I shall have to see them growing and hardening. It will be a perpetual crucifixion of my mother love. I seek to comfort myself by saying, the child can be trained differently, so that he will not have these qualities. But then I think, no, you cannot train him as you wish. Your husband will have rights to the child, rights superior to your own. Then I foresee the most dreadful strife between us. A shrewd girlfriend once told me that I ought to be better or worse, I ought not to see people's faults as I do, or else I ought to love people less. And I can see that I ought to have been too good to make this marriage, or else not too good to make the best of it. I know that I might be happy as Mrs. Douglas Van Tuver, if I could think of the worldly advantages, and the fact that my child will inherit them. But instead, I see them as a trap, in which not only ourselves but the child is caught, and from which I cannot save us. Oh, what a mistake a woman makes when she marries a man with the idea that she is going to change him. He will not change, he will not have the need of change suggested to him. He wants peace in his home, which means that he wants to be what he is. Sometimes I can study the situation quite coolly, and as if it didn't concern me at all. He has required me to subject my mind to his. But he will not be content with a general capitulation, he must have a surrender from each individual soldier, from every rebel hidden in the hills. He tracks them out, and either they take the oath of allegiance, or they are buried where they lie. The process is like the spoiling of a child. I find, the more you give him, the more he wants. And if any little thing is refused, then you see him set out upon a regular campaign to break you down and get it. A month or more later she wrote, "Poor Douglas is getting restless. He has caught every kind of fish there is to catch, and hunted every kind of animal and bird, in and out of season. Harley has gone home, and so have our other guests. It would be embarrassing to me to have company now. So Douglas has no one but the doctor and myself and my poor aunt. He has spoken several times of our going away, but I do not want to go, and I think I ought to consider my own health at this critical time. It is hot here, but I simply thrive in it. I never felt in better health. So I asked him to go up to New York, or visit somewhere for a while, and let me stay here until my baby is born. Does that seem so very unreasonable? It does not to me, but poor Aunt Varina is in agony about it. I am letting my husband drift away from me. I speculate about my lot as a woman. I see the bitterness and the sorrow of my sex through the ages. I have become physically misshapen, so that I am no longer attractive to him. I am no longer active and free, I can no longer go about with him. On the contrary, I am a burden, and he is a man who never tolerated a burden before. What this means is that I have lost the magic hold of sex. As a woman it was my business to exert all my energies to maintain it. And I know how I could restore it now. There is young Dr. Perrin. He does not find me a burden, he would tolerate any deficiencies. And I can see my husband on the alert in an instant, if I become too much absorbed in discussing your health theories with my handsome young guardian. This is one of the recognized methods of keeping your husband. I learned from Lady D all there is to know about it. But I would find the method impossible now, even if my happiness were dependent upon retaining my husband's love. I should think of the rights of my friend, the little doctor. That is one point to note for the new woman, is it not? You may mention it in your next suffrage speech. There are other methods, of course. I have a mind, and I might turn its powers to entertaining him, instead of trying to solve the problems of the universe. But to do this, I should have to believe that it was the one thing in the world for me to do, and I have permitted a doubt of that to gain entrance to my brain. My poor aunt's exhortations inspire me to efforts to regain the faith of my mother's, but I simply cannot. I cannot. She sits by me with the terror of all the women of all the ages in her eyes. I am losing a man. I don't know if you have ever set out to hold a man deliberately, I mean. Probably you haven't. That bitter maxim of Lady D's is the literal truth of it. When in doubt, talk about him. If you will tactfully and shrewdly keep a man talking about himself, his tastes, his ideas, his work and the importance of it, there is never the least possibility of your boring him. You must not just tamely agree with him, of course. If you hint a difference now and then, and make him convince you, he will find that stimulating, or if you can manage not to be quite convinced, but sweetly open to conviction, he will surely call again. Keep him busy every minute, Lady D used to say. Run away with him now and then like a spirited horse. And she would add, but don't let him drop the reins. You can have no idea how many women there are in the world deliberately playing such parts. Some of them admit it, others just do the thing that is easiest, and would die of horror if they were told what it is. It is the whole of the life of a successful society woman, young or old. Pleasing a man. Waiting upon his moods, piquing him, flattering him, feeding his vanity, charming him. That is what Aunt Varina wants me to do now. If I am not too crude in my description of the process, she has no hesitation in admitting the truth. It is what she tried to do, it is what almost every woman has done who has held a family together and made a home. I was reading Jane Eyre the other day. There is your woman's ideal of an imperious and impetuous lover. Listen to him, when his mood is on him. I am disposed to be gregarious and communicative tonight, and that is why I sent for you. The fire and the chandelier were not sufficient company for me, nor would Pilate have been, for none of these can talk. Tonight I am resolved to be at ease, to dismiss what importunes, and recall what pleases. It would please me now to draw you out to learn more of you, therefore speak. 6. It was now May, and Sylvia's time was little more than a month off. She had been urging me to come and visit her, but I had refused, knowing that my presence must necessarily be disturbing to both her husband and her aunt. But now she wrote that her husband was going back to New York. He was staying out of a sense of duty to me, she said. But his discontent was so apparent that I had to point out to him that he was doing harm to me as well as to himself. I doubt if you will want to come here now. The last of the winter visitors have left. It is really hot, so hot that you cannot get cool by going into the water. Yet I am reveling in it. I wear almost nothing, and that white, and even the suspicious Dr. Perrin cannot but admit that I am thriving. His references to pills are purely formal. Lately I have not permitted myself to think much about the situation between my husband and myself. I cannot blame him, and I cannot blame myself, and I am trying to keep my peace of mind till my baby is born. I have found myself following half instinctively the procedure you told me about. I talk to my own subconscious mind, and to the baby I command them to be well. I whisper to them things that are not so very far from praying, but I don't think my poor dear mama would recognize it in its new scientific dress. But sometimes I can't help thinking of the child and its future, and then all of a sudden my heart is ready to break with pity for the child's father. I have the consciousness that I do not love him, and that he has always known it, and that makes me remorseful. But I told him the truth before we married. He promised to be patient with me till I had learned to love him. Now I want to burst into tears and cry aloud, "Oh, why did you do it? Why did I let myself be persuaded into this marriage?" I tried to have a talk with him last night, after he had decided to go away. I was full of pity, and a desire to help. I said I wanted him to know that no matter how much we might disagree about some things, I meant to learn to live happily with him. We must find some sort of compromise, for the sake of the child, if not for ourselves. We must not let the child suffer. He answered coldly that there would be no need for the child to suffer, the child would have the best the world could afford. I suggested that there might arise some question as to just what the best was, but to that he said nothing. He went on to rebuke my discontent. Had he not given me everything a woman could want? He asked. He was too polite to mention money, but he said that I had leisure and entire freedom from care. I was persisting in assuming cares, while he was doing all in his power to prevent it. And that was as far as we got. I gave up the discussion, for we should only have gone the old round over again. Douglas has taken up a saying that my cousin brought with him, "What you don't know won't hurt you." I think that before he left, Harley had begun to suspect that all was not well between my husband and myself, and he felt it necessary to give me a little friendly counsel. He was tactful, and politely vague, but I understood him, my worldly wise young cousin. I think that saying of his sums up the philosophy that he would teach to all women: what you don't know won't hurt you. A week or so later Sylvia wrote me that her husband was in New York. And I waited another week, for good measure, and then one morning dropped in for a call upon Claire Lepage. Why did I do it? You ask. I had no definite purpose, only a general opposition to the philosophy of Cousin Harley. I was ushered into Claire's boudoir, which was still littered with last evening's apparel. She sat in a dressing gown with resplendent red roses on it, and brushed the hair out of her eyes, and apologized for not being ready for callers. "I've just had a talking to from Larry," she explained. "Larry?" said I, inquiringly, for Claire had always informed me elaborately that Vancouver had been her one departure from propriety, and always would be. Apparently she had now reached a stage in her career where pretenses were too much trouble. "I've come to the conclusion that I don't know how to manage men," she said. "I never can get along with one for any time." I remarked that I had had the same experience, though of course I had only tried it once. "Tell me," I said, "who's Larry? There's his picture." She reached into a drawer of her dresser. I saw a handsome blonde gentleman, who looked old enough to know better. "He doesn't seem especially forbidding," I said. "That's just the trouble, you can never tell about men." I noted a date on the picture. "He seems to be an old friend. You never told me about him." "He doesn't like being told about. He has a troublesome wife." I winced inwardly, but all I said was, "I see. He's a stockbroker, and he got squeezed, so he says, and it's made him cross and careful with his money, too." "That's trying, in a stockbroker, you must admit." She laughed. "And still he's just as particular, wants to have his own way in everything, wants to say whom I shall know and where I shall go." I said, "I have all the inconveniences of matrimony, and none of the advantages." I made some remark upon the subject of the emancipation of woman, and Claire, who was now leaning back in her chair, combing out her long black tresses, smiled at me out of half-closed eyelids. "Guess whom he's objecting to," she said. And when I pronounced it impossible, she looked portentous. "There are bigger fish in the sea than Larry Edgewater." "And you've hooked one?" I asked, innocently. "Well, I don't mean to give up all my friends." I went on casually to talk about my plans for the summer, and a few minutes later, after a lull, "By the way," remarked Claire, "Douglas Vancouver is in town." "How do you know?" "I've seen him." "Indeed? Where?" "I got Jack Taylor to invite me again." You see, when Douglas fell in love with his peerless southern beauty, Jack predicted he'd get over it even more quickly. Now he's interested in proving he was right. I waited a moment, and then asked, carelessly, "Is he having any success?" I said, "Douglas, why don't you come to see me?" He was in a playful mood. "What do you want?" "A new automobile." I answered, I haven't any automobile, new or old, and you know it. What I want is you. I always loved you, surely I proved that to you. What you proved to me was that you were a sort of wildcat. I'm afraid of you. And anyway, I'm tired of women. I'll never trust another one. About the same conclusion as you've come to regarding men, I remarked. Douglas, I said, come and see me, and we'll talk over old times. You may trust me, I swear I'll not tell a living soul. You've been consoling yourself with someone else, he said. But I knew he was only guessing. He was seeking for something that would worry me, and he said, you're drinking too much. People that drink can't be trusted. You know, I replied, I didn't drink too much when I was with you. I'm not drinking as much as you are, right now. He answered, I've been off on a desert island for God knows how many months, and I'm celebrating my escape. Well, I answered, let me help celebrate. What did he say to that? Claire resumed the combing of her silken hair, and smiled a slow smile at me. You may trust me, Douglas, I said. I swear I'll not tell a living soul. Of course, I remarked, appreciatively, that means he said he'd come. I haven't told you, was the reply. 8. I knew that I had only to wait for Claire to tell me the rest of the story. But her mind went off on another tack. Sylvia's going to have a baby, she remarked, suddenly. That ought to please her husband, I said. You can see him beginning to swell with paternal pride. So Jack said. He sent for a bottle of some famous kind of champagne that he has, to celebrate the new millionaire baby. Before they got through, they had made it triplets. Jack says Douglas is the one man in New York who can afford them. Your friend Jack seems to be what they call a wag, I commented. It isn't everybody that Douglas will let carry on with him like that. He takes himself seriously, as a rule. And he expects to take the new baby seriously. It generally binds a man tighter to his wife, don't you think? I watched her closely, and saw her smile at my naivete. No, she said, I don't. It leaves them restless. It's a bore all round. I did not dispute her authority, she ought to know her husband's, I thought. She was facing the mirror, putting up her hair, and in the midst of the operation she laughed. All that evening, while we were having a jolly time at Jack Taylor's, Larry was here waiting. Then no wonder you had a row. I said. He hadn't told me he was coming. And was I to sit here all night alone? It's always the same. I never knew a man who really in his heart was willing for you to have any friends, or any sort of good time without him. Perhaps, I replied, he's afraid you mightn't be true to him. I meant this for a jest, of the sort that Claire and her friends would appreciate. Little did I foresee where it was to lead us. I remember how once on the farm my husband had a lot of dynamite, blasting out stumps, and my emotions when I discovered the children innocently playing with a stick of it. Something like these children I seem now to myself, looking back on this visit to Claire, and our talk. You know, she observed, without smiling, Larry's got a bee in his hat. I've seen men who were jealous, and kept watch over women, but never one that was obsessed like him. What's it about? He's been reading a book about diseases, and he tells me tales about what may happen to me, and what may happen to him. When you've listened a while, you can see microbes crawling all over the walls of the room. Well, I began. I was sick of his lecturing, so I said, Larry, you'll have to do like me, have everything there is, and get over it, and then you won't need to worry. I sat still, staring at her. I think I must have stopped breathing. At the end of an eternity, I said, you've not really had any of these diseases, Claire. Who hasn't? She countered. Again there was a pause. You know, I observed, some of them are dangerous. Oh, of course, she answered, lightly. There's one that makes your nose fall in and your hair fall out, but you haven't seen anything like that happening to me. But there's another, I hinted, one that's much more common. And when she did not take the hint, I continued, also it's more serious than people generally realize. She shrugged her shoulders. What of it? Men bring you these things, and it's part of the game. So what's the use of bothering? 9. There was a long silence. I had to have time to decide what course to take. There was so much that I wanted to get from her, and so much that I wanted to hide from her. I don't want to bore you, Claire, I began, finally, but really this is a matter of importance to you. You see, I've been reading up on the subject as well as Larry. The doctors have been making new discoveries. They used to think this was just a local infection, like a cold, but now they find it's a blood disease, and has the gravest consequences. For one thing, it causes most of the surgical operations that have to be performed on women. Maybe so, she said, still indifferent. I've had 2 operations. But it's ancient history now. You mayn't have reached the end yet, I persisted. People suppose they are cured of gonorrhea, when really it's only suppressed, and is liable to break out again at any time. Yes, I knew. That's some of the information Larry had been making love to me with. It may get into the joints and cause rheumatism, it may cause neuralgia, it's been known to affect the heart. Also it causes 2/3 of all the blindness in infants. And suddenly Claire laughed. That's Sylvia Castleman's lookout, it seems to me. Oh. Oh. I whispered, losing my self-control. What's the matter? She asked, and I noticed that her voice had become sharp. Do you really mean what you've just implied? That Mrs. Douglas Van Tuver may have to pay something for what she has done to me? Well, what of it? And suddenly Claire flew into a passion, as she always did when our talk came to her rival. Why shouldn't she take chances the same as the rest of us? Why should I have it and she get off? I fought for my composure. After a pause, I said, it's not a thing we want anybody to have, Claire. We don't want anybody to take such a chance. The girl ought to have been told. Told? Do you imagine she would have given up her great catch? She might have, how can you be sure? Anyhow, she should have had the chance. There was a long silence. I was so shaken that it was hard for me to find words. As a matter of fact, said Claire, grimly, I thought of warning her myself. There'd have been some excitement at least. You remember when they came out of church? You helped to stop me. It would have been too late then, I heard myself saying. Well, she exclaimed, with fresh excitement, it's Miss Sylvia's turn now. We'll see if she's such a grand lady that she can't get my diseases. I could no longer contain myself. Claire, I cried, you are talking like a devil. She picked up a powder puff, and began to use it diligently. I know, she said, and I saw her burning eyes in the glass. You can't fool me. You've tried to be kind, but you despise me in your heart. You think I'm as bad as any woman of the street. Very well then, I speak for my class, and I tell you, this is where we prove our humanity. They throw us out, but you see we get back in. My dear woman, I said, you don't understand. You'd not feel as you do, if you knew that the person to pay the penalty might be an innocent little child. Their child. Yes, it's too bad if there has to be anything the matter with the little prince. But I might as well tell you the truth, I've had that in mind all along. I didn't know just what would happen, or how. I don't believe anybody does, the doctors who pretend to are just faking you. But I knew Douglas was rotten, and maybe his children would be rotten, and they'd all of them suffer. That was one of the things that kept me from interfering and smashing him up. I was speechless now, and Claire, watching me, laughed. You look as if you'd had no idea of it. Don't you know that I told you at the time? You told me at the time. I suppose, you didn't understand. I'm apt to talk French when I'm excited. We have a saying, the wedding present which the mistress leaves in the basket of the bride. That was pretty near telling, wasn't it? Yes, I said, in a low voice. And the other, after watching me for a moment more, went on, you think I'm revengeful, don't you? Well, I used to reproach myself with this, and I tried to fight it down, but the time comes when you want people to pay for what they take from you. Let me tell you something that I never told to anyone, that I never expected to tell. You see me drinking and going to the devil, you hear me talking the carefree talk of my world, but in the beginning I was really in love with Douglas Vancouver, and I wanted his child. I wanted it so that it was an ache to me. And yet, what chance did I have? I'd have been the joke of his set forever if I'd breathed it, I'd have been laughed out of the town. I even tried at one time to trap him to get his child in spite of him, but I found that the surgeons had cut me up, and I could never have a child. So I have to make the best of it. I have to agree with my friends that it's a good thing, it saves me trouble. But she comes along, and she has what I wanted, and all the world thinks it wonderful and sublime. She's a beautiful young mother. What's she ever done in her life that she has everything, and I go without? You may spend your time shedding tears over her and what may happen to her, but for my part, I say this: let her take her chances. Let her take her chances with the other women in the world, the women she's too good and too pure to know anything about. 10. I came out of Claire's house, sick with horror. Not since the time when I had read my poor nephew's letter had I been so shaken. Why had I not thought long ago of questioning Claire about these matters? How could I have left Sylvia all this time exposed to peril? The greatest danger was to her child at the time of birth. I figured up, according to the last letter I had received, there was about 10 days yet, and so I felt some relief. I thought first of sending a telegram, but reflected that it would be difficult, not merely to tell her what to do in a telegram, but to explain to her afterwards why I had chosen this extraordinary method. I recollected that in her last letter she had mentioned the name of the surgeon who was coming from New York to attend her during her confinement. Obviously the thing for me to do was to see the surgeon. Well, madam, he said, when I was seated in his inner office. He was a tall, elderly man, immaculately groomed, and formal and precise in his manner. Dr. Overton, I began, my friend, Mrs. Douglas Vancouver writes me that you are going to Florida shortly. That is correct, he said. I have come to see you about a delicate matter. I presume I need hardly say that I am relying upon the seal of professional secrecy. I saw his gaze become suddenly fixed. Certainly, madam, he said. I am taking this course because Mrs. Vancouver is a very dear friend of mine, and I am concerned about her welfare. It has recently come to my knowledge that she has become exposed to infection by a venereal disease. He would hardly have started more if I had struck him. Hey, he cried, forgetting his manners. It would not help you any, I said, if I were to go into details about this unfortunate matter. Suffice it to say that my information is positive and precise, that it could hardly be more so. There was a long silence. He sat with eyes rivet upon me. What is this disease? He demanded, at last. I named it, and then again there was a pause. How long has this possibility of infection existed? Ever since her marriage, nearly 18 months ago. That told him a good part of the story. I felt his look boring me through. Was I a mad woman? Or some new kind of blackmailer? Or, was I, possibly, a Claire? I was grateful for my 40-cent bonnet and my 47 years. Naturally, he said at length, this information startles me. When you have thought it over, I responded, you will realize that no possible motive could bring me here but concern for the welfare of my friend. He took a few moments to consider. That may be true, madam, but let me add that when you say you know this. He stopped. I mean that I know it, I said, and stopped in turn. Has Mrs. Van Tuver herself any idea of this situation? None whatever. On the contrary, she was assured before her marriage that no such possibility existed. Again I felt him looking through me, but I left him to make what he could of my information. Doctor, I continued, I presume there is no need to point out to a man in your position the seriousness of this matter, both to the mother and to the child. Certainly there is not. I assume that you are familiar with the precautions that have to be taken with regard to the eyes of the child. Certainly, madam. This with just a touch of hauteur, and then, suddenly, are you by any chance a nurse? No, I replied, but many years ago I was forced by tragedy in my own family to realize the seriousness of the venereal peril. So when I learned this fact about my friend, my first thought was that you should be informed of it. I trust that you will appreciate my position. Certainly, madam, certainly, he made haste to say. You are quite right, and you may rest assured that everything will be done that our best knowledge directs. I only regret that the information did not come to me sooner. It only came to me about an hour ago, I said, as I rose to leave. The blame, therefore, must rest upon another person. I needed to say no more. He bowed me politely out, and I walked down the street, and realized that I was restless and wretched. I wandered at random for a while, trying to think what else I could do, for my own peace of mind, if not for Sylvia's welfare. I found myself inventing one worry after another. Dr. Overton had not said just when he was going, and suppose she were to need someone at once. Or suppose something were to happen to him if he were to be killed upon the long train journey. I was like a mother who has had a terrible dream about her child. She must rush and fling her arms about the child. I realized that I wanted to see Sylvia. She had begged me to come, and I was worn out and had been urged by the office to take a rest. Suddenly I bolted into a store, and telephoned the railroad station about trains to southern Florida. I hailed a taxi cab, rode to my home post haste, and flung a few of my belongings into a bag, and the waiting cab sped with me to the ferry. In little more than 2 hours after Claire had told me the dreadful tidings, I was speeding on my way to Sylvia. 11 From a train window I had once beheld a cross-section of America from west to east, now I beheld another from north to south. In the afternoon were the farms and country homes of New Jersey, and then in the morning endless wastes of wilderness, and straggling fields of young corn and tobacco, turpentine forests, with half-stripped Negroes working, and a procession of depots, with lanky men chewing tobacco, and Negroes basking in the blazing sun. Then another night, and there was the pageant of Florida, palmettos, and other trees of which one had seen pictures in the geography books, stretches of vine-tangled swamps, where one looked for alligators, orange groves in blossom, and gardens full of flowers beyond imagining. Every hour, of course, it got hotter. I was not, like Sylvia, used to it, and whenever the train stopped I sat by the open window, mopping the perspiration from my face. We were due at Miami in the afternoon, but there was a freight train off the track ahead of us, and so for 3 hours I sat chafing with impatience, worrying the conductor with futile questions. I had to make connections at Miami with a train which ran to the last point on the mainland, where the construction work over the Keys was going forward. And if I missed that last train, I would have to wait in Miami till morning. I had better wait there, anyhow, the conductor argued, but I insisted that my friends, to whom I had telegraphed 2 days before, would meet me with a launch and take me to their place that night. We got in half an hour late for the other train, but this was the South, I discovered, and they had waited for us. I shifted my bag and myself across the platform, and we moved on. But then another problem arose. We were running into a storm. It came with great suddenness. 1 minute all was still, with a golden sunset, and the next it was so dark that I could barely see the palm trees, bent over, swaying madly like people with arms stretched out, crying in distress. I could hear the roaring of the wind above that of the train, and I asked the conductor in consternation if this could be a hurricane. It was not the season for hurricanes, he replied, but it was some storm, all right, and I would not find any boat to take me to the Keys until it was over. It was absurd of me to be nervous, I kept telling myself, but there was something in me that cried out to be there, to be there. I got out of the train, facing what I refrained from calling a hurricane out of deference to local authority. It was all I could do to keep from being blown across the station platform, and I was drenched with the spray and bewildered by the roaring of the waves that beat against the pier beyond. Inside the station, I questioned the agent. The launch of the Vancouvers had not been in that day, if it had been on the way, it must have sought shelter somewhere. My telegram to Mrs. Vancouver had been received 2 days before, and delivered by a boatman whom they employed for that purpose. Presumably, therefore, I would be met. I asked how long this gale was apt to last, the answer was from 1 to 3 days. Then I asked about shelter for the night. This was a jumping-off place, said the agent, with barracks and shanties for a construction gang, there were saloons, and what was called a hotel, but it wouldn't do for a lady. I pleaded that I was not fastidious, being anxious to nullify the effect which the name Vancouver had produced. But the agent would have it that the place was unfit for even a Western farmer's wife, and as I was not anxious to take the chance of being blown overboard in the darkness, I spent the night on one of the benches in the station. I lay, listening to the incredible clamour of wind and waves, feeling the building quiver, and wondering if each gust might not blow it away. I was out at dawn, the force of the wind having abated somewhat by that time. I saw before me a waste of angry foam-strewn water, with no sign of any craft upon it. Late in the morning came the big steamer which ran to Key West. In connection with the railroad, it made a difficult landing, and I interviewed the captain, with the idea of bribing him to take me to my destination. But he had his schedule, which neither storms nor the name of Vancouver could alter. Besides, he pointed out, he could not land me at their place, as his vessel drew too much water to get anywhere near, and if he landed me elsewhere, I should be no better off. If your friends are expecting you, they'll come here, he said, and their launch can travel when nothing else can. To pass the time I went to inspect the viaduct of the railway to be. The first stretch was completed, a long series of concrete arches, running out, apparently, into the open sea. It was one of the engineering wonders of the world, but I fear I did not appreciate it. Towards mid-afternoon I made out a speck of a boat over the water, and my friend, the station agent, remarked, "There's your launch." I expressed my amazement that they should have ventured out in such weather. I had had in mind the kind of tiny open craft that one hears making day and night hideous at summer resorts, but when the merman drew near, I realized afresh what it was to be the guest of a multi-millionaire. She was about 50 feet long, a vision of polished brass and shining, new varnished cedar. She rammed her shoulder into the waves and flung them contemptuously to one side. Her cabin was tight, dry as the saloon of a liner. 3 men emerged on deck to assist in the difficult process of making a landing. One of them sprang to the dock, and confronting me, inquired if I was Mrs. Abbott. He explained that they had set out to meet me the previous afternoon, but had had to take refuge behind one of the quays. "How is Mrs. Vancouver?" I asked, quickly. "She is well." "I don't suppose the baby," I hinted. "No, ma'am, not yet," said the man, and after that I felt interested in what he had to say about the storm and its effects. We could return at once, it seemed, if I did not mind being pitched about. "How long does it take?" I asked. 3 hours, in weather like this. It's about 50 miles. "But then it will be dark," I objected. "That won't matter, ma'am, we have plenty of light of our own. We shan't have trouble, unless the wind rises, and there's a chain of quays all the way, where we can get shelter if it does. The worst you have to fear is spending a night on board." I reflected that I could not well be more uncomfortable than I had been the previous night, so I voted for a start. There was mail and some supplies to be put on board, then I made a spring for the deck, as it surged up towards me on a rising wave, and in a moment more the cabin door had shut behind me, and I was safe and snug, in the midst of leather and mahogany and electric-lighted magnificence. Through the heavy double windows I saw the dock swing round behind us, and saw the torrents of green spray sweep over us and past. I grasped at the seat to keep myself from being thrown forward, and then grasped behind, to keep from going in that direction. I had a series of sensations as of an elevator stopping suddenly, and then I draw the curtains of the mailman's cabin, and invite the reader to pass by. This is Sylvia's story, and not mine, and it is of no interest what happened to me during that trip. I will only remind the reader that I had lived my life in the far west, and there were some things I could not have foreseen. 12 We are there, ma'am, I heard one of the boatmen say, and I realized vaguely that the pitching had ceased. He helped me to sit up, and I saw the searchlight of the craft sweeping the shore of an island. It passes off most as quick as it comes, ma'am, added my supporter, and for this I murmured feeble thanks. We came to a little bay, where the power was shut off, and we glided towards the shore. There was a boathouse, a sort of miniature dry dock, with a gate which closed behind us. I had visions of Sylvia waiting to meet me, but apparently our arrival had not been noted, and for this I was grateful. There were seats in the boathouse, and I sank into one, and asked the man to wait a few minutes while I recovered myself. When I got up and went to the house, what I found made me quickly forget that I had such a thing as a body. There was a bright moon, I remember, and I could see the long, low bungalow, with windows gleaming through the palm trees. A woman's figure emerged from the house and came down the white shell path to meet me. My heart leaped. My beloved! But then I saw it was the English maid, whom I had come to know in New York. I saw, too, that her face was alight with excitement. "Oh, my lady," she cried. "The baby's come." It was like a blow in the face. "What?" I gasped. "Came early this morning. A girl. But I thought it wasn't till next week." "I know, but it's here. In that terrible storm, when we thought the house was going to be washed away. Oh, my lady, it's the loveliest baby." I had presence of mind enough to try to hide my dismay. The semi-darkness was a fortunate thing for me. "How is the mother?" I asked. "Splendid. She's asleep now." "And the child?" "Oh, such a dear, you never saw. And it's all right. It's just the living image of its mother. You shall see." We moved towards the house, slowly, while I got my thoughts together. "Dr. Perrin is here?" I asked. "Yes. He's gone to his place to sleep." "And the nurse?" "She's with the child. Come this way." We went softly up the steps of the veranda. All the rooms opened upon it, and we entered one of them, and by the dim-shaded light I saw a white-clad woman bending over a crib. "Miss Lyman, this is Mrs. Abbott," said the maid. The nurse straightened up. "Oh, so you got here. And just at the right time. God grant it may be so." I thought to myself. "So this is the child?" I said, and bent over the crib. The nurse turned up the light for me. It is the form in which the miracle of life becomes most apparent to us, and dull indeed must be he who can encounter it without being stirred to the depths. To see, not merely new life come into the world, but life which has been made by ourselves, or by those we love, life that is a mirror and copy of something dear to us. To see this tiny mite of warm and living flesh, and to see that it was Sylvia. To trace each beloved lineament, so much alike, and yet so different, half a portrait and half a caricature, half sublime and half ludicrous. The comical little imitation of her nose, with each dear little curve, with even a remainder of the tiny groove underneath the tip, and the tiny corresponding dimple underneath the chin. The soft silken fuzz which was some day to be Sylvia's golden glory. The delicate, sensitive lips, which were some day to quiver with feeling. I gazed at them and saw them moving. I saw the breast moving, and a wave of emotion swept over me, and the tears half blinded me as I knelt. But I could not forget the reason for my coming. It meant little that the child was alive and seemingly well. I was not dealing with a disease which, like syphilis, starves and deforms in the very womb. The little one was asleep, but I moved the light so as to examine its eyelids. Then I turned to the nurse and asked, "Miss Lyman, doesn't it seem to you the eyelids are a trifle inflamed?" "Why, I hadn't noticed it," she answered. "Were the eyes washed?" I inquired. "I washed the baby, of course. I mean the eyes especially. The doctor didn't drop anything into them. I don't think he considered it necessary." "It's an important precaution," I replied, "there are always possibilities of infection." "Possibly," said the other. "But you know, we did not expect this. Dr. Overton was to be here in 3 or 4 days." "Dr. Perrin is asleep?" I asked. "Yes. He was up all last night." "I think I will have to ask you to waken him," I said. "Is it as serious as that?" she inquired, anxiously, having sensed some of the emotion I was trying to conceal. "It might be very serious," I said. "I really ought to have a talk with the doctor." 13 The nurse went out, and I drew up a chair and sat by the crib, watching the infant go back to sleep. I was glad to be alone, to have a chance to get myself together. But suddenly I heard a rustle of skirts in the doorway behind me, and turned and saw a white-clad figure, an elderly gentlewoman, slender and fragile, gray-haired and rather pale, wearing a soft dressing gown. "Aunt Varina." I rose. "This must be Mrs. Abbott," she said. Oh, these soft, caressing southern voices, that cling to each syllable as a lover to a hand at parting. She was a very prim and stately little lady, and I think she did not intend to shake hands, but I felt pretty certain that under her coating of formality, she was eager for a chance to rhapsodize. "Oh, what a lovely child!" I cried, and instantly she melted. "You have seen our babe," she exclaimed, and I could not help smiling. "A few months ago, the little stranger, and now our babe." She bent over the cradle, with her dear old sentimental, romantic soul in her eyes. For a minute or two she quite forgot me, then, looking up, she murmured, "It is as wonderful to me as if it were my own." "All of us who love Sylvia feel that," I responded. She rose, and suddenly remembering hospitality, asked me as to my present needs. Then she said, "I must go and see to sending some telegrams." "Telegrams?" I inquired. "Yes. Think what this news will mean to dear Douglas. And to Major Castleman. You haven't informed them. We couldn't send any smaller boat on account of the storm. We must telegraph Dr. Overton also, you understand. To tell him not to come." I ventured. "But don't you think, Mrs. Toohey's, that he may wish to come anyhow?" "Why should he wish that?" "I'm not sure, but I think he might." How I longed for a little of Sylvia's skill in social lying. Every newly born infant ought to be examined by a specialist. You know, there may be a particular regime, a diet for the mother, one cannot say. Dr. Perrin didn't consider it necessary. "I am going to have a talk with Dr. Perrin at once," I said. I saw a troubled look in her eyes. "You don't mean you think there's anything the matter?" "No, no," I lied. "But I'm sure you ought to wait before you have the launch go." "Please do." "If you insist," she said. I read bewilderment in her manner, and just a touch of resentment. Was it not presumptuous of me, a stranger, and one, well, possibly not altogether a lady? She groped for words, and the ones that came were, "Dear Douglas must not be kept waiting." I was too polite to offer the suggestion that dear Douglas might be finding ways to amuse himself. The next moment I heard steps approaching on the veranda, and turned to meet the nurse with the doctor. 14 "How do you do, Mrs. Abbott," said Dr. Perrin. He was in his dressing gown, and had a newly awakened look. I started to apologize, but he replied, It's pleasant to see a new face in our solitude. 2 new faces. That was behaving well, I thought, for a man who had been rooted out of sleep. I tried to meet his mood. Dr. Perrin, Mrs. Van Tuver tells me that you object to amateur physicians. But perhaps you won't mind regarding me as a midwife. I have 3 children of my own, and I've had to help bring others into the world. All right, he smiled. We'll consider you qualified. What is the matter? I wanted to ask you about the child's eyes. It is a wise precaution to drop some nitrate of silver into them, to provide against possible infection. I waited for my answer. There have been no signs of any sort of infection in this case, he said, at last. Perhaps not. But it is not necessary to wait, in such a matter. You have not taken the precaution. No, madam. You have some of the drug, of course. Again there was a pause. No, madam, I fear that I have not. I winced, involuntarily. I could not hide my distress. Dr. Perrin, I exclaimed, you came to attend a confinement case, and you omitted to provide something so essential. There was nothing left of the little man's affability now. In the first place, he said, I must remind you that I did not come to attend a confinement case. I came to look after Mrs. Van Tuver's condition up to the time of confinement. But you knew there would always be the possibility of an accident. Yes, to be sure. And you didn't have any nitrate of silver. Madam, he said, stiffly, there is no use for this drug except in one contingency. I know, I cried, but it is an important precaution. It is the practice to use it in all maternity hospitals. Madam, I have visited hospitals, and I think I know something of what the practice is. So there we were, at a deadlock. There was silence for a space. Would you mind sending for the drug? I asked, at last. I presume, he said, with hauteur, it will do no harm to have it on hand. I was aware of an elderly lady watching us, with consternation written upon every sentimental feature. Dr. Perrin, I said, if Mrs. Tuies will pardon me, I think I ought to speak with you alone. The nurse hastily withdrew, and I saw the elderly lady draw herself up with terrible dignity and then suddenly quail, and turn and follow the nurse. I told the little man what I knew. After he had had time to get over his consternation, he said that fortunately there did not seem to be any sign of trouble. There does seem so to me, I replied. It may be only my imagination, but I think the eyelids are inflamed. I held the baby for him, while he made an examination. He admitted that there seemed to be ground for uneasiness. His professional dignity was now gone, and he was only too glad to be human. Dr. Perrin, I said, there is only one thing we can do to get some nitrate of silver at the earliest possible moment. Fortunately, the launch is here. I will have it start at once, he said. It will have to go to Key West. And how long will that take? It depends upon the sea. In good weather it takes us 8 hours to go and return. I could not repress a shudder. The child might be blind in 8 hours. But there was no time to be wasted in foreboding. About Dr. Overton, I said. Don't you think he had better come? But I ventured to add the hint that Mr. Van Tuver would hardly wish expense to be considered in such an emergency, and in the end, I persuaded the doctor not merely to telegraph for the great surgeon, but to ask a hospital in Atlanta to send the nearest eye specialist by the first train. We called back Mrs. Tuies, and I apologized abjectly for my presumption, and Dr. Perrin announced that he thought he ought to see Dr. Overton, and another doctor as well. I saw fear leap into Aunt Varina's eyes. Oh, what is it? She cried. What is the matter with our babe? I helped the doctor to answer polite nothings to all her questions. Oh, the poor, dear lady. I thought to myself. The poor, dear lady. What a tearing away of veils and sentimental bandages was written in her book of fate for that night. 15 I find myself lingering over these preliminaries, dreading the plunge into the rest of my story. We spent our time hovering over the child's crib, and in 2 or 3 hours the little eyelids had become so inflamed that there could no longer be any doubt what was happening. We applied alternate hot and cold cloths, we washed the eyes in a solution of boric acid, and later, in our desperation, with bluestone. But we were dealing with the virulent gonococcus, and we neither expected nor obtained much result from these measures. In a couple of hours more the eyes were beginning to exude pus, and the poor infant was wailing in torment. "Oh, what can it be? Tell me what is the matter," cried Mrs. Toohey's. She sought to catch the child in her arms, and when I quickly prevented her, she turned upon me in anger. "What do you mean?" "The child must be quiet," I said. But I wished to comfort it. And when I still insisted, she burst out wildly, "What right have you?" "Mrs. Toohey's," I said, gently, "it is possible the infant may have a very serious infection. If so, you would be apt to catch it." She answered with a hysterical cry, "My precious innocent! Do you think that I would be afraid of anything it could have? You may not be afraid, but we are. We should have to take care of you, and one case is more than enough." Suddenly she clutched me by the arm. "Tell me what this awful thing is. I demand to know." "Mrs. Toohey's," said the doctor, interfering, "we are not yet sure what the trouble is, we only wish to take precautions. It is really imperative that you should not handle this child or even go near it. There is nothing you can possibly do." She was willing to take orders from him, he spoke the same dialect as herself, and with the same quaint stateliness. A charming little southern gentleman, I could realize how Douglas Vancouver had picked him out for his social qualities. In the old-fashioned Southern Medical College where he had got his training, I suppose they had taught him the old-fashioned idea of gonorrhea. Now he was acquiring our extravagant modern notions in the grim school of experience. It was necessary to put the nurse on her guard as to the risks we were running. We should have had concave glasses to protect our eyes, and we spent part of our time washing our hands in bichloride solution. "Mrs. Abbott, what is it?" whispered the woman. "It has a long name," I replied, "ophthalmia neonatorum." "And what has caused it?" "The original cause," I responded, "is a man." I was not sure if that was according to the ethics of the situation, but the words came. Before long the infected eye sockets were 2 red and yellow masses of inflammation, and the infant was screaming like one of the damned. We had to bind up its eyes. I was tempted to ask the doctor to give it an opiate for fear lest it should scream itself into convulsions. Then, as poor Mrs. Toohey's was pacing the floor, wringing her hands and sobbing hysterically, Dr. Perrin took me to one side and said, "I think she will have to be told. The poor lady. She might as well understand now as later," he continued. "She will have to help keep the situation from the mother." "Yes," I said, faintly, "and then, who shall tell her?" "I think," suggested the doctor, "she might prefer to be told by a woman." So I shut my lips together and took the distracted lady gently by the arm and led her to the door. We stole like 2 criminals down the veranda, and along the path to the beach, and near the boathouse we stopped, and I began. "Mrs. Toohey's, you may remember a circumstance which your niece mentioned to me, that just before her marriage she urged you to have certain inquiries made as to Mr. Vancouver's health, his fitness for marriage. Never shall I forget her face at that moment. Sylvia told you that. The inquiries were made," I went on, "but not carefully enough, it seems. Now you behold the consequence of this negligence." I saw her blank stare. I added, "The one to pay for it is the child." You mean," she stammered, her voice hardly a whisper. "Oh, it is impossible." Then, with a flare of indignation, "Do you realize what you are implying, that Mr. Vancouver—" "There is no question of implying," I said, quietly. "It is the facts we have to face now, and you will have to help us to face them." She cowered and swayed before me, hiding her face in her hands. I heard her sobbing and murmuring incoherent cries to her God. I took the poor lady's hand, and bore with her as long as I could, until, being at the end of my patience with prudery and purity and chivalry, and all the rest of the highfalutin romanticism of the South, I said, Mrs. Toohey's, it is necessary that you should get yourself together. You have a serious duty before you that you owe both to Sylvia and her child. What is it? She whispered. The word duty had motive power for her. At all hazards, Sylvia must be kept in ignorance of the calamity for the present. If she were to learn of it, it would quite possibly throw her into a fever, and cost her life or the child's. You must not make any sound that she can hear, and you must not go near her until you have completely mastered your emotions. Very well, she murmured. She was really a brave little body, but I, not knowing her, and thinking only of the peril, was cruel in hammering things into her consciousness. Finally, I left her, seated upon the steps of the deserted boathouse, rocking back and forth and sobbing softly to herself, one of the most pitiful figures it has ever been my fortune to encounter in my pilgrimage through a world of sentimentality and incompetence. 16 I went back to the house, and because we feared the sounds of the infant's crying might carry, we hung blankets before the doors and windows of the room, and sat in the hot enclosure, shuddering, silent, grey with fear. After an hour or two, Mrs. Toohey's rejoined us, stealing in and seating herself at one side of the room, staring from one to another of us with wide eyes of fright. By the time the first signs of dawn appeared, the infant had cried itself into a state of exhaustion. The faint light that got into the room revealed the three of us, listening to the pitiful whimpering. I was faint with weakness, but I had to make an effort and face the worst ordeal of all. There came a tapping at the door, the maid, to say that Sylvia was awake and had heard of my arrival and wished to see me. I might have put off our meeting for a while, on the plea of exhaustion, but I preferred to have it over with, and braced myself and went slowly to her room. In the doorway I paused for an instant to gaze at her. She was exquisite, lying there with the flush of sleep still upon her, and the ecstasy of her great achievement in her face. I fled to her, and we caught each other in our arms. "Oh, Mary, Mary. I'm so glad you've come." And then, "Oh, Mary, isn't it the loveliest baby? Perfectly glorious," I exclaimed. "Oh, I'm so happy as I never dreamed. I've no words to tell you about it." "You don't need any words, I've been through it," I said. "Oh, but she's so beautiful. Tell me, honestly, isn't that really so?" "My dear," I said, "she is like you. Mary," she went on, half whispering, "I think it solves all my problems, all that I wrote you about. I don't believe I shall ever be unhappy again. I can't believe that such a thing has really happened, that I've been given such a treasure. And she's my own. I can watch her little body grow and help to make it strong and beautiful. I can help mold her little mind, see it opening up, one chamber of wonder after another. I can teach her all the things I have had to grope so to get." "Yes," I said, trying to speak with conviction. I added, hastily, "I'm glad you don't find motherhood disappointing." "Oh, it's a miracle," she exclaimed. "A woman who could be dissatisfied with anything afterwards would be an ingrate." She paused, then added, "Mary, now she's here in flesh, I feel she'll be a bond between Douglas and me. He must see her rights, her claim upon life, as he couldn't see mine." I assented gravely. So that was the thing she was thinking most about, a bond between her husband and herself. A moment later the nurse appeared in the doorway, and Sylvia set up a cry, "My baby! Where's my baby? I want to see my baby." "Sylvia, dear," I said, "there's something about the baby that has to be explained." Instantly she was alert. "What is the matter?" I laughed. "Nothing, dear, that amounts to anything. But the little one's eyes are inflamed, that is to say, the lids. It's something that happens to newly born infants." "Well, then," she said. "Nothing, only the doctors had to put some salve on them, and they don't look very pretty. I don't mind that, if it's all right. But we've had to put a bandage over them, and it looks forbidding. Also the child is apt to cry. I must see her at once, she exclaimed. Just now she's asleep, so don't make us disturb her. But how long will this last? Not very long. Meantime you must be sensible and not mind. It's something I made the doctor do, and you mustn't blame me, or I'll be sorry I came to you. You dear thing, she said, and put her hand in mine. And then, suddenly, why did you take it into your head to come, all of a sudden? Don't ask me, I smiled. I have no excuse. I just got homesick and had to see you. It's perfectly wonderful that you should be here now, she declared. But you look badly. Are you tired? Yes, dear, I said. To tell the truth, I'm pretty nearly done up. You see, I was caught in the storm, and I was desperately seasick. Why, you poor dear. Why didn't you go to sleep? I didn't want to sleep. I was too much excited by everything. I came to see one Sylvia and I found two. Isn't it absurd, she cried, how she looks like me? Oh, I want to see her again. How long will it be before I can have her? My dear, I said, you mustn't worry. Oh, don't mind me, I'm just playing. I'm so happy, I want to squeeze her in my arms all the time. Just think, Mary, they won't let me nurse her, yet a whole day now. Can that be right? Nature will take care of that, I said. Yes, but how can you be sure what nature means? Maybe it's what the child is crying about, and it's the crying that makes its eyes red. I felt a sudden spasm grip my heart. No, dear, no, I said, hastily. You must let Dr. Perrin attend to these things, for I've just had to interfere with his arrangements, and he'll be getting cross pretty soon. Oh, she cried with laughter in her eyes, you've had a scene with him? I knew you would. He's so quaint and old-fashioned. Yes, I said, and he talks exactly like your aunt. Oh. You've met her too? I'm missing all the fun. I had a sudden inspiration, one that I was proud of. My dear girl, I said, maybe you call it fun. And I looked really agitated. Why, what's the matter, she cried. What could you expect? I asked. I fear, my dear Sylvia, I've shocked your aunt beyond all hope. What have you done? I've talked about things I'd no business to. I bossed the learned doctor, and I'm sure Aunt Varina has guessed I'm not a lady. Oh, tell me about it, cried Sylvia, full of delight. But I could not keep up the game any longer. Not now, dear, I said. It's a long story, and I really am exhausted. I must go and get some rest. I rose, and she caught my hand, whispering, I shall be happy, Mary. I shall be really happy now. And then I turned and fled, and when I was out of sight of the doorway, I literally ran. At the other end of the veranda I sank down upon the steps, and wept softly to myself. 17 The launch arrived, bringing the nitrate of silver. A solution was dropped into the baby's eyes, and then we could do nothing but wait. I might have lain down and really tried to rest, but the maid came again, with the announcement that Sylvia was asking for her aunt. Excuses would have tended to excite her suspicions, so poor Mrs. Toohey's had to take her turn at facing the ordeal, and I had to drill and coach her for it. I had a vision of the poor lady going into her niece, and suddenly collapsing. Then there would begin a cross-examination, and Sylvia would worm out the truth, and we might have a case of puerperal fever on our hands. This I explained afresh to Mrs. Toohey's, having taken her into her own room and closed the door for that purpose. She clutched me with her shaking hands and whispered, "Oh, Mrs. Abbott, you will never let Sylvia find out what caused this trouble." I drew on my reserve supply of patience, and answered, "What I shall let her find out in the end, I don't know. We shall be guided by circumstances, and this is no time to discuss the matter. The point is now to make sure that you can go in and stay with her, and not let her get an idea there's anything wrong. Oh, but you know how Sylvia reads people, she cried, in sudden dismay. I've fixed it for you, I said. I've provided something you can be agitated about. What is that? It's me. Then, seeing her look of bewilderment, you must tell her that I've affronted you, Mrs. Toohey's, I've outraged your sense of propriety. You're indignant with me and you don't see how you can remain in the house with me. Why, Mrs. Abbott, she exclaimed, in horror. You know it's truth to some extent, I said. The good lady drew herself up. Mrs. Abbott, don't tell me that I have been so rude. Dear Mrs. Toohey's, I laughed, don't stop to apologize just now. You have not been lacking in courtesy, but I know how I must seem to you. I am a socialist. I have a raw, Western accent, and my hands are big. I've lived on a farm all my life, and done my own work, and even plowed sometimes. I have no idea of the charms and graces of life that are everything to you. What is more than that, I am forward, and thrust my opinions upon other people. She simply could not hear me. She was a-tremble with a new excitement. Worse even than ophthalmia neonatorum was plain speaking to a guest. Mrs. Abbott, you humiliate me. Then I spoke harshly, seeing that I would actually have to shock her. I assure you, Mrs. Toohey's, that if you don't feel that way about me, it's simply because you don't know the truth. It is not possible that you would consider me a proper person to visit Sylvia. I don't believe in your religion, I don't believe in anything that you would call religion, and I argue about it at the least provocation. I deliver violent harangues on street corners, and have been arrested during a strike. I believe in woman's suffrage, I even argue in approval of window smashing. I believe that women ought to earn their own living, and be independent and free from any man's control. I am a divorced woman. I left my husband because I wasn't happy with him. What's more, I believe that any woman has a right to do the same. I'm liable to teach such ideas to Sylvia, and to urge her to follow them. The poor lady's eyes were wide and large. So you see, I exclaimed, you really couldn't approve of me. Tell her all this, she knows it already, but she will be horrified, because I have let you and the doctor find it out. Whereupon Mrs. Toohey started to ascend the pedestal of her dignity. Mrs. Abbott, this may be your idea of a jest. Now come, I cried, let me help you fix your hair, and put on just a wee bit of powder, not enough to be noticed, you understand. I took her to the washstand, and poured out some cold water for her, and saw her bathe her eyes and face, and dry them, and braid her thin grey hair. While with a powder puff I was trying deftly to conceal the ravages of the night's crying, the dear lady turned to me, and whispered in a trembling voice, Mrs. Abbott, you really don't mean that dreadful thing you said just now. Which dreadful thing, Mrs. Toohey's? That you would tell Sylvia it could possibly be right for her to leave her husband. 18 In the course of the day we received word that Dr. Gibson, the specialist for whom we had telegraphed, was on his way. The boat which brought his message took back a letter from Dr. Perrin to Douglas Van Tuver, acquainting him with the calamity which had befallen. We had talked it over and agreed that there was nothing to be gained by telegraphing the information. We did not wish any hint of the child's illness to leak into the newspapers. I did not envy the great man the hour when he read that letter, although I knew that the doctor had not failed to assure him that the victim of his misdeeds should be kept in ignorance. Already the little man had begun to drop hints to me on this subject. Unfortunate accidents happened, which were not always to be blamed upon the husband, nor was it a thing to contemplate lightly, the breaking up of a family. I gave a non-committal answer, and changed the subject by asking the doctor not to mention my presence in the household. If by any chance Van Tuver were to carry his sorrows to Clare, I did not want my name brought up. We managed to prevent Sylvia seeing the child that day and night, and the next morning came the specialist. He held out no hope of saving any remnant of the sight, but the child might be so fortunate as to escape disfigurement. It did not appear that the eyeballs were destroyed, as happens generally in these cases. This bit of consolation I still have, that little Elaine, who sits by me as I write, has left in her pupils a faint trace of the soft red-brown, just enough to remind us of what we have lost, and keep fresh in our minds the memory of these sorrows. If I wish to see what her eyes might have been, I look above my head to the portrait of Sylvia's noble aunt's Stress, a copy made by a tramp artist in Castleman County, and left with me by Sylvia. There was the question of the care of the mother, the efforts to stay the ravages of the germ in the tissues broken and weakened by the strain of childbirth. We had to invent excuses for the presence of the new doctor, and yet others for the presence of Dr. Overton, who came a day later. And then the problem of the nourishing of the child. It would be a calamity to have to put it upon the bottle, but on the other hand, there were many precautions necessary to keep the infection from spreading. I remember vividly the first time that the infant was fed. All of us gathered round, with matter of course professional air, as if these elaborate hygienic ceremonies were the universal custom when newly born infants first taste their mother's milk. Standing in the background, I saw Sylvia start with dismay, as she noted how pale and thin the poor little one had become. It was hunger that caused the whimpering, so the nurse declared, busying herself in the meantime to keep the tiny hands from the mother's face. The latter sank back and closed her eyes. Nothing, it seemed, could prevail over the ecstasy of that first marvelous sensation, but afterwards she asked that I might stay with her, and as soon as the others were gone, she unmasked the batteries of her suspicion upon me. "Mary, what in the world has happened to my baby?" So began a new stage in the campaign of lying. "It's nothing, nothing. Just some infection. It happens frequently. But what is the cause of it? We can't tell. It may be a dozen things. There are so many possible sources of infection about a birth. It's not a very sanitary thing, you know. Mary, look me in the face. Yes, dear. You're not deceiving me." "How do you mean?" "I mean it's not really something serious. All these doctors, this mystery, this vagueness. It was your husband, my dear Sylvia, who sent the doctors. It was his stupid man's way of being attentive. Mary, I'm worried. My baby looks so badly, and I feel something is wrong." "My dear Sylvia," I chided, "if you worry about it you will simply be harming the child. Your milk may go wrong." "Oh, that's just it? That's why you would not tell me the truth." We persuade ourselves that there are certain circumstances under which lying is necessary, but always when we come to the lies we find them an insult to the soul. Each day I perceived that I was getting in deeper, and each day I watched Aunt Varina and the doctor busied to push me deeper yet. There had come a telegram from Douglas Van Tuver to Dr. Perrin, revealing the matter which stood first in that gentleman's mind. "I expect no failure in your supply of the necessary tact." By this vagueness we perceived that he too was trusting no secrets to telegraph operators. Yet for us it was explicit and illuminative. It recalled the tone of quiet authority I had noted in his dealings with his chauffeur, and it sent me off by myself for a while to shake my fist at all husbands. 19 Mrs. Tooheys, of course, had no need of any warning from the head of the house. The voice of her ancestors guided her in all such emergencies. The dear lady had got to know me quite well, at the more or less continuous dramatic rehearsals we conducted, and now and then her trembling hands would seek to fasten me in the chains of decency. "Mrs. Abbott, think what a scandal there would be if Mrs. Douglas Van Tuver were to break with her husband." "Yes, my dear Mrs. Tooheys, but on the other hand, think what might happen if she were kept in ignorance in this matter. She might bear another child." I got a new realization of the chasms that lay between us. "Who are we," she whispered, "to interfere in these sacred matters? It is of souls, Mrs. Abbott, and not bodies, that the kingdom of heaven is made." I took a minute or so to get my breath, and then I said, "What generally happens in these cases is that God afflicts the woman with permanent barrenness." The old lady bowed her head, and I saw the tears falling into her lap. My poor Sylvia, she moaned, only half aloud. There was a silence, I too almost wept. And finally, Aunt Varina looked up at me, her faded eyes full of pleading. It is hard for me to understand such ideas as yours. You must tell me, can you really believe that it would help Sylvia to know this dreadful secret? It would help her in many ways, I said. She will be more careful of her health, she will follow the doctor's orders. How quickly came the reply. I will stay with her, and see that she does that. I will be with her day and night. But are you going to keep the secret from those who attend her? Her maid, the child's nurses, everyone who might by any chance use the same towel, or a wash basin, or a drinking glass. Surely you exaggerate the danger. If that were true, more people would meet with these accidents. The doctors, I said, estimate that about 10% of cases of this disease are innocently acquired. Oh, these modern doctors, she cried. I never heard of such ideas. I could not help smiling. My dear Mrs. Toohey's, what do you imagine you know about the prevalence of gonorrhea? Consider just one fact that I heard a college professor state publicly, that in his opinion 85% of the men students at his university were infected with some venereal disease. And that is the pick of our young manhood, the sons of our aristocracy. Oh, that can't be, she exclaimed. People would know of it. Who are people? The boys in your family know of it if you could get them to tell you. My two sons studied at a state university, and they would bring me home what they heard, the gossip, the slang, the horrible obscenity. 14 fellows in one dormitory using the same bathroom, and on the wall you saw a row of 14 syringes. And they told that on themselves, it was the joke of the campus. They call the disease a dose, and a man's not supposed to be worthy the respect of his fellows until he's had his dose. The sensible thing is to get several, till he can't get any more. They think it's no worse than a bad cold, that's the idea they get from the clap doctors, and the women of the street who educate our sons in sex matters. Oh, spare me, cried Mrs. Toohey's. I beg you not to force these horrible details upon me. That is what is going on among our boys, I said. The Castleman boys, the Chilton boys. It's going on in every fraternity house, every prep school dormitory in America. And the parents refuse to know, just as you do. But what could I possibly do, Mrs. Abbott? I don't know, Mrs. Toohey's. What I am going to do is to teach the young girls. She whispered, aghast, you would rob the young girls of their innocence. Why, with their souls full of these ideas, their faces would soon be as hard. Oh, you horrify me. My daughter's face is not hard, I said. And I taught her. Stop and think, Mrs. Toohey's, 10,000 blind children every year. 100,000 women under the surgeon's knife. Millions of women going to pieces with slowly creeping diseases of which they never hear the names. I say, let us cry this from the housetops, until every woman knows, and until every man knows that she knows, and that unless he can prove that he is clean he will lose her. That is the remedy, Mrs. Toohey's. Poor dear lady. I got up and went away, leaving her there, with clenched hands and trembling lips. I suppose I seemed to her like the mad women who were just then rising up to horrify the respectability of England, a phenomenon of nature too portentous to be comprehended, or even to be contemplated, by a gentlewoman of the South. 20 There came in due course a couple of letters from Douglas Van Tuver. The one to Aunt Varina, which was shown to me, was vague and cautious, as if the writer were uncertain how much this worthy lady knew. He merely mentioned that Sylvia was to be spared every particle of painful knowledge. He would wait in great anxiety, but he would not come, because any change in his plans might set her to questioning. The letter to Dr. Perrin was not shown to me, but I judged that it must have contained more strenuous injunctions. Or had Aunt Varina by any chance got up the courage to warn the young doctor against me? His hints, at any rate, became more pointed. He desired me to realize how awkward it would be for him, if Sylvia were to learn the truth, it would be impossible to convince Mr. Van Tuver that this knowledge had not come from the physician in charge. But, Dr. Perrin, I objected, it was I who brought the information to you. And Mr. Van Tuver knows that I am a radical woman, he would not expect me to be ignorant of such matters. Mrs. Abbott, was the response, it is a grave matter to destroy the possibility of happiness of a young married couple. However I might dispute his theories, in practice I was doing what he asked. But each day I was finding the task more difficult, each day it became more apparent that Sylvia was ceasing to believe me. I realized at last, with a sickening kind of fright, that she knew I was hiding something from her. Because she knew me, and knew that I would not do such a thing lightly, she was terrified. She would lie there, gazing at me, with a dumb fear in her eyes, and I would go on asseverating blindly, like an unsuccessful actor before a jeering audience. A dozen times she made an effort to break through the barricade of falsehood, and a dozen times I drove her back, all but crying to her, "No, no. Don't ask me." Until at last, late one night, she caught my hand and clung to it in a grip I could not break. "Mary. Mary. You must tell me the truth." "Dear girl," I began. "Listen," she cried. "I know you are deceiving me. I know why, because I'll make myself ill. But it won't do any longer, it's preying on me, Mary. I've taken to imagining things. So you must tell me the truth." I sat, avoiding her eyes, beaten, and in the pause I could feel her hands shaking. "Mary, what is it? Is my baby going to die?" "No, dear, indeed no," I cried. "Then what?" "Sylvia," I began, as quietly as I could, "the truth is not as bad as you imagine. Tell me what it is." "But it is bad, Sylvia. And you must be brave. You must be, for your baby's sake. Make haste," she cried. "The baby," I said, "may be blind." Blind. There we sat, gazing into each other's eyes, like two statues of women. But the grasp of her hand tightened, until even my big fist was hurt. "Blind," she whispered again. "Sylvia," I rushed on, "it isn't so bad as it might be. Think if you had lost her altogether. Blind. You will have her always, and you can do things for her, take care of her. They do wonders for the blind nowadays, and you have the means, to do everything. Really, you know, blind children are not unhappy. Some of them are happier than other children, I think. They haven't so much to miss. Think." "Wait, wait," she whispered, and again there was silence, and I clung to her cold hands. "Sylvia," I said, "at last, you have a newly born infant to nurse, and its very life depends upon your health now. You cannot let yourself grieve." "No," she responded. "No. But, Mary, what caused this?" So there was the end of my spell of truth-telling. "I don't know, dear. Nobody knows. There might be 1,000 things. Was it born blind? No. Then was it the doctor's fault? No, it was nobody's fault. Think of the thousands and tens of thousands of babies that become blind. It's a dreadful accident that happens." So I went on, possessed with a dread that had been with me for days, that had kept me awake for hours in the night. Had I, in any of my talks with Sylvia about venereal disease, mentioned blindness in infants as one of the consequences? I could not remember her, but now was the time I would find out. She lay there, immovable, like a woman who had died in grief, until at last I flung my arms about her and whispered, "Sylvia! Sylvia! Please cry." "I can't cry," she whispered, and her voice sounded hard. So, after a space, I said, "Then, dear, I think I will have to make you laugh." "Laugh, Mary?" "Yes, I will tell you about the quarrel between Aunt Varina and myself. You know what times we've been having, how I shocked the poor lady." She was looking at me, but her eyes were not seeing me. "Yes, Mary," she said, in the same dead tone. Well, that was a game we made for you. It was very funny. Funny. Yes. Because I really did shock her, though we started out just to give you something else to think about. And then suddenly I saw the healing tears begin to come. She could not weep for her own grief, but she could weep because of what she knew we too had had to suffer for her. 21 I went out and told the others what I had done, and Mrs. Toohey's rushed into her niece and they wept in each other's arms, and Mrs. Toohey's explained all the mysteries of life by her formula, the will of the Lord. Later on came Dr. Perrin, and it was touching to see how Sylvia treated him. She had, it appeared, conceived the idea that the calamity must be due to some blunder on his part, and then she had reflected that he was young, and that chance had thrown upon him a responsibility for which he had not bargained. He must be reproaching himself bitterly, so she had to persuade him that it was really not so bad as we were making it, that a blind child was a great joy to a mother's soul, in some ways even a greater joy than a perfectly sound child, because it appealed so to her protective instinct. I had called Sylvia a shameless payer of compliments, and now I went away by myself and wept. Yet it was true in a way. When the infant was brought in to be nursed again, how she clung to it, a very picture of the sheltering and protecting instinct of motherhood. She knew the worst now, her mind was free, and she could partake of what happiness was allowed her. The child was hers to love and care for, and she would find ways to atone to it for the harshness of fate. So little by little we got our existence upon a working basis. We lived a peaceful, routine life, to the music of coconut palms rustling in the warm breezes which blew incessantly off the Mexican Gulf. Aunt Varina had, for the time, her undisputed way with the family. Her niece reclined upon the veranda in true Southern lady fashion, and was read aloud to from books of indisputable respectability. I remember Aunt Varina selected the Idylls of the King, and they too were in a mood to shed tears over these solemn, sorrowful tales. So it came that the little one got her name, after a pale and unhappy heroine. I remember the long discussions of this point, the family lore which Aunt Varina brought forth. It did not seem to her quite the thing to call a blind child after a member of one's family. Something strange, romantic, wistful, yes, Elaine was the name. Mrs. Toohey's, it transpired, had already baptized the infant, in the midst of the agonies and alarms of its illness. She had called it Sylvia, and now she was tremulously uncertain whether this counted, whether perhaps the higher powers might object to having to alter their records. But in the end a clergyman came out from Key West and heard Aunt Varina's confession, and gravely concluded that the error might be corrected by a formal ceremony. How strange it all seemed to me, being carried back 200 or 300 years in the world's history. But I gave no sign of what was going on in my rebellious mind. 22 Dr. Overton, on his return to New York, sent a special nurse to take charge of Sylvia's case. There was also an infant's nurse, and both had been taken into the doctor's confidence. So now there was an elaborate conspiracy, no less than 5 women and 2 men, all occupied in keeping a secret from Sylvia. It was a thing so contrary to my convictions that I was never free from the burden of it for a moment. Was it my duty to tell her? Dr. Perrin no longer referred to the matter. I realized that both he and Dr. Gibson considered the matter settled. Was it conceivable that anyone of sound mind could set out, deliberately and in cold blood, to betray such a secret? But I had maintained all my life the right of woman to know the truth, and was I to back down now, at the first test of my convictions? When the news reached Douglas Van Tuver that his wife had been informed of the infant's blindness, there came a telegram saying that he was coming. There was much excitement, of course, and Aunt Varina came to me, in an attempt to secure a definite pledge of silence. When I refused it, Dr. Perrin came again, and we fought the matter over for the better part of a day and night. He was a polite little gentleman, and he did not tell me that my views were those of a fanatic, but he said that no woman could see things in their true proportion, because of her necessary ignorance concerning the nature of men, and the temptations to which they were exposed. I replied that I believed I understood these matters thoroughly, and I went on, quite simply and honestly, to make clear to him that this was so. In the end my pathetically chivalrous little southern gentleman admitted everything I asked. Yes, it was true that these evils were ghastly, and that they were increasing, and that women were the worst sufferers from men. There might even be something in my idea that the older women of the community should devote themselves to this service, making themselves race mothers, and helping, not merely in their homes, but in the schools and churches, to protect and save the future generations. But all that was in the future, he argued, while here was a case which had gone so far that letting in the light could only blast the life of two people, making it impossible for a young mother ever again to tolerate the father of her child. I argued that Sylvia was not of the hysterical type, but I could not make him agree that it was possible to predict what the attitude of any woman would be. His ideas were based on one peculiar experience. He had had a woman patient who had said to him, "Doctor, I know what is the matter with me, but for God's sake don't let my husband find out that I know, because then I should feel that my self-respect required me to leave him." 23 The master of the house was coming. You could feel the quiver of excitement in the air of the place. The boatmen were polishing the brasses of the launch, the yard man was raking up the dry strips of palm from beneath the coconut trees, Aunt Varina was ordering new supplies, and entering into conspiracies with the cook. The nurses asked me timidly, what was he like, and even Dr. Gibson, a testy old gentleman who had clashed violently with me on the subject of woman's suffrage, and had avoided me ever since as a suspicious character, now came and confided his troubles. He had sent home for a trunk, and the graceless express companies had sent it astray. Now he was wondering if it was necessary for him to journey to Key West and have a suit of dinner clothes made overnight. I told him that I had not sent for any party dresses, and that I expected to meet Mr. Douglas Van Tuver at his dinner table in plain white linen. His surprise was so great that I suspected the old gentleman of having wondered whether I meant to retire to a second table when the master of the house arrived. I went away by myself, seething with wrath. Who was this great one whom we honored? Was he an inspired poet, a maker of laws, a discoverer of truth? He was the owner of an indefinite number of millions of dollars, that was all, and yet I was expected, because of my awe of him, to abandon the cherished convictions of my lifetime. The situation was one that challenged my fighting blood. This was the hour to prove whether I really meant the things I talked. On the morning of the day that Van Tuver was expected, I went early to Aunt Varina's room. She was going in the launch, and was in a state of frustration, occupied in putting on her best false hair. "Mrs. Toohey's," I said, "I want you to let me go to meet Mr. Van Tuver instead of you. I will not stop to report the good lady's outcries." I did not care, I said, whether it was proper, nor did I care whether, as she finally hinted, it might not be agreeable to Mr. Van Tuver. I was sorry to have to thrust myself upon him, but I was determined to go, and would let nothing prevent me. And all at once she yielded, rather surprising me by the suddenness of it. I suppose she concluded that Van Tuver was the man to handle me, and the quicker he got at it the better. It is a trying thing to deal with the rich and great. If you treat them as the rest of the world does, you are a tuft hunter. If you treat them as the rest of the world pretends to, you are a hypocrite, whereas, if you deal with them truly, it is hard not to seem, even to yourself, a bumptious person. I remember trying to tell myself on the launch trip that I was not in the least excited, and then, standing on the platform of the railroad station, saying, "How can you expect not to be excited, when even the railroad is excited? Will Mr. Van Tuver's train be on time?" I asked, of the agent. "Specials are not often delayed," he replied, "at least, not Mr. Van Tuver's." The engine and its two cars drew up, and the traveler stepped out upon the platform, followed by his secretary and his valet. I went forward to meet him. "Good morning, Mr. Van Tuver." I saw at once that he did not remember me. "Mrs. Abbott," I prompted. "I came to meet you." "Ah," he said. He had never got clear whether I was a sewing woman, or a tutor, or what, and whenever he erred in such matters, it was on the side of caution. "Your wife is doing well," I said, "and the child as well as could be expected." "Thank you," he said. "Did no one else come?" "Mrs. Toohey's was not able," I said, diplomatically, and we moved towards the launch. 24 He did not offer to help me into the vessel, but I, crude Western woman, did not miss the attention. We seated ourselves in the upholstered leather seats in the stern, and when the luggage had been stowed aboard, the little vessel swung away from the pier. Then I said, "If you will pardon me, Mr. Vancouver, I should like to talk with you privately." He looked at me for a moment, and then answered, abruptly, "Yes, madam." The secretary rose and went forward. The whir of the machinery and the strong breeze made by the boat's motion, made it certain that no one could hear us, and so I began my attack. "Mr. Vancouver, I am a friend of your wife's. I came here to help her in this crisis, and I came today to meet you because it was necessary for someone to talk to you frankly about the situation. You will understand, I presume, that Mrs. Toohey's is not very well informed about the matters in question." His gaze was fixed intently upon me, but he said not a word. After waiting, I continued, "Perhaps you will wonder why your wife's physicians could not have handled the matter. The reason is, there is a woman's side to such questions and often it is difficult for men to understand it. If Sylvia knew the truth, she could speak for herself. So long as she does not know it, I shall have to take the liberty of speaking for her." Again there was a pause. He did nothing more than watch me, yet I could feel his affronted maleness rising up for battle. I waited on purpose to compel him to speak. "May I ask," he inquired, at last, "what you mean by the truth that you refer to?" "I mean," I said, "the cause of the infant's affliction." His composure was a thing to wonder at. He did not show by the flicker of an eyelash any sign of uneasiness. "Let me explain one thing," I continued. "I owe it to Dr. Perrin to make clear that he had nothing whatever to do with my coming into possession of the secret. In fact, as he will no doubt tell you, I knew it before he did. It is possible that you owe it to me that the infant is not disfigured as well as blind." I paused again. "If that be true," he said, with unshaken formality, "I am obliged to you." "What a man!" I continued, "My one desire and purpose is to protect my friend. So far, the secret has been kept from her. I consented to this, because her very life was at stake, it seemed to us all. But now she is well enough to know, and the question is, shall she know? I need hardly tell you that Dr. Perrin thinks she should not, and that he has been using his influence to persuade me to agree with him, so also has Mrs. Toohey's." Then I saw the first trace of uncertainty in his eyes. "There was a critical time," I explained, "when Mrs. Toohey's had to be told. You may be sure, however, that no hint of the truth will be given by her. I am the only person who is troubled with the problem of Sylvia's rights." I waited. "May I suggest, Mrs. Abbott, that the protection of Mrs. Vancouver's rights can be safely left to her physicians and her husband?" "One would wish so, Mr. Vancouver, but the medical books are full of evidence that women's rights frequently need other protection." I perceived that he was nearing the end of his patience now. "You make it difficult for me to talk to you," he said. "I am not accustomed to having my affairs taken out of my hands by strangers." "Mr. Vancouver," I replied, "in this most critical matter it is necessary to speak without evasion. Before her marriage Sylvia made an attempt to safeguard herself in this very matter, and she was not dealt with fairly. At last I had made a hole in the mask." His face was crimson as he replied, "Madam, your knowledge of my private affairs is most astonishing. May I inquire how you learned these things?" I did not reply at once, and he repeated the question. I perceived that this was to him the most important matter, his wife's lack of reserve. "The problem that concerns us here," I said, "is whether you are willing to repair the error you made. Will you go frankly to your wife and admit your responsibility?" He broke in, Angrily, "Madam, the assumption you are making is one I see no reason for permitting." "Mr. Van Tuver," said I hope that you would not take that line of argument. I perceive that I have been naive." "Really, madam," he replied, with cruel intent, "you have not impressed me so." I continued unshaken. "In this conversation it will be necessary to assume that you are responsible for the presence of the disease." "In that case," he replied, haughtily, "I can have no further part in the conversation, and I will ask you to drop it at once." I might have taken him at his word and waited, confident that in the end he would have to come and ask for terms. But that would have seemed childish to me, with the grave matters we had to settle. After a minute or two, I said, quietly, "Mr. Van Tuver, you wish me to believe that previous to your marriage you had always lived a chaste life." He was equal to the effort it cost to control himself. He sat examining me with his cold grey eyes. I suppose I must have been as new and monstrous a phenomenon to him as he was to me. At last, seeing that he would not reply, I said, coldly, "It will help us to get forward if you will give up the idea that it is possible for you to put me off, or to escape this situation." "Madam," he cried, suddenly, "come to the point. What is it that you want?" "Money." I had thought I was prepared for everything, but this was an aspect of his world which I could hardly have been expected to allow for. I stared at him and then turned from the sight of him. "And to think that Sylvia is married to such a man," I whispered, half to myself. "Mrs. Abbott," he exclaimed, "how can anyone understand what you are driving at?" But I turned away without answering, and for a long time sat gazing over the water. What was the use of pleading with such a man? What was the use of pouring out one's soul to him? I would tell Sylvia the truth at once, and leave him to her. 25 I heard him again, at last. He was talking to my back, his tone a trifle less aloof. "Mrs. Abbott, do you realize that I know nothing whatever about you, your character, your purpose, the nature of your hold upon my wife? So what means have I of judging? You threaten me with something that seems to me entirely insane, and what can I make of it? If you wish me to understand you, tell me in plain words what you want." I reflected that I was in the world, and must take it as I found it. "I have told you what I want," I said, "but I will tell you again, if it is necessary. I hope to persuade you that it was your duty to go to your wife and tell her the truth." He took a few moments to make sure of his self-possession. "And would you explain what good you imagine that could do?" "Your wife," I said, "must be put in position to protect herself in future. There is no means of making sure in such a matter, except to tell her the truth. You love her, and you are a man who has never been accustomed to do without what he wants." "Great God, woman," he cried. "Don't you suppose one blind child is enough?" It was the first human word that he had spoken, and I was grateful for it. "I have already covered that point," I said, in a low voice. "The medical books are full of painful evidence that several blind children are often not enough. There can be no escaping the necessity. Sylvia must know. The only question is, who shall tell her? You must realize that in urging you to be the person, I am thinking of your good as well as hers. I will, of course, not mention that I have had anything to do with persuading you, and so it will seem to her that you have some realization of the wrong you have done her, some desire to atone for it, and to be honorable and fair in your future dealings with her. When she has once been made to realize that you are no more guilty than other men of your class, had you have done no worse than all of them." "You imagine she could be made to believe that?" he broke in, impatiently. "I will undertake to see that she believes it," I replied. "You seem to have great confidence in your ability to manage my wife." "If you continue to resent my existence," I answered, gravely, "you will make it impossible for me to help you." "Pardon me," he said, but he did not say it cordially. I went on, "There is much that can be said in your behalf. I realize it is quite possible that you were not wholly to blame when you wrote to Bishop Chilton that you were fit to marry, I know that you may have believed it, that you might even have found physicians to tell you so. There is widespread ignorance on the subject of this disease. Men have the idea that the chronic forms of it cannot be communicated to women, and it is difficult to make them realize what modern investigations have proven. You can explain that to Sylvia, and I will back you up in it. You were in love with her, you wanted her. Go to her now, and admit to her honestly that you have wronged her. Beg her to forgive you, and to let you help make the best of the cruel situation that has arisen. So I went on, pouring out my soul. And when I had finished, he said, Mrs. Abbott, I have listened patiently to your most remarkable proposition. My answer is that I must ask you to withdraw from this intimate matter, which concerns only my wife and myself. He was back where we started, trying to sweep aside these grim and terrible realities with the wave of a conventional hand. Was this the way he met Sylvia's arguments? I felt moved to tell him what I thought of him. You are a proud man, Mr. Vancouver, an obstinate man, I fear. It is hard for you to humble yourself to your wife, to admit a crime and beg forgiveness. Tell me, is that why you hesitate? Is it because you fear you will have to take second place in your family from now on, that you will no longer be able to dominate Sylvia? Are you afraid of putting into her hands a weapon of self-defense? He made no response. Very well, I said, at last. Let me tell you, then I will not help any man to hold such a position in a woman's life. Women have to bear half the burdens of marriage, they pay half, or more than half, the penalties, and so it is necessary that they have a voice in its affairs. Until they know the truth, they can never have a voice. Of course, my little lecture on feminism might as well have been delivered to a sphinx. How stupid you are! I cried. Don't you know that someday Sylvia must find out the truth for herself? This was before the days when newspapers and magazines began to discuss such matters frankly, but still there were hints to be picked up. I had a newspaper item in my bag. The Board of Health in a certain city had issued a circular giving instructions for the prevention of blindness in newly born infants, and discussing the causes thereof, and the United States Post Office authorities had barred the circular from the mails. I said, suppose that item had come under Sylvia's eyes, might it not have put her on the track? It was in her newspaper the day before yesterday, and it was only by accident that I got hold of it first. Do you suppose that can go on forever? Now that I am here, he replied, I will be glad to relieve you of such responsibilities. Which naturally made me cross. I drew from my quiver an arrow that I thought would penetrate his skin. Mr. Vancouver, I said, a man in your position must always be an object of gossip and scandal. Suppose some enemy were to send your wife an anonymous letter? Or suppose there were some woman who thought that you had wronged her? I stopped. He gave me one keen look and then again the impenetrable mask. My wife will have to do as other women in her position do, pay no attention to scandalmongers of any sort. I paused, and then went on, I believe in marriage. I consider it a sacred thing, I would do anything in my power to protect and preserve a marriage. But I hold that it must be an equal partnership. I would fight to make it that, and wherever I found that it could not be that, I would say it was not marriage but slavery, and I would fight just as hard to break it. Can you not understand that attitude upon a woman's part? He gave no sign that he could understand. But still I would not give up my battle. Mr. Vancouver, I pleaded, I am a much older person than you. I have seen a great deal of life, I have seen suffering even worse than yours. And I am trying most earnestly to help you. Can you not bring yourself to talk to me frankly? Perhaps you have never talked with a woman about such matters, I mean, with a good woman. But I assure you that other men have found it possible, and never regretted the confidence they placed in me. I went on to tell him about my own sons, and what I had done for them. I told him of a score of other boys in their class who had come to me, making me a sort of mother confessor. I do not think that I was entirely deceived by my own eloquence. There was, I am sure, a minute or two when he actually wavered. But then the habits of a precocious lifetime reasserted themselves, and he set his lips and told himself that he was Douglas Vancouver. Such things might happen in raw Western colleges, but they were not according to the Harvard manner, nor the tradition of life in Fifth Avenue clubs. He could not be a boy. He had never had any boyhood, any childhood. He had been a state personage ever since he had known that he was anything. I found myself thinking suddenly of the thin-lipped old family lawyer, who had had much to do with shaping his character, and whom Sylvia described to me, sitting at her dinner table and bewailing the folly of people who admitted things. That was what made trouble for family lawyers, not what people did, but what they admitted. How easy it was to ignore impertinent questions. And how few people had the wit to do it. It seemed as if the shade of the thin-lipped old family lawyer were standing by Douglas Vancouver's side. In a last desperate effort, I cried, "Even suppose that I grant your request, even suppose I agree not to tell Sylvia the truth, still the day will come when you will hear from her the point-blank question, is my child blind because of this disease? And what will you answer?" He said, in his cold, measured tones, "I will answer that there are 1,000 ways in which the disease can be innocently acquired." For a long time there was silence between us. At last he spoke again, and his voice was as emotionless as if we had just met. "Do I understand you, madam, that if I reject your advice and refuse to tell my wife what you call the truth, it is your intention to tell her yourself?" "You understand me correctly," I replied. "And may I ask when you intend to carry out this threat?" "I will wait," I said. "I will give you every chance to think it over, to consult with the doctors, in case you wish to. I will not take the step without giving you fair notice. For that I am obliged to you," he said, with a touch of irony, and that was our last word. 26 Our island was visible in the distance, and I was impatient for the time when I should be free from this man's presence. But as we drew nearer, I noticed a boat coming out. It proved to be one of the smaller launches heading directly for us. Neither Vancouver nor I spoke, but both of us watched it, and he must have been wondering, as I was, what its purpose could be. When it was near enough, I made out that its passengers were Dr. Perrin and Dr. Gibson. We slowed up, and the other boat did the same, and they lay within a few feet of each other. Dr. Perrin greeted Vancouver, and after introducing the other man, he said, "We came out to have a talk with you. Would you be so good as to step into this boat?" "Certainly," was the reply. The two launches were drawn side by side, and the transfer made. The man who was running the smaller launch stepped into ours, evidently having been instructed in advance. "You will excuse us, please," said the little doctor to me. The man who had stepped into our launch spoke to the captain of it, and the power was then put on, and we moved away a sufficient distance to be out of hearing. I thought this a strange procedure, but I conjectured that the doctors had become nervous as to what I might have told Vancouver. So I dismissed the matter from my mind, and spent my time reviewing the exciting adventure I had just passed through. How much impression had I made? It was hard for me to judge such a man. He would pretend to be less concerned than he actually was. But surely he must see that he was in my power, and would have to give way in the end. There came a hail from the little vessel, and we moved alongside again. "Would you kindly step in here with us, Mrs. Abbott?" said Dr. Perrin, and when I had done so, he ordered the boatman to move away once more. Vancouver said not a word, but I noted a strained look upon his face, and I thought the others seemed agitated also. As soon as the other vessel was out of hearing, Dr. Perrin turned to me and said, "Mrs. Abbott, we came out to see Mr. Vancouver, to warn him of a distressing accident which has just happened." Mrs. Vancouver was asleep in her room, and Miss Lyman and another of the nurses were in the next room. They indiscreetly made some remarks on the subject which we have all been discussing, how much a wife should be told about these matters, and suddenly they discovered Mrs. Vancouver standing in the doorway of the room. My gaze had turned to Douglas Vancouver. "So she knows?" I cried. "We don't think that she knows, but she has a suspicion and is trying to find out. She asked to see you." Ah, yes. I said. She declared that she wished to see you as soon as you returned, that she would not see anyone else, not even Mr. Vancouver. You will understand that this portends trouble for all of us. We judged it necessary to have a consultation about the matter. I bowed in assent. Now, Mrs. Abbott, began the little doctor, solemnly, there is no longer a question of abstract ideas, but of an immediate emergency. We feel that we, as the physicians in charge of the case, have the right to take control of the matter. We do not see. Dr. Perrin, I said, let us come to the point. You want me to spin a new web of deception. We are of the opinion, Mrs. Abbott, that in such matters the physicians in charge. Excuse me, I said, quickly, we have been over all this before, and we know that we disagree. Has Mr. Vancouver told you of the proposition I have just made? You mean for him to go to his wife? Yes. He has told us of this, and has offered to do it. We are of the opinion that it would be a grave mistake. It has been 3 weeks since the birth of the baby, I said. Surely all danger of fever is past. I will grant you that if it were a question of telling her deliberately, it might be better to put it off for a while. I would have been willing to wait for months, but for the fact that I dreaded something like the present situation. Now that it has happened, surely it is best to use our opportunity while all of us are here and can persuade her to take the kindest attitude towards her husband. Madam, broke in Dr. Gibson. You are asking us to overstep the bounds of our professional duty. It is not for the physician to decide upon the attitude a wife should take toward her husband. Dr. Gibson, I replied, that is what you propose to do, only you wish to conceal the fact. You would force Mrs. Vancouver to accept your opinion of what a wife's duty is. Dr. Perrin took command once more. Our patient has asked for you, and she looks to you for guidance. You must put aside your own convictions and think of her health. You are the only person who can calm her, and surely it is your duty to do so. I know that I might go in and lie again to my friend, but she knows too much to be deceived for very long. You know what a mind she has, a lawyer's mind. How can I persuade her that the nurses, why, I do not even know what she heard the nurses say. We have that all written down for you, put in Dr. Perrin, quickly. You have their recollection of it, no doubt, but suppose they have forgotten some of it? Sylvia has not forgotten, you may be sure every word is burned with fire into her brain. She has put with this everything she ever heard on the subject, the experience of her friend, Harriet Atkinson, all that I've told her in the past about such things. Ah, growled Dr. Gibson. That's it? If you had not meddled in the beginning. Now, said the other, soothingly. You ask me to relieve you of the embarrassment of this matter. I quite agree with Mrs. Abbott that there is too much ignorance about these things, but she must recognize, I am sure, that this is not the proper moment for enlightening Mrs. Vancouver. I do not recognize it at all, I said. If her husband will go to her and tell her humbly and truthfully. You are talking madness, cried the old man, breaking loose again. She would be hysterical, she would regard him as something loathsome, some kind of criminal. Of course she would be shocked, I said, but she has the coolest head of anyone I know. I do not think of any man I would trust so fully to take a rational attitude in the end. We can explain to her what extenuating circumstances there are, and she will have to recognize them. She will see that we are considering her rights. Her rights? The old man fairly snorted the words. Now, Dr. Gibson, interposed the other. You asked me. I know. But as the older of the physicians in charge of this case. Dr. Perrin managed to frown him down, and went on trying to placate me. But through the argument I could hear the old man muttering in his collar a kind of double bass pizzicato, suffragettes. Fanatics. Hysteria. Woman's rights. 27. The breeze was feeble, and the sun was blazing hot, but nevertheless I made myself listen patiently for a while. They had said it all to me, over and over again, but it seemed that Dr. Perrin could not be satisfied until it had been said in Douglas Van Tuver's presence. "Dr. Perrin," I exclaimed, "even supposing we make the attempt to deceive her, we have not one plausible statement to make." "You are mistaken, Mrs. Abbott," said he. "We have the perfectly well-known fact that this disease is often contracted in ways which involve no moral blame. And in this case I believe I am in position to state how the accident happened." "What do you mean?" "I don't know whether you heard that just before Mrs. Van Tuver's confinement, I was called away to one of the other keys to attend a Negro woman. And since this calamity has befallen us, I have realized that I was possibly not as careful in sterilizing my instruments as I might have been. It is of course a dreadful thing for any physician to have to believe." He stopped, and there was a long silence. I gazed from one to another of the men. Two of them met my gaze, one did not. "He is going to let you say that?" I whispered, at last. "Honor and fairness compel me to say it, Mrs. Abbott." "I believe." But I interrupted him. "Listen to me, Dr. Perrin. You are a chivalrous gentleman, and you think you are helping a man in desperate need. But I say that anyone who would permit you to tell such a tale is a contemptible coward." "Madam," cried Dr. Gibson, furiously, "there is a limit even to a woman's rights." A silence followed. At last I resumed, in a low voice, "You gentlemen have your code, you protect the husband, you protect him at all hazards. I could understand this, if he were innocent of the offense in question. I could understand it if there were any possibility of his being innocent. But how can you protect him, when you know that he is guilty?" "There can be no question of such knowledge," cried the old doctor. "I have no idea," I said, "how much he has admitted to you, but let me remind you of one circumstance, which is known to Dr. Perrin, that I came to this place with the definite information that symptoms of the disease were to be anticipated. Dr. Perrin knows that I told that to Dr. Overton in New York. Has he informed you of it?" There was an awkward interval. I glanced at Van Tuver, and I saw that he was leaning forward, staring at me. I thought he was about to speak, when Dr. Gibson broke in, excitedly, "All this is beside the mark. We have a serious emergency to face, and we are not getting anywhere. As the older of the physicians in charge of this case." And he went on to give me a lecture on the subject of authority. He talked for 5 minutes, 10 minutes I lost all track of the time. I had suddenly begun to picture how I would act and what I would say when I went into Sylvia's room. What a state must Sylvia be in, while we sat out here in the blazing midday sun, discussing her right to freedom and knowledge. 28 I have always been positive, Dr. Gibson was saying, but the present discussion has made me more positive than ever. As the older of the physicians in charge of this case, I say most emphatically that the patient shall not be told. I could not stand him any longer. "I am going to tell the patient," I said. "You shall not tell her." "But how will you prevent me?" "You shall not see her." "But she is determined to see me." "She will be told that you are not there." "And how long do you imagine that will satisfy her?" There was a pause. They looked at Van Tuver, expecting him to speak. And so I heard once more his cold, deliberate voice. "We have done all we can. There can no longer be any question as to the course to be taken. Mrs. Abbott will not return to my home." "What?" I cried. I stared at him, aghast. "What do you mean?" "I mean what I say, that you will not be taken back to the island." "But where will I be taken?" "You will be taken to the mainland." I stared at the others. No one gave a sign. At last I whispered, "You would dare?" "You leave us no other alternative," replied the master. You will practically kidnap me." My voice must have been rather wild at that moment. "You left my home of your own free will. I think I need hardly point out to you that I am not compelled to invite you back to it." "And what will Sylvia?" I stopped, appalled at the vista the words opened up. "My wife, said Vancouver, will ultimately choose between her husband and her most remarkable acquaintance. And you gentlemen? I turned to the others. You would give your sanction to this outrageous action. As the older of the physicians in charge of this case began, Dr. Gibson. I turned to Vancouver again. When your wife finds out what you have done to me, what will you answer? We will deal with that situation when we come to it. Of course, I said, you understand that sooner or later I shall get word to her. He answered, we shall assume from now on that you are a mad woman, and shall take our precautions accordingly. Again there was a silence. The launch will return to the mainland, said Vancouver at last. It will remain there until Mrs. Abbott sees fit to go ashore. May I ask if she has sufficient money in her purse to take her to New York? I could not help laughing. The thing was so wild, and yet I could see that from their point of view it was the only thing to do. Mrs. Abbott is not certain that she is going back to New York, I replied. If she does go, it will not be with Mr. Vancouver's money. One thing more, said Dr. Perrin. It was the first time he had spoken since Vancouver's incredible announcement. I trust, Mrs. Abbott, that this unfortunate situation may at all costs be concealed from servants, and from the world in general. From which I realized how badly I had them frightened. They actually saw me making physical resistance. Dr. Perrin, I replied, I am acting in this matter for my friend. I will add this, that I believe that you are letting yourself be overborne, and that you will regret it someday. He made no answer. Douglas Vancouver put an end to the discussion by rising and signaling the other launch. When it had come alongside, he said to the captain, Mrs. Abbott is going back to the railroad. You will take her at once. Then he waited. I was malicious enough to give him an anxious moment before I rose. Dr. Perrin offered me his hand, and Dr. Gibson said, with a smile, Goodbye, Mrs. Abbott. I'm sorry you can't stay with us any longer. I think it was something to my credit that I was able to play out the game before the boatman. I am sorry, too, I countered. I am hoping I shall be able to return. And then came the real ordeal. Goodbye, Mrs. Abbott, said Douglas Vancouver, with his stateliest bow, and I managed to answer him. As I took my seat, he beckoned his secretary. There was a whispered consultation for a minute or two, and then the master returned to the smaller launch with the doctors. He gave the word, and the two vessels set out, one to the quay, and the other to the railroad. The secretary went in the one with me. 29. And here ends a certain stage of my story. I have described Sylvia as I met her and judged her, and if there be any reader who has been irked by this method, who thinks of me as a crude and pushing person, disposed to meddle in the affairs of others, here is where that reader will have his satisfaction and revenge. For if ever a troublesome puppet was jerked suddenly off the stage, if ever a long-winded orator was effectively snuffed out, I was that puppet and that orator. I stop and think, shall I describe how I paced up and down the pier, respectfully but emphatically watched by the secretary? And all the melodramatic plots I conceived, the muffled oars and the midnight visits to my Sylvia? My sense of humor forbids it. For a while now I shall take the hint and stay in the background of this story. I shall tell the experiences of Sylvia as Sylvia herself told them to me long afterwards, saying no more about my own fate save that I swallowed my humiliation and took the next train to New York, a far sadder and wiser social reformer. Book 3. Sylvia as Rebel. One long afterwards Sylvia told me about what happened between her husband and herself, how desperately she tried to avoid discussing the issue with him out of her very sense of fairness to him. But he came to her room, in spite of her protest, and by his implacable persistence he made her hear what he had to say. When he had made up his mind to a certain course of action, he was no more to be resisted than a glacier. Sylvia, he said, I know that you are upset by what has happened. I make every allowance for your condition, but there are some statements that I must be permitted to make, and there are simply no two ways about it. You must get yourself together and hear me. Let me see Mary Abbott, she insisted, again and again. It may not be what you want, but I demand to see her. So at last he said, you cannot see Mrs. Abbott. She has gone back to New York. And then, at her look of consternation, that is one of the things I have to talk to you about. Why has she gone back? Cried Sylvia. Because I was unwilling to have her here. You mean you sent her away? I mean that she understood she was no longer welcome. Sylvia drew a quick breath and turned away to the window. He took advantage of the opportunity to come near, and draw up a chair for her. Will you not please to be seated, he said. And at last she turned, rigidly, and seated herself. The time has come, he declared, when we have to settle this question of Mrs. Abbott, and her influence upon your life. I have argued with you about such matters, but now what has happened makes further discussion impossible. You were brought up among people of refinement, and it has been incredible to me that you should be willing to admit to your home such a woman as this, not merely of the commonest birth, but without a trace of the refinement to which you have been accustomed. And now you see the consequences of your having brought such a person into our life. He paused. She made no sound, and her gaze was riveted upon the window curtain. She happens to be here, he went on, at a time when a dreadful calamity befalls us, when we are in need of the utmost sympathy and consideration. Here is an obscure and terrible affliction, which has baffled the best physicians in the country, but this ignorant farmer's wife considers that she knows all about it. She proceeds to discuss it with everyone, sending your poor aunt almost into hysterics, setting the nurses to gossiping. God knows what else she has done, or what she will do, before she gets through. I don't pretend to know her ultimate purpose. Blackmail, possibly. Oh, how can you, she broke out, involuntarily. How can you say such a thing about a friend of mine? I might answer with another question. How can you have such a friend? A woman who has cast off every restraint, every consideration of decency, and yet is able to persuade a daughter of the Castlemans to make her an intimate. Possibly she is an honest fanatic. Dr. Perrin tells me she was the wife of a brutal farmer, who mistreated her. No doubt that has embittered her against men, and accounts for her mania. You see that her mind leaped at once to the most obscene and hideous explanation of this misfortune of ours, an explanation which pleased her because it blackened the honor of a man. He stopped again. Sylvia's eyes had moved back to the window curtain. I am not going to insult your ears, he said, with discussions of her ideas. The proper person to settle such matters is a physician, and if you wish Dr. Perrin to do so, he will tell you what he knows about the case. But I wish you to realize somehow what this thing has meant to me. I have managed to control myself. He saw her shut her lips more tightly. The doctors tell me that I must not excite you. But picture the situation. I come to my home, bowed down with grief for you and for my child. And this mad woman thrusts herself forward, shoves aside your aunt and your physicians, and comes in the launch to meet me at the station. And then she accuses me of being criminally guilty of the blindness of my child, of having willfully deceived my wife. Think of it, that is my welcome to my home. Douglas, she cried, wildly, Mary Abbott would not have done such a thing without reason. I do not purpose to defend myself, he said, coldly. If you are bent upon filling your mind with such matters, go to Dr. Perrin. He will tell you that he, as a physician, knows that the charge against me is preposterous. He will tell you that even granting that the cause of the blindness is what Mrs. Abbott guesses, there are 1,000 ways in which such an infection can be contracted, which are perfectly innocent, involving no guilt on the part of anyone. Every doctor knows that drinking cups, wash basins, towels, even food, can be contaminated. He knows that any person can bring the affliction into a home, servants, nurses, even the doctors themselves. Has your mad woman friend told you any of that? She has told me nothing. You know that I have had no opportunity to talk with her. I only know what the nurses believe. They believe what Mrs. Abbott told them. That is absolutely all the reason they have for believing anything. She did not take that quite as he expected. So Mary Abbott did tell them, she cried. He hurried on, the poisonous idea of a vulgar socialist woman, this is the thing upon which you base your suspicions of your husband. Oh, she whispered, half to herself. Mary Abbott did say it. What if she did? Oh, Douglas, Mary would never have said such a thing to a nurse unless she had been certain of it. Certain, he broke out. What certainty could she imagine she had? She is a bitter, frantic woman, a divorced woman who jumped to the conclusion that pleased her, because it involved the humiliation of a rich man. He went on, his voice trembling with suppressed passion, when you know the real truth, the thing becomes a nightmare. You, a delicate woman, lying here helpless, the victim of a cruel misfortune, and with the life of an afflicted infant depending upon your peace of mind. Your physicians planning day and night to keep you quiet, to keep the dreadful, unbearable truth from you. Oh, what truth? That's the terrifying thing, to know that people are keeping things from me. What was it they were keeping? First of all, the fact that the baby was blind, and then the cause of it. Then they do know the cause. They don't know positively, no one can know positively. But poor Dr. Perrin had a dreadful idea, that he had to hide from you because otherwise he could not bear to continue in your house. Why, Douglas? What do you mean? I mean that a few days before your confinement, he was called away to the case of a Negro woman. You knew that, did you not? Go on. He had the torturing suspicion that possibly he was not careful enough in sterilizing his instruments, and that he, your friend and protector, may be the man who is to blame. Oh. Oh. Her voice was a whisper of horror. That is one of the secrets your doctors have been trying to hide. There was silence, while her eyes searched his face. Suddenly she stretched out her hands to him, crying desperately, "Oh, is this true?" He did not take the outstretched hands. Since I am upon the witness stand, I have to be careful of my replies. It is what Dr. Perrin tells me. Whether the explanation he gives is the true one, whether he himself, or the nurse he recommended, may have brought the infection. It couldn't have been the nurse, she said quickly. She was so careful. He did not allow her to finish. You seem determined, he said, coldly, to spare everyone but your husband. No, she protested, I have tried hard to be fair to both you and my friend. Of course, if Mary Abbott was mistaken, I have done you a great injustice. He saw that she was softening, and that it was safe for him to be a man. It has been with some difficulty that I have controlled myself throughout this experience, he said, rising to his feet. If you do not mind, I think I will not carry the discussion any further, as I don't feel that I can trust myself to listen to a defense of that woman from your lips. I will only tell you my decision in the matter. I have never before used my authority as a husband, I hoped I should never have to use it. But the time has come when you will have to choose between Mary Abbott and your husband. I will positively not tolerate your corresponding with her, or having anything further to do with her. I take my stand upon that, and nothing will move me. I will not even permit of any discussion of the subject. And now I hope you will excuse me. Dr. Perrin wishes me to tell you that either he or Dr. Gibson are ready at any time to advise you about these matters, which have been forced upon your mind against their judgment and protests. Too, you can see that it was no easy matter for Sylvia to get at the truth. The nurses, already terrified because of their indiscretion, had been first professionally thrashed, and then carefully drilled as to the answers they were to make. But as a matter of fact they did not have to make any answers at all, because Sylvia was unwilling to reveal to anyone her distrust of her husband. One of two things was certain, either she had been horribly wronged by her husband, or now she was horribly wronging him. Which was the truth? Was it conceivable that I, Mary Abbott, would leap to a false conclusion about such a matter? She knew that I felt intensely, almost fanatically, on the subject, and also that I had been under great emotional stress. Was it possible that I would have voiced mere suspicions to the nurses? Sylvia could not be sure, for my standards were as strange to her as my Western accent. She knew that I talked freely to everyone about such matters and would be as apt to select the nurses as the ladies of the house. On the other hand, how was it conceivable that I could know positively? To recognize a disease might be easy, but to specify from what source it had come, that was surely not in my power. They did not leave her alone for long. Mrs. Toohey's came in, with her feminine terrors. "Sylvia, you must know that you are treating your husband dreadfully. He has gone away down the beach by himself, and has not even seen his baby." "Aunt Varina," she began, "won't you please go away?" But the other rushed on, "Your husband comes here, broken with grief because of this affliction, and you overwhelm him with the most cruel and wicked reproaches, with charges you have no way in the world of proving." And the old lady caught her niece by the hand. "My child, come, do your duty." "My duty? Make yourself fit, and take your husband to see his baby." "Oh, I can't," cried Sylvia. "I don't want to be there when he sees her." If I loved him then, seeing her aunt's face of horror, she was seized with a sudden impulse of pity, and caught the poor old lady in her arms. "Aunt Varina," she said, "I am making you suffer, I know I am making everyone suffer. But if you only knew how I am suffering myself. How can I know what to do?" Mrs. Toohey's was weeping, but quickly she got herself together, and answered in a firm voice, "Your old auntie can tell you what to do. You must come to your senses, my child, you must let your reason prevail. Get your face washed, make yourself presentable, and come and take your husband to see your baby. Women have to suffer, dear, we must not shirk our share of life's burdens." "There is no danger of my shirking," said Sylvia, bitterly. "Come, dear, come," pleaded Mrs. Toohey. She was trying to lead the girl to the mirror. If only she could be made to see how distraught and disorderly she looked. "Let me help you to dress, dear, you know how much better it always makes you feel." Sylvia laughed, a trifle wildly, but Mrs. Toohey had dealt with hysteria before. "What would you like to wear?" she demanded. And then, without waiting for an answer, "Let me choose something. One of your pretty frocks." "A pretty frock, and a seething volcano underneath. That is your idea of a woman's life." The other responded very gravely, "A pretty frock, my dear, and a smile instead of a vulgar scene, and ruin and desolation afterwards." Sylvia made no reply. Yes, that was the life of woman her old aunt knew. And her old aunt knew also the psychology of her sex. She did not go on talking about pretty frocks in the abstract, she turned at once to the clothes closet, and began laying pretty frocks upon the bed. Sylvia emerged upon the gallery, clad in dainty pink muslin, her beautiful shiny hair arranged under a semi-invalid's cap of pink malin. Her face was pale, and the big red-brown eyes were hollow, but she was quiet, and apparently mistress of herself again. She even humored Aunt Varina by leaning slightly upon her feeble arm, while the maid hastened to place her chair in a shaded spot. Her husband came, and the doctors, the tea things were brought, and Aunt Varina poured tea, aflutter with excitement. They talked about the comparative temperatures of New York and the Florida Keys, and about hedges of jasmine to shade the gallery from the evening sun. And after a while, Aunt Varina arose, explaining that she would prepare Elaine for her father's visit. In the doorway she stood for a moment, smiling upon the pretty picture. It was all settled now, the outward forms had been observed, and the matter would end, as such matters should end between husband and wife, a few tears, a few reproaches, and then a few kisses. The baby was made ready, with a new dress, and a fresh silk bandage to cover the pitiful, lifeless eyes. Aunt Varina had found pleasure in making these bandages, she made them soft and pretty, less hygienic, perhaps, but avoiding the suggestion of the hospital. When Sylvia and her husband came into the room, the faces of both of them were white. Sylvia stopped near the doorway, and poor Aunt Varina fluttered about, in agony of soul. When Van Tuver went to the cradle, she hurried to his side, and sought to awaken the little one with gentle nudges. Quite unexpectedly to her, Vancouver sought to pick up the infant. She helped him, and he stood, holding it awkwardly, as if afraid it might go to pieces in his arms. So any man might appear, with his first infant, but to Sylvia it seemed the most tragic sight she had ever seen in her life. She gave a low cry, "Douglas," and he turned, and she saw his face was working with the feeling he was ashamed for anyone to see. "Oh, Douglas," she whispered, "I'm so sorry for you." At which Aunt Varina decided that it was time for her to make her escape. But the trouble between these two were not such as could be settled by any burst of emotion. The next day they were again in a dispute, for he had come to ask her word of honor that she would never see me again, and would give him my letters to be returned unopened. This last was what she had let her father do in the case of Frank Shirley, and she had become certain in her own mind that she had done wrong. But he was insistent in his demand, declaring that it should be obvious to her there could be no peace of mind for him so long as my influence continued in her life. "But surely," protested Sylvia, to hear Mary Abbott's explanation. "There can be no explanation that is not an insult to your husband, and to those who are caring for you. I am speaking in this matter not merely for myself, but for your physicians, who know this woman, heard her menaces and her vulgarity. It is their judgment that you should be protected at all hazards from further contact with her. Douglas," she argued, "you must realize that I am in distress of mind about this matter." "I certainly realize that. And if you are thinking of my welfare, you should choose a course that would set my mind at rest. But when you come to me and ask me that I should not even read a letter from my friend, don't you realize what you suggest to me, that there is something you are afraid for me to know? I do not attempt to deny my fear of this woman. I have seen how she has been able to poison your mind with suspicions." "Yes, Douglas, but now that has been done. What else is there to fear from her?" "I have no idea what. She is a bitter, jealous woman, with a mind full of hatred, and you are an innocent girl, who cannot judge about these matters. What idea have you of the world in which you live, of the slanders to which a man in your husband's position is exposed?" "I am not quite such a child as that. You have simply no idea, I tell you. I remember your consternation when we first met, and I told you about the woman who had written me a begging letter, and got an interview with me, and then started screaming, and refused to leave the house till I had paid her a lot of money. You had never heard such stories, had you? Yet it is the kind of thing that is happening to rich men continually. It was one of the first rules I was taught, never to let myself be alone with a strange woman, no matter of what age, or under what circumstances. But, I assure you, I would not listen to such people. You are asking right now to listen. And you would be influenced by her. You could not help it, any more than you can help being distressed about what she has already said. She intimated to Dr. Perrin that she believed that I had been a man of depraved life, and that my wife and child were now paying the penalty. How can I tell what vile stories concerning me she may not have heard? How could I have any peace of mind while I knew that she was free to pour them into your ear?" Sylvia sat dumb with questions she would not utter, hovering on the tip of her tongue. He took her silence for acquiescence, and went on, quickly, "Let me give you an illustration. A friend of mine whom you know well, I might as well tell you his name, it was Freddie Atkins, was at supper with some theatrical women, and one of them, not having any idea that Freddie knew me, proceeded to talk about me, and how she had met me, and where we had been together, about my yacht, and my castle in Scotland, and I don't know what all else. It seems that this woman had been my mistress for several years. She told quite glibly about me and my habits. Freddie got the woman's picture, on some pretext or other, and brought it to me. I had never laid eyes on her in my life. He could hardly believe it, and to prove it to him I offered to meet the woman, under another name. We sat in a restaurant, and she told the tale to Freddie and myself together until finally he burst out laughing, and told her who I was." He paused, to let this sink in. "Now, suppose your friend, Mary Abbott, had met that woman. I don't imagine she is particularly careful whom she associates with, and suppose she had come and told you that she knew such a woman, what would you have said? Can you deny that the tale would have made an impression on you? Yet, I've not the least doubt there are scores of women who made such tales about me a part of their stock in trade. There are thousands of women whose fortunes would be made for life if they could cause such a tale to be believed. And imagine how well informed they would be, if anyone were to ask them concerning my habits, and the reason why our baby is blind. I tell you, when the rumor concerning our child has begun to spread, there will be 10,000 people in New York City who will know of first-hand, personal knowledge exactly how it happened, and how you took it, and everything that I said to you about it. There will be sneers in the society papers, from New York to San Francisco, and smooth-tongued gentlemen calling, to give us hints that we can stop these sneers by purchasing a deluxe edition of a history of our ancestors for $6,000. There will be well-meaning and beautiful-souled people who will try to get you to confide in them, and then use their knowledge of your domestic unhappiness to blackmail you. There will be threats of lawsuits from people who will claim that they have contracted a disease from you or your child, your laundress, perhaps, or your maid, or one of these nurses. Oh, stop, stop, she cried. I am quite aware, he said, quietly, that these things are not calculated to preserve the peace of mind of a young mother. You are horrified when I tell you of them, yet you clamor for the right to have Mrs. Abbott tell you of them. I warn you, Sylvia, you have married a rich man, who is exposed to the attacks of cunning and unscrupulous enemies. You, as his wife, are exactly as much exposed, possibly even more so. Therefore, when I see you entering into what I know to be a dangerous intimacy, I must have the right to say to you, this shall stop, and I tell you, there can never be any safety or peace of mind for either of us, so long as you attempt to deny me that right. 5. Dr. Gibson took his departure 3 or 4 days later, and before he went, he came to give her his final blessing, talking to her, as he phrased it, like a Dutch uncle. You must understand, he said, I am almost old enough to be your grandfather. I have 4 sons, any one of whom might have married you, if they had had the good fortune to be in Castleman County at the critical time. So you must let me be frank with you. Sylvia indicated that she was willing. We don't generally talk to women about these matters, because they've no standard by which to judge, and they almost always fly off and have hysterics. Their case seems to them exceptional and horrible, their husbands the blackest criminals in the whole tribe. He paused for a moment. Now, Mrs. Van Tuver, the disease which has made your baby blind is probably what we call gonorrhea. When it gets into the eyes, it has very terrible results. But it doesn't often get into the eyes, and for the most part it's a trifling affair, that we don't worry about. I know there are a lot of newfangled notions, but I'm an old man, with experience of my own, and I have to have things proven to me. I know that with as much of this disease as we doctors see, if it was a deadly disease, there'd be nobody left alive in the world. As I say, I don't like to discuss it with women, but it was not I who forced the matter upon your attention. Pray go on, Dr. Gibson, she said. I really wish to know all that you will tell me. The question has come up, how was this disease brought to your child? Dr. Perrin suggested that possibly you understand his fear, and possibly he is correct. But it seems to me an illustration of the unwisdom of a physician's departing from his proper duty, which is to cure people. If you wish to find out who brought a disease, what you need is a detective. I know, of course, that there are people who can combine the duties of physician and detective, and that without any previous preparation or study of either profession. He waited for this irony to sink in, and Sylvia also waited, patiently. At last he resumed, the idea has been planted in your mind that your husband brought the trouble, and that idea is sure to stay there and fester. So it becomes necessary for someone to talk to you straight. Let me tell you that 8 men out of 10 have had this disease at some time in their lives, also that very few of them were cured of it when they thought they were. You have a cold, and then next month, you say the cold is gone. So it is, for practical purposes. But if I take a microscope, I find the germs of the cold still in your membranes, and I know that you can give a cold, and a bad cold, to someone else who is sensitive. It is true that you may go through all the rest of your life without ever being entirely rid of that cold. You understand me? Yes, said Sylvia, in a low voice. I say 8 out of 10. Estimates would differ. Some doctors would say 7 out of 10 and some actual investigations have shown 9 out of 10. And understand me, I don't mean barroom loafers and roustabouts. I mean your brothers, if you have any, your cousins, your best friends, the men who came to make love to you, and whom you thought of marrying. If you had found it out about any one of them, of course you'd have cut the acquaintance, yet you'd have been doing an injustice, for if you had done that to all who'd ever had the disease, you might as well have retired to a nunnery at once. The old gentleman paused again, then frowning at her under his bushy eyebrows, he exclaimed, I tell you, Mrs. Van Tuver, you're doing your husband a wrong. Your husband loves you, and he's a good man. I've had some talks with him, and I know he's not got nearly so much on his conscience as the average husband. I'm a Southern man, and I know these gay young bloods you've danced and flirted with all your young life. Do you think if you went probing into their secret affairs, you'd have had much pleasure in their company afterwards? I tell you again, you're doing your husband a wrong. You're doing something that very few men would stand, as patiently as he has stood it so far. All this time Sylvia had given no sign. So the old gentleman began to feel a trifle uneasy. Mind you, he said, I'm not saying that men ought to be like that. They deserve a good hiding, most of them. They're very few of them fit to associate with a good woman. I've always said that no man is really good enough for a good woman. But my point is that when you select one to punish, you select not the guiltiest one, but simply the one who's had the misfortune to fall under suspicion. And he knows that's not fair. He'd have to be more than human if deep in his soul he did not bitterly resent it. You understand me? I understand, she replied, in the same repressed voice. And the doctor rose and laid his hand on her shoulder. I'm going home, he said. Very probably we'll never meet each other again. I see you making a great mistake, laying up unhappiness for yourself in the future, and I wish to prevent it if I can. I wish to persuade you to face the facts of the world in which we live. So I am going to tell you something that I never expected I should tell to a lady. He was looking her straight in the eye. You see me, I'm an old man, and I seem fairly respectable to you. You've laughed at me some, but even so, you've found it possible to get along with me without too great repugnance. Well, I've had this disease, I've had it, and nevertheless I've raised 6 fine, sturdy children. More than that I'm not free to name anybody else, but I happen to know positively that among the men your husband employs on this island there are 2 who have the disease right now. And the next charming and well-bred gentleman you are introduced to, just reflect that there are at least 8 chances in 10 that he has had the disease, and perhaps 3 or 4 in 10 that he has it at the minute he's shaking hands with you. And now you think that over, and stop tormenting your poor husband. 6. One of the first things I did when I reached New York was to send a little love letter to Sylvia. I said nothing that would distress her, I merely assured her that she was in my thoughts, and that I should look to see her in New York, when we could have a good talk. I put this in a plain envelope, with a typewritten address, and registered it in the name of my stenographer. The receipt came back, signed by an unknown hand, probably the secretary's. I found out later that the letter never got to Sylvia. No doubt it was the occasion of renewed efforts upon her husband's part to obtain from her the promise he desired. He would not be put off with excuses, and at last he got her answer, in the shape of a letter which she told him she intended to mail to me. In this letter she announced her decision that she owed it to her baby to avoid all excitement and nervous strain during the time that she was nursing it. Her husband had sent for the yacht, and they were going to Scotland, and in the winter to the Mediterranean and the Nile. Meantime she would not correspond with me, but she wished me to know that there was to be no break in our friendship, and that she would see me upon her return to New York. There is much that has happened that I do not understand, she added. For the present, however, I shall try to dismiss it from my mind. I am sure you will agree that it is right for me to give a year to being a mother, as I wish you to feel perfectly at peace in the meantime. I mention that it is my intention to be a mother only, and not a wife. I am showing this letter to my husband before I mail it, so that he may know exactly what I am doing, and what I have decided to do in the future. Of course, he said, after reading this, you may send the letter, if you insist, but you must realize that you are only putting off the issue. She made no reply, and at last he asked, You mean you intend to defy me in this matter? I mean, she replied, quietly, that for the sake of my baby I intend to put off all discussion for a year. 7. I figured that I should hear from Claire Lepage about 2 days after I reached New York, and sure enough, she called me on the phone. I want to see you at once, she declared, and her voice showed the excitement under which she was laboring. Very well, I said, come down. She entered my little living room. It was the first time she had ever visited me, but she did not stop for a glance about her, she did not even stop to sit down. Why didn't you tell me that you knew Sylvia Castleman? She cried. My dear woman, I replied, I was not under the least obligation to tell you. You have betrayed me, she exclaimed, wildly. Come, Claire, I said, after I had looked her in the eye a bit to calm her. You know quite well that I was under no bond of secrecy. And, besides, I haven't done you any harm. Why did you do it? I regret to add that she swore. I never once mentioned your name, Claire. How much good do you imagine that does me? They have managed to find out everything. They caught me in a trap. I reminded myself that it would not do to show any pity for her. Sit down, Claire, I said. Tell me about it. She cried, in a last burst of anger, I don't want to talk to you. All right, I answered. But then, why did you come? There was no reply to that. She sat down. They were too much for me, she lamented. If I'd had the least hint, I might have held my own. As it was, I let them make a fool of me. You are talking hieroglyphics to me. Who are they? Douglas, and that old fox, Rossiter Torrance. Rossiter Torrance. I repeated the name, and then suddenly remembered. The thin-lipped old family lawyer. He sent up his card, and said he'd been sent to see me by Mary Abbott. Of course, I had no suspicion. I fell right into the trap. We talked about you for a while. He even got me to tell him where you lived, and then at last he told me that he hadn't come from you at all, but had merely wanted to find out if I knew you, and how intimate we were. He had been sent by Douglas, and he wanted to know right away how much I had told you about Douglas, and why I had done it. Of course, I denied that I had told anything. Heavens, what a time he gave me. Claire paused. Mary, how could you have played such a trick upon me? I had no thought of doing you any harm, I replied. I was simply trying to help Sylvia. To help her at any expense. Tell me, what will come of it? Are you afraid they'll cut off your allowance? That's the threat. But will they carry it out? She sat, gazing at me resentfully. I don't know whether I ought to trust you any more, she said. Do what you please about that, I replied. I don't want to urge you. She hesitated a bit longer, and then decided to throw herself upon my mercy. They would not dare to carry out their threat, so long as Sylvia had not found out the whole truth. So now she had come to beg me to tell no more than I had already told. She was utterly abject about it. I had pretended to be her friend, I had won her confidence and listened to her confessions. How did I wish to ruin her utterly, to have her cast out on the street? Poor Claire. I said in the early part of my story that she understood the language of idealism, but I wonder what I have told about her that justifies this. The truth is, she was going down so fast that already she seemed a different person, and she had been frightened by the thin-lipped old family lawyer, so that she was incapable of even a decent pretense. "Claire," I said, "there is no need for you to go on like this. I have not the slightest intention of telling Sylvia about you. I cannot imagine the circumstances that would make me want to tell her. Even if I should do it, I would tell her in confidence, so that her husband would never have any idea." She went almost wild at this. To imagine that a woman would keep such a confidence. As if she would not throw it at her husband's head the first time they quarreled. Besides, if Sylvia knew this truth, she might leave him, and if she left him, Claire's hold on his money would be gone. Over this money we had a long and lachrymose interview. And at the end of it, there she sat gazing into space, baffled and bewildered. What kind of a woman was I? How had I got to be the friend of Sylvia Van Tuver? What had she seen in me, and what did I expect to get out of her? I answered briefly, and suddenly Claire was overwhelmed by a rush of curiosity, plain human curiosity. What was Sylvia like? Was she as clever as they said? What was the baby like, and how was Sylvia taking the misfortune? Could it really be true that I had been visiting the Van Tuvers in Florida, as old Rossiter Torrance had implied? Needless to say, I did not answer these questions freely. And I really think my visitor was more pained by my uncommunicativeness than she was by my betrayal of her. It was interesting also to notice a subtle difference in her treatment of me. Gone was the slight touch of condescension, gone was most of the familiarity. I had become a personage, a treasurer of high state secrets, an intimate of the great ones. There must be something more to me than Claire had realized before. Poor Claire. She passes here from this story. For years thereafter I used to catch a glimpse of her now and then, in the haunts of the birds of gorgeous plumage, but I never got a chance to speak to her, nor did she ever call on me again. So I do not know if Douglas Van Tuver still continues her 8,000 a year. All I can say is that when I saw her, her plumage was as gorgeous as ever, and its style duly certified to the world that it had not been held over from a previous season of prosperity. Twice I thought she had been drinking too much, but then so had many of the other ladies with the little glasses of bright-colored liquids before them. For the rest of that year I knew nothing about Sylvia except what I read in the society column of my newspaper, that she was spending the late summer in her husband's castle in Scotland. I myself was suffering from the strain of what I had been through, and had to take a vacation. I went west, and when I came back in the fall, to plunge again into my work, I read that the Van Tuvers, in their yacht, the Triton, were in the Mediterranean, and were planning to spend the winter in Japan. And then one day in January, like a bolt from the blue, came a cablegram from Sylvia, dated Cairo, sailing for New York, steamship Atlantic. "Are you there? Answer." Of course I answered. And I consulted the sailing lists, and waited, wild with impatience. She sent me a wireless, 2 days out, and so I was at the pier when the great vessel docked. Yes, there she was, waving her handkerchief to me, and there by her side stood her husband. It was a long, cold ordeal, while the ship was warped in. We could only gaze at each other across the distance, and stamp our feet and beat our hands. There were other friends waiting for the Van Tuvers, I saw, and so I held myself in the background, full of 1,000 wild speculations. How incredible that Sylvia, arriving with her husband, should have summoned me to meet her. At last the gangway was let down, and the stream of passengers began to flow. In time came the Van Tuvers, and their friends gathered to welcome them. I waited, and at last Sylvia came to me, outwardly calm but with her emotions in the pressure of her 2 hands. "Oh, Mary, Mary," she murmured. "I'm so glad to see you. I'm so glad to see you." "What has happened?" I asked. Her voice went to a whisper. "I am leaving my husband." "Leaving your husband?" I stood, dumbfounded. "Leaving him forever, Mary." But I could not finish the sentence. My eyes moved to where he stood, calmly chatting with his friends. He insisted on coming back with me, to preserve appearances. He is terrified of the gossip. He is going all the way home, and then leave me. Sylvia. What does it mean? I whispered. I can't tell you here. I want to come and see you. Are you living at the same place? I answered in the affirmative. It's a long story, she added. I must apologize for asking you to come here, where we can't talk. But I did it for an important reason. I can't make my husband really believe that I mean what I say, and you are my declaration of independence. And she laughed, but a trifle wildly, and looking at her suddenly, I realized that she was keyed almost to the breaking point. You poor dear. I murmured. I wanted to show him that I meant what I said. I wanted him to see us meet. You see, he's going home, thinking that with the help of my people he can make me change my mind. But why do you go home? Why not stay here with me? There's an apartment vacant next to mine. And with a baby. There are lots of babies in our tenement, I said. But to tell the truth, I had almost forgotten the baby in the excitement of the moment. How is she? I asked. Come and see, said Sylvia, and when I glanced inquiringly at the tall gentleman who was chatting with his friends, she added, she's my baby, and I have a right to show her. The nurse, a rosy-cheeked English girl in a blue dress and a bonnet with long streamers, stood apart, holding an armful of white silk and lace. Sylvia turned back the coverings, and again I beheld the vision which had so thrilled me, the comical little miniature of herself, her nose, her lips, her golden hair. But oh, the pitiful little eyes, that did not move. I looked at my friend, uncertain what I should say. I was startled to see her whole being aglow with mother pride. Isn't she a dear? She whispered. And, Mary, she's learning so fast, and growing you couldn't believe it. Oh, the marvel of mother love, I thought that is blinder than any child it ever bore. We turned away, and Sylvia said, I'll come to you as soon as I've got the baby settled. Our train starts for the south tonight, so I shan't waste any time. God bless you, dear, I whispered, and she gave my hand a squeeze, and turned away. I stood for a few moments watching, and saw her approach her husband, and exchange a few smiling words with him in the presence of their friends. I, knowing the agony that was in the hearts of that desperate young couple, marveled anew at the discipline of caste. 9. She sat in my big armchair, and how proud I was of her, and how thrilled by her courage. Above all, however, I was devoured by curiosity. Tell me, I exclaimed. There's so much, she said. Tell me why you are leaving him. Mary, because I don't love him. That's the one reason. I have thought it out. I have thought of little else for the last year. I have come to see that it is wrong for a woman to live with a man she does not love. It is the supreme crime a woman can commit. Ah, yes. I said. If you have got that far. I have got that far. Other things have contributed, but they are not the real things. They might have been forgiven. The fact that he had this disease, and made my child blind. Oh. You found out that? Yes, I found it out. How? It came to me little by little. In the end, he grew tired of pretending, I think. She paused for a moment, then went on, the trouble was over the question of my obligations as a wife. You see, I had told him at the outset that I was going to live for my baby, and for her alone. That was the ground upon which he had persuaded me not to see you or read any of your letters. I was to ask no questions, and be nice and bovine, and I agreed. But then, a few months ago, my husband came to me with the story of his needs. He said that the doctors had given their sanction to our reunion. Of course, I was stunned. I knew that he had understood me before we left Florida. She stopped. Yes, dear, I said, gently. Well, he said now the doctors were agreed there was no danger to either of us. We could take precautions and not have children. I could only plead that the whole subject was distressing to me. He had asked me to put off my problems till my baby was weaned, now I asked him to put off his. But that would not do, it seemed. He took to arguing with me. It was an unnatural way to live, and he could not endure it. I was a woman, and I couldn't understand this. It seemed utterly impossible to make him realize what I felt. I suppose he has always had what he wanted, and he simply does not know what it is to be denied. It wasn't only a physical thing, I think, it was an affront to his pride, a denial of his authority. She stopped, and I saw her shudder. I have been through it all, I said. He wanted to know how long I expected to withhold myself. I said, until I have got this disease out of my mind, as well as out of my body, until I know that there is no possibility of either of us having it, to give to the other. But then, after I had taken a little more time to think it over, I said, Douglas, I must be honest with you. I shall never be able to live with you again. It is no longer a question of your wishes or mine, it is a question of right or wrong. I do not love you. I know now that it can never under any circumstances be right for a woman to give herself in the intimacy of the sex relation without love. When she does it, she is violating the deepest instinct of her nature, the very voice of God in her soul. His reply was, why didn't you know that before you married? I answered, I did not know what marriage meant, and I let myself be persuaded by others. By your own mother, he declared. I said, a mother who permits her daughter to commit such an offense is either a slave dealer, or else a slave. Of course, he thought I was out of my mind at that. He argued about the duties of marriage, the preserving of the home, wives submitting themselves to their husbands, and so on. He would not give me any peace. And suddenly she started up. I saw in her eyes the light of old battles. Oh, it was a horror, she cried, beginning to pace the floor. It seemed to me that I was living the agony of all the loveless marriages of the world. I felt myself pursued, not merely by the importunate desires of one man, I suffered with all the millions of women who give themselves night after night without love. He came to seem like some monster to me, I could not meet him unexpectedly without starting. I forbade him to mention the subject to me again, and for a long time he obeyed. But several weeks ago he brought it up afresh, and I lost my self-control completely. Douglas, I said, I can stand it no longer. It is not only the tragedy of my blind child, it's that you have driven me to hate you. You have crushed all the life and joy and youth out of me. You've been to me like a terrible black cloud, constantly pressing down on me, smothering me. You stalk around me like a grim, sepulchral figure, closing me up in the circle of your narrow ideas. But now I can endure it no longer. I was a proud, high-spirited girl, you've made of me a colorless social automaton, a slave of your stupid worldly traditions. I'm turning into a feeble, complaining, discontented wife. And I refuse to be it. I'm going home where at least there's some human spontaneity left in people, I'm going back to my father. And I went and looked up the next steamer. She stopped. She stood before me, with the fire of her wild southern blood shining in her cheeks and in her eyes. I sat waiting, and finally she went on, I won't repeat all his protests. When he found that I was really going, he offered to take me in the yacht, but I wouldn't go in the yacht. I had got to be really afraid of him sometimes, you know, his obstinacy seems to be abnormal, almost insane. So then he decided he would have to go in the steamer with me to preserve appearances. I had a letter saying that Papa was not well, and he said that would serve for an excuse. He is going to Castleman County, and after he has stayed a week or so, he is going off on a hunting trip, and not return. And will he do it? I don't think he expects to do it at present. I feel sure he has the idea of starting Mama to quoting the Bible to me, and dragging me down with her tears. but I have done all I can to make clear to him that it will make no difference. I told him I would not say a word about my intentions at home until he had gone away, and that I expected the same silence from him. But, of course, she stopped abruptly, and after a moment she asked, "What do you think of it, Mary?" I leaned forward and took her 2 hands in mine. "Only," I said, "that I'm glad you fought it out alone. I knew it had to come and I didn't want to have to help you to decide." She sat for a while absorbed in her own thoughts. Knowing her as I did, I understood what intense emotions were seething within her, what a terrific struggle her decision must have represented. "Dear friend," she said, suddenly, "don't think I haven't seen his side of the case. I try to tell myself that I dealt with him frankly from the beginning. But then I ask, was there ever a man I dealt with frankly? There was coquetry in the very clothes I wore. And now that we are so entangled, now that he loves me, what is my duty? I find I can't respect his love for me. A part of it is because my beauty fascinates him, but more of it seems to me just wounded vanity. I was the only woman who ever flouted him, and he has a kind of snobbery that made him think I must be something remarkable because of it. I talked that all out with him. Yes, I've dragged him through all that humiliation. I wanted to make him see that he didn't really love me, that he only wanted to conquer me, to force me to admire him and submit to him. I want to be myself, and he wants to be himself. That has always been the issue between us. That is the issue in many unhappy marriages," I said. "I've done a lot of thinking in the last year," she resumed, "about things generally. I mean, we American women think we are so free. That is because our husbands indulge us, give us money, and let us run about. But when it comes to real freedom, freedom of intellect and of character, English women are simply another kind of being from us. I met a cabinet minister's wife. He's a conservative in everything, and she's an ardent suffragist. She not merely gives money, she makes speeches and has a public name. Yet they are friends, and have a happy home life. Do you suppose my husband would consider such an arrangement?" "I thought he admired English ways," I said. "There was the Honorable Betty Annersley, the sister of a chum of his. She was friendly with the militants, and I wanted to talk to her to understand what such women thought. Yet my husband tried to stop me from going to see her. And it's the same way with everything I try to do, that threatens to take me out of his power. He wanted me to accept the authority of the doctors as to any possible danger from venereal disease. When I got the books, and showed him what the doctors admitted about the question, the narrow margin of safety they allowed, the terrible chances they took, he was angry again." She stopped, seeing a question in my eyes. "I've been reading up on the subject," she explained. "I know it all now, the things I should have known before I married." "How did you manage that?" "I tried to get 2 of the doctors to give me something to read, but they wouldn't hear of it. I'd set myself crazy imagining things. It was no sort of stuff for a woman's mind. So in the end I took the bit in my teeth. I found a medical bookstore, and I went in and said, 'I am an American physician, and I want to see the latest works on venereal disease.' So the clerk took me to the shelves, and I picked out a couple of volumes." "You poor child!" I exclaimed. "When Douglas found that I was reading these books, he threatened to burn them. I told him there are more copies in the store, and I am determined to be educated on this subject." She paused. "How much like my own experience?" I thought. There were chapters on the subject of wives, how much they were not told, and why this was. So very quickly I began to see around my own experience. Douglas must have figured out that this would be so, for the end of the matter was an admission. "You don't mean he confessed to you?" She smiled bitterly. "No," she said. "He brought Dr. Perrin to London to do it for him. Dr. Perrin said he had concluded I had best know that my husband had had some symptoms of the disease. He, the doctor, wished to tell me who was to blame for the attempt to deceive me. Douglas had been willing to admit the truth, but all the doctors had forbidden it. I must realize the fearful problem they had, and not blame them, and, above all, I must not blame my husband, who had been in their hands in the matter. How stupid men are! As if that would excuse him. I'm afraid I showed the little man how poor an impression he had made both for himself and for his patron. But I had suffered all there was to suffer, and I was tired of pretending. I told him it would have been far better for them if they had told me the truth at the beginning. Ah, yes, I said. That is what I tried to make them see, but all I got for it was a sentence of deportation. 11 When Sylvia's train arrived at the station of her hometown, the whole family was waiting upon the platform for her, and a good part of the town besides. The news that she had arrived in New York, and was coming home on account of her father's illness, had, of course, been reproduced in all the local papers, with the result that the worthy major had been deluged with telegrams and letters concerning his health. Notwithstanding, he had insisted upon coming to the train to meet his daughter. He was not going to be shut up in a sick room to please all the gossips of two hemispheres. In his best black broadcloth, his broad, black hat newly brushed, and his old-fashioned, square-toed shoes newly shined, he paced up and down the station platform for half an hour, and it was to his arms that Sylvia flew when she alighted from the train. There was Miss Margaret, who had squeezed her large person and fluttering draperies out of the family automobile, and was waiting to shed tears over her favorite daughter. There was Celeste, radiant with a wonderful piece of news which she alone was to impart to her sister. There were Peggy and Maria, shot up suddenly into two amazingly gawky girls. There was Master Castleman Lysel, the only son of the house, with his black-eyed and bad-tempered French governess. And finally there was Aunt Varina, palpitating with various agitations, not daring to whisper to anyone else the fears which this sudden homecoming inspired in her. Bishop Chilton and his wife were away, but a delegation of cousins had come. Also Uncle Mandeville Castleman had sent a huge bunch of roses, which were in the family automobile, and Uncle Barry Chilton had sent a pair of wild turkeys, which were soon to be in the family. Behind Sylvia stalked her cold and haughty husband, and behind him tripped the wonderful nursemaid, with her wonderful blue streamers, and her wonderful bundle of ruffles and lace. All the huge family had to fall upon Sylvia and kiss and embrace her rapturously, and shake the hand of the cold and haughty husband, and peer into the wonderful bundle, and go into ecstasies over its contents. Rarely, indeed, did the great ones of this earth condescend to spread so much of their emotional life before the public gaze, and was it any wonder that the town crowded about, and the proprieties were temporarily repealed? It had never been published, but it was generally known throughout the state that Sylvia's child was blind, and it was whispered that this portended something strange and awful. So there hung about the young mother and the precious bundle an atmosphere of mystery and melancholy. How had she taken her misfortune? How had she taken all the great events that had befallen her progress through the courts and camps of Europe? Would she still condescend to know her fellow townsmen? Many were the hearts that beat high as she bestowed her largesse of smiles and friendly words. There were even humble old Negroes who went off enraptured to tell the town that Miss Sylvia had actually shaken hands with them. There was almost a cheer from the crowd as the string of automobiles set out for Castleman Hall. 12 There was a grand banquet that evening, at which the turkeys entered the family. Not in years had there been so many people crowded into the big dining room, nor so many servants treading upon each other's toes in the kitchen. Such a din of chatter and laughter. Sylvia was her old radiant self, and her husband was quite evidently charmed by the patriarchal scene. He was affable, really genial, and won the hearts of everybody. He told the good major, amid a hush which almost turned his words into a speech, that he was able to understand how they of the South loved their own section so passionately. There was about the life an intangible something, a spell, an elevation of spirit, which set it quite apart by itself. And since this was the thing which they of the South most delighted to believe concerning themselves, they listened enraptured, and set the speaker apart as a rare and discerning spirit. Afterwards came the voice of Sylvia, "You must beware of Douglas, Papa, he is an inveterate flatterer." She laughed as she said it, and of those present it was Aunt Varina alone who caught the ominous note, and saw the bitter curl of her lips as she spoke. Aunt Varina and her niece were the only persons there who knew Douglas Van Tuver well enough to appreciate the irony of the term inveterate flatterer. Sylvia realized at once that her husband was setting out upon a campaign to win her family to his side. He rode about the Major's plantations, absorbing information about the boll weevil. He rode back to the house, and exchanged cigars, and listened to stories of the Major's boyhood during the war. He went to call upon Bishop Chilton, and sat in his study, with its walls of faded black volumes on theology. Van Tuver himself had had a Church of England tutor, and was a punctilious high churchman, but he listened respectfully to arguments for a simpler form of church organization, and took away a voluminous exposé of the fallacies of apostolic succession. And then came Aunt Nanny, ambitious and alert as when she had helped the young millionaire to find a wife, and the young millionaire made the suggestion that Aunt Nanny's third daughter should not fail to visit Sylvia at Newport. There was no limit, apparently, to what he would do. He took Master Castleman Lysel upon his knee, and let him drop a valuable watch upon the floor. He got up early in the morning and went horseback riding with Peggy and Maria. He took Celeste automobiling, and helped by his attentions to impress the cocksure young man with whom Celeste was in love. He won Miss Margaret by these attentions to all her children, and the patience with which he listened to accounts of the ailments which had afflicted the precious ones at various periods of their lives. To Sylvia, watching all these proceedings, it was as if he were binding himself to her with so many knots. She had come home with a longing to be quiet, to avoid seeing anyone. But this could not be, she discovered. There was gossip about the child's blindness, and the significance thereof, and to have gone into hiding would have meant an admission of the worst. The ladies of the family had prepared a grand reception, at which all Castleman County was to come and gaze upon the happy mother. And then there was the monthly dance at the country club, where everybody would come, in the hope of seeing the royal pair. To Sylvia it was as if her mother and aunts were behind her every minute of the day, pushing her out into the world. Go on, go on. Show yourself. Do not let people begin to talk. 13 She bore it for a couple of weeks, then she went to her cousin, Harley Chilton. Harley, she said, my husband is anxious to go on a hunting trip. Will you go with him? When? Asked the boy. Right away, tomorrow or the next day. I'm game, said Harley. After which she went to her husband. Douglas, it is time for you to go. He sat studying her face. You still have that idea, he said, at last. I still have it. I was hoping that here, among your home people, your sanity would partially return. I know what you have been hoping, Douglas. And I am sorry, but I am quite unchanged. Have we not been getting along happily here? He demanded. No, I have not. I have been wretched. And I cannot have any peace until you no longer haunt me. I am sorry for you, but I must be alone, and so long as you are here the entertainments will continue. We could make it clear that we did not care for entertainments. We could find some quiet place near your people, where we could live in peace. Douglas, she said, I have spoken to Cousin Harley. He is ready to go hunting with you. Please call him up and make arrangements to start tomorrow. If you are still here the following day, I shall leave for one of Uncle Mandeville's plantations. There was a long silence. Sylvia, he said, at last, how long do you imagine this behavior of yours can continue? It will continue forever. My mind is made up. It is necessary that you make up yours. Again he waited, while he made sure of his self-control. You propose to keep the baby with you? He asked, at last. For the present, yes. The baby cannot get along without me. And for the future? We will make a fair arrangement as to that. Give me a little time to get myself together, and then I will come and live somewhere near you in New York, and I will arrange it so that you can see the child as often as you please. I have no desire to take her from you, I only want to take myself from you. Sylvia, he said, have you realized all the unhappiness this course of yours is going to bring to your people? Oh, don't begin that now, she pleaded. I know, he said, how determined you are to punish me. But I should think you would try to find some way to spare them. Douglas, she replied, I know exactly what you have been doing. I have watched your change of character since you came here. You may be able to make my people so unhappy that I must be unhappy also. You see how deeply I love them, how I yield everything for love of them. But let me make it clear, I will not yield this. It was for their sake I went into this marriage, but I have come to see that it was wrong, and no power on earth can induce me to stay in it. My mind is made up, I will not live with a man I do not love. I will not even pretend to do it. Now do you understand me, Douglas? There was a silence, while she waited for some word from him. When none came, she asked, You will arrange to go tomorrow? He answered calmly, I see no reason why I, your husband, should permit you to pursue this insane course. You propose to leave me, and the reason you give is one that would, if it were valid, break up 2/3 of the homes in the country. Your own family will stand by me in my effort to prevent your ruin. What do you expect to do? She asked in a suppressed voice. I have to assume that my wife is insane, and I shall look after her till she comes to her senses. She sat watching him for a few moments, wondering at him. Then she said, You are willing to stay on here, day after day, pursuing me in the only refuge I have. Well then, I shall not consider your feelings. I have a work to do here, and I think that when I begin it, you will want to be far away. What do you mean? He asked, and he looked at her as if she were really a maniac. You see, my sister Celeste is about to marry. That was the wonderful news she had to tell me at the depot. It happens that I have known Roger Peyton all my life, and know he has the reputation of being one of the fastest boys in the town. Well, he asked. Just this, Douglas, I do not intend to leave my sister unprotected as I was. I am going to tell her about Elaine. I am going to tell her all that she needs to know. It is bound to mean arguments with the old people, and in the end the whole family will be discussing the subject. I feel sure you will not care to be here under such circumstances. And may I ask when this begins? He inquired, with intense bitterness in his tone. Right away, she said. I have merely been waiting until you should go. He said not a word, but she knew by the expression on his face that she had carried her point at last. He turned and left the room, and that was the last word she had with him, save for their formal parting in the presence of the family. 14 Roger Peyton was the son and heir of one of the oldest families in Castleman County. I had heard of this family before in a wonderful story that Sylvia told of the burning of Rosebriar, their stately mansion, some years previously, how the neighbors had turned out to extinguish the flames, and failing, had danced a last whirl in the ballroom, while the fire roared in the stories overhead. The house had since been rebuilt, more splendid than ever, and the prestige of the family stood undiminished. One of the sons was an old flame of Sylvia's, and another was married to one of the Chilton girls. As for Celeste, she had been angling for Roger the past year or two, and she stood now at the apex of happiness. Sylvia went to her father, to talk with him about the difficult subject of venereal disease. The poor Major had never expected to live to hear such a discourse from a daughter of his. However, with the blind child under his roof, he could not find words to stop her. But, Sylvia, he protested, what reason have you to suspect such a thing of Roger Peyton? I have the reason of his life. You know that he has the reputation of being fast, you know that he drinks, you know that I once refused to speak to him because he danced with me when he was drunk. My child, all the men you know have sowed their wild oats. Papa, you must not take advantage of me in such a discussion. I don't claim to know what sins may be included in the phrase wild oats. Let us speak frankly. Can you say that you think it unlikely that Roger Peyton has been unchanged? Asked. The major hesitated and coughed. Finally he said, "The boy drinks, Sylvia, further than that I have no knowledge. The medical books tell me that the use of alcohol tends to break down self-control, and to make continence impossible. And if that be true, you must admit that we have a right to ask assurances. What do you suppose that Roger and his crowd are doing when they go roistering about the streets at night? What do they do when they go off to Mardi Gras? Or at college? You know that cousin Clive had to get him out of trouble several times. Go and ask Clive if Roger has ever been exposed to the possibility of these diseases." "My child," said the major, "Clive would not feel he had the right to tell me such things about his friend. Not even when the friend wants to marry his cousin. But such questions are not asked, my daughter." "Papa, I have thought this matter out carefully, and I have something definite to propose to you. I have no idea of stopping with what Clive Chilton may or may not see fit to tell about his chum. I want you to go to Roger." Major Castleman's face wore a blank stare. "If he's going to marry your daughter, you have the right to ask about his past. What I want you to tell him is that you will get the name of a reputable specialist in these diseases, and that before he can have your daughter he must present you with a letter from this man, to the effect that he is fit to marry." The poor major was all but speechless. "My child, who ever heard of such a proposition?" "I don't know that anyone ever did, Papa. But it seems to me time they should begin to hear of it, and I don't see who can have a better right to take the first step than you and I, who have paid such a dreadful price for our neglect." Sylvia had been prepared for opposition, the instinctive opposition which men manifest to having this embarrassing subject dragged out into the light of day. Even men who have been chaste themselves good fathers of families like the major cannot be unaware of the complications incidental to frightening their womenfolk, and setting up an impossibly high standard in sons-in-law. But Sylvia stood by her guns. At last she brought her father to his knees by the threat that if he could not bring himself to talk with Roger Peyton, she, Sylvia Castleman, would do it. 15. The young suitor came by appointment the next day, and had a session with the major in his office. After he had gone, Sylvia went to her father and found him pacing the floor, with an extinct cigar between his lips, and several other ruined cigars lying on the hearth. "You asked him, Papa?" "I did, Sylvia." "And what did he say?" "Why, daughter," the major flung his cigar from him with desperate energy. "It was most embarrassing," he exclaimed, "most painful." His pale old face was crimson with blushes. "Go on, Papa," said Sylvia, gentle but firm. "The poor boy, naturally, Sylvia, he could not but feel hurt that I should think it necessary to ask such questions. Such things are not done, my child. It seemed to him that I must look upon him as well, as much worse than other young fellows." The old man stopped, and began to walk restlessly up and down. "Yes, Papa," said Sylvia. "What else?" "Well," he said, "it seemed to him that such a matter might have been left to the honor of a man whom I was willing to think of as a son-in-law. And you see, my child, what an embarrassing position I was in. I could not give him any hint as to my reason for being anxious about these matters, anything, you understand, that might be to the discredit of your husband." "Go on, Papa." "Well, I gave him a fatherly talking to about his way of life." "Did you ask him the definite question as to his health?" "No, Sylvia." "Did he tell you anything definite?" "No." "Then you didn't do what you had set out to do." "Yes, I did. I told him that he must see a doctor." "You made quite clear to him what you wanted." "Yes, I did, really, I did." "And what did he say?" She went to him and took his arm and led him to a couch. "Come, Papa, let us get to the facts. You must tell me." They sat down, and the major sighed, lit a fresh cigar, rolled it about in his fingers until it was ruined, and then flung it away. "Boys don't talk freely to older men," he said. "They really never do." "You may doubt this." "What did he say, Papa?" "Why, he didn't know what to say. He didn't really say anything. And here the Major came to a complete halt. His daughter, after studying his face for a minute, remarked, in plain words, "Papa, you think he has something to hide, and he may not be able to give you the evidence you asked." The other was silent. "You fear that is the situation, but you are trying not to believe it." As he still said nothing, Sylvia whispered, "Poor Celeste." Suddenly she put her hands upon his shoulders, and looked into his eye. "Papa, can't you see what that means? That Celeste ought to have been told these things long ago." "What good would that have done?" he asked, in bewilderment. "She could have known what kind of man she was choosing, and she might be spared the dreadful unhappiness that is before her now." "Sylvia! Sylvia!" protested the other. "Surely such things cannot be discussed with innocent young girls. So long as we refuse to do it, we are simply entering into a conspiracy with the man of loose life, so that he may escape the worst penalty of his evil doing. Take the boys in our own set. Why is it they feel safe in running off to the big cities and sowing their wild oats, even sowing them in the obscure parts of their own town? Is it not because they know that their sisters and girlfriends are ignorant and helpless, so that when they are ready to pick a wife, they will be at no disadvantage? Here is Celeste, she knows that Roger has been wild, but no one has hinted to her what that means. She thinks of things that are picturesque, that he's high-spirited and brave and free with his money." "But, my daughter," protested the Major, "such knowledge would have a terrible effect upon young girls." He rose and began to pace the floor again. "Daughter, you are letting yourself run wild. The sweetness, the virginal innocence of young and pure women, if you take that from them, there'd be nothing left to keep men from falling to the level of brutes." "Papa," said Sylvia, "all that sounds well, but it has no meaning. I have been robbed of my innocence, and I know that it has not debased me. It has only fitted me to deal with the realities of life. And it will do the same for any girl who is taught by earnest and reverent people. Now, as it is, we have to tell Celeste, but we tell her too late." "But we won't have to tell her," cried the Major. "Dear Papa, please explain how we can avoid telling her." "I will inform her that she must give the young man up. She is a good and dutiful daughter." "Yes," replied Sylvia, "but suppose on this one occasion she were to fail to be good and dutiful? Suppose the next day you learn that she had run away and married Roger, what would you do about it then?" 16 That evening Roger was to take his fiancée to one of the young people's dances. And there was Celeste, in a flaming red dress, with a great bunch of flaming roses. She could wear these colors, with her brilliant black hair and gorgeous complexion. Roger was fair, with a frank, boyish face, and they made a pretty couple, but that evening Roger did not come. Sylvia helped to dress her sister, and then watched her wandering restlessly about the hall, while the hour came and went. Later in the evening Major Castleman called up the Peyton home. The boy was not there, and no one seemed to know where he was. Nor the next day did there come any explanation. At the Peytons it was still declared that no one had heard from Roger, and for another day the mystery continued, to Celeste's distress and mortification. At last, from Clive Chilton, Sylvia managed to extract the truth. Roger was drunk, crazy drunk, and had been taken off by some of the boys to be straightened out. Of course this rumor soon got to the rest of the family, and they had to tell Celeste, because she was frantic with anxiety. There were grave consultations among the Castleman ladies. It was a wanton affront to his fiancée that the boy had committed, and something must be done about it quickly. Then came the news that Roger had escaped from his warders, and got drunker than ever. He had been out at night, smashing the street lamps, and it had required extreme self-control on the part of the town police force to avoid complications. Miss Margaret went to her young daughter, and in a tear-flooded scene informed her of the opinion of the family, that her self-respect required the breaking of the engagement. Celeste went into hysterics. She would not have her happiness ruined for life. Roger was wild, but so were all the other boys, and he would atone for his recklessness. She had the idea that if only she could get hold of him, she could recall him to his senses. The more her mother was scandalized by this proposal, the more frantically Celeste wept. She shut herself up in her room, refusing to appear at meals, and spending her time pacing the floor and wringing her hands. The family had been through all this with their eldest daughter several years before, but they had not learned to handle it any better. The whole household was in a state of distraction, and the conditions grew worse day by day, as bulletins came in concerning the young man. He seemed to have gone actually insane. He was not to be restrained even by his own father, and if the unfortunate policeman could be believed, he had violently attacked them. Apparently he was trying to break down the unwritten law that the sons of the best families are not arrested. Poor Celeste, with pale, tear-drenched face, sent for her elder sister, to make one last appeal. Could Sylvia not somehow get hold of Roger and bring him to his senses? Could she not interview some of the other boys, and find out what he meant by his conduct? So Sylvia went to her cousin Clive, and had a talk with him, assuredly the most remarkable talk that young man had ever had in his life. She told him that she wanted to know the truth about Roger Peyton, and after a cross-examination that would have made the reputation of a criminal lawyer, she got what she wanted. All the young men in town, it seemed, knew the true state of affairs, and were in a panic concerning it, that Major Castleman had sent for Roger and informed him that he could not marry his daughter, until he produced a certain kind of medical certificate. No, he couldn't produce it. Was there a fellow in town who could produce it? What was there for him to do but to get drunk and stay drunk, until Celeste had cast him off? It was Clive's turn then to do some plain speaking. "Look here, Sylvia," he said, "since you have made me talk about this." "Yes, Clive. Do you know what people are saying? I mean the reason the Major made this proposition to Roger." She answered, in a quiet voice, "I suppose, Clive, it has something to do with Elaine." "Yes, exactly," exclaimed Clive. "They say," but then he stopped. He could not repeat it. "Surely you don't want that kind of talk, Sylvia?" "Naturally, Clive, I'd prefer to escape that kind of talk, but my fear of it will not make me neglect the protection of my sister." "But Sylvia," cried the boy, "you don't understand about this. A woman can't understand about these things." "You are mistaken, my dear cousin," said Sylvia, and her voice was firm and decisive. "I do understand." "All right," cried Clive, with sudden exasperation. "But let me tell you, the Celeste is going to have a hard time getting any other man to propose to her." "You mean, Clive, because so many of them are?" "Yes, if you must put it that way," he said. There was a pause, then Sylvia went on, "Let us discuss the practical problem, Clive. Don't you think it would have been better if Roger, instead of going off and getting drunk, had set about getting himself cured?" The other looked at her, with evident surprise. "You mean in that case Celeste might marry him? You say the boys are all alike, Clive, and we can't turn our girls into nuns. Why didn't some of you fellows point that out to Roger?" "The truth is," said Clive, "we tried to." There was a little more cordiality in his manner, since Sylvia had shown such an unexpected amount of intelligence. "Well," she asked. "What then?" "Why, he wouldn't listen to anything." "You mean because he was drunk?" "No, we had him nearly sober." "But you see," and Clive paused for a moment, painfully embarrassed. "The truth is, Roger had been to a doctor, and been told it might take him a year or two to get cured." "Clive," she cried. "Clive! And you mean that in the face of that, he proposed to go on and marry?" "Well, Sylvia, you see," and the young man hesitated still longer. He was crimson with embarrassment, and suddenly he blurted out, "The truth is, the doctor told him to marry. That was the only way he'd ever get cured." Sylvia was almost speechless. "Oh! Oh!" she cried, "I can't believe you. That's what the doctors tell you, Sylvia." You don't understand. It's just as I told you, a woman can't understand. It's a question of a man's nature. But Clive, what about the wife and her health? Has the wife no rights whatever? The truth is, Sylvia, people don't take this disease with such desperate seriousness. You understand, it isn't the one that everybody knows is dangerous. It doesn't do any real harm. Look at Elaine. Don't you call that real harm? Yes, but that doesn't happen often, and they say there are ways it can be prevented. Anyway, fellows just can't help it. God knows we'd help it if we could. Sylvia thought for a moment, and then came back to the immediate question. It's evident what Roger could do in this case. He is young, and Celeste is still younger. They might wait a couple of years and Roger might take care of himself, and in time it might be properly arranged. But Clive did not seem too warm to the proposition, and Sylvia, who knew Roger Peyton, was not long in making out the reason. You mean you don't think he has character enough to keep straight for a year or two? To tell you the honest truth, we talked it out with him, and he wouldn't make any promises. To which Sylvia answered, very well, Clive, that settles it. You can help me find some man for Celeste who loves her a little more than that. 17 That afternoon came Aunt Nanny, the bishop's wife, in shining chestnut-colored silk to match a pair of shining chestnut-colored horses. Other people, it appeared, had been making inquiries into Roger Peyton's story, and other people besides Clive Chilton had been telling the truth. Aunt Nanny gathered the ladies of the family in a hurried conference, and Sylvia was summoned to appear before it quite as in the days of her affair with Frank Shirley. Miss Margaret and Aunt Varina were solemn and frightened, as of old, and, as of old, Aunt Nanny did the talking. Sylvia, do you know what people are saying about you? Yes, Aunt Nanny, said Sylvia. Oh, you do know? Yes, of course. And I knew in advance that they would say it. Something about the seraphic face of Sylvia, chastened by terrible suffering, must have suggested to Mrs. Chilton the idea of caution. Have you thought of the humiliation this must inflict upon your relatives? I have found, Aunt Nanny, said Sylvia, that there are worse afflictions than being talked about. I am not sure, declared the other, that anything could be worse than to be the object of the kind of gossip that is now seething around our family. It has been the tradition of our people to bear their afflictions in silence. In this case, Aunt Nanny, it is obvious that silence would have meant more afflictions, many more. I have thought of my sister and of all the other girls in our family, who may be led to sacrifice by the ambitions of their relatives. Sylvia paused a moment, so that her words might have effect. Said the bishop's wife, Sylvia, we cannot undertake to save the world from the results of its sins. God has his own ways of punishing men. Perhaps so, but surely God does not wish the punishment to fall upon innocent young girls. For instance, Aunt Nanny, think of your own daughters. My daughters, broke out Mrs. Chilton. And then, mastering her excitement, at least, you will permit me to look after my own children. I noticed, my dear aunt, that Lucy May turned color when Tom Aldrich came into the room last night. Have you noticed anything? Yes, what of it? It means that Lucy May is falling in love with Tom. Why should she not? I certainly consider him an eligible man. And yet you know, Aunt Nanny, that he is one of Roger Peyton's set. You know that he goes about town getting drunk with the gayest of them, and you let Lucy May go on and fall in love with him. You have taken no steps to find out about him. You have not warned your daughter. Mrs. Chilton was crimson with agitation. Warned my daughter? Who ever heard of such a thing? Said Sylvia, quietly, I can believe that you never heard of it, but you will hear soon. The other day I had a talk with Lucy May. Sylvia Castleman. And then it seemed Mrs. Chilton reminded herself that she was dealing with a dangerous lunatic. Sylvia, she said, in a suppressed voice, you mean to tell me that you have been poisoning my young daughter's mind? You have brought her up well, said Sylvia, as her aunt stopped for lack of words. She did not want to listen to me. She said that young girls ought not to know about such matters. But I pointed out Elaine, and then she changed her mind, just as you will have to change yours in the end, Aunt Nanny. Mrs. Chilton sat glaring at her niece, her bosom heaving. Then suddenly she turned her indignant eyes upon Mrs. Castleman. "Margaret, cannot you stop this shocking business? I demand that the tongues of gossip shall no longer clatter around the family of which I am a member. My husband is the bishop of this diocese, and if our ancient and untarnished name is of no importance to Sylvia Van Tuver, then, perhaps the dignity and authority of the church may have some weight." "Aunt Nanny," interrupted Sylvia, "it will do no good to drag Uncle Basil into this matter. I fear you will have to face the fact that from this time on your authority in our family is to be diminished. You had more to do than any other person with driving me into the marriage that has wrecked my life, and now you want to go on and do the same thing for my sister and for your own daughters, to marry them with no thought of anything save the social position of the man. And in the same way you are saving up your sons to find rich girls. You know that you kept Clive from marrying a poor girl in this town a couple of years ago, and meantime it seems to be nothing to you that he's going with men like Roger Peyton and Tom Aldrich, learning all the vices the women in the brothels have to teach him." Poor Miss Margaret had several times made futile efforts to check her daughter's outburst. Now she and Aunt Varina started up at the same time. "Sylvia! Sylvia! You must not talk like that to your aunt." And Sylvia turned and gazed at them with her sad eyes. "From now on," she said, "that is the way I am going to talk. You are a lot of ignorant children. I was one too, but now I know. And I say to you, look at Elaine. Look at my little one, and see what the worship of Mammon has done to one of the daughters of your family." 18 After this, Sylvia had her people reduced to a state of terror. She was an avenging angel, sent by the Lord to punish them for their sins. How could one rebuke the unconventionality of an avenging angel? On the other hand, of course, one could not help being in agony, and letting the angel see it in one's face. Outside, there were the tongues of gossip clattering, as Aunt Nanny had said. Quite literally everyone in Castleman County was talking about the blindness of Mrs. Douglas Van Tuver's baby, and how, because of it, the mother was setting out on a campaign to destroy the modesty of the state. The excitement, the curiosity, the obscene delight of the world came rolling back into Castleman Hall in great waves, that picked up the unfortunate inmates and buffeted them about. Family consultations were restricted, because it was impossible for the ladies of the family to talk to the gentlemen about these horrible things, but the ladies talked to the ladies, and the gentlemen talked to the gentlemen, and each came separately to Sylvia with their distress. Poor, helpless Miss Margaret would come wringing her hands, and looking as if she had buried all her children. "Sylvia! Sylvia! Do you realize that you are being discussed?" That was the worst calamity that could befall a woman in Castleman County. It summed up all possible calamities that could befall her, to be discussed. They were discussing you once when you wanted to marry Frank Shirley. And now, oh, now they will never stop discussing you. Then would come the dear Major. He loved his eldest daughter as he loved nothing else in the world, and he was a just man at heart. He could not meet her arguments. Yes, she was right, she was right. But then he would go away, and the waves of scandal and shame would come rolling. "My child," he pleaded, "have you thought what this thing is doing to your husband? Do you realize that while you talk about protecting other people, you are putting upon Douglas a brand that will follow him through life?" Uncle Mandeville came up from New Orleans to see his favorite niece, and the wave smote him as he alighted from the train, and he became so much excited that he went to the club and got drunk, and then could not see his niece, but had to be carried off upstairs and given forcible hypodermics. Cousin Clive told Sylvia about it afterwards, how Uncle Mandeville refused to believe the truth, and swore that he would shoot some of these fellows if they didn't stop talking about his niece. Said Clive, with a grim laugh, "I told him, if Sylvia had her way, you'd shoot a good part of the men in the town." He answered, "Well, by God, I'll do it, it would serve the scoundrels right. And he tried to get out of bed and get his pants and his pistol, so that in the end it was necessary to telephone for the major, and then for Barry Chilton and 2 of his gigantic sons from their plantation. Sylvia had her way, and talked things out with the agonist Celeste. And the next day came Aunt Varina, hardly able to contain herself. "Oh, Sylvia, such a horrible thing. To hear such words coming from your little sister's lips like the toads and snakes in the fairy story. To think of these ideas festering in a young girl's brain. And then again, Sylvia, your sister declares she will never go to a party again. You are teaching her to hate men. You will make her a strong-minded woman." That was another phrase they had, summing up a whole universe of horrors. Sylvia could not recall a time when she had not heard that warning. Be careful, dear, when you express an opinion, always end it with a question, "Don't you think so?" or something like that, otherwise, men may get the idea that you are strong-minded. Sylvia, in her girlhood, had heard vague hints and rumors which now she was able to interpret in the light of her experience. In her courtship days she had met a man who always wore gloves, even in the hottest weather, and she had heard that this was because of some affliction of the skin. Now, talking with the young matrons of her own set, she learned that this man had married, and had since had to take to a wheelchair, while his wife had borne a child with a monstrous deformed head, and had died of the ordeal and the shock. Oh, the stories that one uncovered right in one's own town, among one's own set like foul sewers underneath the pavements. The succession of deceased generations, of imbeciles, epileptics, paralytics. The innocent children born to a lifetime of torment, the women hiding their secret agonies from the world. Sometimes women went all through life without knowing the truth about themselves. There was poor Mrs. Valens, for example, who reclined all day upon the gallery of one of the most beautiful homes in the county, and showed her friends the palms of her hands, all covered with callus and scales, exclaiming, "What in the world do you suppose can be the matter with me?" She had been a beautiful woman, a belle of Miss Margaret's day. She had married a man who was rich and handsome and witty and a rake. Now he was drunk all the time, and 2 of his children had died in hospital, and another had arms that came out of joint, and had to be put in plaster of Paris for months at a time. His wife, the one-time darling of society, would lie on her couch and read the book of Job until she knew it by heart. And could you believe it, when Sylvia came home, ablaze with excitement over the story, she found that the only thing that her relatives were able to see in it was the book of Job. Under the burden of her afflictions the woman had become devout, and how could anyone fail to see in this the deep purposes of Providence revealed? "Verily," said Miss Margaret, "whom the Lord loveth, he chasteneth." We are told in the Lord's word that the sins of the fathers shall be visited upon the children, even unto the 3rd and 4th generations, and do you suppose the Lord would have told us that, if he had not known there would be such children? 19. I cannot pass over this part of my story without bringing forward Mrs. Armistead, the town cynic, who constituted herself one of Sylvia's sources of information in the crisis. Mrs. Sally Ann Armistead was the mother of 2 boys with whom Sylvia, as a child, had insisted upon playing, in spite of the protests of the family. "What fo you go wi dem Armistead chillin', me Sylvia," would cry Aunt Mandy, the cook. "Don't you know they granddaddy done pick cotton in de fiel long o me?" But while her father was picking cotton, Sally Ann had looked after her complexion and her figure, and had married a rising young merchant. Now he was the wealthy proprietor of a chain of nigger stores, and his wife was the possessor of the most dreaded tongue in Castleman County. She was a person who, if she had been born a duchess, would have made a reputation in history, the one woman in the county who had a mind and was not afraid to have it known. She used all the tricks of a duchess lorgnettes, for example, with which she stared people into a state of fright. She did not dare try anything like that on the Castlemans, of course, but woe to the little people who crossed her path. She had an eye that sought out every human weakness, and such a wit that even her victims were fascinated. One of the legends about her told how her dearest foe, a dashing young matron, had died, and all the friends had gathered with their floral tributes. Sally Ann went in to review the remains, and when she came out a sentimental voice inquired, "And how does our poor Ruth look?" "Oh," was the answer, "as old and grey as ever." Now Mrs. Armistead stopped Sylvia in the street. "My dear, how goes the eugenics campaign?" And while Sylvia gazed, dumbfounded, the other went on as if she were chatting about the weather, "You can't realize what a stir you are making in our little frog pond. Come, see me, and let me tell you the gossip. Do you know you've enriched our vocabulary? I have made someone look up the meaning of eugenics, at least," answered Sylvia, having got herself together in haste. "Oh, not only that, my dear. You have made a new medical term, the Vancouver disease. Isn't that interesting?" For a moment Sylvia shriveled before this flame from hell. But then, being the only person who had ever been able to chain this devil, she said, "Indeed. I hope that with so fashionable a name the disease does not become an epidemic." Mrs. Armistead gazed at her, and then, in a burst of enthusiasm, she exclaimed, "Sylvia Castleman, I have always insisted that one of the most interesting women in the world was spoiled by the taint of goodness in you." She took Sylvia to her bosom, as it were. "Let us sit on the fence and enjoy this spectacle. My dear, you can have no idea what an uproar you are making. The young married women gather in their boudoirs and whisper ghastly secrets to each other. Some of them are sure they have it, and some of them say they can trust their husbands as if any man could be trusted as far as you can throw a bull by the horns. Did you hear about poor Mrs. Patty Peyton? She has the measles, but she sent for a specialist, and vowed she had something else. She had read about it, and knew all the symptoms, and insisted on having elaborate blood tests. And little Mrs. Stanley Pendleton has left her husband, and everybody says that's the reason. The men are simply shivering in their boots. They steal into the doctor's offices by the back doors, and a whole carload of the boys have been shipped off to hot springs to be boiled, and so on, while Mrs. Armistead revelled in the sensation of strolling down Main Street with Mrs. Douglas Vancouver. Then Sylvia would go home, and get the newest reactions of the family to these horrors. Aunt Nanny, it seemed, made the discovery that Basil, Jr., her fifth son, was carrying on an intrigue with a mulatto girl in the town, and she forbade him to go to Castleman Hall, for fear lest Sylvia should worm the secret out of him. Also she shipped Lucy May off to visit a friend, and came and tried to persuade Mrs. Chilton to do the same with Peggy and Maria, lest Sylvia should somehow corrupt these children. The bishop came, having been ordered to preach religion to his wayward niece. Poor dear Uncle Basil, he had tried preaching religion to Sylvia many years ago, and never could do it because he loved her so well that with all his 17th century theology he could not deny her chance of salvation. Now the first sight that met his eyes when he came to see her was his little blind grandniece. And also he had in his secret heart the knowledge that he, a rich and gay young planter before he became converted to Methodism, had played with the fire of vice, and been badly burned. So Sylvia did not find him at all the voice of authority, but just a poor, henpecked, unhappy husband of a tyrannous Castleman woman. The next thing was that Miss Margaret took up the notion that a time such as this was not one for Sylvia's husband to be away from her. What if people were to say that they had separated? There were family consultations, and in the midst of them there came word that Vancouver was called north upon business. When the family delegations came to Sylvia, to insist that she go with him, the answer they got was that if they could not let her stay quietly at home without asking her any questions, she would go off to New York and live with a divorced woman socialist. Of course, they gave up, she wrote me. And half an hour ago poor dear Mama came to my room and said, "Sylvia, dear, we will let you do what you want, but won't you please do one small favor for me?" I got ready for trouble, and asked what she wanted. Her answer was, "Won't you go with Celeste to the young matron's cotillion tomorrow night, so that people won't think there's anything the matter?" 20 Roger Peyton had gone off to Hot Springs, and Douglas Vancouver was in New York, so little by little the storms about Castleman Hall began to abate in violence. Sylvia was absorbed with her baby, and beginning to fit her life into that of her people. She found many ways in which she could serve them, entertaining Uncle Mandeville to keep him sober, checking the extravagance of Celeste, nursing Castleman Lysel through green apple convulsions. That was to be her life for the future, she told herself, and she was making herself really happy in it when suddenly, like a bolt from the blue, came an event that swept her poor little plans into chaos. It was an afternoon in March, the sun was shining brightly and the southern springtime was in full tide, and Sylvia had had the old family carriage made ready, with two of the oldest and gentlest family horses, and took the girls upon a shopping expedition to town. In the front seat sat Celeste, driving, with two of her friends, and in the rear seat was Sylvia, with Peggy and Maria. When an assemblage of allurements such as this stopped on the streets of the town, the young men would come out of the banks and the offices and gather round to chat. There would be a halt before an ice cream parlor, and a big tray of ices would be brought out, and the girls would sit in the carriage and eat, and the boys would stand on the curb and eat undies made by the fact that they had welcomed half a dozen such parties during the afternoon. The statistics proved that this was a thriving town, with rapidly increasing business, but there was never so much business as to interfere with gallantries like these. Sylvia enjoyed the scene, it took her back to happy days, before Black Care had taken his seat behind her. She sat in a kind of dream, only half hearing the merriment of the young people, and only half tasting her ice. How she loved this old town, with its streets deep in black spring mud, its mud-plastered buckboards and saddle horses hitched at every telegraph pole. Its banks and stores and law offices seemed shabbier after one had made the grand tour, but they were none the less dear to her for that. She would spend the rest of her days in Castleman County, and the sunshine and peace would gradually enfold her. Such were her thoughts when the unforeseen event befell. A man on horseback rode down a side street, crossing Main Street a little way in front of her, a man dressed in khaki, with a khaki riding hat pulled low over his face. He rode rapidly, appearing and vanishing, so that Sylvia scarcely saw him, really did not see him with her conscious mind at all. Her thoughts were still busy with dreams, and the clatter of boys and girls, but deep within her had begun a tumult, a trembling, a pounding of the heart, a clamouring under the floors of her consciousness. And slowly this excitement mounted. What was the matter? What had happened? A man had ridden by, but why should a man? Surely it could not have been no. There were hundreds of men in Castleman County who wore khaki and rode horseback, and had sturdy, thick-set figures. But then, how could she make a mistake? How could her instinct have betrayed her so? It was that same view of him as he sat on a horse that had first thrilled her during the hunting party years ago. He had gone west, and had said that he would never return. He had not been heard from in years. What an amazing thing, that a mere glimpse of a man who looked and dressed and rode like him should be able to set her whole being into such a panic. How futile became her dreams of peace. She heard the sound of a vehicle close beside her carriage, and turned and found herself looking into the sharp eyes of Mrs. Armistead. It happened that Sylvia was on the side away from the curb, and there was no one talking to her, so Mrs. Armistead ran her electric alongside, and had the stirring occasion to herself. Sylvia looked into her face, so full of malice, and knew two things in a flash: first, it really had been Frank Shirley riding by, and second, Mrs. Armistead had seen him. "Another candidate for your eugenics class," said the lady. Sylvia glanced at the young people and made sure they were paying no attention. She might have made some remark that would have brought them into the conversation, and delivered her from the torments of this devil. But no, she had never quailed from Mrs. Armistead in her life, and she would not now give her the satisfaction of driving off to tell the town that Sylvia Van Tuver had seen Frank Shirley, and had been overcome by it, and had taken refuge behind the skirts of her little sisters. "You can see I have my carriage full of pupils," she said, smilingly. "How happy it must make you, Sylvia, coming home and meeting all your old friends." It must set you trembling with ecstasy, angels singing in the sky above you, little golden bells ringing all over you. Sylvia recognized these phrases. They were part of an effort she had made to describe the raptures of young love to her bosom friend, Harriet Atkinson. And so Harriet had passed them on to the town. And they had been cherished all these years. She could not afford to recognize these illegitimate children of romance. "Mrs. Armistead," she said, "I had no idea you had so much poetry in you. I am simply improvising, my dear, upon the color in your cheeks at present. There was no way save to be bold. You couldn't expect me not to be excited, Mrs. Armistead. You see, I had no idea he had come back from the West." "They say he left a wife there," remarked the lady, innocently. "Ah," said Sylvia. "Then he will not be staying long, presumably." There was a pause. All at once Mrs. Armistead's voice became gentle and sympathetic. "Sylvia," she said, "don't imagine that I fail to appreciate what is going on in your heart. I know a true romance when I see one. If only you could have known in those days what you know now, there might have been one beautiful love story that did not end as a tragedy. You would have thought the lady's better self had suddenly been touched." But Sylvia knew her. Too many times she had seen this huntress trying to lure a victim out of his refuge. "Yes, Mrs. Armistead," she said, gently. "But I have the consolation at least of being a martyr to science." "In what way?" "Have you forgotten the new medical term that I have given to the world?" And Mrs. Armistead looked at her for a moment aghast. "My God, Sylvia," she whispered, and then an honest tribute, "you certainly can take care of yourself." "Yes," said Sylvia. "Tell that to my other friends in town." And so, at last, Mrs. Armistead started her machine, and this battle of hellcats came to an end. 21 Sylvia rode home in a daze, answering without hearing the prattle of the children. She was appalled at the emotions that possessed her, that the sight of Frank Shirley riding down the street could have affected her so. She forgot Mrs. Armistead, she forgot the whole world, in her dismay over her own state of mind. Having dismissed Frank from her life and her thoughts forever, it seemed to her preposterous that she should be at the mercy of such an excitement. She found herself wondering about her family. Did they know that Frank Shirley had returned? Would they have failed to mention it to her? For a moment she told herself it would not have occurred to them she could have any interest in the subject. But no, they were not so naive, the Castleman women, as their sense of propriety made them pretend to be. But how stupid of them not to give her warning. Suppose she had happened to meet Frank face to face, and in the presence of others. She must certainly have betrayed her excitement, and just at this time, when the world had the Castleman family under the microscope. She told herself that she would avoid such difficulty in future. She would stay at home until Frank had gone away. If he had a wife in the West, presumably he had merely come for a visit to his mother and sisters. And then Sylvia found herself in an argument with herself. What possible difference could it make that Frank Shirley had a wife? So long as she, Sylvia, had a husband, what else mattered? Yet she could not deny it. It brought her a separate and additional pang that Frank Shirley should have married. What sort of wife could he have found, he, a stranger in the far West? And why had he not brought his wife home to his people? When she stepped out of the carriage, it was with her mind made up that she would stay at home until all danger was past. But the next afternoon a neighbor called up to ask Sylvia and Celeste to come and play cards in the evening. It was not a party, Mrs. Witherspoon explained to Miss Margaret, who answered the phone, just a few friends and a good time, and she did so hope that Sylvia was not going to refuse. The mere hint of the fear that Sylvia might refuse was enough to excite Mrs. Castleman. Why should Sylvia refuse? So she accepted the invitation, and then came to plead with her daughter for Celeste's sake, and for the sake of all her family, so that the world might see that she was not crushed by misfortune. There were reasons why the invitation was a difficult one to decline. Mrs. Virginia Witherspoon was the daughter of a Confederate general whose name you read in every history book, and she had a famous old home in the country which was falling about her ears, her husband being seldom sober enough to know what was happening. She had also 3 blossoming daughters, whom she must manage to get out of the home before the plastering of the drawing room fell upon the heads of their suitors, so that the ardor of her husband hunting was one of the jokes of the state. Naturally, under such circumstances, the Witherspoons had to be treated with consideration by the Castlemans. One might snub rich Yankees, and chasten the suddenly prosperous, but a family with an ancient house in ruins, and with faded uniforms and battle-scarred sabers in the cedar chests in its attic, such a family can with difficulty overdraw its social bank account. Dolly Witherspoon, the oldest daughter, had been Sylvia's rival for the palm as the most beautiful girl in Castleman County. And Sylvia had triumphed, and Dolly had failed. So, in her secret heart she hated Sylvia, and the mother hated her, and yet such was the social game they had to invite Sylvia and her sister to their card parties, and Sylvia and her sister had to go. They had to go and be the most striking figures there, Celeste, slim and pale from sorrow, virginal, in clinging white chiffon, and Sylvia, regal and splendid, shimmering like a mermaid in a gown of emerald green. The mermaid imagined that she noticed a slight agitation underneath the cordiality of her hostess. The next person to greet her was Mrs. Armistead, and Sylvia was sure that she did not imagine the suppressed excitement in that lady's manner. But even while she was speculating and suspecting, she was led toward the drawing room. It was late, her hostess explained, the other guests were waiting, so if they did not mind, the play would start at once. Celeste was to sit at that table over there, with Mr. Witherspoon's crippled brother, and old Mr. Perkins, who was deaf, and Sylvia was to come this way, the table in the corner. Sylvia moved toward it, and Dolly Witherspoon and her sister, Emma, greeted her cordially, and then stepped out of the way to let her to her seat, and Sylvia gave one glance and found herself face to face with Frank Shirley. 22 Frank's face was scarlet, and Sylvia had a moment of blind terror, when she wanted to turn and fly. But there about her was the circle of her enemies, a whole roomful of people, breathless with curiosity, drinking in with eyes and ears every hint of distress that she might give. And the next morning the whole town would, in imagination, attend the scene. "Good evening, Julia," said Sylvia, to Mrs. Witherspoon's youngest daughter, the other lady at the table. "Good evening, Malcolm," to Malcolm McCallum, an old beau of hers. And then, taking the seat which Malcolm sprang to move out for her, "How do you do, Frank?" Frank's eyes had fallen to his lap. "How do you do?" he murmured. The sound of his voice, low and trembling, full of pain, was like the sound of some old funeral bell to Sylvia. It sent the blood leaping in torrents to her forehead. Oh, horrible, horrible! For a moment her eyes fell like his, and she shuddered, and was beaten. But there was the roomful of people, watching, there was Mrs. Armistead, there were the Witherspoon women gloating. She forced a tortured smile to her lips, and asked, "What are we playing?" "Oh, didn't you know that?" said Julia. "Progressive whist." "Thank you," said Sylvia. "When do we begin?" And she looked about anywhere but at Frank Shirley, with his face grown so old in 4 years. No one said anything, no one made a move. Was everybody in the room conspiring to break her down? "I thought we were late," she said, desperately, and then, with another effort, "Shall I cut?" she asked, of Julia. "If you please," said the girl, but she did not make a motion to pass the cards. Her manner seemed to say, "You may cut all night, but it won't help you to rob me of this satisfaction." Sylvia made a still more determined effort. If the game was to be postponed indefinitely, so that people might watch her and Frank well, she would have to find something to talk about. "It is a surprise to see you again, Frank Shirley," she exclaimed. "Yes," he said. His voice was a mumble, and he did not lift his eyes. "You have been in the West, I understand." "Yes," again, but still he did not lift his eyes. Sylvia managed to lift hers as far as his cravat, and she saw in it an old piece of imitation jewelry which she had picked up once on the street, and had handed to him in jest. He had worn it all these years. He had not thrown it away, not even when she had thrown him away. Again came a surge of emotion, and out of the mist she looked about her and saw the faces of tormenting demons, leering. "Well," she demanded, "are we going to play?" "We were waiting for you to cut," said Julia, graciously, and Sylvia's fury helped to restore her self-possession. She cut the cards, and fate was kind, sparing both her and Frank the task of dealing. But then a new difficulty arose. Julia dealt, and 13 cards lay in front of Frank Shirley, but he did not seem to know that he ought to pick them up. And when the opposing lady called him to time, in what seemed an unnecessarily penetrating voice, he found that he was physically unable to get the cards from the table. And when with his fumbling efforts he got them into a bunch, he could not straighten them out, to say nothing of the labor of sorting them according to suit, which all whist players know to be an indispensable preliminary to the game. When the opposing lady prodded him again, Frank's face changed from vivid scarlet to a dark and alarming purple. Miss Julia led the tray of clubs, and Frank, whose turn came next, spilled 3 cards upon the table, and finally selected from them the king of hearts to play, hearts being trumps. "But you have a club there, Mr. Shirley," said his opponent, something that was pardonable, inasmuch as the 9 of clubs lay face up where he had shoved it aside. "Oh, I beg pardon," he stammered, and took back his king, and reached into his hand and pulled out the 6 of clubs, and a diamond with it. It was evident that this could not go on. Sylvia might be equal to the emergency, but Frank was not. He was too much of a human being and too little of a social automaton. Something must be done. "Don't they play whist out west, Mr. Shirley?" asked Julia, still smiling benevolently. And Sylvia lowered her cards. "Surely, my dear, you must understand," she said, gently. "Mr. Shirley is too much embarrassed to think about cards." "Oh," said the other, taken aback. "You see," continued Sylvia, "this is the first time that Frank has seen me in more than 3 years. And when two people have been as much in love as he and I were, they are naturally disturbed when they meet, and cannot put their minds upon a game of cards." Julia was speechless. And Sylvia let her glance wander casually about the room. She saw her hostess and her daughters standing watching, and near the wall at the other side of the room stood the head devil, who had planned this torment. "Mrs. Armistead," Sylvia called, "aren't you going to play tonight?" Of course everybody in the room heard this, and after it, anyone could have heard a pin drop. "I'm to keep score," said Mrs. Armistead. "But it doesn't need 4 to keep score," objected Sylvia, and looked at the 3 Witherspoon ladies. "Dolly and Emma are staying out," said Mrs. Witherspoon. "2 of our guests did not come." "Well," Sylvia exclaimed, "that just makes it right. Please let them take the place of Mr. Shirley and myself. You see, we haven't seen each other for 3 or 4 years, and it's hard for us to get interested into a game of cards." The whole room caught its breath at once, and here and there one heard a little squeak of hysteria, cut short by someone who was not sure whether it was a joke or a scandal. "Why, Sylvia," stammered Mrs. Witherspoon, completely staggered. Then Sylvia perceived that she was mistress of the scene. There came the old rapture of conquest, that made her social genius. "We have so much that we want to talk about," she said, in her most winning voice. "Let Dolly and Emma take our places, and we will sit on the sofa in the other room and chat. You and Mrs. Armistead come and chaperone us. Won't you do that, please?" Why, gasped the bewildered lady. "I'm sure that you will both be interested to hear what we have to say to each other, and you can tell everybody about it afterwards, and that will be so much better than having the card game delayed any more." And with this sideswipe Sylvia arose. She stood and waited, to make sure that her ex-fiancé was not too parlous to follow. She led him out through the tangle of card tables, and in the doorway she stopped and waited for Mrs. Armistead and Mrs. Witherspoon, and literally forced these two ladies to come with her out of the room. 23. Do you care to hear the details of the punishment which Sylvia administered to the two conspirators? She took them to the sofa, and made Frank draw up chairs for them, and when she had got comfortably seated, she proceeded to talk to Frank just as gently and sincerely and touchingly as she would have talked if there had been nobody present. She asked about all that had befallen him, and when she discovered that he was still not able to chat, she told him about herself, about her baby, who was beautiful and dear, even if she was blind, and about all the interesting things she had seen in Europe. When presently the old ladies showed signs of growing restless, she put handcuffs on them and chained them to their chairs. "You see," she said, "it would never do for Mr. Shirley and myself to talk without a chaperone. You got me into this situation, you know, and Papa and Mama would never forgive you." "You are mistaken, Sylvia," cried Mrs. Witherspoon. "Mr. Shirley so seldom goes out, and he had said he didn't think he would come." "I am willing to accept that explanation," said Sylvia, politely, "but you must help me out now that the embarrassing accident has happened." Nor did it avail Mrs. Witherspoon to plead her guests and their score. "You may be sure they don't care about the score," said Sylvia. "They'd much prefer you stayed here, so that you can tell them how Frank and I behaved." And then, while Mrs. Witherspoon was getting herself together, Sylvia turned upon the other conspirator. "We will now hold one of my eugenics classes," she said, and added, to Frank, "Mrs. Armistead told me that you wanted to join my class." "I don't understand," replied Frank, at a loss. "I will explain," said Sylvia. "It is not a very refined joke they have in the town. Mrs. Armistead meant to say that she credits a disgraceful story that was circulated about you when we were engaged, and which my people made use of to make me break our engagement. I am glad to have a chance to tell you that I have investigated and satisfied myself that the story was not true. I want to apologize to you for ever having believed it, and I am sure that Mrs. Armistead may be glad of this opportunity to apologize for having said that she believed it." "I never said that I believed it," cried Sally Ann. "No, you didn't, Mrs. Armistead. You would not be so crude as to say it directly. You merely dropped a hint, which would lead everybody to understand that you believed it." Sylvia paused, just long enough to let the wicked lady suffer, but not long enough to let her find a reply. "When you tell your friends about this scene," she continued, "please make clear that I did not drop hints about anything, but said exactly what I meant, that the story is false, so far as it implies any evil done by Mr. Shirley, and that I am deeply ashamed of myself for having ever believed it. It is all in the past now. Of course we are both of us married, and we shall probably never meet again. But it will be a help to us in future to have had this little talk, will it not, Frank?" There was a pause, while Sally Ann Armistead recovered from her dismay, and got back a little of her fighting power. Suddenly she rose. "Virginia," she said, firmly, "you are neglecting your guests." "I don't think you ought to go until Frank has got himself together," said Sylvia. "Frank, can you sort your cards now?" "Virginia," commanded Sally Ann, imperiously. "Come." Mrs. Witherspoon rose, and so did Sylvia. "We can't stay here alone," said she. "Frank, will you take Mrs. Witherspoon in?" And she gently but firmly took Mrs. Armistead's arm, and so they marched back into the drawing room. Dolly and Emma had progressed to separate tables, it developed, so that the ordeal of Frank and Sylvia was over. Through the remainder of the evening Sylvia chatted and played, and later partook of refreshments with Malcolm McCallum, and mildly teased that inconsolable bachelor, quite as in the old days. Now and then she stole a glance at Frank Shirley, and saw that he was holding up his end, but he kept away from her, and she never even caught his eye. At last the company broke up, and Sylvia thanked her hostess for a most enjoyable evening. She stepped into the motor with Celeste, and sat with compressed lips, answering in monosyllables her little sister's flood of excited questions. "Oh, Sylvia, didn't you feel perfectly terrible?" "Oh, sister, I felt thrills running up and down my back. Sister, what did you say to him? Sister, do you know old Mr. Perkins kept leaning over me and asking what was happening, and how could I shout into his deaf ear that everybody was stopping to hear what you were saying to Frank Shirley. At the end of the ride, there was Aunt Varina waiting up as usual to renew her own youth in the story of the evening, what this person had worn and what that person had said. But Sylvia left her sister to tell the story, and fled to her room and locked the door, and flung herself upon the bed and gave way to a torrent of weeping. Half an hour later Celeste went up, and finding that the door between her room and Sylvia's was unlocked, opened it softly, and stood listening. Finally she stole to her sister's side and put her arm about her. "Never mind, sister dear," she whispered, solemnly, "I know how it is. We women all have to suffer." King Cole. First published in January 1917 by the Macmillan Company, King Cole is dedicated to Sinclair's wife, Mary Craig Kimbrough, whom he credits with tearing her husband's manuscript to pieces, resulting in the absence of most of the faults from this book. It is based on the 1913-14 Colorado coal strikes, also known as the Colorado Coal Field War, which lasted for 15 months. In the late summer of 1913, members of the United Mine Workers of America began their strike against the Rockefeller-owned Colorado Fuel and Iron Company over horrendous working conditions and low pay. The degree of control asserted over the miners' lives, even outside of work, was intrusive and oppressive. The mines were also incredibly dangerous and workers were frequently injured or killed while doing their job. There were episodes of violence throughout the strike, but the worst and most notorious, the Ludlow Massacre, occurred on April 20, 1914, when soldiers from the Colorado National Guard, as well as private guards hired by CFNI, attacked a tent colony of 1,200 miners and their families. More than 20 people were killed, including 2 women and 11 children. It caused 10 days of heightened violence as the strikers sought revenge for the brutal and cruel assault. King Cole is told from the perspective of Hal Warner, a wealthy young man who adopts an alias and begins work in a mine. He befriends his fellow workers and their families and soon learns of their struggles. He comes to understand the appalling exploitation of the miners, the difficulty of unionizing and the oppressive, violent, and degrading conditions the working class are forced to endure under capitalism. 2. Mary Craig Kimbrough, to whose persistence in the perilous task of tearing her husband's manuscript to pieces, the reader is indebted for the absence of most of the faults from this book. Introduction. Upton Sinclair is one of the not too many writers who have consecrated their lives to the agitation for social justice, and who have also enrolled their art in the service of a set purpose. A great and non-temporizing enthusiast, he never flinched from making sacrifices. Now and then he attained great material successes as a writer, but invariably he invested and lost his earnings in enterprises by which he had hoped to ward off injustice and to further human happiness. Though disappointed time after time, he never lost faith nor courage to start again. As a convinced socialist and eager advocate of unpopular doctrines, as an exposer of social conditions that would otherwise be screened away from the public eye, the most influential journals of his country were as a rule arraigned against him. Though always a poor man, though never willing to grant to publishers the concessions essential for many editions and general popularity, he was maliciously represented to be a carpet knight of radicalism and a socialist millionaire. He has several times been obliged to change his publisher, which goes to prove that he is no seeker of material gain. Upton Sinclair is one of the writers of the present time most deserving of a sympathetic interest. He shows his patriotism as an American, not by joining in hymns to the very conditional kind of liberty peculiar to the United States, but by agitating for infusing it with the elixir of real liberty, the liberty of humanity. He does not limit himself to a dispassionate and entertaining description of things as they are. But in his appeals to the honor and good fellowship of his compatriots, he opens their eyes to the appalling conditions under which wage-earning slaves are living by the hundreds of thousands. His object is to better these unnatural conditions, to obtain for the very poorest a glimpse of light and happiness, to make even them realize the sensation of cozy well-being and the comfort of knowing that justice is to be found also for them. This time Upton Sinclair has absorbed himself in the study of the miner's life in the lonesome pits of the Rocky Mountains, and his sensitive and enthusiastic mind has brought to the world an American parallel to Germinal, Émile Zola's technical masterpiece. The conditions described in the two books are, however, essentially different. While Zola's working men are all natives of France, one meets in Sinclair's book a motley variety of European emigrants, speaking a babel of languages and therefore debarred from forming some sort of association to protect themselves against being exploited by the anonymous limited company. Notwithstanding this natural bar against united action on the part of the wage-earning slaves, the company feels far from at ease and jealously guards its interests against any attempt of organizing the men. A young American of the upper class, with great sympathy for the downtrodden and an honest desire to get a first-hand knowledge of their conditions in order to help them, decides to take employment in a mine under a fictitious name and dressed like a working man. His unusual way of trying to obtain work arouses suspicion. He is believed to be a professional strike leader sent out to organize the miners against their exploiters, and he is not only refused work, but thrashed mercilessly. When finally he succeeds in getting inside, he discovers with growing indignation the shameless and inhuman way in which those who unearth the black coal are being exploited. These are the fundamental ideas of the book, but they give but a faint notion of the author's poetic attitude. Most beautifully is this shown in Hal's relation to a young Irish girl, Red Mary. She is poor, and her daily life harsh and joyless, but nevertheless her wonderful grace is one of the outstanding features of the book. The first impression of Mary is that of a Celtic Madonna with a tender heart for little children. She develops into a Valkyr of the working class, always ready to fight for the workers' right. The last chapters of the book give a description of the miners' revolt against the company. They insist upon their right to choose a deputy to control the weighing in of the coal, and upon having the mines sprinkled regularly to prevent explosion. They will also be free to buy their food and utensils wherever they like, even in shops not belonging to the company. In a postscript Sinclair explains the fundamental facts on which his work of art has been built up. Even without the postscript one could not help feeling convinced that the social conditions he describes are true to life. The main point is that Sinclair has not allowed himself to become inspired by hackneyed phrases that bondage and injustice and the other evils and crimes of kingdoms have been banished from republics, but that he is earnestly pointing to the honeycombed ground on which the greatest modern money power has been built. The fundament of this power is not granite, but mines. It lives and breathes in the light, because it has thousands of unfortunates toiling in the darkness. It lives and has its being in proud liberty because thousands are slaving for it, whose thraldom is the price of this liberty. This is the impression given to the reader of this exciting novel. George Brandes. Book 1 The Domain of King Coal. Section 1. The town of Pedro stood on the edge of the mountain country, a straggling assemblage of stores and saloons from which a number of branch railroads ran up into the canyons, feeding the coal camps. Through the week it slept peacefully, but on Saturday nights, when the miners came trooping down, and the ranchmen came in on horseback and in automobiles, it wakened to a seething life. At the railroad station, one day late in June, a young man alighted from a train. He was about 21 years of age, with sensitive features, and brown hair having a tendency to waviness. He wore a frayed and faded suit of clothes, purchased in a quarter of his home city where the Hebrew merchants stand on the sidewalks to offer their wares, also a soiled blue shirt without a tie, and a pair of heavy boots which had seen much service. Strapped on his back was a change of clothing and a blanket, and in his pockets a comb, a toothbrush, and a small pocket mirror. Sitting in the smoking car of the train, the young man had listened to the talk of the coal camps, seeking to correct his accent. When he got off the train he proceeded down the track and washed his hands with cinders, and lightly powdered some over his face. After studying the effect of this in his mirror, he strolled down the main street of Pedro, and, selecting a little tobacco shop, went in. In as surly a voice as he could muster, he inquired of the proprietress, can you tell me how to get to the Pine Creek mine? The woman looked at him with no suspicion in her glance. She gave the desired information, and he took a trolley and got off at the foot of the Pine Creek Canyon, up which he had a 13-mile trudge. It was a sunshiny day, with the sky crystal clear, and the mountain air invigorating. The young man seemed to be happy, and as he strode on his way, he sang a song with many verses. Old King Cole was a merry old soul. And a merry old soul was he. He made him a college all full of knowledge. Hurrah for you and me. Oh, Liza Ann, come out with me. The moon is a-shinin' in the monkey puzzle tree. Oh, Liza Ann, I have began to sing you the song of Harrigan. He keeps them a-roll, this merry old soul. The wheels of industry. A-roll, for his pipe and his bowl. And his college faculty. Oh, Mary Jane, come out in the lane. The moon is a-shinin' in the old pecan. Oh, Mary Jane, don't you hear me a-sayin'? I'll sing you the song of Harrigan. So hurrah for King Cole, and his fat payroll. And his wheels of industry. Hurrah for his pipe, and hurrah for his bowl. And hurrah for you and me. Oh, Liza Ann, come out with me. The moon is a-shinin'. And so on and on as long as the moon was a-shinin' on a college campus. It was a mixture of happy nonsense and that questioning with which modern youth has begun to trouble its elders. As a marching tune, the song was a trifle swift for the grades of a mountain canyon. Warner could stop and shout to the canyon walls, and listen to their answer, and then march on again. He had youth in his heart, and love, and curiosity. Also he had some change in his trousers pocket, and a $10 bill, for extreme emergencies, sewed up in his belt. If a photographer for Peter Harrigan's General Fuel Company could have got a snapshot of him that morning, it might have served as a portrait of a coal miner in any prosperity publication. But the climb was a stiff one, and before the end the traveler became aware of the weight of his boots, and sang no more. Just as the sun was sinking up the canyon, he came upon his destination, a gate across the road, with a sign upon it. Pine Creek Coal Co. Private property. Trespassing forbidden. Hal approached the gate, which was of iron bars, and padlocked. After standing for a moment to get ready his surly voice, he kicked upon the gate and a man came out of a shack inside. "What do you want?" said he. "I want to get in. I'm looking for a job." "Where do you come from?" "From Pedro." "Where you been working?" "I never worked in a mine before." "Where did you work?" "In a grocery store." "What grocery store?" "Peterson & Co., in Western City." The guard came closer to the gate and studied him through the bars. "Hey, Bill," he called, and another man came out from the cabin. "Here's a guy says he worked in a grocery, and he's looking for a job." "Where's your papers?" demanded Bill. Everyone had told Hal that labor was scarce in the mines, and that the companies were ravenous for men. He had supposed that a working man would only have to knock, and it would be opened unto him. "They didn't give me no papers," he said, and added, hastily, "I got drunk and they fired me." He felt quite sure that getting drunk would not bar one from a coal camp. But the two made no move to open the gate. The second man studied him deliberately from top to toe, and Hal was uneasily aware of possible sources of suspicion. "I'm all right," he declared. "Let me in, and I'll show you." Still the two made no move. They looked at each other, and then Bill answered, "We don't need no hands." "But," exclaimed Hal, "I saw a sign down the canyon." "That's an old sign," said Bill. "But I walked all the way up here." "You'll find it easier walkin' back." "But it's night." "Scared of the dark, kid?" inquired Bill, facetiously. "Oh, say," replied Hal. "Give a fellow a chance. Ain't there some way I can pay for my keep, or at least for a bunk tonight?" "There's nothin' for you," said Bill, and turned and went into the cabin. The other man waited and watched, with a decidedly hostile look. Hal strove to plead with him, but thrice he repeated, "Down the canyon with you." So at last Hal gave up, and moved down the road a piece and sat down to reflect. It really seemed an absurdly illogical proceeding, to post a notice, "Hands wanted," in conspicuous places on the roadside, causing a man to climb 13 miles up a mountain canyon, only to be turned off without explanation. Hal was convinced that there must be jobs inside the stockade, and that if only he could get at the bosses he could persuade them. He got up and walked down the road a quarter of a mile, to where the railroad track crossed it, winding up the canyon. A train of empties was passing, bound into the camp, the cars rattling and bumping as the engine toiled up the grade. This suggested a solution of the difficulty. It was already growing dark. Crouching slightly, Hal approached the cars, and when he was in the shadows, made a leap and swung onto one of them. It took but a second to clamber in, and he lay flat and waited, his heart thumping. Before a minute had passed he heard a shout, and looking over, he saw the Cerberus of the gate running down a path to the track, his companion, Bill, just behind him. "Hey, come out of there," they yelled, and Bill leaped, and caught the car in which Hal was riding. The latter saw that the game was up, and sprang to the ground on the other side of the track and started out of the camp. Bill followed him, and as the train passed, the other man ran down the track to join him. Hal was walking rapidly, without a word, but the Cerberus of the gate had many words, most of them unprintable, and he seized Hal by the collar, and shoving him violently, planted a kick upon that portion of his anatomy which nature has constructed for the reception of kicks. Hal recovered his balance, and, as the man was still pursuing him, he turned and aimed a blow, striking him on the chest and making him reel. Hal's big brother had seen to it that he knew how to use his fists. He now squared off, prepared to receive the second of his assailants. But in coal camps matters are not settled in that primitive way, it appeared. The man halted, and the muzzle of a revolver came suddenly under Hal's nose. "Stick 'em up," said the man. This was a slang which Hal had never heard, but the meaning was inescapable. He stuck 'em up. At the same moment his first assailant rushed at him, and dealt him a blow over the eye which sent him sprawling backward upon the stones. Section 2. When Hal came to himself again he was in darkness, and was conscious of agony from head to toe. He was lying on a stone floor, and he rolled over, but soon rolled back again, because there was no part of his back which was not sore. Later on, when he was able to study himself, he counted over a score of marks of the heavy boots of his assailants. He lay for an hour or two, making up his mind that he was in a lockup, because he could see the starlight through iron bars. He could hear somebody snoring, and he called half a dozen times, in a louder and louder voice, until at last, hearing a growl, he inquired, "Can you give me a drink of water?" "I'll give you hell if you wake me up again," said the voice, after which Hal lay in silence until morning. A couple of hours after daylight, a man entered his cell. "Get up," said he, and added a prod with his foot. Hal had thought he could not do it, but he got up. "No funny business now," said his jailer, and grasping him by the sleeve of his coat, marched him out of the cell and down a little corridor into a sort of office, where sat a red-faced personage with a silver shield upon the lapel of his coat. Hal's two assailants of the night before stood nearby. "Well, kid," said the personage in the chair. "Had a little time to think it over?" "Yes," said Hal, briefly. "What's the charge?" inquired the personage, of the two watchmen. "Trespassing and resisting arrest." "How much money you got, young fellow?" was the next question. Hal hesitated. "Speak up there," said the man. $2.67, said Hal, "as well as I can remember." "Go on," said the other. "What you givin' us?" And then, to the two watchmen, "Search him." "Take off your coat and pants," said Bill, promptly, "and your boots." "Oh, I say," protested Hal. Take 'em off, said the man, and clenched his fists. Hal took 'em off, and they proceeded to go through the pockets, producing a purse with the amount stated, also a cheap watch, a strong pocket knife, the toothbrush, comb and mirror, and 2 white handkerchiefs, which they looked at contemptuously and tossed to the spittle-drenched floor. They unrolled the pack, and threw the clean clothing about. Then, opening the pocket knife, they proceeded to pry about the soles and heels of the boots, and to cut open the lining of the clothing. So they found the $10 in the belt, which they tossed onto the table with the other belongings. Then the personage with the shield announced, "I fine you $12.67, and your watch and knife." He added, with a grin, "You can keep your snot rags." "Now see here," said Hal, angrily. "This is pretty raw. You get your duds on, young fellow, and get out of here as quick as you can, or you'll go in your shirt tail." But Hal was angry enough to have been willing to go in his skin. "You tell me who you are, and your authority for this procedure." "I'm marshal of the camp," said the man. "You mean you're an employee of the General Fuel Company? And you propose to rob me?" "Put him out, Bill," said the marshal. And Hal saw Bill's fists clench. "All right," he said, swallowing his indignation. "Wait till I get my clothes on." And he proceeded to dress as quickly as possible. He rolled up his blanket and spare clothing, and started for the door. "Remember," said the marshal, "straight down the canyon with you, and if you show your face round here again, you'll get a bullet through you." So Hal went out into the sunshine, with a guard on each side of him as an escort. He was on the same mountain road, but in the midst of the company village. In the distance he saw the great building of the breaker, and heard the incessant roar of machinery and falling coal. He marched past a double lane of company houses and shanties, where slattern women in doorways and dirty children digging in the dust of the roadside paused and grinned at him, for he limped as he walked, and it was evident enough what had happened to him. Hal had come with love and curiosity. The love was greatly diminished. Evidently this was not the force which kept the wheels of industry a-roll. But the curiosity was greater than ever. What was there so carefully hidden inside this coal camp stockade? Hal turned and looked at Bill, who had showed signs of humor the day before. "See here," said he, "you fellows have got my money, and you've blacked my eye and kicked me blue, so you ought to be satisfied. Before I go, tell me about it, won't you?" "Tell you what," growled Bill. "Why did I get this?" "Because you're too gay, kid. Didn't you know you had no business trying to sneak in here?" "Yes," said Hal, "but that's not what I mean." "Why didn't you let me in at first?" "If you wanted a job in a mine," demanded the man, "why didn't you go at it in the regular way?" "I didn't know the regular way." "That's just it. And we wasn't taking chances with you. You didn't look straight. But what did you think I was? What are you afraid of?" "Go on," said the man. "You can't work me." Hal walked a few steps in silence, pondering how to break through. "I see you're suspicious of me," he said. "I'll tell you the truth, if you'll let me." Then, as the other did not forbid him, "I'm a college boy, and I wanted to see life and shift for myself a while. I thought it would be a lark to come here." "Well," said Bill, "this ain't no football field. It's a coal mine." Hal saw that his story had been accepted. "Tell me straight," he said, "what did you think I was?" "Well, I don't mind telling," growled Bill. "There's union agitators trying to organize these here camps, and we ain't taking no chances with them. This company gets its men through agencies, and if you'd went and satisfied them, you'd have been passed in the regular way. Or if you'd went to the office down in Pedro and got a pass, you'd have been all right. But when a guy turns up at the gate, and looks like a dude and talks like a college professor, he don't get by, see?" "I see," said Hal. "And then, if you'll give me the price of a breakfast out of my money, I'll be obliged." "Breakfast is over," said Bill. "You sit round till the pinions gets ripe." He laughed, but then, mellowed by his own joke, he took a quarter from his pocket and passed it to Hal. He opened the padlock on the gate and saw him out with a grin, and so ended Hal's first turn on the wheels of industry. Section 3. Hal Warner started to drag himself down the road, but was unable to make it. He got as far as a brooklet that came down the mountainside, from which he might drink without fear of typhoid. There he lay the whole day, fasting. Towards evening a thunderstorm came up, and he crawled under the shelter of a rock, which was no shelter at all. His single blanket was soon soaked through, and he passed a night almost as miserable as the previous one. He could not sleep, but he could think, and he thought about what had happened to him. Bill had said that a coal mine was not a football field, but it seemed to Hal that the net impress of the two was very much the same. He congratulated himself that his profession was not that of a union organizer. At dawn he dragged himself up, and continued his journey, weak from cold and unaccustomed lack of food. In the course of the day he reached a power station near the foot of the canyon. He did not have the price of a meal, and was afraid to beg, but in one of the group of buildings by the roadside was a store, and he entered and inquired concerning prunes, which were 25 cents a pound. The price was high, but so was the altitude, and as Hal found in the course of time, they explained the one by the other, not explaining, however, why the altitude of the price was always greater than the altitude of the store. Over the counter he saw a sign, "We buy scrip at 10% discount." He had heard rumors of a state law forbidding payment of wages in scrip, but he asked no questions, and carried off his very light pound of prunes, and sat down by the roadside and munched them. Just beyond the powerhouse, down on the railroad track, stood a little cabin with a garden behind it. He made his way there, and found a one-legged old watchman. He asked permission to spend the night on the floor of the cabin, and seeing the old fellow look at his black eye, he explained, "I tried to get a job at the mine, and they thought I was a union organizer." "Well," said the man, "I don't want no union organizers round here." "But I'm not one," pleaded Hal. "How do I know what you are? Maybe you're a company spy." "All I want is a dry place to sleep," said Hal. "Surely it won't be any harm for you to give me that." "I'm not so sure," the other answered. "However, you can spread your blanket in the corner. But don't you talk no union business to me." Hal had no desire to talk. He rolled himself in his blanket and slept like a man untroubled by either love or curiosity. In the morning the old fellow gave him a slice of cornbread and some young onions out of his garden, which had a more delicious taste than any breakfast that had ever been served him. When Hal thanked his host in parting, the latter remarked, "All right, young fellow, there's one thing you can do to pay me, and that is, say nothing about it. When a man has gray hair on his head and only one leg, he might as well be drowned in the creek as lose his job." Hal promised, and went his way. His bruises pained him less, and he was able to walk. There were ranch houses inside. It was like coming back suddenly to America. Section 4. Hal had now before him a week's adventures as a hobo, a genuine hobo, with no $10 bill inside his belt to take the reality out of his experiences. He took stock of his worldly goods and wondered if he still looked like a dude. He recalled that he had a smile which had fascinated the ladies. Would it work in combination with a black eye? Having no other means of support, he tried it on susceptible-looking housewives, and found it so successful that he was tempted to doubt the wisdom of honest labor. He sang the Harrigan song no more, but instead the words of a hobo song he had once heard. "Oh, what's the use of workin' when there's women in the land?" The second day he made the acquaintance of two other gentlemen of the road, who sat by the railroad track toasting some bacon over a fire. They welcomed him, and after they had heard his story, adopted him into the fraternity and instructed him in its ways of life. Pretty soon he made the acquaintance of one who had been a miner, and was able to give him the information he needed before climbing another canyon. Dutch Mike was the name this person bore, for reasons he did not explain. He was a black-eyed and dangerous-looking rascal, and when the subject of mines and mining was broached, he opened up the floodgates of an amazing reservoir of profanity. He was through with that game. Hal or any other goddamned fool might have his job for the asking. It was only because there were so many natural-born goddamned fools in the world that the game could be kept going. Dutch Mike went on to relate dreadful tales of mine life, and to summon before him the ghosts of one pit boss after another, consigning them to the fires of eternal perdition. "I wanted to work while I was young," said he, "but now I'm cured, and for good." The world had come to seem to him a place especially constructed for the purpose of making him work, and every faculty he possessed was devoted to foiling this plot. Sitting by a campfire near the stream which ran down the valley, Hal had a merry time pointing out to Dutch Mike how he worked harder at dodging work than other men worked at working. The hobo did not seem to mind that, however. It was a matter of principle with him, and he was willing to make sacrifices for his convictions. Even when they had sent him to the workhouse, he had refused to work. He had been shut in a dungeon, and had nearly died on a diet of bread and water, rather than work. If everybody would do the same, he said, they would soon bust things. Hal took a fancy to this spontaneous revolutionist, and traveled with him for a couple of days, in the course of which he pumped him as to details of the life of a miner. Most of the companies used regular employment agencies, as the guard had mentioned, but the trouble was, these agencies got something from your pay for a long time. The bosses were in cahoots with them. When Hal wondered if this were not against the law, "Cut it out, Bo," said his companion. "When you've had a job for a while, you'll know that the law in a coal camp is what your boss tells you." The hobo went on to register his conviction that when one man has the giving of jobs, and other men have to scramble for them, the law would never have much to say in the deal. Hal judged this a profound observation, and wished that it might be communicated to the professor of political economy at Harrigan. On the second night of his acquaintance with Dutch Mike, their jungle was raided by a constable with half a dozen deputies, for a determined effort was being made just then to drive vagrants from the neighborhood or to get them to work in the mines. Hal's friend, who slept with one eye open, made a break in the darkness, and Hal followed him, getting under the guard of the raiders by a football trick. They left their food and blankets behind them, but Dutch Mike made light of this, and lifted a chicken from a roost to keep them cheerful through the night hours, and stole a change of underclothing off a clothesline the next day. Hal ate the chicken, and wore the underclothing, thus beginning his career in crime. Parting from Dutch Mike, he went back to Pedro. The hobo had told him that saloon keepers nearly always had friends in the coal camps, and could help a fellow to a job. So Hal began inquiring, and the second one replied, yes, he would give him a letter to a man at North Valley, and if he got the job, the friend would deduct $1 a month from his pay. Hal agreed, and set out upon another tramp up another canyon, upon the strength of a sandwich bummed from a ranch house at the entrance to the valley. At another stockade gate of the General Fuel Company he presented his letter, addressed to a person named O'Callaghan, who turned out also to be a saloon keeper. The guard did not even open the letter, but passed Hal in at sight of it, and he sought out his man and applied for work. The man said he would help him, but would have to deduct $1 a month for himself, as well as $1 for his friend in Pedro. Hal kicked at this, and they bartered back and forth. Finally, when Hal turned away and threatened to appeal directly to the super, the saloon keeper compromised on $1.50. "You know mine work?" he asked. "Brought up at it," said Hal, made wise, now, in the ways of the world. "Where did you work?" Hal named several mines, concerning which he had learned something from the hobos. He was going by the name of Joe Smith, which he judged likely to be found on the payroll of any mine. He had more than a week's growth of beard to disguise him, and had picked up some profanity as well. The saloon keeper took him to interview Mr. Alex Stone, pit boss in number 2 mine, who inquired promptly, "You know anything about mules?" "I worked in a stable," said Hal, "I know about horses." Well, mules is different, said the man. One of my stablemen got the colic the other day, and I don't know if he'll ever be any good again. Give me a chance, said Hal. I'll manage them. The boss looked him over. You look like a bright chap, said he. I'll pay you 45 a month, and if you make good I'll make it 50. All right, sir. When do I start in? You can't start too quick to suit me. Where's your duds? This is all I've got, said Hal, pointing to the bundle of stolen underwear in his hand. Well, chuck it there in the corner, said the man, then suddenly he stopped, and looked at Hal, frowning. You belong to any union? Lord, no. Did you ever belong to any union? No, sir. Never. The man's gaze seemed to imply that Hal was lying, and that his secret soul was about to be read. You have to swear to that, you know, before you can work here. All right, said Hal, I'm willing. I'll see you about it tomorrow, said the other. I ain't got the paper with me. By the way, what's your religion? Seventh-day Adventist. Holy Christ. What's that? It don't hurt, said Hal. I ain't supposed to work on Saturdays, but I do. Well, don't you go preachin' it round here. We got our own preacher, you chip in 50 cents a month for him out of your wages. Come ahead now, and I'll take you down. And so it was that Hal got his start in life. Section 5. The mule is notoriously a profane and godless creature, a blind alley of nature, so to speak, a mistake of which she is ashamed, and which she does not permit to reproduce itself. The 30 mules under Hal's charge had been brought up in an environment calculated to foster the worst tendencies of their natures. He soon made the discovery that the colic of his predecessor had been caused by a mule's hind foot in the stomach, and he realized that he must not let his mind wander for an instant, if he were to avoid this dangerous disease. These mules lived their lives in the darkness of the earth's interior, only when they fell sick were they taken up to see the sunlight and to roll about in green pastures. There was one of them called Dago Charlie, who had learned to chew tobacco, and to rummage in the pockets of the miners and their buddies. Not knowing how to spit out the juice, he would make himself ill, and then he would swear off from indulgence. But the drivers and the pit boys knew his failing, and would tempt Dago Charlie until he fell from grace. Hal soon discovered this moral tragedy, and carried the pain of it in his soul as he went about his all-day drudgery. He went down the shaft with the first cage, which was very early in the morning. He fed and watered his charges, and helped to harness them. Then, when the last 4 hoofs had clattered away, he cleaned out the stalls, and mended harness, and obeyed the orders of any person older than himself who happened to be about. Next to the mules, his torment was the trapper boys, and other youngsters with whom he came into contact. He was a newcomer, and so they hazed him. Moreover, he had an inferior job. There seemed to their minds to be something humiliating and comic about the task of tending mules. These urchins came from a score of nations of southern Europe and Asia. There were flat-faced Tartars and swarthy Greeks and shrewd-eyed little Japanese. They spoke a compromise language, consisting mainly of English curse words and obscenities. The filthiness which their minds had spawned was incredible to one born and raised in the sunlight. They alleged obscenities of their mothers and their grandmothers, also of the Virgin Mary, the one mythological character they had heard of. Poor little creatures of the dark, their souls grimmed and smutted even more quickly and irrevocably than their faces. Hal had been advised by his boss to inquire for board at Remenitsky's. He came up in the last car, at twilight, and was directed to a dimly lighted building of corrugated iron, where upon inquiry he was met by a stout Russian, who told him he could be taken care of for $27 a month, this including a cot in a room with 8 other single men. After deducting $1.50 a month for his saloon keepers, 50 cents for the company clergyman and $1 for the company doctor, 50 cents a month for washhouse privileges and 50 cents for a sick and accident benefit fund, he had $14 a month with which to clothe himself, to found a family, to provide himself with beer and tobacco, and to patronize the libraries and colleges endowed by the philanthropic owners of coal mines. Supper was nearly over at Remenitsky's when he arrived. The floor looked like the scene of a cannibal picnic, and what food was left was cold. It was always to be this way with him, he found, and he had to make the best of it. The dining room of this boarding house, owned and managed by the GFC, brought to his mind the state prison, which he had once visited, with its rows of men sitting in silence, eating starch and grease out of tin plates. The plates here were of crockery half an inch thick, but the starch and grease never failed. The formula of Remenitsky's cook seemed to be, when in doubt add grease, and boil it in. Even ravenous as Hal was after his long tramp and his labor below ground, he could hardly swallow this food. On Sundays, the only time he ate by daylight, the flies swarmed over everything, and he remembered having heard a physician say that an enlightened man should be more afraid of a fly than of a Bengal tiger. The boarding house provided him with a cot and a supply of vermin, but with no blanket, which was a necessity in the mountain regions. So after supper he had to seek out his boss, and arrange to get credit at the company store. They were willing to give a certain amount of credit, he found, as this would enable the camp marshal to keep him from straying. There was no law to hold a man for debt, but Hal knew by this time how much a camp marshal cared for law. Section 6. For 3 days Hal toiled in the bowels of the mine, and ate and pursued vermin at Remenitsky's. Then came a blessed Sunday, and he had a couple of free hours to see the sunlight and to get a look at the North Valley camp. It was a village straggling along more than a mile of the mountain canyon. In the center were the great breaker buildings, the shaft house, and the powerhouse with its tall chimneys. Nearby were the company store and a couple of saloons. There were several boarding houses like Remenitsky's, and long rows of board cabins containing from 2 to 4 rooms each, some of them occupied by several families. A little way up a slope stood a schoolhouse, and another small one-room building which served as a church, the clergyman belonging to the General Fuel Company denomination. He was given the use of the building, by way of start over the saloons, which had to pay a heavy rental to the company. It seemed a proof of the innate perversity of human nature that even in spite of this advantage, heaven was losing out in the struggle against hell in the coal camp. As one walked through this village, the first impression was of desolation. The mountains towered, barren and lonely, scarred with the wounds of geologic ages. In these canyons the sun set early in the afternoon, the snow came early in the fall. Everywhere nature's hand seemed against man, and man had succumbed to her power. Inside the camps one felt a still more cruel desolation, that of sordidness and animalism. There were a few pitiful attempts at vegetable gardens, but the cinders and smoke killed everything, and the prevailing color was of grime. The landscape was strewn with ash heaps, old wire and tomato cans, and smudged and smutty children playing. There was a part of the camp called Shanty Town, where, amid miniature mountains of slag, some of the lowest of the newly arrived foreigners had been permitted to build themselves shacks out of old boards, tin, and sheets of tar paper. These homes were beneath the dignity of chicken houses, yet in some of them a dozen people were crowded, men and women sleeping on old rags and blankets on a cinder floor. Here the babies swarmed like maggots. They wore for the most part a single ragged smock, and their bare buttocks were shamelessly upturned to the heavens. It was so the children of the cavemen must have played, thought Hal, and waves of repulsion swept over him. He had come with love and curiosity, but both motives failed here. How could a man of sensitive nerves, aware of the refinements and graces of life, learn to love these people, who were an affront to his every sense, a stench to his nostrils, a jabbering to his ear, a procession of deformities to his eye? What had civilization done for them? What could it do? After all, what were they fit for, but the dirty work they were penned up to do? So spoke the haughty race consciousness of the Anglo-Saxon, contemplating these Mediterranean hordes, the very shape of whose heads was objectionable. But Hal stuck it out, and little by little new vision came to him. First of all, it was the fascination of the mines. They were old mines, veritable cities tunneled out beneath the mountains, the main passages running for miles. One day Hal stole off from his job, and took a trip with a rope rider, and got through his physical senses a realization of the vastness and strangeness and loneliness of this labyrinth of night. In number 2 mine the vein ran up at a slope of perhaps 5 degrees, in part of it the empty cars were hauled in long trains by an endless rope, but coming back loaded, they came of their own gravity. This involved much work for the spraggiers, or boys who did the braking. It sometimes meant runaway cars, and fresh perils added to the everyday perils of coal mining. The vein varied from 4 to 5 feet in thickness, a cruelty of nature which made it necessary that the men at the working face the place where new coal was being cut should learn to shorten their stature. After Hal had squatted for a while and watched them at their tasks, he understood why they walked with head and shoulders bent over and arms hanging down, so that, seeing them coming out of the shaft in the gloaming, one thought of a file of baboons. The method of getting out the coal was to undercut it with a pick, and then blow it loose with a charge of powder. This meant that the miner had to lie on his side while working, and accounted for other physical peculiarities. Thus, as always, when one understood the lives of men, one came to pity instead of despising. Here was a separate race of creatures, subterranean, gnomes, pent up by society for purposes of its own. Outside in the sunshine-flooded canyon, long lines of cars rolled down with their freight of soft coal, coal which would go to the ends of the earth, to places the miner never heard of, turning the wheels of industry whose products the miner would never see. It would make precious silks for fine ladies, it would cut precious jewels for their adornment, it would carry long trains of softly upholstered cars across deserts and over mountains, it would drive palatial steamships out of wintry tempests into gleaming tropic seas. And the fine ladies in their precious silks and jewels would eat and sleep and laugh and lie at ease and would know no more of the stunted creatures of the dark than the stunted creatures knew of them. Hal reflected upon this, and subdued his Anglo-Saxon pride, finding forgiveness for what was repulsive in these people, their barbarous, jabbering speech, their vermin-ridden homes, their bare-bottomed babies. Section 7. It chanced before many days that Hal got a holiday, relieving the monotony of his labors as stableman, an accidental holiday, not provided for in his bargain with the pit boss. Something went wrong with the ventilating course in number 2, and he began to notice a headache, and heard the men grumbling that their lamps were burning low. Then, as matters began to get serious, orders came to get the mules to the surface. Which meant an amusing adventure. The delight of Hal's pets at seeing the sunlight was irresistibly comic. They could not be kept from lying down and rolling on their backs in the cinder-strewn street, and when they were corralled in a distant part of the camp where actual grass grew, they abandoned themselves to rapture like a horde of school children at a picnic. So Hal had a few free hours, and being still young and not cured of idle curiosities, he climbed the canyon wall to see the mountains. As he was sliding down again, toward evening, a vivid spot of color was painted into his picture of mine life. He found himself in somebody's backyard, and being observed by somebody's daughter, who was taking in the family wash. It was a splendid figure of a lass, tall and vigorous, with the sort of hair that in polite circles is called auburn, and that flaming color in the cheeks which is nature's recompense to people who live where it rains all the time. She was the first beautiful sight Hal had seen since he had come up the canyon, and it was only natural that he should be interested. It seemed to him that, so long as the girl stared, he had a right to stare back. It did not occur to him that he too was a pleasing sight, that the mountain air had given color to his cheeks and a shine to his gay brown eyes, while the mountain winds had blown his wavy brown hair. "Hello," said she, at last, in a warm voice, unmistakably Irish. "Hello yourself," said Hal, in the accepted dialect, then he added, with more elegance, "Pardon me for trespassing on your wash." Her grey eyes opened wider. "Go on," she said. "I'd rather stay," said Hal. "It's a beautiful sunset. I'll move, so ye can see it better." She carried her armful of clothes over and dropped them into the basket. "No," said Hal, "it's not so fine now. The colors have faded." She turned and gazed at him again. Go on wid yet. I been teased about my hair since before I could talk. 'Tis envy, said Hal, dropping into her way of speech, and he came a few steps nearer, so that he could inspect the hair more closely. It lay above her brow in undulations which were agreeable to the decorative instinct, and a tight heavy braid of it fell over her shoulders and swung to her waistline. He observed the shoulders, which were sturdy, obviously accustomed to hard labor, not conforming to accepted romantic standards of femininity, yet having an athletic grace of their own. They were covered with a faded blue calico dress, unfortunately not entirely clean. Also, the young man noticed, there was a rent in one shoulder through which a patch of skin was visible. The girl's eyes, which had been following his, became defiant. She tossed a piece of her washing over the shoulder, where it stayed through the balance of the interview. Who are ye? She demanded, suddenly. My name's Joe Smith. I'm a stableman in number 2. And what were ye doin' up there, if a body might ask? She lifted her grey eyes to the bare mountainside, down which he had come sliding in a shower of loose stones and dirt. I been surveying my empire, said he. Your what? My empire. The land belongs to the company, but the landscape belongs to him who cares for it. She tossed her head a little. Where did ye learn to talk like ye do? In another life, said he, before I became a stableman. Not in entire forgetfulness, but trailing clouds of glory did I come. For a moment she wrestled with this. Then a smile broke upon her face. Sure, 'tis like a poetry book. Say some more. Oh, singe fort, so soos you and fiend, quoted Hal and saw her look puzzled. Aren't you American? She inquired, and he laughed. To speak a foreign language in North Valley was not a mark of culture. I been listening to the crowd at Remenitsky's, he said, apologetically. Oh. You eat there? I go there 3 times a day. I can't say I eat very much. Could you live on greasy beans? Sure, laughed the girl, the good old pertatice is good enough for me. I should have said you lived on rose leaves, he observed. Go on wid yet. 'Tis the blarney stone ye been kissin'. 'Tis no stone I'd be wastin' my kisses on. Ye're gettin' bold, Mr. Smith. I'll not listen to yet. And she turned away, and began industriously taking her clothes from the line. But Hal did not want to be dismissed. He came a step closer. Coming down the mountainside, he said, I found something wonderful. It's bare and grim up there, but I came on a sheltered corner where the sun shone, and there was a wild rose. Only one. I thought to myself, so roses grow, even in the loneliest parts of the world. Sure, 'tis a poetry book again, she cried. Why didn't ye bring the rose? There is a poetry book that tells us to leave the wild rose on its stalk. It will go on blooming there, but if one were to pluck it, it would wither in a few hours. He had meant nothing more by this than to keep the conversation going. But her answer turned the tide of their acquaintance. Ye can never be sure, lad. Perhaps tonight a storm may come and blow it to pieces. Perhaps if ye'd pulled it and been happy, 'twould have been what the rose was for. Whatever of unconscious patronage there had been in the poet's attitude was lost now in the eternal mystery. Whether the girl knew it or cared, she had won the woman's first victory. She had caught the man's mind and pinned it with curiosity. What did this wild rose of the mining camps mean? The wild rose, apparently unconscious that she had said anything epoch-making, was busy with the wash, and meantime Hal Warner studied her features and pondered her words. From a lady of sophistication they would have meant only one thing, an invitation, but in this girl's clear grey eyes was nothing of wantonness, only pain. But what was this pain in the face and words of one so young, so eager, and alive? Was it the melancholy of her race, the thing one got in old folk songs? Or was it a new and special kind of melancholy, engendered in mining camps in the far west of America? The girl's countenance was as intriguing as her words. Her gray eyes were set under sharply defined dark brows, which did not match her hair. Her lips also were sharply defined, and straight, almost without curves, so that it seemed as if her mouth had been painted in carmine upon her face. These features gave her, when she stared at you, an aspect vivid and startling, bold, with a touch of defiance. But when she smiled, the red lips would curve into gentler lines, and the gray eyes would become wistful, and seemingly darker in color. Winsome indeed, but not simple, was this Irish lass. Section 8. Hal asked the name of his new acquaintance, and she told him it was Mary Burke. "Ye've not been here long, I take it," she said, "or ye'd have heard of Red Mary. 'Tis along of this hair." "I've not been here long," he answered, "but I shall hope to stay now along of this hair. May I come to see you some time, Miss Burke?" She did not reply, but glanced at the house where she lived. It was an unpainted, 3-room cabin, more dilapidated than the average, with bare dirt and cinders about it, and what had once been a picket fence, now falling apart and being used for stove wood. The windows were cracked and broken, and upon the roof were signs of leaks that had been crudely patched. "May I come?" he made haste to ask again so that he would not seem to look too critically at her home. "Perhaps ye may," said the girl, as she picked up the clothes basket. He stepped forward, offering to carry it, but she did not give it up. Holding it tight, and looking him defiantly in the face, she said, "Ye may come, but ye'll not find it a happy place to visit, Mr. Smith. Ye'll hear soon enough from the neighbors." "I don't think I know any of your neighbors," said he. There was sympathy in his voice, but her look was no less defiant. "Ye'll hear about it, Mr. Smith, but ye'll hear also that I hold me head up. And 'tis not so easy to do that in North Valley." "You don't like the place?" he asked, and he was amazed by the effect of this question, which was merely polite. It was as if a storm cloud had swept over the girl's face. "I hate it. 'Tis a place of fear and devils." He hesitated a moment, then, "Will you tell me what you mean by that when I come?" But Red Mary was winsome again. "When ye come, Mr. Smith, I'll not be entertaining ye with troubles. I'll put on me company manner, and we'll go out for a nice walk, if ye please." All the way as he walked back to Reminitsky's to supper, Hal thought about this girl, not merely her pleasantness to the eye, so unexpected in this place of desolation, but her personality, which baffled him, the pain that seemed always just beneath the surface of her thoughts, the fierce pride which flashed out at the slightest suggestion of sympathy, the way she had of brightening when he spoke the language of metaphor, however trite. How had she come to know about poetry books? He wanted to know more about this miracle of nature, this wild rose blooming on a bare mountainside. Section 9. There was one of Mary Burke's remarks upon which Hal soon got light, her statement that North Valley was a place of fear. He listened to the tales of these underworld men, until it came so that he shuddered with dread each time that he went down in the cage. There was a wire-haired and almond-eyed Korean, named Cho, a rope rider in Hal's part of the mine. He was one of those who had charge of the long trains of cars, called trips, which were hauled through the main passageways. The name rope rider came from the fact that he sat on the heavy iron ring to which the rope was attached. He invited Hal to a seat with him, and Hal accepted, at peril of his job as well as of his limbs. Cho had picked up what he fondly thought was English, and now and then one could understand a word. He pointed upon the ground, and shouted above the rattle of the cars, "Big dust." Hal saw that the ground was covered with 6 inches of coal dust, while on the old disused walls one could write his name in it. "Much blow up," said the rope rider, and when the last empty cars had been shunted off into the working rooms, and he was waiting to make up a return trip, he labored with gestures to explain what he meant. "Load cars. Bang. Bust like hell." Hal knew that the mountain air in this region was famous for its dryness. He learned now that the quality which meant life to invalids from every part of the world meant death to those who toiled to keep the invalids warm. Driven through the mines by great fans, this air took out every particle of moisture, and left coal dust so thick and dry that there were fatal explosions from the mere friction of loading shovels. So it happened that these mines were killing several times as many men as other mines throughout the country. Was there no remedy for this? Hal asked, talking with one of his mule drivers, Tim Rafferty, the evening after his ride with Cho. There was a remedy, said Tim. The law required sprinkling the mines with adobe dust, and once in Tim's life, he remembered this law's being obeyed. There had come some big fellows inspecting things, and previous to their visit there had been an elaborate campaign of sprinkling. But that had been several years ago, and now the apparatus was stored away, nobody knew where, and one heard nothing about sprinkling. It was the same with precautions against gas. The North Valley mines were especially gassy, it appeared. In these old rambling passages one smelt a stink as of all the rotten eggs in all the barnyards of the world, and this sulfur et hydrogen was the least dangerous of the gases against which a miner had to contend. There was the dreaded choke damp, which was odorless, and heavier than air. Striking into soft, greasy coal, one would open a pocket of this gas, a deposit laid up for countless ages, awaiting its predestined victim. A man might sink to sleep as he lay at work, and if his buddy, or helper, happened to be out of sight, and to delay a minute too long, it would be all over with the man. And there was the still more dreaded fire damp, which might wreck a whole mine, and kill scores and even hundreds of men. Against these dangers there was a fire boss, whose duty was to go through the mine, testing for gas, and making sure that the ventilating course was in order, and the fans working properly. The fire boss was supposed to make his rounds in the early morning, and the law specified that no one should go to work till he had certified that all was safe. But what if the fire boss overslept himself, or happened to be drunk? It was too much to expect thousands of dollars to be lost for such a reason. So sometimes one saw men ordered to their work, and sent down grumbling and cursing. Before many hours some of them would be prostrate with headache, and begging to be taken out, and perhaps the superintendent would not let them out, because if a few came, the rest would get scared and want to come also. Once, only last year, there had been an accident of that sort. A young mule driver, a Croatian, told Hal about it while they sat munching the contents of their dinner pails. The first cage load of men had gone down into the mine, sullenly protesting, and soon afterwards someone had taken down a naked light, and there had been an explosion which had sounded like the blowing up of the inside of the world. 8 men had been killed, the force of the explosion being so great that some of the bodies had been wedged between the shaft wall and the cage, and it had been necessary to cut them to pieces to get them out. It was them Japs that were to blame, vowed Hal's informant. They hadn't ought to turn them loose in coal mines, for the devil himself couldn't keep a Jap from sneaking off to get a smoke. So Hal understood how North Valley was a place of fear. What tales the old chambers of these mines could have told, if they had had voices. Hal watched the throngs pouring into their labors, and reflected that according to the statisticians of the government 8 or 9 of every 1,000 of them were destined to die violent deaths before a year was out, and some 30 more would be badly injured. And they knew this, they knew it better than all the statisticians of the government, yet they went to their tasks. Reflecting upon this, Hal was full of wonder. What was the force that kept men at such a task? Was it a sense of duty? Did they understand that society had to have coal and that someone had to do the dirty work of providing it? Did they have a vision of a future, great and wonderful, which was to grow out of their ill-requited toil? Or were they simply fools or cowards, submitting blindly, because they had not the wit nor the will to do otherwise? Curiosity held him, he wanted to understand the inner souls of these silent and patient armies which through the ages have surrendered their lives to other men's control. Section 10. Hal was coming to know these people, to see them no longer as a mass, to be despised or pitted in bulk, but as individuals, with individual temperaments and problems, exactly like people in the world of the sunlight. Mary Burke and Tim Rafferty, Cho the Korean and Madvik the Croatian. One by one these individualities etched themselves into the foreground of Hal's picture, making it a thing of life, moving him to sympathy and fellowship. Some of these people, to be sure, were stunted and dulled to a sordid ugliness of soul and body, but on the other hand, some of them were young, and had the light of hope in their hearts, and the spark of rebellion. There was Andy, a boy of Greek parentage. Androkulos was his right name, but it was too much to expect anyone to get that straight in a coal camp. Hal noticed him at the store, and was struck by his beautiful features, and the mournful look in his big black eyes. They got to talking, and Andy made the discovery that Hal had not spent all his time in coal camps, but had seen the great world. It was pitiful, the excitement that came into his voice. He was yearning for life, with its joys and adventures, and it was his destiny to sit 10 hours a day by the side of a chute, with the rattle of coal in his ears and the dust of coal in his nostrils, picking out slate with his fingers. He was one of many scores of breaker boys. "Why don't you go away?" asked Hal. "Christ! How I get away? Got mother, 2 sisters. And your father?" So Hal made the discovery that Andy's father had been one of those men whose bodies had had to be cut to pieces to get them out of the shaft. Now the son was chained to the father's place, until his time too should come. "Don't want to be miner," cried the boy. "Don't want to get killed." He began to ask, timidly, what Hal thought he could do if he were to run away from his family and try his luck in the world outside. Hal, striving to remember where he had seen olive-skinned Greeks with big black eyes in this beautiful land of the free, could hold out no better prospect than a shoe-shining parlor, or the wiping out of wash bowls in a hotel lavatory, handing over the tips to a fat padrone. Andy had been to school, and had learned to read English, and the teacher had loaned him books and magazines with wonderful pictures in them. Now he wanted more than pictures, he wanted the things which they portrayed. So Hal came face to face with one of the difficulties of mine operators. They gathered a population of humble serfs, selected from 20 or 30 races of hereditary bondsmen, but owing to the absurd American custom of having public schools, the children of this population learned to speak English, and even to read it. So they became too good for their lot in life, and then a wandering agitator would get in, and all of a sudden there would be hell. Therefore in every coal camp had to be another kind of fire boss, whose duty it was to guard against another kind of explosions, not of carbon monoxide, but of the human soul. The immediate duties of this office in North Valley devolved upon Jeff Cotton, the camp marshal. He was not at all what one would have expected from a person of his trade, lean and rather distinguished looking, a man who in evening clothes might have passed for a diplomat. But his mouth would become ugly when he was displeased, and he carried a gun with 6 notches upon it. Also he wore a deputy sheriff's badge, to give him immunity for other notches he might wish to add. When Jeff Cotton came near, any man who was explosive went off to be explosive by himself. So there was order in North Valley, and it was only on Saturday and Sunday nights, when the drunks had to be suppressed, or on Monday mornings when they had to be haled forth and kicked to their work, that one realized upon what basis this order rested. Besides Jeff Cotton, and his assistant, Bud Adams, who wore badges, and were known, there were other assistants who wore no badges, and were not supposed to be known. Coming up in the cage one evening, Hal made some remark to the Croatian mule driver, Madvik, about the high price of company store merchandise, and was surprised to get a sharp kick on the ankle. Afterwards, as they were on their way to supper, Madvik gave him the reason. "Red-faced feller, Gus. Look out for him, company spotter." "Is that so?" said Hal, with interest. "How do you know?" "I know. Everybody know. He don't look like he had much sense," said Hal, who had got his idea of detectives from Sherlock Holmes. "No take much sense. Go pit boss, say, Joe feller talk too much. Say store rob him. Any damn fool do that." "Hey. To be sure," admitted Hal. "And the company pays him for it?" "Pit boss pay him. Maybe give him drink, Maybe 2 bits. Then pit boss come to you, you shoot your mouth off too much, feller. Get the hell out of here. See? Hal saw. So you go down canyon. Then maybe you go nother mine. Boss say, where you work? You say North Valley. He say, what your name? You say, Joe Smith. He say, wait. He go in, look at paper, he come out, say, no job. You say, why not? He say, shoot off your mouth too much, feller. Get the hell out of here. See? You mean a blacklist, said Hal. Sure, blacklist. Maybe telephone, find out all about you. You do anything bad, like talk union. Madvik had dropped his voice and whispered the word union. They send your picture, don't get job nowhere in state. How you like that? Section 11. Before long Hal had a chance to see the system of espionage at work, and he began to understand something of the force which kept these silent and patient armies at their tasks. On a Sunday morning he was strolling with his mule driver friend Tim Rafferty, a kindly lad with a pair of dreamy blue eyes in his coal-smutted face. They came to Tim's home, and he invited Hal to come in and meet his family. The father was a bowed and toil-worn man, but with tremendous strength in his solid frame, the product of many generations of labor in coal mines. He was known as Old Rafferty, despite the fact that he was well under 50. He had been a pit boy at the age of 9, and he showed Hal a faded leather album with pictures of his ancestors in the old country, men with sad, deeply lined faces, sitting very stiff and solemn to have their presentments made permanent for posterity. The mother of the family was a gaunt, gray-haired woman, with no teeth, but with a warm heart. Hal took to her, because her home was clean. He sat on the family doorstep, amid a crowd of little Raffertys with newly washed Sunday faces, and fascinated them with tales of adventures cribbed from Clark Russell and Captain Mayne Reid. As a reward he was invited to stay for dinner, and had a clean knife and fork, and a clean plate of steaming hot potatoes, with 2 slices of salt pork on the side. It was so wonderful that he forthwith inquired if he might forsake his company boarding house and come and board with them. Mrs. Rafferty opened wide her eyes. Sure, exclaimed she, do you think you'd be let? Why not? Asked Hal. Sure, T would be a bad example for the others. Do you mean I have to board at Remenitsky's? There be 6 company boardin' houses, said the woman. And what would they do if I came to you? First you'd get a hint, and then you'd go down the canyon, and maybe us after yet. But there's lots of people have boarders in Shantytown, objected Hal. Oh. Them wops. Nobody counts them, they live any way they happen to fall. But you started at Remenitsky's, and tea would not be healthy for them, that took ya away. I see, laughed Hal. There seem to be a lot of unhealthy things hereabouts. Sure there be. They sent down Nick Ammons because his wife bought milk down the canyon. They had a sick baby, and it's not much you get in this thin stuff at the store. They put chalk in it, I think, anyway, you can see something white in the bottom. So you have to trade at the store, too. I thought ya said y'd worked in coal mines, put in old Rafferty, who had been a silent listener. So I have, said Hal. But it wasn't quite that bad. Sure, said Mrs. Rafferty, I'd like to know where 'twas then in this country. Me and me old man spent weary years a huntin'. Thus far the conversation had proceeded naturally, but suddenly it was as if a shadow passed over it, a shadow of fear. Hal saw old Rafferty look at his wife, and frown, and make signs to her. After all, what did they know about this handsome young stranger, who talked so glibly, and had been in so many parts of the world? "'Tis not complainin' we'd be," said the old man. And his wife made haste to add, "If they let peddlers and the like of them come in, 'twould be no end to it, I suppose. We find they treat us here as well as anywhere. 'Tis no joke, the life of workin' men, wherever ye try it," added the other, and when young Tim started to express an opinion, They shut him up with such evident anxiety that Hal's heart ached for them, and he made haste to change the subject. Section 12. On the evening of the same Sunday Hal went to pay his promised call upon Mary Burke. She opened the front door of the cabin to let him in, and even by the dim rays of the little kerosene lamp, there came to him an impression of cheerfulness. "Hello," she said just as she had said it when he had slid down the mountain into the family wash. He followed her into the room, and saw that the impression he had got of cheerfulness came from Mary herself. How bright and fresh she looked! The old blue calico, which had not been entirely clean, was newly laundered now, and on the shoulder where the rent had been was a neat patch of unfaded blue. There being only 3 rooms in Mary's home, 2 of these necessarily bedrooms, she entertained her company in the kitchen. The room was bare. Hal saw there was not even so much as a clock by way of ornament. The only charm the girl had been able to give to it, in preparation for company, was that of cleanness. The board floor had been newly sanded and scrubbed, the kitchen table also had been scrubbed, and the kettle on the stove, and the cracked teapot and bowls on the shelf. Mary's little brother and sister were in the room, Jenny, a dark-eyed, dark-haired little girl, frail, with a sad, rather frightened face, and Tommy, a round-headed youngster, like 1,000 other round-headed and freckle-faced boys. Both of them were now sitting very straight in their chairs, staring at the visitor with a certain resentment, he thought. He suspected that they had been included in the general scrubbing. Inasmuch as it had been uncertain just when the visitor would come, they must have been required to do this every night, and he could imagine family disturbances, with arguments possibly not altogether complimentary to Mary's new feller. There seemed to be a certain uneasiness in the place. Mary did not invite her company to a seat, but stood irresolute, and after Hal had ventured a couple of friendly remarks to the children, she said, abruptly, "Shall we be talking that walk that we spoke of, Mr. Smith?" "Delighted," said Hal, and while she pinned on her hat before the broken mirror on the shelf, he smiled at the children and quoted 2 lines from his Harrigan song. "Oh, Mary Jane, come out in the lane. The moon is a-shinin' in the old pecan." Tommy and Jenny were too shy to answer, but Mary exclaimed, "'Tis in a tin, can ye see it shinin' here?" They went out. In the soft summer night it was pleasant to stroll under the moon, especially when they had come to the remoter parts of the village, where there were not so many weary people on doorsteps and children playing noisily. There were other young couples walking here, under the same moon. The hardest day's toil could not so sap their energies that they did not feel the spell of this soft summer night. Hal, being tired, was content to stroll and enjoy the stillness, but Mary Burke sought information about the mysterious young man she was with. "Ye've not worked long in coal mines, Mr. Smith," she remarked. Hal was a trifle disconcerted. "How did you find that out? Ye don't look it, ye don't talk it. Ye're not like anybody or anything around here. I don't know how to say it, but ye make me think more of the poetry books." Flattered as Hal was by this naive confession, he did not want to talk of the mystery of himself. He took refuge in a question about the poetry books. "I've read some," said the girl, "more than ye'd have thought, perhaps." This with a flash of her defiance. He asked more questions, and learned that she, like the Greek boy, Andy, had come under the influence of that disturbing American institution, the public school. She had learned to read, and the pretty young teacher had helped her, lending her books and magazines. Thus she had been given a key to a treasure house, a magic carpet on which to travel over the world. These similes Mary herself used for the Arabian Nights had been one of the books that were loaned to her. On rainy days she would hide behind the sofa, reading at a spot where the light crept in so that she might be safe from small brothers and sisters. Joe Smith had read these same books, it appeared, and this seemed remarkable to Mary, for books cost money and were hard to get. She explained how she had searched the camp for new magic carpets, finding a poetry book by Longfellow, and a book of American history, and a story called David Copperfield, and last and strangest of all, another story called Pride and Prejudice. A curious freak of fortune, the prim and sentimentally quivering Jane Austen in a coal camp in a far western wilderness. An adventure for Jane, as well as for Mary. What had Mary made of it, Hal wondered. Had she revelled, shop-girl fashion, in scenes of pallid ease? He learned that what she had made of it was despair. This world outside, with its freedom and cleanness, its people living gracious and worthwhile lives, was not for her. She was chained to a scrub pail in a coal camp. Things had got so much worse since the death of her mother, she said. Her voice had become dull and hard. Hal thought that he had never heard a young voice express such hopelessness. "You've never been anywhere but here?" he asked. "I been in 2 other camps," she said, "first the Gordon, and then East Run. But they're all alike." "But you been down to the towns?" "Only for a day, once or twice a year. Once I was in Sheridan, and in a church I heard a lady sing." She stopped for a moment, lost in this memory. Then suddenly her voice changed, and he could imagine in the darkness that she had tossed her head defiantly. "I'll not be entertainin' company with my troubles. Ya know how tiresome that is when ya hear it from somebody else, like my next door neighbor, Mrs. Zamboni. D'ya know her?" "No," said Hal. "The poor old lady has troubles enough, God knows. Her man's not much good, he's troubled with the drink, and she's got 11 childer, and that's too many for one woman. Don't ya think so?" She asked this with a naivete which made Hal laugh. "Yes," he said, "I do. Well, I think people'd help her more if she'd not complain so. And half of it in the slavish language, that a body can't understand." So Mary began to tell funny things about Mrs. Zamboni and her other polyglot neighbors, imitating their murdering of the Irish dialect. Hal thought her humor was naive and delightful, and he led her on to more cheerful gossip during the remainder of their walk. Section 13. But then, as they were on their way home, tragedy fell upon them. Hearing a step behind them, Mary turned and looked, then catching Hal by the arm, she drew him into the shadows at the side, whispering to him to be silent. The bent figure of a man went past them, lurching from side to side. When he had turned and gone into the house, Mary said, "It's my father. He's ugly when he's like that." And Hal could hear her quick breathing in the darkness. So that was Mary's trouble, the difficulty in her home life to which she had referred at their first meeting. Hal understood many things in a flash: why her home was bare of ornament, and why she did not invite her company to sit down. He stood silent, not knowing what to say. Before he could find the word, Mary burst out, "Oh, how I hate O'Callaghan, that sells the stuff to my father. His home with plenty to eat in it, and his wife dressin' in silk and goin' down to mass every Sunday, and thinkin' herself too good for a common miner's daughter. Sometimes I think I'd like to kill them both." "That wouldn't help much," Hal ventured. "No, I know there'd only be some other one in his place. Ya got to do more than that, to change things here. Ya got to get after them that make money out of O'Callaghan." So Mary's mind was groping for causes. Hal had thought her excitement was due to humiliation, or to fear of a scene of violence when she reached home, but she was thinking of the deeper aspects of this terrible drink problem. There was still enough unconscious snobbery in Hal Warner for him to be surprised at this phenomenon in a common miner's daughter, and so, as at their first meeting, his pity was turned to intellectual interest. "They'll stop the drink business altogether some day," he said. He had not known that he was a prohibitionist, he had become one suddenly. "Well," she answered, "they'd best stop it soon, if they don't want to be too late. 'Tis a sight to make your heart sick to see the young lads comin' home staggerin', too drunk even to fight." Hal had not had time to see much of this aspect of North Valley. "They sell to boys?" he asked. "Sure, who's to care? A boy's money's as good as a man's. But I should think the company. The company lets the saloon build, and that's all the company cares. But they must care something about the efficiency of their hands. Sure, there's plenty more where they come from. When ye can't work, they fire ye, and that's all there is to it. And is it so easy to get skilled men? It don't take much skill to get out coal. The skill is in keepin' your bones whole, and if you can stand breakin' 'em, the company can stand it. They had come to the little cabin. Mary stood for a moment in silence. I'm talkin' bitter again, she exclaimed suddenly. And I promised ye me company manner. But things keep happening to set me off. And she turned abruptly and ran into the house. Hal stood for a moment wondering if she would return, then, deciding that she had meant that as good night, he went slowly up the street. He fought against a mood of real depression, the first he had known since his coming to North Valley. He had managed so far to keep a certain degree of aloofness, that he might see this industrial world without prejudice. But tonight his pity for Mary had involved him more deeply. To be sure, he might be able to help her, to find her work in some less crushing environment, but his mind went on to the question how many girls might there be in mining camps, young and eager, hungering for life, but crushed by poverty, and by the burden of the drink problem? A man walked past Hal, greeting him in the semi-darkness with a nod and a motion of the hand. It was the Reverend Spragg, the gentleman who was officially commissioned to combat the demon rum in North Valley. Hal had been to the little white church the Sunday before, and heard the Reverend Spragg preach a doctrinal sermon, in which the blood of the Lamb was liberally sprinkled, and the congregation heard where and how they were to receive compensation for the distresses they endured in this vale of tears. What a mockery it seemed! Once, indubitably, people had believed such doctrines, they had been willing to go to the stake for them. But now nobody went to the stake for them. On the contrary, the company compelled every worker to contribute out of his scanty earnings towards the preaching of them. How could the most ignorant of zealots confront such an arrangement without suspicion of his own piety? Somewhere at the head of the great dividend-paying machine that was called the General Fuel Company must be some devilish intelligence that had worked it all out, that had given the orders to its ecclesiastical staff: we want the present, we leave you the future. We want the bodies, we leave you the souls. Teach them what you will about heaven so long as you let us plunder them on earth. In accordance with this devil's program, the Reverend Spragg might denounce the demon rum, but he said nothing about dividends based on the renting of rum shops, nor about local politicians maintained by company contributions, plus the profits of wholesale liquor. He said nothing about the conclusions of modern hygiene, concerning overwork as a cause of the craving for alcohol. The phrase industrial drinking, it seemed, was not known in General Fuel Company theology. In fact, when you listened to such a sermon, you would never have guessed that the hearers of it had physical bodies at all. Certainly you would never have guessed that the preacher had a body, which was nourished by food produced by the overworked and undernourished wage slaves whom he taught. Section 14. For the most part the victims of this system were cowed and spoke of their wrongs only in whispers, but there was one place in the camp, Hal found, where they could not keep silence, where their sense of outrage battled with their fear. This place was the solar plexus of the mine organism, the center of its nervous energies. To change the simile, it was the judgment seat, where the miner had sentence passed upon him, sentence either to plenty, or to starvation and despair. This place was the tipple, where the coal that came out of the mine was weighed and recorded. Every digger, as he came from the cage, made for this spot. There was a bulletin board, and on it his number, and the record of the weights of the cars he had sent out that day. And every man, no matter how ignorant, had learned enough English to read those figures. Hal had gradually come to realize that here was the place of drama. Most of the men would look, and then, without a sound or glance about, would slouch off with drooping shoulders. Others would mumble to themselves or, what amounted to the same thing, would mumble to one another in barbarous dialects. But about 1 in 5 could speak English, and scarcely an evening passed that some man did not break loose, shaking his fist at the sky, or at the weighboss behind the latter's back. He might gather a knot of fellow grumblers about him. It was to be noted that the camp marshal had the habit of being on hand at this hour. It was on one of these occasions that Hal first noticed Mike Sikoria, a grizzle-haired old Slovak, who had spent 20 years in the mines of these regions. All the bitterness of all the wrongs of all these years welled up in old Mike, as he shouted his score aloud, 19, 22, 24, 20. Is that my weight, mister? You want me to believe that's my weight? That's your weight, said the weigh boss, coldly. Well, by Judas, your scale is off, mister. Look at them cars is big. You measure them cars, mister, 7 feet long, 3.5 feet high, 4 feet wide. And you tell me them don't go but 20. You don't load them right, said the boss. Don't load them right, echoed the old miner. He became suddenly plaintive, as if more hurt than angered by such an insinuation. You know all the years I work, and you tell me I don't know a load? When I load a car, I load him like a miner, I don't load him like a Jap, that don't know about a mine. I put it up, I chunk it up like a stack of hay. I load him square like that. With gestures the old fellow was illustrating what he meant. See there. There's a ton on the top, and a ton and a half on the bottom, and you tell me I get only 19, 20. That's your weight, said the boss, implacably. But, mister, your scale is wrong. I tell you I used to get my weight. I used to get 45, 46 on them cars. Here's my buddy, ask him if it ain't so. What is it, Bo? Mum, said Bo, who was a Negro, though one could hardly be sure of this for the coal dust on him. I can't make a living no more, exclaimed the old Slovak, his voice trembling and his wizened dark eyes full of pleading. What you think I make? For 15 days, 50 cents. I pay board, and so help me God, mister, and I stand right here, I swear for God I make 50 cents. I dig the coal and I ain't got no weight, I ain't got nothing. Your scale is wrong. Get out, said the weigh boss, turning away. But, mister, cried old Mike, following behind him, and pouring his whole soul into his words. What is this life, mister? You work like a burro, and you don't get nothing for it. You burn your own powder, $50 a day powder, what you think of that? Crosscut and you get nothing. Take the skip and a pillar, and you get nothing. Brush and you get nothing. Here, by Judas, a poor man, going and working his body to the last point, and blood is run out. You starve me to death, I say. I have got to have something to eat, haven't I? And suddenly the boss whirled upon him. Get the hell out of here, he shouted. If you don't like it, get your time and quit. Shut your face, or I'll shut it for you. The old man quailed and fell silent. He stood for a moment more, biting his whiskered lips nervously, then his shoulders sank together, and he turned and slunk off, followed by his Negro helper. Section 15. Old Mike boarded at Remenitsky's, and after supper was over, Hal sought him out. He was easy to know, and proved an interesting acquaintance. With the help of his eloquence Hal wandered through a score of camps in the district. The old fellow had a temper that he could not manage, and so he was always on the move, but all places were alike. He said there was always some trick by which a miner was cheated of his earnings. A miner was a little businessman, a contractor who took a certain job, with its expenses and its chance of profit or loss. A place was assigned to him by the boss and he undertook to get out the coal from it, being paid at the rate of 55 cents a ton for each ton of clean coal. In some places a man could earn good money, and in others he would work for weeks, and not be able to keep up with his store account. It all depended upon the amount of rock and slate that was found with the coal. If the vein was low, the man had 1 or 2 feet of rock to take off the ceiling, and this had to be loaded on separate cars and taken away. This work was called brushing, and for it the miner received no pay. Or perhaps it was necessary to cut through a new passage, and clean out the rock, or perhaps to grade the bottom, and lay the ties and rails over which the cars were brought in to be loaded, or perhaps the vein ran into a fault, a broken place where there was rock instead of coal, and this rock must be hewed away before the miner could get at the coal. All such work was called dead work, and it was the cause of unceasing war. In the old days the company had paid extra for it. Now, since they had got the upper hand of the men, they were refusing to pay. And so it was important to the miner to have a place assigned him where there was not so much of this dead work. And the place a man got depended upon the boss, so here, at the very outset, was endless opportunity for favoritism and graft, for quarreling, or keeping in with the boss. What chance did a man stand who was poor and old and ugly, and could not speak English good? Inquired old Mike, with bitterness. The boss stole his cars and gave them to other people, he took the weight off the cars, and gave them to fellows who boarded with him, or treated him to drinks, or otherwise curried favor with him. I work 5 days in the southeastern, said Mike, and when I work them 5 days, so help me God, brother, if I don't get up out of this chair, 15 cents I was still in the hole yet. 14 inches of rock. And the Mr. Bishop that is the superintendent, I says, do you pay something for that rock? Huh, says he. Well, I says, if you don't pay nothing for the rock, I don't go ahead with it. I ain't got no place to put that rock. Get the hell out of here, says he, and when I started to fight he pull gun on me. And then I go to Cedar Mountain, and the super give me work there, and he says, you go number 4, and he says, rail is in number 3, and the ties. And he says, I pay you for it when you put it in. So I take it away and I put it in, and I work till 12 o'clock. Carried the 3 pair of rails and the ties, and I pulled all the spikes. Pulled the spikes, asked Hal. Got no good spikes. Got to use old spikes, what you pull out of them old ties. So then I says, what is my half day, what you promise me? Says he, you ain't dug no coal yet. But, mister, says I, you promise me pay to pull them spikes and put in them ties. Says he, company pay nothin' for dead work, you know that, says he, and that is all the satisfaction I get. And you didn't get your half day's pay. Sure I get nothin'. Boss do just as he please in coal mine. Section 16. There was another way, old Mike explained, in which the miner was at the mercy of others. This was the matter of stealing cars. Each miner had brass checks with his number on them, and when he sent up a loaded car, he hung one of these checks on a hook inside. In the course of the long journey to the tipple, someone would change the check, and the car was gone. In some mines, the number was put on the car with chalk, and how easy it was for someone to rub it out and change it. It appeared to Hal that it would have been a simple matter to put a number padlock on the car, instead of a check, but such an equipment would have cost the company $100 or $200, he was told, and so the stealing went on year after year. You think it's the bosses steal these cars? Asked Hal. Sometimes bosses' friends, sometimes company himself steal them from miners. In North Valley it was the company, the old Slovak insisted. It was no use sending up more than 6 cars in one day, he declared, you could never get credit for more than 6. Nor was it worthwhile loading more than a ton on a car, they did not really weigh the cars, the boss just ran them quickly over the scales, and had orders not to go above a certain average. Mike told of an Italian who had loaded a car for a test, so high that he could barely pass it under the roof of the entry, and went up on the tipple and saw it weighed himself, and it was 6,500 pounds. They gave him 3,500, and when he started to fight, they arrested him. Mike had not seen him arrested, but when he had come out of the mine, the man was gone, and nobody ever saw him again. After that they put a door onto the weigh room, so that no one could see the scales. The more Hal listened to the men and reflected upon these things, the more he came to see that the miner was a contractor who had no opportunity to determine the size of the contract before he took it on, nor afterwards to determine how much work he had done. More than that, he was obliged to use supplies, over the price and measurements of which he had no control. He used powder, and would find himself docked at the end of the month for a certain quantity, and if the quantity was wrong, he would have no redress. He was charged a certain sum for blacksmithing the keeping of his tools in order, and he would find $1 or $2 deducted from his account each month, even though he had not been near the blacksmith shop. Let any businessman in the world consider the proposition, thought Hal, and say if he would take a contract upon such terms. Would a man undertake to build a dam, for example, with no chance to measure the ground in advance, nor any way of determining how many cubic yards of concrete he had to put in? Would a grocer sell to a customer who proposed to come into the store and do his own weighing and meantime locking the grocer outside? Merely to put such questions was to show the preposterousness of the thing, yet in this district were 15,000 men working on precisely such terms. Under the state law, the miner had a right to demand a checkweighman to protect his interest at the scales, paying this checkweighman's wages out of his own earnings. Whenever there was any public criticism about conditions in the coal mines, this law would be triumphantly cited by the operators, and one had to have actual experience in order to realize what a bitter mockery this was to the miner. In the dining room Hal sat next to a fair-haired Swedish giant named Johansson, who loaded timbers 10 hours a day. This fellow was one who indulged in the luxury of speaking his mind, because he had youth and huge muscles, and no family to tie him down. He was what is called a blanket stiff, wandering from mine to harvest field and from harvest field to lumber camp. Someone broached the subject of checkweighman to him, and the whole table heard his scornful laugh. Let any man ask for a checkweighman. You mean they would fire him? Asked Hal. Maybe, was the answer. Maybe they make him fire himself. How do you mean? They make his life one damn misery till he go. So it was with checkweighman as with scrip, and with company stores, and with all the provisions of the law to protect the miner against accidents. You might demand your legal rights, but if you did, it was a matter of the boss's temper. He might make your life one damn misery till you went of your own accord. Or you might get a string of curses and an order, down the canyon. And likely as not the toe of a boot in your trouser seat, or the muzzle of a revolver under your nose. Section 17. Such conditions made the coal district a place of despair. Yet there were men who managed to get along somehow, and to raise families and keep decent homes. If one had the luck to escape accident, if he did not marry too young, or did not have too many children, if he could manage to escape the temptations of liquor, to which overwork and monotony drove so many, if, above all, he could keep on the right side of his boss, why then he might have a home, and even a little money on deposit with the company. Such a one was Jerry Minetti, who became one of Hal's best friends. He was a Milanese, and his name was Gerolamo, which had become Jerry in the melting pot. He was about 25 years of age, and what is unusual with the Italians, was of good stature. Their meeting took place, as did most of Hal's social experiences, on a Sunday. Jerry had just had a sleep and a wash, and had put on a pair of new blue overalls, so that he presented a cheering aspect in the sunlight. He walked with his head up and his shoulders square, and one could see that he had few cares in the world. But what caught Hal's attention was not so much Jerry as what followed at Jerry's heels, a perfect reproduction of him, quarter size, also with a newly washed face and a pair of new blue overalls. He too had his head up, and his shoulders square, and he was an irresistible object, throwing out his heels and trying his best to keep step. Since the longest strides he could take left him behind, he would break into a run, and getting close under his father's heels, would begin keeping step once more. Hal was going in the same direction, and it affected him like the music of a military band. He too wanted to throw his head up and square his shoulders and keep step. And then other people, seeing the grin on his face, would turn and watch, and grin also. But Jerry walked on gravely, unaware of the circus in the rear. They went into a house, and Hal, having nothing to do but enjoy life, stood waiting for them to come out. They returned in the same procession, only now the man had a sack of something on his shoulder, while the little chap had a smaller load poised in imitation. So Hal grinned again, and when they were opposite him, he said, "Hello." "Hello," said Jerry, and stopped. Then, seeing Hal's grin, he grinned back, and Hal looked at the little chap and grinned, and the little chap grinned back. Jerry, seeing what Hal was grinning at, grinned more than ever, so there stood all three in the middle of the road, grinning at one another for no apparent reason. "Gee, but that's a great kid," said Hal. "Gee, you bet," said Jerry, and he set down his sack. If someone desired to admire the kid, he was willing to stop any length of time. "Yours?" asked Hal. "You bet," said Jerry, again. "Hello, Buster," said Hal. "Hello yourself," said the kid. One could see in a moment that he had been in the melting pot. "What's your name?" asked Hal. "Jerry," was the reply. "And what's his name?" Hal nodded towards the man. "Big Jerry." "Got any more like you at home?" "One more," said Big Jerry. "Baby." "He ain't like me," said Little Jerry. "He's little." "And you're big," said Hal. "He can't walk." "Neither can you walk," laughed Hal, and caught him up and slung him onto his shoulder. "Come on, we'll ride." So Big Jerry took up his sack again, and they started off, only this time it was Hal who fell behind and kept step, squaring his shoulders and flinging out his heels. Little Jerry caught onto the joke, and giggled and kicked his sturdy legs with delight. Big Jerry would look round, not knowing what the joke was, but enjoying it just the same. They came to the three-room cabin which was both Jerry's home, and Mrs. Jerry came to the door, a black-eyed Sicilian girl, who did not look old enough to have even one baby. They had another bout of grinning, at the end of which Big Jerry said, "You come in." "Sure," said Hal. "You stay supper," added the other. "Got spaghetti?" "Gee," said Hal. "All right, let me stay, and pay for it?" "Hell, no," said Jerry. "You no pay?" "No." "No pay," cried Mrs. Jerry, shaking her pretty head energetically. "All right," said Hal, quickly, seeing that he might hurt their feelings. "I'll stay if you're sure you have enough." "Sure, plenty," said Jerry. "Hey, Rosa." "Sure, plenty," said Mrs. Jerry. "Then I'll stay," said Hal. "You like spaghetti, kid?" "Jesus," cried little Jerry. Hal looked about him at the Stego home. It was a tome in keeping with its pretty occupant. There were lace curtains in the windows, even shinier and whiter than at the Raffertys. There was an incredibly bright-colored rug on the floor, and bright-colored pictures of Mount Vesuvius and of Garibaldi on the walls. Also there was a cabinet with many interesting treasures to look at, a bit of coral and a conch shell, a shark's tooth and an Indian arrowhead, and a stuffed linnet with a glass cover over him. A while back Hal would not have thought of such things as especially stimulating to the imagination, but that was before he had begun to spend 5/6 of his waking hours in the bowels of the earth. He ate supper, a real Dago supper. The spaghetti proved to be real Dago spaghetti, smoking hot, with tomato sauce and a rich flavor of meat juice. And all through the meal Hal smacked his lips and grinned at little Jerry, who smacked his lips and grinned back. It was all so different from feeding at Remenitsky's pig trough, that Hal thought he had never had such a good supper in his life before. As for Mr. and Mrs. Jerry, they were so proud of their wonderful kid, who could swear in English as good as a real American, that they were in the seventh heaven. When the meal was over, Hal leaned back and exclaimed, just as he had at the Raffertys, "Lord, how I wish I could board here." He saw his host look at his wife. "All right," said he. "You come here. I board you. Hey, Rosa." "Sure," said Rosa. Hal looked at them, astonished. "You're sure they'll let you?" he asked. "Let me? Who stopped me?" "I don't know. Maybe Remenitsky." You might get into trouble. Jerry grinned. I no 'fraid, said he. Got friends here. Carmino my cousin. You know Carmino? No, said Hal. Pit boss in number 1. He stand by me. Old Remenitsky go hang. You come here, I give you bunk in that room, give you good grub. What you pay Remenitsky? 27 a month. All right, you pay me 27, you get everything good. Can't get much stuff here, but Rose a good cook, she fix it. Hal's new friend, besides being a favorite of the boss, was a shot firer. It was his duty to go about the mine at night, setting off the charges of powder which the miners had got ready by day. This was dangerous work, calling for a skilled man, and it paid pretty well, so Jerry got on in the world and was not afraid to speak his mind, within certain limits. He ignored the possibility that Hal might be a company spy, and astonished him by rebellious talk of the different kinds of graft in North Valley, and at other places he had worked since coming to America as a boy. Minetti was a socialist, Hal learned. He took an Italian socialist paper, and the clerk at the post office knew what sort of paper it was, and would josh him about it. What was more remarkable, Mrs. Minetti was a socialist also. That meant a great deal to a man, as Jerry explained, because she was not under the domination of a priest. Section 18. Hal made the move at once, sacrificing part of a month's board, which Remenitsky would charge against his account with the company. But he was willing to pay for the privilege of a clean home and clean food. To his amusement, he found that in the eyes of his Irish friends he was losing caste by going to live with the Minettis. There were most rigid social lines in North Valley, it appeared. The Americans and English and Scotch looked down upon the Welsh and Irish, the Welsh and Irish looked down upon the Dagos and Frenchies, the Dagos and Frenchies looked down upon Polacks and Hunkas, these in turn upon Greeks, Bulgarians, and Montenegros, and so on through a score of races of Eastern Europe, Lithuanians, Slovaks, and Croatians, Armenians, Romanians, Rumelians, Ruthenians, ending up with greasers, niggers, and last and lowest, Japs. It was when Hal went to pay another call upon the Raffertys that he made this discovery. Mary Burke happened to be there, and when she caught sight of him, her grey eyes beamed with mischief. "How do ye do, Mr. Minetti?" she cried. "How do ye do, Miss Rossetti?" he countered. "You licketa spaget. You no licketa spaget. I told ye once," laughed the girl, "the good old Pertatice is good enough for me." "And you remember," said he, "what I answered?" Yes, she remembered. Her cheeks took on the color of the rose leaves he had specified as her probable diet. And then the Rafferty children, who had got to know Hal well, joined in the teasing. "Mr. Minetti. Licketa spaghetti." Hal, when he had grasped the situation, was tempted to retaliate by reminding them that he had offered to board with the Irish, and been turned down, but he feared that the elder Rafferty might not appreciate this joke, so instead he pretended to have supposed all along that the Raffertys were Italians. He addressed the elder Rafferty gravely, pronouncing the name with the accent on the second syllable, Signer Rafferty, and this so amused the old man that he chuckled over it at intervals for an hour. His heart warmed to this lively young fellow, he forgot some of his suspicions, and after the youngsters had been sent away to bed, he talked more or less frankly about his life as a coal miner. Old Rafferty had once been on the way to high station. He had been made tipple boss at the San Jose mine, but had given up his job because he had thought that his religion did not permit him to do what he was ordered to do. It had been a crude proposition of keeping the men's score at a certain level, no matter how much coal they might send up, and when Rafferty had quit rather than obey such orders, he had had to leave the mine altogether, for of course everybody knew why he had quit, and his mere presence had the effect of keeping discontent alive. "You think there are no honest companies at all?" Hal asked. The old man answered, "There be some, but 'tis not so easy as ye might think to be honest. They have to meet each other's prices, and when one short waits, the others have to. 'Tis a way of cuttin' wages without the men findin' it out, and there be people that do not like to fall behind with their profits. Hal found himself thinking of old Peter Harrigan, who controlled the General Fuel Company, and had made the remark, "I am a great clamourer for dividends." "The trouble with the miner," continued old Rafferty, "is that he has no one to speak for him. He stands alone." During this discourse, Hal had glanced at Red Mary, and noticed that she sat with her arms on the table, her sturdy shoulders bowed in a fashion which told of a hard day's toil. But here she broke into the conversation. Her voice came suddenly, alive with scorn. "The trouble with the miner is that he's a slave." "Ah," now put in the old man, protestingly. "He has the whole world against him, and he hasn't got the sense to get together to form a union, and stand by it?" There fell a sudden silence in the Rafferty home. Even Hal was startled, for this was the first time during his stay in the camp that he had heard the dread word union spoken above a whisper. "I know," said Mary, her grey eyes full of defiance. "Ye'll not have the word spoken. But some will speak it in spite of yet." "'Tis all very well," said the old man. "When ye're young, and a woman too." "A woman? Is it only the women that can have courage?" "Sure," said he, with a wry smile, "'tis the women that have the tongues, and that can't he stop from usin' them. Even the boss must know that." "Maybe so," replied Mary. "And maybe 'tis the women have the most to suffer in a coal camp, and maybe the boss knows that." The girl's cheeks were red. "Mebbe so," said Rafferty, and after that there was silence, while he sat puffing his pipe. It was evident that he did not care to go on, that he did not want union speeches made in his home. After a while Mrs. Rafferty made a timid effort to change the course of the talk, by asking after Mary's sister, who had not been well, and after they had discussed remedies for the ailments of children, Mary rose, saying, "I'll be goin' along." Hal rose also. "I'll walk with you, if I may," he said. "Sure," said she, and it seemed that the cheerfulness of the Rafferty family was restored by the sight of a bit of gallantry. Section 19. They strolled down the street, and Hal remarked, "That's the first word I've heard here about a union." Mary looked about her nervously. "Hush," she whispered. "But I thought you said you were talking about it?" She answered, "'Tis one thing, talkin' in a friend's house, and another outside. What's the good of throwin' away your job?" He lowered his voice. "Would you seriously like to have a union here?" "Seriously," said she. "Didn't ye see Mr. Rafferty, what a coward he is? That's the way they are." "No, 'twas just a burst of my temper. I'm a bit crazy tonight, something happened to set me off." He thought she was going on, but apparently she changed her mind. Finally he asked, "What happened?" "Oh, 'twould do no good to talk," she answered, and they walked a bit farther in silence. "Tell me about it, won't you?" he said, and the kindness in his tone made its impression. "'Tis not much ye know of a coal camp, Joe Smith," she said. "Can't ye imagine what it's like bein' a woman in a place like this? And a woman they think good lookin'." "Oh, so it's that," said he, and was silent again. "Someone's been troubling you," he ventured after a while. "Sure. Someone's always troublin' us women. Always. Never a day but we hear it. Winks and nudges everywhere ye turn." "Who is it?" "The bosses, the clerks, anybody that has a chance to wear a stiff collar, and thinks he can offer money to a girl. It begins before she's out of short skirts, and there's never any peace afterwards. And you can't make them understand." "I've made them understand me a bit, now they go after my old man." "What?" "Sure. D'ye suppose they'd not try that? Him that's so crazy for liquor, and can never get enough of it. And your father," but Hal stopped. She would not want that question asked. She had seen his hesitation, however. He was a decent man once, she declared. "'Tis the life here, that turns a man into a coward. 'Tis everything ye need, Everywhere ya turn ya have to ask favors from some boss. The room ya work in, the dead work they pile on ya, or maybe 'tis more credit ya need at the store, or maybe the doctor to come when ya re sick. Just now 'tis our roof that leaks so bad we can't find a dry place to sleep when it rains. I see, said Hal. Who owns the house? Sure, there's none but company houses here. Who's supposed to fix it? Mr. Kozgi, the house agent. But we gave him up long ago. If he does anything, he raises the rent. Today my father went to Mr. Cotton. He's supposed to look out for the health of the place, and it seems hardly healthy to keep people wet in their beds. And what did Cotton say? Asked Hal, when she stopped again. Well, don't ya know Jeff Cotton? Can't ya guess what he'd say? That's a fine girl ya got, Burke. Why don't ya make her listen to reason? And then he laughed, and told me old father he'd better learn to take a hint. 'Twas bad for an old man to sleep in the rain, he might get carried off by pneumonia. Hal could no longer keep back the question, what did your father do? I'd not have ya think hard of my old father, she said, quickly. He used to be a fightin' man, in the days before O'Callaghan had his way with him. But now he knows what a camp marshal can do to a miner. Section 20. Mary Burke had said that the company could stand breaking the bones of its men, and not long after number 2 started up again, Hal had a chance to note the truth of this assertion. A miner's life depended upon the proper timbering of the room where he worked. The company undertook to furnish the timbers, but when the miner needed them, he would find none at hand, and would have to make the mile-long trip to the surface. He would select timbers of the proper length, and would mark them, the understanding being that they were to be delivered to his room by some of the laborers. But then someone else would carry them off. Here was more graft and favoritism, and the miner might lose a day or two of work, while meantime his account was piling up at the store, and his children might have no shoes to go to school. Sometimes he would give up waiting for timbers, and go on taking out coal, so there would be a fall of rock and the coroner's jury would bring in a verdict of negligence, and the coal operators would talk solemnly about the impossibility of teaching caution to miners. Not so very long ago Hal had read an interview which the president of the General Fuel Company had given to a newspaper, in which he set forth the idea that the more experience a miner had, the more dangerous it was to employ him, because he thought he knew it all, and would not heed the wise regulations which the company laid down for his safety. In number 2 mine there were some places being operated by the room and pillar method, the coal being taken out as from a series of rooms, the portion corresponding to the walls of the rooms being left to uphold the roof. These walls are the pillars, and when the end of the vein is reached, the miner begins to work backwards, pulling the pillars, and letting the roof collapse behind him. This is a dangerous task. As he works, the man has to listen to the drumming sounds of the rock above his head, and has to judge just when to make his escape. Sometimes he is too anxious to save a tool, or sometimes the collapse comes without warning. In that case the victim is seldom dug out, for it must be admitted that a man buried under a mountain is as well buried as a company could be expected to arrange it. In number 2 mine a man was caught in this way. He stumbled as he ran, and the lower half of his body was pinned fast. The doctor had to come and pump opiates into him, while the rescue crew was digging him loose. The first Hal knew of the accident was when he saw the body stretched out on a plank, with a couple of old sacks to cover it. He noticed that nobody stopped for a second glance. Going up from work, he asked his friend Madvik, the mule driver, who answered, "Lithuanian feller got mash." And that was all. Nobody knew him, and nobody cared about him. It happened that Mike Sikora had been working nearby, and was one of those who helped to get the victim out. Mike's Negro buddy had been in too great haste to get some of the rock out of the way, and had got his hand crushed, and would not be able to work for a month or so. Mike told Hal about it, in his broken English. It was a terrible thing to see a man trapped like that, gasping, his eyes almost popping out of his head. Fortunately he was a young fellow, and had no family. Hal asked what they would do with the body. The answer was they would bury him in the morning. The company had a piece of ground up the canyon. But won't they have an inquest? He inquired. Inks, repeated the other. What's he? Doesn't the coroner see the body? The old Slovak shrugged his bowed shoulders. If there was a coroner in this part of the world, he had never heard of it, and he had worked in a good many mines, and seen a good many men put under the ground. Put him in a box and dig a hole, was the way he described the procedure. And doesn't the priest come? Priest too far away. Afterwards Hal made inquiry among the English-speaking men, and learned that the coroner did sometimes come to the camp. He would empanel a jury consisting of Jeff Cotton, the marshal, and Pradovish, the Galician Jew who worked in the company store, and a clerk or two from the company's office, and a couple of Mexican laborers who had no idea what it was all about. This jury would view the corpse, and ask a couple of men what had happened, and then bring in a verdict. We find that the deceased met his death from a fall of rock caused by his own fault. For this service the coroner got a fee, and the company got an official verdict, which would be final in case some foreign consul should threaten a damage suit. So well did they have matters in hand that nobody in North Valley had ever got anything for death or injury. In fact, as Hal found later, there had not been a damage suit filed against any coal operator in that county for 23 years. This particular accident was of consequence to Hal, because it got him a chance to see the real work of mining. Old Mike was without a helper, and made the proposition that Hal should take the job. It was better than a stableman's, for it paid $2 a day. But will the boss let me change? Asked Hal. You give him $10, he change you, said Mike. Sorry, said Hal, I haven't got $10. You give him $10 credit, said the other. And Hal laughed. They take scrip for graft, do they? Sure they take him, said Mike. Suppose I treat my mules bad, continued the other. So I can make him change me for nothing. He change you to hell, replied Mike. You get him cross, he put us in bad room, cost us $10 a week. No, sir, you give him drink, say fine feller, make him feel good. You talk American, give him jolly. Section 21. Hal was glad of this opportunity to get better acquainted with his pit boss. Alex Stone was 6 feet high, and built in proportion, with arms like ham soft with fat, yet possessed of enormous strength. He had learned his manner of handling men on a sugar plantation in Louisiana, a fact which, when Hal heard it, explained much. Like a stage manager who does not heed the real names of his actors, but calls them by their character names, Stone had the habit of addressing his men by their nationalities. You, Polak, get that rock into the car. Hey, Jap, bring them tools over here. Shut your mouth, now, Dago, and get to work, or I'll kick the britches off you, sure as you're alive. Hal had witnessed one occasion when there was a dispute as to whose duty it was to move timbers. There was a great two-handled crosscut saw lying on the ground, and Stone seized it and began to wave it, like a mighty broadsword, in the face of a little bohemian miner. Load them timbers, honky, or I'll carve you into bits. And as the terrified man shrunk back, he followed, until his victim was flat against a wall, the weapon swinging to and fro under his nose after the fashion of the pit and the pendulum. Carve you into pieces, honky. Carve you into stew meat. When at last the boss stepped back, the little bohemian leaped to load the timbers. The curious part about it to Hal was that Stone seemed to be reasonably good-natured about such proceedings. Hardly one time in 1,000 did he carry out his bloodthirsty threats, and like as not he would laugh when he had finished his tirade, and the object of it would grin in turn but without slackening his frightened efforts. After the broadsword-waving episode, seeing that Hal had been watching, the boss remarked, "That's the way you have to manage them wops." Hal took this remark as a tribute to his American blood, and was duly flattered. He sought out the boss that evening, and found him with his feet upon the railing of his home. "Mr. Stone," said he, "I've something I'd like to ask you." "Fire away, Kid, said the other. Won't you come up to the saloon and have a drink? Want to get something out of me, hey? You can't work me, kid. But nevertheless he slung down his feet from the railing, and knocked the ashes out of his pipe and strolled up the street with Hal. Mr. Stone, said Hal, I want to make a change. What's that? Got a grouch on them mules? No, sir, but I got a better job in sight. Mike Sikoria's buddy is laid up, and I'd like to take his place, if you're willing. Why, that's a nigger's place, kid. Ain't you scared to take a nigger's place? Why, sir? Don't you know about hoodoos? What I want, said Hal, is the nigger's pay. No, said the boss, abruptly, you stick by them mules. I got a good stableman, and I don't want to spoil him. You stick, and by I'll give you a raise. You go into them pits, the first thing you know you'll get a fall of rock on your head, and the nigger's pay won't be no good to you. They came to the saloon and entered. Hal noted that a silence fell within, and everyone nodded and watched. It was pleasant to be seen going out with one's boss. O'Callaghan, the proprietor, came forward with his best society smile and joined them, and at Hal's invitation they ordered whiskies. No, you stick to your job, continued the pit boss. You stay by it, and when you've learned to manage mules, I'll make a boss out of you, and let you manage men. Some of the bystanders tittered. The pit boss poured down his whiskey, and set the glass on the bar. That's no joke, said he, in a tone that everyone could hear. I learned that long ago about niggers. They'd say to me, for God's sake, don't talk to our niggers like that. Some night you'll have your house set afire. But I said, pet a nigger, and you've got a spoiled nigger. I'd say, nigger, don't you give me any of your imp, or I'll kick the britches off you. And they knew I was a gentleman, and they stepped lively. Have another drink, said Hal. The pit boss drank, and becoming more sociable, told nigger stories. On the sugar plantations there was a rush season, when the rule was 20 hours work a day. When some of the niggers tried to shirk it, they would arrest them for swearing or crap shooting, and work them as convicts, without pay. The pit boss told how one buck had been brought before the justice of the peace, and the charge read, being cross-eyed, for which offense he had been sentenced to 60 days hard labor. This anecdote was enjoyed by the men in the saloon whose race feelings seemed to be stronger than their class feelings. When the pair went out again, it was late, and the boss was cordial. Mr. Stone, began Hal, I don't want to bother you, but I'd like first rate to get more pay. If you could see your way to let me have that buddy's job, I'd be more than glad to divide with you. Divide with me, said Stone. How do ye mean? Hal waited with some apprehension, for if Mike had not assured him so positively, he would have expected a swing from the pit boss's mighty arm. It's worth about 15 a month more to me. I haven't any cash, but if you'd be willing to charge off $10 from my store account, it would be well worth my while. They walked for a short way in silence. Well, I'll tell you, said the boss, at last, that old Slovak is a kicker, one of these fellows that thinks he could run the mine if he had a chance. And if you get to listening to him, and think you can come to me and grumble, by God. That's all right, sir, put in Hal, quickly. I'll manage that for you. I'll shut him up. If you'd like me to, I'll see what fellows he talks with, and if any of them are trying to make trouble, I'll tip you off. Now that's the talk, said the boss, promptly. You do that, and I'll keep my eye on you and give you a chance. Not that I'm afraid of the old fellow. I told him last time that if I heard from him again, I'd kick the britches off him. But when you got 500,000 of this foreign scum, some of them anarchists, and some of them Bulgars and Montenegros that's been fighting each other at home. I understand, said Hal. You have to watch 'em. That's it, said the pit boss. And by the way, when you tell the store clerk about that $15, just say you lost it at poker. I said $10, put in Hal, quickly. Yes, I know, responded the other. But I said 15. Section 22. Hal told himself with satisfaction that he was now to do the real work of coal mining. His imagination had been occupied with it for a long time, but as so often happens in the life of man, the first contact with reality killed the results of many years imagining. It killed all imagining. In fact, Hal found that his entire stock of energy, both mental and physical, was consumed in enduring torment. If anyone had told him the horror of attempting to work in a room 5 feet high, he would not have believed it. It was like some of the dreadful devices of torture which one saw in European castles, the Iron Maiden and the spiked collar. Hal's back burned as if hot irons were being run up and down it, every separate joint and muscle cried aloud. It seemed as if he could never learn the lesson of the jagged ceiling above his head. He bumped it and continued to bump it, until his scalp was a mass of cuts and bruises, and his head ached till he was nearly blind, and he would have to throw himself flat on the ground. Then old Mike Sikoria would grin. I know. Like Green Mule. Someday get tough. Hal recalled the great thick callus on the flanks of his former charges, where the harness rubbed against them. Yes, I'm a green mule, all right. It was amazing how many ways there were to bruise and tear one's fingers, loading lumps of coal into a car. He put on a pair of gloves, but these wore through in a day. And then the gas, and the smoke of powder, stifling one, and the terrible burning of the eyes, from the dust and the feeble light. There was no way to rub these burning eyes, because everything about one was equally dusty. Could anybody have imagined the torment of that? Any of those ladies who rode in softly upholstered parlor cars, or reclined upon the decks of steamships in gleaming tropic seas? Old Mike was good to his new buddy. Mike's spine was bent and his hands were hardened by 40 years of this sort of toil, so he could do the work of two men, and entertain his friend with comments into the bargain. The old fellow had the habit of talking all the time, like a child. He would talk to his helper, to himself, to his tools. He would call these tools by obscene and terrifying names, but with entire friendliness and good humor. Get in there, you son of a gun, he would say to his pick. Come along here, you wop, he would say to his car. In with you, now, you old buster, he would say to a lump of coal. And he would lecture Hal on the details of mining. He would tell stories of successful days, or of terrible mishaps. Above all, he would tell about rascality, cursing the GFC, its foremen and superintendents, its officials, directors, and stockholders, and the world which permitted such a criminal institution to exist. Noontime would come, and Hal would lie upon his back, too worn to eat. Old Mike would sit munching. His abundant whiskers came to a point on his chin, and as his jaws moved, he looked for all the world like an aged billy goat. He was a kind-hearted and anxious old billy goat, and sought to tempt his buddy with a bit of cheese or a swig of cold coffee. He believed in eating. No man could keep up steam if he did not stoke the furnace. Failing in this, he would try to divert Hal's mind, telling stories of mining life in America and Russia. He was most proud to have an American feller for a buddy, and tried to make the work as easy as possible, for fear lest Hal might quit. Hal did not quit, but he would drag himself out towards night, so exhausted that he would fall asleep in the cage. He would fall asleep at supper, and go in and sink down on his cot and sleep like a log. And oh, the torture of being rooted out before daybreak. Having to shake the sleep out of his head, and move his creaking joints, and become aware of the burning in his eyes, and the blisters and sores on his hands. It was a week before he had a moment that was not pain, and he never got fully used to the labor. It was impossible for anyone to work so hard and keep his mental alertness, his eagerness and sensitiveness. It was impossible to work so hard and be an adventurer, to be anything, in fact, but a machine. Hal had heard that phrase of contempt, the inertia of the masses, and had wondered about it. He no longer wondered, he knew. Could a man be brave enough to protest to a pit boss when his body was numb with weariness? Could he think out a definite conclusion as to his rights and wrongs, and back his conclusion with effective action, when his mental faculties were paralyzed by such weariness of body? Hal had come here, as one goes upon the deck of a ship in mid-ocean, to see the storm. In this ocean of social misery, of ignorance and despair, one saw upturned, tortured faces, writhing limbs and clutching hands. In one's ears was a storm of lamentation, upon one's cheek a spray of blood and tears. Hal found himself so deep in this ocean that he could no longer find consolation in the thought that he could escape whenever he wanted to, that he could say to himself, "It is sad, it is terrible, but thank God, I can get out of it when I choose. I can go back into the warm and well-lighted saloon and tell the other passengers how picturesque it is, what an interesting experience they are missing." Section 23. During these days of torment, Hal did not go to see Red Mary, but then, one evening, the Minetti's baby having been sick, she came in to ask about it, bringing what she called a bit of a custard in a bowl. Hal was suspicious enough of the ways of men, especially of businessmen, but when it came to women he was without insight. It did not occur to him as singular that an Irish girl with many troubles at home should come out to nurse a Dago woman's baby. He did not reflect that there were plenty of sick Irish babies in the camp, to whom Mary might have taken her bit of a custard. And when he saw the surprise of Rosa, who had never met Mary before, he took it to be the touching gratitude of the poor. There are, in truth, many kinds of women, with many arts, and no man has time to learn them all. Hal had observed the shop girl type, who dress themselves with many frills, and cast sidelong glances, and indulge in fits of giggles to attract the attention of the male. He was familiar with the society girl type, who achieve the same end with more subtle and alluring means. But could there be a type who hold little Dago babies in their laps, and call them pretty Irish names, and feed them custard out of a spoon? Hal had never heard of that kind, and he thought that Red Mary made a charming picture, a Celtic Madonna with a Sicilian infant in her arms. He noticed that she was wearing the same faded blue calico dress with a patch on the shoulder. Man though he was, he realized that dress is an important consideration in the lives of women. He was tempted to suspect that this blue calico might be the only dress that Mary owned, but seeing it newly laundered every time, he concluded that she must have at least one other. At any rate, here she was, crisp and fresh looking, and with the new shining costume, she had put on the long-promised company manner, high spirits and badinage, precisely like any belle of the world of luxury, who powders and bedecks herself for a ball. She had been grim and complaining in former meetings with this interesting young man. She had frightened him away, apparently. Perhaps she could win him back by womanliness and good humor. She rallied him upon his battered scalp and his creaking back, telling him he looked 10 years older, which he was fully prepared to believe. Also she had fun with him for working under a Slovak, another loss of caste, it appeared. This was a joke the Minettis could share in, especially little Jerry, who liked jokes. He told Mary how Joe Smith had had to pay $15 for his new job, besides several drinks at O'Callahan's. Also he told how Mike Sikoria had called Joe his green mule. Little Jerry complained about the turn of events, for in the old days Joe had taught him a lot of fine new games and now he was sore, and would not play them. Also, in the old days he had sung a lot of jolly songs, full of the most fascinating rhymes. There was a song about a monkey puzzle tree. Had Mary ever seen that kind of tree? Little Jerry never got tired of trying to imagine what it might look like. The Dago urchin stood and watched gravely while Mary fed the custard to the baby, and when 2 or 3 spoonfuls were held out to him, he opened his mouth wide, and afterwards licked his lips. Gee, that was good stuff. When the last taste was gone, he stood gazing at Mary's shining coronet. "Say," said he, "was your hair always like that?" Hal and Mary burst into laughter, while Rosa cried hush. She was never sure what this youngster would say next. "Sure, did ya think I painted it?" asked Mary. "I didn't know," said little Jerry. "It looks so nice and new." And he turned to Hal. "Ain't it?" "You bet," said Hal, and added, go on and tell her about it. Girls like compliments. Compliments, echoed little Jerry. What's that? Why, said Hal, that's when you say that her hair is like the sunrise, and her eyes are like twilight, or that she's a wild rose on a mountainside. Oh, said the Dago urchin, somewhat doubtfully. Anyhow, he added, she make nice custard. Section 24. The time came for Mary to take her departure, and Hal got up, wincing with pain, to escort her home. She regarded him gravely, having not realized before how seriously he was suffering. As they walked along she asked, why do ye do such work, when ye don't have to? But I do have to. I have to earn a living. Ye don't have to earn it that way. A bright young fellow like you, an American. Well, said Hal, I thought it would be interesting to see coal mining. Now ye've seen it, said the girl, now quit. But it won't do me any harm to go on for a while. Won't it? How can ye know? When any day they may carry you out on a plank. Her company manner was gone, her voice was full of bitterness, as it always was when she spoke of North Valley. I know what I'm tellin' ye, Joe Smith. Didn't I lose 2 brothers in it as fine lads as ye'd find anywhere in the world? And many another lad I've seen go in Logan, and come out a corpse, or what is worse, for workin' people, a cripple. Sometimes I'd like to go and stand at the pit mouth in the mornin' and cry to them, go back, go back. Go down the canyon this day. Starve, if ye have to, beg if ye have to, only find some other work but coal minnin'. Her voice had risen to a passion of protest, when she went on a new note came into it a note of personal terror. It's worse now since you came, Joe. To see ye settin' out on the life of a miner, you, that are young and strong and different. Oh, go away, Joe, go away while ye can. He was astonished at her intensity. Don't worry about me, Mary, he said. Nothing will happen to me. I'll go away after a while. The path was irregular, and he had been holding her arm as they walked. He felt her trembling, and went on again, quickly, it's not I that should go away, Mary. It's yourself. You hate the place, it's terrible for you to have to live here. Have you never thought of going away? She did not answer at once, and when she did the excitement was gone from her voice, it was flat and dull with despair. 'Tis no use to think of me. There's nothin' I can do, there's nothin' any girl can do when she's poor. I've tried, but 'tis like bein' up against a stone wall. I can't even save the money to get on a train with. I've tried it, I've been savin' for 2 years, and how much do ye think I got, Joe? $7. $7 in 2 years. No, ye can't save money in a place where there's so many things that wring the heart. Ye may hate them for being cowards, but ye must help when ye see a man killed, and his family turned out without a roof to cover them in the winter time. You're too tender-hearted, Mary. No, 'tis not that. Should I go off and leave me own brother and sister, that need me? But you could earn money and send it to them. I earn a little here, I do cleanin' and nursin' for some that need me. But outside, couldn't you earn more? I could get a job in a restaurant for 7 or 8 a week, but I'd have to spend more, and what I sent home would not go so far, with me away. Or I could get a job in some other woman's home, and work 14 hours a day for it. But, Joe, 'tis not more drudgery I want, 'tis somethin' fair to look upon, somethin' of my own. She flung out her arms suddenly like one being stifled. Oh, I want something that's fair and clean. Again he felt her trembling. Again the path was rough, and having an impulse of sympathy, he put his arm about her. In the world of leisure, one might indulge in such considerateness, and he assumed it would not be different with a miner's daughter. But then, when she was close to him, he felt, rather than heard, a sob. "Mary," he whispered, and they stopped. Almost without realizing it, he put his other arm about her, and in a moment more he felt her warm breath on his cheek, and she was trembling and shaking in his embrace. "Joe. Joe," she whispered. "You take me away." She was a rose in a mining camp, and Hal was deeply moved. The primrose path of dalliance stretched fair before him, here in the soft summer night, with a moon overhead which bore the same message as it bore in the Italian gardens of the leisure class. But not many minutes passed before a cold fear began to steal over Hal. There was a girl at home, waiting for him, and also there was the resolve which had been growing in him since his coming to this place, a resolve to find some way of compensation to the poor, to repay them for the freedom and culture he had taken, not to prey upon them, upon any individual among them. There were the Jeff Cottons for that. "Mary," he pleaded, "we mustn't do this." "Why not?" "Because I'm not free. There is someone else." He felt her start, but she did not draw away. "Where?" she asked, in a low voice. "At home, waiting for me." "And why didn't ye tell me?" "I don't know." Hal realized in a moment that the girl had ground of complaint against him. According to the simple code of her world, he had gone some distance with her, he had been seen to walk out with her, he had been accounted her fellow. He had led her to talk to him of herself, he had insisted upon having her confidences. And these people who were poor did not have subtleties, there was no room in their lives for intellectual curiosities, for platonic friendships or philanderings. "Forgive me, Mary," he said. She made no answer, but a sob escaped her, and she drew back from his arm slowly. He struggled with an impulse to clasp her again. She was beautiful, warm with life, and so much in need of happiness. But he held himself in check, and for a minute or two they stood apart. Then he asked, humbly, "We can still be friends, Mary, can't we? You must know I'm so sorry." But she could not endure being pitied. "'Tis nothin'," she said. "Only I thought I was going to get away." "That's what ye mean to me." Section 25. Hal had promised Alex Stone to keep a lookout for troublemakers, and one evening the boss stopped him on the street, and asked him if he had anything to report. Hal took the occasion to indulge his sense of humor. "There's no harm in Mike Sikoria," said he. "He likes to shoot off his head, but if he's got somebody to listen, that's all he wants. He's just old and grouchy. But there's another fellow that I think would bear watching." "Who's that?" asked the boss. "I don't know his last name. They call him Gus and he's a cager. Fellow with a red face." "I know," said Stone Gus Durking. "Well, he tried his best to get me to talk about unions. He keeps bringing it up, and I think he's some kind of troublemaker." "I see," said the boss. "I'll get after him." "You won't say I told you," said Hal, anxiously. "Oh, no, sure not." And Hal caught the trace of a smile on the pit boss's face. He went away, smiling in his turn. The red-faced feller, Gus, was the person Madvik had named as being a spotter for the company. There were ins and outs to this matter of spotting, and sometimes it was not easy to know what to think. One Sunday morning Hal went for a walk up the canyon, and on the way he met a young chap who got to talking with him, and after a while brought up the question of working conditions in North Valley. He had only been there a week, he said, but everybody he had met seemed to be grumbling about short weight. He himself had a job as an outside man, so it made no difference to him, but he was interested, and wondered what Hal had found. Straightway came the question, was this really a working man, or had Alex Stone set someone to spying upon his spy? This was an intelligent fellow, an American, which in itself was suspicious, for most of the new men the company got in were from somewhere east of Suez. Hal decided to spar for a while. He did not know, he said, that conditions were any worse here than elsewhere. You heard complaints, no matter what sort of job you took. Yes, said the stranger, but matters seemed to be especially bad in the coal camps. Probably it was because they were so remote, and the companies owned everything in sight. Where have you been? Asked Hal, thinking that this might trap him. But the other answered straight, he had evidently worked in half a dozen of the camps. In Mateo he had paid $1 a month for washhouse privileges, and there had never been any water after the first 3 men had washed. There had been a common washtub for all the men, an unthinkably filthy arrangement. At Pine Creek Hal found the very naming of the place made his heart stand still. At Pine Creek he had boarded with his boss, but the roof of the building leaked, and everything he owned was ruined. The boss would do nothing, yet when the boarder moved, he lost his job. At East Ridge, this man and a couple of other fellows had rented a 2-room cabin and started to board themselves, in spite of the fact that they had to pay $1.50 a sack for potatoes and 11 cents a pound for sugar at the company store. They had continued until they made the discovery that the water supply had run short, and that the water for which they were paying the company $1 a month was being pumped from the bottom of the mine, where the filth of mules and men was plentiful. Hal forced himself to remain noncommittal. He shook his head and said it was too bad, but the workers always got it in the neck, and he didn't see what they could do about it. So they strolled back to the camp, the stranger evidently baffled, and Hal, for his part, feeling like the reader of a detective story at the end of the first chapter. Was this young man the murderer, or was he the hero? One would have to read on in the book to find out. Section 26. Hal kept his eye upon his new acquaintance, and perceived that he was talking with others. Before long the man tackled old Mike, and Mike of course could not refuse an invitation to grumble, though it came from the devil himself. Hal decided that something must be done about it. He consulted his friend Jerry, who, being a radical, might have some touchstone by which to test the stranger. Jerry sought him out at noontime, and came back and reported that he was as much in the dark as Hal. Either the man was an agitator, seeking to start something, or else he was a detective sent in by the company. There was only one way to find out, which was for someone to talk freely with him, and see what happened to that person. After some hesitation, Hal decided that he would be the victim. It revoked his love of adventure, which digging in a coal mine had subdued in him. The mysterious stranger was a new sort of miner, digging into the souls of men. Hal would countermine him, and perhaps blow him up. He could afford the experiment better than some others, better, for example, than little Mrs. David, who had already taken the stranger into her home, and revealed to him the fact that her husband had been a member of the most revolutionary of all miners' organizations, the South Wales Federation. So next Sunday Hal invited the stranger for another walk. The man showed reluctance until Hal said that he wanted to talk to him. As they walked up the canyon, Hal began, "I've been thinking about what you said of conditions in these camps, and I've concluded it would be a good thing if we had a little shaking up here in North Valley." "Is that so?" said the other. "When I first came here, I used to think the men were grouchy. But now I've had a chance to see for myself, and I don't believe anybody gets a square deal. For one thing, nobody gets full weight in these mines, at least not unless he's some favorite of the boss. I'm sure of it, for I've tried all sorts of experiments with my partner. We've loaded a car extra light, and got 1800 weight, and then we've loaded one high and solid, so that we'd know it had twice as much in it, but all we ever got was 22 and 23. There's just no way you can get over that, though everybody knows those big cars can be made to hold 2 or 3 tons. "Yes, I suppose they might," said the other. "And if you get the smallest piece of rock in, you get a 00, sure as fate, and sometimes they say you got rock in when you didn't. There's no law to make them prove it?" "No, I suppose not. What it comes to is simply this: they make you think they are paying 55 a ton, but they've secretly cut you down to 35. And yesterday at the company store I paid $1.50 for a pair of blue overalls that I'd priced in Pedro for 60 cents. "Well," said the other, "the company has to haul them up here, you know." So, gradually, Hal made the discovery that the tables were turned. The mysterious personage was now occupied in holding him at arm's length. For some reason, Hal's sudden interest in industrial justice had failed to make an impression. So his career as a detective came to an inglorious end. "Say, man," he exclaimed, "what's your game, anyhow?" "Game," said the other, quietly. "How do you mean?" "I mean, what are you here for?" "I'm here for $2 a day, the same as you, I guess." Hal began to laugh. "You and I are like a couple of submarines, trying to find each other underwater. I think we'd better come to the surface to do our fighting." The other considered the simile, and seemed to like it. "You come first," said he. But he did not smile. His quiet blue eyes were fixed on Hal with deadly seriousness. "All right," said Hal, "my story isn't very thrilling. I'm not an escaped convict, I'm not a company spy, as you may be thinking. Nor am I a natural-born coal miner. I happen to have a brother and some friends at home who think they know about the coal industry, and it got on my nerves, and I came to see for myself. That's all, except that I've found things interesting, and want to stay on a while, so I hope you aren't a dick." The other walked in silence, weighing Hal's words. "That's not exactly what you'd call a usual story," he remarked, at last. "I know," replied Hal. "The best I can say for it is that it's true." "Well," said the stranger, "I'll take a chance on it. I have to trust somebody, if I'm ever to get anywhere. I picked you out because I liked your face." He gave Hal another searching look as he walked. "Your smile isn't that of a cheat. But you're young, so let me remind you of the importance of secrecy in this place." "I'll keep mum," said Hal, and the stranger opened a flap inside his shirt, and drew out a letter which certified him to be Thomas Olson, an organizer for the United Mine Workers, the great national union of the coal miners. Section 27. Hal was so startled by this discovery that he stopped in his tracks and gazed at the man. He had heard a lot about troublemakers in the camps, but so far the only kind he had seen were those hired by the company to make trouble for the men. But now, here was a union organizer. Jerry had suggested the possibility, but Hal had not thought of it seriously. An organizer was a mythological creature, whispered about by the miners, cursed by the company and its servants, and by Hal's friends at home. An incendiary, a firebrand, a loud-mouthed, irresponsible person, stirring up blind and dangerous passions. Having heard such things all his life, Hal's first impulse was of distrust. He felt like the one-legged old switchman who had given him a place to sleep, after his beating at Pine Creek, and who had said, "Don't you talk no union business to me." Seeing Hal's emotion, the organizer gave an uneasy laugh. "While you're hoping I'm not a dick, I trust you understand I'm hoping you're not one." Hal's answer was to the point. "I was taken for an organizer once," he said, and his hand sought the seat of his ancient bruises. The other laughed. "You got off with a beating? You were lucky. Down in Alabama, not so long ago, they tarred and feathered one of us." Dismay came upon Hal's face, but after a moment he too began to laugh. "I was just thinking about my brother and his friends, what they'd have said if I'd come home from Pine Creek in a coat of tar and feathers." "Possibly," ventured the other, "they'd have said you got what you deserved." "Yes, that seems to be their attitude. That's the rule they apply to all the world. If anything goes wrong with you, it must be your own fault. It's a land of equal opportunity. And you'll notice," said the organizer, "that the more privileges people have had, the more boldly they talk that way." Hal began to feel a sense of comradeship with this stranger, who was able to understand one's family troubles. It had been a long time since Hal had talked with anyone from the outside world, and he found it a relief to his mind. He remembered how, after he had got his beating, he had lain out in the rain and congratulated himself that he was not what the guards had taken him for. Now he was curious about the psychology of an organizer. A man must have strong convictions to follow that occupation. He made the remark, and the other answered, "You can have my pay any time you'll do my work. But let me tell you, too, it isn't being beaten and kicked out of camp that bothers one most, It isn't the camp marshal and the spy and the blacklist. Your worst troubles are inside the heads of the fellows you're trying to help. Have you ever thought what it would mean to try to explain things to men who speak 20 different languages? Yes, of course, said Hal. I wonder how you ever get a start. Well, you look for an interpreter and maybe he's a company spy. Or maybe the first man you try to convert reports you to the boss. For, of course, some of the men are cowards, and some of them are crooks. They'll sell out the next fellow for a better place, maybe for a glass of beer. That must have a tendency to weaken your convictions, said Hal. No, said the other, in a matter-of-fact tone. It's hard, but one can't blame the poor devils. They're ignorant, kept so deliberately. The bosses bring them here, and have a regular system to keep them from getting together. And of course these European peoples have their old prejudices, national prejudices, religious prejudices, that keep them apart. You see two fellows, one you think is exactly as miserable as the other, but you find him despising the other, because back home he was the other's superior. So they play into the boss's hands. Section 28. They had come to a remote place in the canyon, and found themselves seats on a flat rock, where they could talk in comfort. Put yourself in their place, said the organizer. They're in a strange country, and one person tells them one thing, and another tells them something else. The masters and their agents say, don't trust the union agitators. They're a lot of grafters, they live easy and don't have to work. They take your money and call you out on strike, and you lose your jobs and your home. They sell you out, maybe, and go on to some other place to repeat the same trick. And the workers think maybe that's true. They haven't the wit to see that if the union leaders are corrupt, it must be because the bosses are buying them. So you see, they're completely bedeviled, they don't know which way to turn. The man was speaking quietly, but there was a little glow of excitement in his face. The company is forever repeating that these people are satisfied, that it's we who are stirring them up. But are they satisfied? You've been here long enough to know. There's no need to discuss that, Hal answered. Of course they're not satisfied. They've seemed to me like a lot of children crying in the dark, not knowing what's the matter with them, or who's to blame, or where to turn for help. Hal found himself losing his distrust of this man. He did not correspond in any way to Hal's imaginary picture of a union organizer. He was a blue-eyed, clean-looking young American, and instead of being wild and loud-mouthed, he seemed rather wistful. He had indignation, of course, but it did not take the form of ranting or florid eloquence, and this repression was making its appeal to Hal, who, in spite of his democratic impulses, had the habits of thought of a class which shrinks from noisiness and overemphasis. Also Hal was interested in his attitude towards the weaknesses of working people. The inertia of the poor, which caused so many people to despair for them, their cowardice and instability, these were things about which Hal had heard all his life. You can't help them, people would say. They're dirty and lazy, they drink and shirk, they betray each other. They've always been like that. The idea would be summed up in a formula: you can't change human nature. Even Mary Burke, herself one of the working class, spoke of the workers in this angry and scornful way. But Olson had faith in their manhood, and went ahead to awaken and teach them. To his mind the path was clear and straight. They must be taught the lesson of solidarity. As individuals, they're helpless in the power of the great corporations, but if they stand together, if they sell their labor as a unit, then they really count for something. He paused, and looked at the other inquiringly. How do you feel about unions? Hal answered, they're one of the things I want to find out about. You hear this and that there's so much prejudice on each side. I want to help the underdog, but I want to be sure of the right way. What other way is there? And Olson paused. To appeal to the tender hearts of the owners. Not exactly, but might one appeal to the world in general, to public opinion? I was brought up an American, and learned to believe in my country. I can't think but there's some way to get justice. Maybe if the men were to go into politics. Politics, cried Olsen. My God. How long have you been in this place? Only a couple of months. Well, stay till November, and see what they do with the ballot boxes in these camps. I can imagine, of course. No, you can't. Any more than you could imagine the graft and the misery. But if the men should take to voting together. How can they take to voting together when anyone who mentions the idea goes down the canyon? Why, you can't even get naturalization papers, unless you're a company man, they won't register you, unless the boss gives you an okay. How are you going to make a start, unless you have a union? It sounded reasonable, Hal had to admit, but he thought of the stories he had heard about walking delegates, all the dreadful consequences of union domination. He had not meant to go in for unionism. Olsen was continuing. We've had laws passed, a whole raft of laws about coal mining, the 8-hour law, the anti-script law, the company store law, the mine sprinkling law, the check weighman law. What difference has it made in North Valley that there are such laws on the statute books? Would you ever even know about them? Ah, now, said Hal. If you put it that way, if your movement is to have the law enforced, I'm with you. But how will you get the law enforced, except by a union? No individual man can do it. It's down the canyon with him if he mentions the law. In Western City our union people go to the state officials, but they never do anything. And why? They know we haven't got the men behind us. It's the same with the politicians as it is with the bosses. The union is the thing that counts. Hal found this an entirely new argument. People don't realize that idea that men have to be organized to get their legal rights. And the other threw up his hands with a comical gesture. My God! If you want to make a list of the things that people don't realize about us miners. Section 29. Olsen was eager to win Hal, and went on to tell all the secrets of his work. He sought men who believed in unions, and were willing to take the risk of trying to convert others. In each place he visited he would get a group together, and would arrange some way to communicate with them after he left, smuggling in propaganda literature for distribution. So there would be the nucleus of an organization. In a year or two they would have such a nucleus in every camp, and then they would be ready to come into the open, calling meetings in the towns, and in places in the canyons to which the miners would flock. So the flame of revolt would leap up, men would join the movement faster than the companies could get rid of them, and they would make a demand for their rights, backed with the threat of a strike throughout the entire district. You understand, added Olsen, we have a legal right to organize even though the bosses disapprove. You need not stand back on that score. Yes, said Hal, but it occurs to me that as a matter of tactics, it would be better here in North Valley if you chose some issue there's less controversy about, if, for instance, you'd concentrate on getting a check weighman. The other smiled. We'd have to have a union to back the demand, so what's the difference? Well, argued Hal, there are prejudices to be reckoned with. Some people don't like the idea of a union, they think it means tyranny and violence. The organizer laughed. You aren't convinced but that it does yourself, are you? Well, all I can tell you is, if you want to tackle the job of getting a check weighman in North Valley, I'll not stand in your way. Here was an idea, a real idea. Life had grown dull for Hal since he had become a buddy, working in a place 5 feet high. This would promise livelier times. But was it a thing he wanted to do? So far he had been an observer of conditions in this coal camp. He had convinced himself that conditions were cruel, and he had pretty well convinced himself that the cruelty was needless and deliberate. But when it came to a question of an action to be taken, then he hesitated, and old prejudices and fears made themselves heard. He had been told that labor was turbulent and lazy, that it had to be ruled with a strong hand. Now, was he willing to weaken the strong hand, to ally himself with those who fomented labor troubles? But this would not be the same thing, he told himself. This suggestion of Olsen's was different from trade unionism, which might be a demoralizing force, leading the workers from one demand to another, until they were seeking to dominate industry. This would be merely an appeal to the law, a test of that honesty and fair dealing to which the company everywhere laid claim. If, as the bosses proclaimed, the workers were fully protected by the Checkwyman law, if, as all the world was made to believe, the reason there was no Checkwyman was simply because the men did not ask for one, why, then there would be no harm done. If on the other hand a demand for a right that was not merely a legal right, but a moral right as well, if that were taken by the bosses as an act of rebellion against the company, well, Hal would understand a little more about the turbulence of labor. If, as old Mike and Johansson and the rest maintained, the bosses would make your life one damn misery till you left, then he would be ready to make a few damn miseries for the bosses in return. It would be an adventure, said Hal, suddenly. And the other laughed. It would that. You're thinking I'll have another Pine Creek experience, Hal added. Well, maybe so, but I have to try things out for myself. You see, I've got a brother at home, and when I think about going in for revolution, I have imaginary arguments with him. I want to be able to say I didn't swallow anybody's theories, I tried it for myself, and this is what happened. Well, replied the organizer, that's all right. But while you're seeking education for yourself and your brother, don't forget that I've already got my education. I know what happens to men who ask for a Checkwyman, and I can't afford to sacrifice myself proving it again. I never asked you to, laughed Hal. If I won't join your movement, I can't expect you to join mine. But if I can find a few men who are willing to take the risk of making a demand for a Checkwyman, that won't hurt your work, will it? Sure not, said the other. Just the opposite, it'll give me an object lesson to point to. There are men here who don't even know they've a legal right to a Checkwyman. There are others who know they don't get their weights, but aren't sure it's the company that's cheating them. If the bosses should refuse to let anyone inspect the weights, if they should go further and fire the men who ask it, well, there'll be plenty of recruits for my union local. All right, said Hal. I'm not setting out to recruit your union local, but if the company wants to recruit it, that's the company's affair. And on this bargain the two shook hands. Book 2, The Serfs of King Cole. Section 1. Hal was now started upon a new career, more full of excitements than that of Stab Lehman or Buddy, with perils greater than those of falling rock or the hind feet of mules in the stomach. The inertia which overwork produces had not had time to become a disease with him. Youth was on his side, with its zest for more and yet more experience. He found it thrilling to be a conspirator, to carry about with him secrets as dark and mysterious as the passages of the mine in which he worked. But Jerry Minetti, the first person he told of Tom Olson's purpose in North Valley, was older in such thrills. The carefree look which Jerry was accustomed to wear vanished abruptly, and fear came into his eyes. I know it come some day, he exclaimed, trouble for me and Rosa. How do you mean? We get into it, get in sure. I say, Rosa, call yourself socialist, what good that do? No help any. No use to vote here, they don't count no socialist vote, only for joke. I say, got to have union. Got to strike. But Rosa say, wait little bit. Save little bit money, let children grow up. Then we help, no care if we no got any home. But we're not going to start a union now, objected Hal. I have another plan for the present. Jerry, however, was not to be put at ease. No can wait, he declared. Men no stand it? I say, it come some day quick like blow up in mine. Somebody start fight, everybody fight. And Jerry looked at Rosa, who sat with her black eyes fixed anxiously upon her husband. We get into it, he said, and Hal saw their eyes turn to the room where little Jerry and the baby were sleeping. Hal said nothing, he was beginning to understand the meaning of rebellion to such people. He watched with curiosity and pity the struggle that went on, a struggle as old as the soul of man between the voice of self-interest, of comfort and prudence, and the call of duty, of the ideal. No trumpet sounded for this conflict, only the still small voice within. After a while Jerry asked what it was Hal and Olsen had planned, and Hal explained that he wanted to make a test of the company's attitude toward the Checkwaman law. Hal thought it a fine scheme. What did Jerry think? Jerry smiled sadly. Yes, fine scheme for young feller no got family. That's all right, said Hal, I'll take the job, I'll be the Checkwaman. Got to have committee, said Jerry, committee go see boss. All right, but we'll get young fellows for that, 2 men who have no families. Some of the fellows who live in the chicken coops in Shantytown. They won't care what happens to them. But Jerry would not share Hal's smile. No got sense not, them fellers. Take sense to stick together. He explained that they would need a group of men to stand back of the committee. Such a group would have to be organized, to hold meetings in secret. It would be practically the same thing as a union, would be so regarded by the bosses and their spotters. And no organization of any sort was permitted in the camps. There had been some Serbians who had wanted to belong to a fraternal order back in their home country, but even that had been forbidden. If you wanted to ensure your life or your health, the company would attend to it and get the profit from it. For that matter, you could not even buy a post office money order, to send funds back to the old country. The post office clerk, who was at the same time a clerk in the company store, would sell you some sort of a store draft. So Hal was facing the very difficulties about which Olsen had warned him. The first of them was Jerry's fear. Yet Hal knew that Jerry was no coward. If any man had a contempt for Jerry's attitude, it was because he had never been in Jerry's place. All I'll ask of you now is advice, said Hal. Give me the names of some young fellows who are trustworthy, and I'll get their help without anybody suspecting you. You my boarder, was Jerry's reply to this. So again Hal was up against it? You mean that would get you into trouble? Sure. They know we talk. They know I talk socialism, anyhow. They fire me sure. But how about your cousin, the pit boss in number 1? He no help. Maybe get fired himself. Say damn fool board Checkwaman. All right, said Hal. Then I'll move away now, before it's too late. You can say I was a troublemaker, and you turned me off. The Minettis sat gazing at each other, a mournful pair. They hated to lose their boarder, who was such good company, and paid them such good money. As for Hal, he felt nearly as bad, for he liked Jerry and his girl wife, and little Jerry, even the black-eyed baby, who made so much noise and interrupted conversation. No, said Jerry. I no run away. I do my share. That's all right, replied Hal. You do your share, but not just yet. You stay on in the camp and help Olsen after I'm fired. We don't want the best men put out at once. So, after further argument, it was decided, and Hal saw little Rosa sink back in her chair and draw a deep breath of relief. The time for martyrdom was put off. Her little 3-roomed cabin, her furniture and her shining pans and her pretty white lace curtains, might be hers for a few weeks longer. Section 2. Hal went back to Remenitsky's boarding house, a heavy sacrifice, but not without its compensations, because it gave him more chance to talk with the men. He and Jerry made up a list of those who could be trusted with the secret, the list beginning with the name of Mike Sikoria. To be put on a committee, and sent to interview a boss, would appeal to old Mike as the purpose for which he had been put upon earth. But they would not tell him about it until the last minute, for fear lest in his excitement he might shout out the announcement the next time he lost one of his cars. There was a young Bulgarian miner named Resmik who worked near Hal. The road into this man's room ran up an incline, and he had hardly been able to push his empties up the grade. While he was sweating and straining at the task, Alex Stone had come along, and having a giant's contempt for physical weakness, began to cuff him. The man raised his arm, whether in offense or to ward off the blow, no one could be sure, but Stone fell upon him and kicked him all the way down the passage, pouring out upon him furious curses. Now the man was in another room, where he had taken out over 40 carloads of rock, and been allowed only $3 for it. No one who watched his face when the pit boss passed would doubt that this man would be ready to take his chances in a movement of protest. Then there was a man whom Jerry knew, who had just come out of the hospital, after contact with the butt end of the camp marshal's revolver. This was a Pole, who unfortunately did not know a word of English, but Olsen, the organizer, had got into touch with another Pole, who spoke a little English, and would pass the word on to his fellow countrymen. Also there was a young Italian, Rovita, whom Jerry knew and whose loyalty he could vouch for. There was another person Hal thought of, Mary Burke. He had been deliberately avoiding her of late. It seemed the one safe thing to do, although it seemed also a cruel thing, and left his mind ill at ease. He went over and over what had happened. How had the trouble got started? It is a man's duty in such cases to take the blame upon himself, but a man does not like to take blame upon himself, and he tries to make it as light as possible. Should Hal say that it was because he had been too officious that night in helping Mary where the path was rough? She had not actually needed such help, she was quite as capable on her feet as he. But he had really gone farther than that. He had had a definite sentimental impulse, and he had been a cad. He should have known all along that all this girl's discontent, all the longing of her starved soul, would become centered upon him, who was so different, who had had opportunity, who made her think of the poetry books. But here suddenly seemed a solution of the difficulty. Here was a new interest for Mary, a safe channel in which her emotions could run. A woman could not serve on a miners' committee, but she would be a good advisor, and her sharp tongue would be a weapon to drive others into line. Being aflame with this enterprise, Hal became impersonal, man-fashion, and so fell into another sentimental trap. He did not stop to think that Mary's interest in the Czech Women movement might be conditioned in part by a desire to see more of him, still less did it occur to him that he might be glad for a pretext to see Mary. No, he was picturing her in a new role, an activity more inspiriting than cooking and nursing. His poetry book imagination took fire. He gave her a hope and a purpose, a pathway with a goal at the end. Had there not been women leaders in every great proletarian movement? He went to call on her, and met her at the door of her cabin. "'Tis a cheering sight to see ye, Joe Smith," she said. And she looked him in the eye and smiled. "The same to you, Mary Burke," he answered. She was game, he saw, she was going to be a good sport. But he noticed that she was paler than when he had seen her last. Could it be that these gorgeous Irish complexions ever faded? He thought that she was thinner too. The old blue calico seemed less tight upon her. Hal plunged into his theme. "Mary, I had a vision of you today." "Of me, lad? What's that?" He laughed. "I saw you with a glory in your face, and your hair shining like a crown of gold. You were mounted on a snow-white horse, and wore a robe of white, soft and lustrous like Joan of Arc, or a leader in a suffrage parade. You were riding at the head of a host. I've still got the music in my ears, Mary. Go on with ye, lad, what's all this about?" "Come in and I'll tell you," he said. So they went into the bare kitchen, and sat in bare wooden chairs, Mary folding her hands in her lap like a child who has been promised a fairy story. "Now hurry," said she. "I want to know about this new dress ye're given me. Are ye tired of me old calico?" He joined in her smile. "This is a dress you will weave for yourself, Mary, out of the finest threads of your own nature, out of courage and devotion and self-sacrifice. Sure, 'tis the poetry book again. But what is it ye really meanin'?" He looked about him. "Is anybody here?" Nobody. But instinctively he lowered his voice as he told his story. There was an organizer of the big union in the camp, and he was going to rouse the slaves to protest. The laughter went out of Mary's face. "Oh. It's that," she said, in a flat tone. The vision of the snow-white horse and the soft and lustrous robe was gone. "Ye can never do anything of that sort here." "Why not?" "'Tis the men in this place. Don't ye remember what I told ye at Mr. Rafferty's? They're cowards. Ah, Mary, it's easy to say that. But it's not so pleasant being turned out of your home. Do ya have to tell me that, she cried, with sudden passion. Haven't I seen that? Yes, Mary, but I want to do something. Yes, and haven't I wanted to do something? Sure, I've wanted to bite off the noses of the bosses. Well, he laughed, we'll make that a part of our program. But Mary was not to be lured into cheerfulness. Her mood was so full of pain and bewilderment that he had an impulse to reach out and take her hand again. But he checked that. He had come to divert her energies into a safe channel. We must waken these men to resistance, Mary. Ya can't do it, Joe, not the English-speaking men. The Greeks and the Bulgars, maybe they're fightin' at home, and they might fight here. But the Irish never. Them that had any backbone went out long ago. Them that stayed has been made into bootlicks. I know them, every man of them. They grumble, and curse the boss, but then they think of the blacklist, and they go back and cringe at his feet. What such men want? 'Tis booze they want, and carousin' with the rotten women in the coal towns, and sittin' up all night winnin' each other's money with a greasy pack of cards. They take their pleasure where they find it, and 'tis nothin' better they want. Then, Mary, if that's so, don't you see it's all the more reason for trying to teach them? If not for their own sakes, for the sake of their children. The children mustn't grow up like that. They are learning English, at least. Mary gave a scornful laugh. Have ye been up to that school? He answered no, and she told him there were 120 children packed in one room, 3 in a seat, and solid all round the wall. She went on, with swift anger. The school was supposed to be paid for out of taxes, but as nobody owned any property but the company, it was all in the company's hands. The school board consisted of Mr. Cartwright, the mine superintendent, and Jake Pradovish, a clerk in the store, and the preacher, the Reverend Spraggs. Old Spraggs would bump his nose on the floor if the super told him to. Now, said Hal, laughing. You're down on him because his grandfather was an Orangeman. Section 3. Mary Burke had been suckled upon despair, and the poison of it was deep in her blood. Hal began to realize that it would be as hard to give her a hope as to rouse the workers whom she despised. She was brave enough, no doubt, but how could he persuade her to be brave for men who had no courage for themselves? Mary, he said, in your heart you don't really hate these people. You know how they suffer, you pity them for it. You give their children your last cent when they need it. Ah, lad, she cried, and he saw tears suddenly spring into her eyes. 'Tis because I love them so that I hate them. Sometimes 'tis the bosses I would murder, sometimes 'tis the men. What is it ye wantin' me to do? And then, even before he could answer, she began to run over the list of her acquaintances in the camp. Yes, there was one man Hal ought to talk to. He would be too old to join them, but his advice would be invaluable, and they could be sure he would never betray them. That was old John Edstrom, a Swede from Minnesota, who had worked in this district from the time the mines had first started up. He had been active in the Great Strike 8 years ago, and had been blacklisted, his 4 sons with him. The sons were scattered now to the 4 parts of the world, but the father had stayed nearby, working as a ranch hand and railroad laborer, until a couple of years ago, during a rush season, he had got a chance to come back into the mines. He was old, declared Mary must be 60. And when Hal remarked that that did not sound so frightfully aged, she answered that one seldom heard of a man being able to work in a coal mine at that age. In fact, there were not many who managed to live to that age. Edstrom's wife was dying now, and he was having a hard time. 'Twould not be fair to let such an old gentleman lose his job, said Mary. But at least he could give ye good advice. So that evening the two of them went to call on John Edstrom, in a tiny unpainted cabin in Shanty Town, with a bare earth floor, and a half partition of rough boards to hide his dying wife from his callers. The woman's trouble was cancer, and this made calling a trying matter, for there was a fearful odor in the place. For some time it was impossible for Hal to force himself to think about anything else, but finally he overcame this weakness, telling himself that this was a war, and that a man must be ready for the hospital as well as for the parade ground. He looked about, and saw that the cracks of Edstrom's cabin were stopped with rags, and the broken window panes mended with brown paper. The old man had evidently made an effort to keep the place neat, and Hal noticed a row of books on a shelf. Because it was cold in these mountain regions at night, even in September, the old man had a fire in the little cast iron stove, and sat huddled by it. There were only a few hairs left on his head, and his scrubby beard was as white as anything could be in a coal camp. The first impression of his face was of its pallor, and then of the benevolence in the faded dark eyes, also his voice was gentle, like a caress. He rose to greet his visitors, and put out to Hal a trembling hand, which resembled the paw of some animal, horny and misshapen. He made a move to draw up a bench, and apologized for his unskillful housekeeping. It occurred to Hal that a man might be able to work in a coal mine at 60, and not be able to work in it at 61. Hal had requested Mary to say nothing about his purpose, until after he had a chance to judge for himself. So now the girl inquired about Mrs. Edstrom. There was no news, the man answered. She was lying in a stupor, as usual. Dr. Barrett had come again, but all he could do was to give her morphine. No one could do any more, the doctor declared. Sure, he'd not know it if they could, sniffed Mary. He's not such a bad one, when he's sober, said Edstrom, patiently. And how often is that, sniffed Mary again. She added, by way of explanation to Hal, he's a cousin of the super. Things were better here than in some places, said Edstrom. At Harvey's Run, where he had worked, a man had got his eye hurt, and had lost it through the doctor's instrument slipping. Broken arms and legs had been set wrong, and either the men had to go through life as cripples, or go elsewhere and have the bones rebroken and reset. It was like everything else, the doctor was a part of the company machine, and if you had too much to say about him, it was down the canyon with you. You not only had $1 a month taken out of your pay, but if you were injured, and he came to attend you, he would charge whatever extra he pleased. And you have to pay? Asked Hal. They take it off your account, said the old man. Sometimes they take it when he's done nothing at all, added Mary. They charged Mrs. Zamboni $25 for her last baby, and Dr. Barrett never set foot across her door till 3 hours after the baby was in my arms. Section 4. The talk went on. Wishing to draw the old man out, Hal spoke of various troubles of the miners, and at last he suggested that the remedy might be found in a union. Edstrom's dark eyes studied him, and then turned to Mary. Joe's all right, said the girl, quickly. You can trust him. Edstrom made no direct answer to this, but remarked that he had once been in a strike. He was a marked man, now, and could only stay in the camp so long as he attended strictly to his own affairs. The part he had played in the big strike had never been forgotten. The bosses had let him work again, partly because they had needed him at a rush time, and partly because the pit boss happened to be a personal friend. Tell him about the big strike, said Mary. He's new in this district. The old man had apparently accepted Mary's word for Hal's good faith, for he began to narrate those terrible events which were a whispered tradition of the camps. There had been a mighty effort of 10,000 slaves for freedom, and it had been crushed with utter ruthlessness. Ever since these mines had been started, the operators had controlled the local powers of government, and now, in the emergency, they had brought in the state militia as well, and used it frankly to drive the strikers back to work. They had seized the leaders and active men, and thrown them into jail without trial or charges. When the jails would hold no more, they kept some 200 in an open stockade, called a bullpen, and finally they loaded them into freight cars, took them at night out of the state, and dumped them off in the midst of the desert without food or water. John Edstrom had been one of these men. He told how one of his sons had been beaten and severely injured in jail, and how another had been kept for weeks in a damp cellar, so that he had come out crippled with rheumatism for life. The officers of the state militia had done these things, and when some of the local authorities were moved to protest, the militia had arrested them. Even the judges of the civil courts had been forbidden to sit, under threat of imprisonment. "To hell with the Constitution," had been the word of the general in command. His subordinate had made famous the saying, "No habeas corpus, we'll give them post-mortems." Tom Olson had impressed Hal with his self-control, but this old man made an even deeper impression upon him. As he listened, he became humble, touched with awe. Incredible as it might seem, when John Edstrom talked about his cruel experiences, it was without bitterness in his voice, and apparently without any in his heart. Here, in the midst of want and desolation, with his family broken and scattered, and the wolf of starvation at his door, he could look back upon the past without hatred of those who had ruined him. Nor was this because he was old and feeble, and had lost the spirit of revolt. It was because he had studied economics, and convinced himself that it was an evil system which blinded men's eyes and poisoned their souls. A better day was coming, he said, when this evil system would be changed, and it would be possible for men to be merciful to one another. At this point in the conversation, Mary Burke gave voice once more to her corroding despair. How could things ever be changed? The bosses were mean-hearted, and the men were cowards and traitors. That left nobody but God to do the changing, and God had left things as they were for such a long time. Hal was interested to hear how Edstrom dealt with this attitude. "Mary," he said, "did you ever read about ants in Africa?" "No," said she. "They travel in long columns, millions and millions of them. And when they come to a ditch, the front ones fall in, and more of them on top, till they fill up the ditch, and the rest cross over. We are ants, Mary." "No matter how many go in," cried the girl, "none will ever get across. There's no bottom to the ditch." He answered, "That's more than any ant can know, Mary. All they know is to go in. They cling to each other's bodies, even in death. They make a bridge, and the rest go over." "I'll step one side," she declared, fiercely. "I'll not throw meself away." "You may step one side," answered the other, "but you'll step back into line again. I know you better than you know yourself, Mary." There was silence in the little cabin. The winds of an early fall shrilled outside, and life suddenly seemed to Hal a stern and merciless thing. He had thought in his youthful fervor it would be thrilling to be a revolutionist, but to be an ant, one of millions and millions, to perish in a bottomless ditch, that was something a man could hardly bring himself to face. He looked at the bowed figure of this white-haired toiler, vague in the feeble lamplight, and found himself thinking of Rembrandt's painting, The Visit of Emmaus, the ill-lighted room in the dirty tavern, and the two ragged men, struck dumb by the glow of light about the forehead of their table companion. It was not fantastic to imagine a glow of light about the forehead of this soft-voiced old man. "I never had any hope it would come in my time," the old man was saying gently. "I did used to hope my boys might see it, but now I'm not sure even of that. But in all my life I never doubted that someday the working people will cross over to the promised land. They'll no longer be slaves, and what they make won't be wasted by idlers. And take it from one who knows, Mary, for a working man or woman not to have that faith, is to have lost the reason for living." Hal decided that it would be safe to trust this man, and told him of his Checkwaymon plan. "We only want your advice," he explained, remembering Mary's warning. "Your sick wife." But the old man answered, sadly, "She's almost gone, and I'll soon be following. What little strength I have left might as well be used for the cause." Section 5. This business of conspiracy was grimly real to men whose living came out of coal, but Hal, even at the most serious moments, continued to find in it the thrill of romance. He had read stories of revolutionists, and of the police who hunted them. That such excitements were to be had in Russia, he knew, but if anyone had told him they could be had in his own free America, within a few hours' journey of his home city and his college town, he could not have credited the statement. The evening after his visit to Edstrom, Hal was stopped on the street by his boss. Encountering him suddenly, Hal started, like a pickpocket who runs into a policeman. "Hello, kid," said the pit boss. "Hello, Mr. Stone," was the reply. "I want to talk to you," said the boss. "All right, sir." And then, under his breath, "He's got me." "Come up to my house," said Stone, and Hal followed, feeling as if handcuffs were already on his wrists. "Say," said the man, as they walked, "I thought you were going to tell me if you'd heard any talk." "I haven't heard any, sir." "Well," continued Stone, "you want to get busy, there's sure to be kickers in every coal camp." And deep within, Hal drew a sigh of relief. It was a false alarm. They came to the boss's house, and he took a chair on the piazza and motioned Hal to take another. They sat in semi-darkness, and Stone dropped his voice as he began. "What I want to talk to you about now is something else, this election." "Election, sir? Didn't you know there was one? The congressman in this district died, and there's a special election 3 weeks from next Tuesday." "I see, sir." And Hal chuckled inwardly. He would get the information which Tom Olson had recommended to him. "You ain't heard any talk about it?" inquired the pit boss. "Nothing at all, sir. I never pay much attention to politics, it ain't in my line." "Well, that's the way I like to hear a miner talk," said the pit boss, with heartiness. "If they all had sense enough to leave politics to the politicians, they'd be a sight better off. What they need is to tend to their own jobs." "Yes, sir," agreed Hal, meekly, "like I had to tend to them mules, if I didn't want to get the colic." The boss smiled appreciatively. "You've got more sense than most of 'em. If you'll stand by me, there'll be a chance for you to move up in the world." "Thank you, Mr. Stone," said Hal. "Give me a chance." "Well now, here's this election. Every year they send us a bunch of campaign money to handle. A bit of it might come your way. I could use it, I reckon," said Hal, brightening visibly. "What is it you want?" There was a pause, while Stone puffed on his pipe. He went on, in a business-like manner. "What I want is somebody to feel things out a bit, and let me know the situation. I thought it better not to use the men that generally work for me, but somebody that wouldn't be suspected. Down in Sheridan and Pedro they say the Democrats are making a big stir, and the company's worried. I suppose you know the GFC is Republican." "I've heard so. You might think a congressman don't have much to do with us, way off in Washington, but it has a bad effect to have him campaigning, telling the men the company's abusing them. So I'd like you just to circulate a bit, and start the men on politics, and see if any of them have been listening to this McDougal talk. And I want to find out whether they've been sending in literature to this camp, or have any agents here. You see, they claim the right to come in and make speeches, and all that sort of thing. North Valley's an incorporated town, so they've got the law on their side, in a way, and if we shut 'em out, they make a howl in the papers, and it looks bad. So we have to get ahead of them in quiet ways. Fortunately there ain't any hall in the camp for them to meet in, and we've made a local ordinance against meetings on the street. If they try to bring in circulars, something has to happen to them before they get distributed." "See. I see," said Hal,